On June 8th, year 79 of the evolution era, the classroom of Class 5, Grade 3 at the first high school of Yecheng, Lingnan, was completely silent. As the bell signaled the end of class, students from other classes filed out, but those in Class 5 remained focused on the podium. I'll say it again, don't be careless when filling out your applications, the homeroom teacher said sternly. Next month is the martial arts exam. Don't expect a sudden epiphany. Fill in specialized martial arts universities if you're B or above, and undergraduate if you're A. Embrace reality. As the teacher left, the room burst into lively discussion. I heard that this year, there are over 1 million candidates just in Lingnan Bay City, and nearly 10 million across the 9 major base cities in Huaxia, an increase of more than 1 million from last year. The undergraduate admission line is definitely going up again. So what? At worst, I'll join the army. You? Do you dare to fight monsters in the wilderness? At the back of the classroom, a handsome young man, Li Yang, silently studied his report card. Vitality 100 calories, force 0.6, mental power 0.58, punching power 600 kilograms, speed 17 milliseconds, overall rating B. Just a B? System, when will you come? After 2.5 years since his transmigration, his grades showed no improvement, and the system had yet to appear. At this rate, he'd end up working at a construction site. Just then, a prompt sounded in his mind. The flame inheritance system is activating. Would you like to bind? Bind. Liang was ecstatic. Ding! The host has been chosen by a cosmic lord's inheritance. Please activate the intelligence of this cosmic lord within 48 hours to inherit the legacy. While Liang was in shock, someone tapped his shoulder. Old Yang, with our grades, which construction site do you think would suit us? His childhood friend, Wang Duiyu's honest voice came from behind. Forget construction. The future is uncertain. We could be the dark horses. Liang patted the shoulder of the round-faced, chubby boy. My useless dad said if I don't get into Yecheng University, I have to join the army. Wang Duiyu said gloomily. Liang paused at this. His parents had passed away, and he'd been raised by his second uncle who served in the Yecheng military district. 3 months ago, his uncle went missing after separating from his team in the wilderness, his fate unknown. The military had a death rate of 70%, and going missing was almost equivalent to death. At the school gate, amidst the bustling crowd, a military camouflage SUV stood out. A graceful figure walked towards the vehicle, her tight outfit accentuating her perfect curves. Hey, isn't that our school beauty? Old Yang. Weren't you her desk mate in the first year? Wang Duiyu chuckled. Liang paid no attention. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended from above, like being gripped in a giant's hand. Fatty moved. He pulled his friend into an alleyway, and only when that gaze disappeared did the oppressive feeling fade. Without enough strength, approaching would be asking for humiliation. Returning to the dilapidated apartment building on Temple Street in Jiulong District, after confirming that his cousin Li Xiaoying was still in evening classes, Liang eagerly called out in his mind, System, I want to activate the intelligent life. Ding. As soon as the sound of the intelligent life activation rang out, Li Yang's consciousness was abruptly pulled into a mysterious space. In the center of the space, a massive diamond-shaped crystal hovered in midair, with a soft blue glow flowing across its surface. I've waited for billions of years, and finally, the inheritor has arrived. A crisp voice came from above. Liang looked up to see a petite girl in a blue tight-fitting leather suit hanging upside down from the crystal. Her small frame was beautifully outlined by the suit, and she was making a playful face at him, revealing 2 cute fangs. The most striking feature was her light blue eyes, which seemed to contain the vastness of the entire starry sky. The girl deftly flipped herself onto the crystal, her slender legs swinging gently. I am the intelligent life of the Lord of the Sky. You can call me Lolita. Is this intelligent life? Liang examined the girl in front of him, whose appearance seemed completely unrelated to technology, filled with doubt. Lolita crossed her arms, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Inheritor, I am a real living being, you know. Want me to bite you to prove it? Before the words were even out, her figure flickered like an illusion to appear before Liang, hooking her arms around his neck, feigning a bite as their eyes met. Liang instinctively touched her smooth skin, finding it undeniably real. Just as he marveled at the lifelike sensation, Lolita gracefully flew to a nearby throne. Honestly, you're really weak. She clapped her small hands, her tone slightly disappointed. Weak genes, poor talent. Your physical condition can only reach the star level at most. Star level? What level is that? Liang was puzzled. In his understanding, the Blue Star Warrior system only had the 9 stages of warriors, the primordial energy god, and higher beings, but he had never heard of a star level. Lolita rolled her eyes. By Blue Star standards, your talent is indeed good. But as the inheritor of my master, you must measure yourself by the standards of the universe. She then explained the cosmic level system in detail. The 9 stages of warriors, which Blue Star prides itself on, are merely the basic 9 stages of evolution in the universe, not even qualified to be slaves. The primordial energy level barely counts as a warrior, only possessing the means to survive. As for the star level, it's merely enough to earn a living in the universe. At this point, Lolita yawned, too lazy to explain further, and directly transmitted the complete warrior level system into Li Yang's mind. The hierarchy of Starry levels, from lowest to highest, is as follows. Evolution Ninth Order, Original Energy, Star, Star River, Star Sea, Star Cloud, Starry Sky, and Eternity. When Li Yang heard this series of realms that far exceeded his understanding, he couldn't help but gape in astonishment. No wonder Lolita looked disappointed. The star level he was so proud of was merely the starting point on the path of cultivation. Seeing the look of dejection on Li Yang's face, Lolita gently reassured him. There's no need to be disheartened. With the inheritance from my master, even a pig could easily cultivate to the star cloud level. Besides, with me as an intelligent life form assisting you, I'll provide you with the finest resources. First, let's get you a more powerful body. As soon as she finished speaking, Lolita snapped her fingers. Immediately, the surrounding dark red screens displayed the image of a terrifying giant beast. This creature resembled the Chelan from Blue Planet mythology, but had an imposing pair of wings and a natural crown on its head. Even as a mere projection, its unparalleled aura of dominance made Li Yang's legs go weak, a natural reaction of a lower life form facing a supreme existence. This is a starry sky behemoth, with an SS-level genetic code, naturally possessing star-level strength. It only needs to devour everything to grow to the starry sky level. Its genetic strength alone is 1,000 times greater than that of humans. Consider it a gift from me to you, Lolita declared with grandeur. Li Yang was dumbstruck. A creature born at his ultimate level, capable of evolving to a starry sky existence through mere consumption? This system was incredible. No, it was Lolita who was truly dependable. But then he thought of a crucial question. It's so powerful, how am I supposed to possess it? With his current blood energy at only 100 calories, he felt weak just watching the video, let alone possessing it. Lolita, however, seemed confident. She shook her head playfully and said, "It would indeed be difficult for others, but you have me." With that, she leapt gracefully from her throne and began typing rapidly on a virtual keyboard that appeared out of thin air. Soon, a massive egg, 3 meters high and 1 meter wide, slowly rose from the ground. This starry sky behemoth egg has had its soul erased by my master, but its body remains alive. All I need from you is a drop of your essence blood, and I'll handle the rest. Hearing such a simple request, Li Yang immediately prepared to bite his finger. Lolita quickly stopped him. Oh no, I need essence blood, not ordinary blood. She then reached out to help Li Yang remove his clothing. Lolita's slender fingers gently lifted Li Yang's shirt. Her cold fingertips pressed precisely on his chest, extracting a single drop of golden glowing essence blood directly through his skin. This was true essence blood, and just one drop was enough to take half a life. As expected, the moment the essence blood was extracted, Li Yang immediately felt weak and listless, unable to even clench his fists. But the thought of acquiring the powerful body of a starry sky beast made this small price seem insignificant to him. Lolita manipulated the drop of essence blood, guiding it accurately into the beast egg. Instantly, 6 glowing pillars rose from the ground, enveloping the entire space. The energy inside the egg began to churn violently, seemingly rejecting Li Yang's essence blood, but it was quickly subdued by a mysterious force. When the essence blood completely merged with the beast egg, a powerful feedback force erupted. Li Yang's body was involuntarily lifted into the air, a visible red line of energy connecting him tightly to the egg. The surging energy from the egg poured into his body, causing him excruciating pain. Lolita, is it done yet? I can't hold on much longer. Li Yang shouted in agony, feeling as if every cell in his body was about to explode. Yet, alongside the pain came a rapid increase in his energy level, rising by 10 units per second, an astonishing rate. Seeing his distress, Lolita quickly reassured him. 1 minute, just 1 minute. You have to endure. This brief minute felt like an eternity to Li Yang. Besides the intense swelling sensation from the energy surge, he also faced immense mental torment. Ultimately, he endured to his limit through sheer willpower, finally succumbing to unconsciousness. When he managed to open his eyes again, he found himself back on the living room sofa, harsh sunlight streaming through the window onto his face. Recalling the events of the previous night, he began to call out for the mysterious dark Lolita in his mind. Lolita, Lolita. After several unanswered calls, he anxiously shouted out loud, "Brother, are you calling me?" His sister, Li Xiaoying, emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Dressed in loose pajamas, she was only 16 but already showed signs of becoming a future beauty. Even without makeup, she looked strikingly lovely, her bright eyes searching around, assuming her brother was waking her for breakfast. "No, you can sleep a bit more. I'll call you when it's ready." Li Yang quickly denied it, sending his sister back to her room before hastily heading to the bathroom. "Next time, just use mental telepathy to call me. No need to speak out loud," Lolita's voice suddenly chimed in, finally putting Li Yang's mind at ease. Eagerly, he inquired about the results of the possession, fantasizing about immediately transforming into a starry sky beast to go to school, or rather, to start devouring global monsters and journeying through the vast universe, embarking on the path to eternity. However, within the inheritance space, Lolita, lounging atop the beast egg, stuck out her tongue and rested her chin in her hands, saying, "The possession was successful, but you'll have to wait a year for the starry sky beast to hatch." A year. Li Yang couldn't hide his disappointment upon hearing this. He had originally thought that once the possession succeeded, he would be able to break out immediately. "Don't rush, take it step by step," Lolita said with a slight raise of her eyebrows, her eyes shining with wisdom. "The burden of the cosmic beast on your body is immense. This year is perfect for elevating the human body's level." She explained that cosmic beasts are naturally born with star-level strength and can rapidly advance to the star sea level by merely consuming their eggshell. For Li Yang to withstand the pressure from the cosmic beast, he would need to at least reach the primal energy level. This goal might seem unattainable for most, but for Li Yang, it was within reach. Since taking over the cosmic beast, his genetic strength and comprehension had increased tenfold. More importantly, he inherited the cosmic beast's most powerful innate ability, the devouring secret technique. This terrifying talent allows an adult cosmic beast to swallow an entire planet whole. With this ability, he could grow stronger by continuously devouring blood and flesh, bypassing traditional training methods entirely. Li Yang clenched his fists, feeling the power that was several times stronger than the day before, concentrating at his fingertips. To quantify the increase, he would need to use the strength tester at school. After breakfast, he eagerly left the house. Just then, Lolita's voice echoed in his mind again. "By the way, after taking over the cosmic beast last night, you also activated another of its innate abilities, the Psychic Master." Psychic Master? Li Yang muttered to himself. This title was extremely mysterious at school and rarely mentioned online. The reason was simple. The ability was so unique and rare. Seeing Li Yang's puzzled expression, Lolita transmitted the detailed introduction of the Psychic Master into his mind. Through the introduction, Li Yang finally understood why Psychic Masters were so scarce. They were almost unbeatable at the same level, capable of immobilizing a peer with just a glance. The levels of cultivation are Warrior 9 stages, Primal Energy 9 levels, Star level, Star River level, Star Sea level, Star Cloud level, Starry Sky level, and Eternal level. The urgent task was to decide on an identity to enter the wilderness area, as only there could he find enough beasts to devour. At the street corner, Li Yang met up with Pengzi as planned, ready to head to school together. Today, however, he was quite different from his usual self. His ordinary demeanor was replaced by an indescribable aura of authority, as if he had been completely transformed. Walking along the familiar path, they soon arrived at the school gate. Just then, the conspicuous military vehicle with its white base and black lettering caught their eye again. Pengzi immediately remembered Li Yang mentioning yesterday about being watched and hurriedly warned, "Old Yang, let's move quickly, don't." Li Yang contemplated to himself. The suffocating pressure from yesterday must have been the psychic power that Lolita mentioned. Now that I've become a psychic practitioner, the thought of being able to take a life with a mere thought is quite intriguing. As soon as they stepped through the school gates, the piercing gaze from the previous day struck again, with even greater intensity. Again, Li Yang frowned slightly, but this time he wasn't as flustered as before. With the psychic power gained from his possession and the beastly king's aura within him, he even dared to turn and meet the gaze. This confrontation allowed him to see the opponent clearly, a young man with white hair, wearing sunglasses. Seeing this, Pengzi urgently said, "Old Yang, that's enough. Once we're inside, I'll cover for you so you can get a good look." In the military vehicle, Zhu Yan, the white-haired young man, frowned deeply. The robust elder in the back seat noticed his agitation and asked in surprise, "Xiao Zhu, what's got your energy so disturbed? I taught that kid a lesson yesterday for speaking about the young lady, but today he's still so brazen." Zhu Yan explained apologetically as he turned around. "No matter." The robust elder waved it off, turning his gaze to Yi Lingfei as she got out of the car, speaking kindly, "Fei Fei, keep your distance from people like that." Yi Lingfei's expression shifted slightly as she responded perfunctorily, "I know my limits." The elder continued, "There's no need to fill out your college applications. Tomorrow, you'll go directly for a military physical exam. Your goal is the special forces. It's more meaningful than attending university. The army is where true strength is forged, while school is just an ivory tower." As he spoke, the eyes of this seasoned warrior gleamed with intensity. Yi Lingfei nodded solemnly, having long been inclined toward a military career. Once inside the school, Li Yang excused himself to the restroom and headed alone to the training room. The powerful feedback from last night's possession of the starry beast left him eager to test his newfound strength. The training room was mostly empty, as most students were in classrooms discussing their college choices. Standing before the punching strength tester in the corner, Li Yang took a deep breath, channeling his energy and blood, and assumed his stance. With a low growl, he struck fiercely. The impact with the tester sent a powerful shock through his arm, highlighting his unfamiliarity with the surge in strength. After several punches, he finally adapted to the power. The numbers on the tester made him gasp. 3,486 kilograms. 3,797 kilograms. The final average punching strength settled at 3,782 kilograms. This was a six-fold increase from his usual 600 kilograms level. Li Yang eagerly turned around and stepped onto the treadmill in the training room. He quickly set up the test mode, took a deep breath, and powered his legs into a full sprint. The treadmill belt whirred rapidly beneath his feet. After 20 seconds, he gradually came to a stop, his eyes fixed on the display. 112 meters per second. The number left him momentarily stunned, his heart skipping a beat. Impossible, he murmured. The threshold for a martial artist is breaking 100, yet my vitality is clearly under 1,000 calories. While it was difficult to accurately measure improvements in speed and punching power, he could clearly sense changes in his vitality levels. With a vitality level slightly over 300, he shouldn't be able to exceed 50 meters per second, even with exceptional talent. Could he truly be a genius? Puzzled, he quickly moved to the vitality tester at the entrance of the training room. Inserting his index finger into the test slot, he felt a sharp prick, and the screen displayed 322 calories. Li Yang remained calm, as this was close to his estimation. The power from the Starry behemoth hadn't been fully refined yet, and the current boost was merely a result of forced evolution. However, his strength and speed far exceeded what his current vitality level should support. Just then, Lolita's voice echoed in his mind. A tenfold increase in your genes has not only enhanced your comprehension, but also raised your maximum power output. This revelation made everything clear to Li Yang. It was the genetic modification that had amplified his power output. Previously, his power amplitude was about 0.6, with 100 calories of vitality producing 600 kilograms of punching force. Now, with just 322 calories, he could unleash 3,800 kilograms of force, far surpassing the threshold for martial artists. Even a quasi-martial artist with 1,000 calories of vitality would be considered exceptional if they could deliver 10,000 kilograms of force. A surge of joy filled Li Yang's heart. While his vitality might not be the strongest in the school, his overall strength undoubtedly reigned supreme, potentially even dominating across the city's universities. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, he heard a faint sound of footsteps behind him. Li Yang turned around to see a stunning young girl dressed in a blue and white training outfit. Her long hair gently swayed in the breeze, and her captivating eyes were fixed on him. What a coincidence, you're here too, Yi Lingfei said as she set down her backpack, her tone carrying a hint of subtle apology. Have you decided on your college applications yet? This scene brought back memories for Li Yang. They had been desk mates in their first year of high school, and their relationship should have been close. However, as he struggled to keep up with the elite class's pace and was moved to the regular class, the distance between them grew. It wasn't for lack of effort. As they aged, ways to enhance one's vitality became more diverse. Wealthy classmates could regularly consume precious monster meat, boosting their strength multiple times faster than ordinary training. Those with connections could even buy genetic serums. Looking at the girl in front of him, Li Yang felt a pang of bitterness. Coming from an ordinary background, after his second uncle who took care of him disappeared, even tasting monster meat became a luxury. Without connections or resources, how could he compare to these privileged peers? By the end of their third year, they had become strangers even when passing by each other. Her initiating a conversation today was indeed surprising. Not yet, Li Yang shrugged, deliberately concealing his intention to join the military. Yi Lingfei's eyes sparkled, her voice gentle. If you're not that interested in college, consider the Yecheng Military District. This year, they're offering significant resource allocations, and the benefits for new recruits surpass those of martial arts universities. Seeing his hesitation, she continued, joining the military is your best option. In the army, background doesn't matter, only strength does. As long as you're strong, success is within reach. The Yecheng Military District is conducting a unified physical test tomorrow, and I'll be there too. Li Yang was reminded of her military background. Yet even without her suggestion, he had already decided to enlist. His goal was simply to hunt monsters in the wilderness and absorb their vitality. The thought alone was exhilarating. Thanks, I'll be there, he replied, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Yi Lingfei's icy expression finally broke into a smile. Looks like we'll be on the same path again. Why would you associate with someone like him, Lingfei? A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Standing at the entrance was a robust young man in a black training suit, Chun Hai from the elite senior class. Ranked in the top 10 in the monthly exams and an S-level student, he looked at Yi Lingfei with admiration but at Li Yang with caution and disdain. They had been at odds since their first year together. Yi Lingfei ignored Chun Hai and smiled at Li Yang. I have to go, see you tomorrow. After speaking, Yi Lingfei left the training room without looking back, the sound of her high heels gradually fading. Chun Hai stood there, his expression shifting between anger and frustration. As one of the top 10 students in his grade, he was not used to being treated so coldly. But since it was Yi Lingfei, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. You can't even get into the elite class, and you think you can walk alongside Yi Lingfei? Dream on. It's laughable. Chun Hai redirected his anger towards Li Yang, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Li Yang's eyes turned cold. He was never one for idle talk. In a swift movement, his fist, charged with an intimidating force, struck Chun Hai. With a loud thud, Chun Hai was sent flying before he could even react. Elite class. Li Yang looked down at the fallen Chun Hai and said coldly, "If the elite class is full of people like you, then we're in trouble." Chun Hai lay on the ground, his chest aching too much to speak, his eyes filled with humiliation and rage, yet he could only watch as Li Yang walked away. In the inheritance space, Lolita sat leisurely on a rope, swinging her legs. That Yi Lingfei just now has decent talent, though her genes are a bit lacking. She's a promising candidate for a psychic. She's a psychic? Li Yang was surprised. For 3 years, Yi Lingfei had consistently ranked among the top 3 in her grade, known for her exceptional speed and reaction time, 500 calories of blood energy, yet a speed of 60 meters per second. He hadn't expected her to have such hidden talents. Lolita, can you probe into the backgrounds of people around us? Humph, I'm an intelligent life form. This level of detection is nothing, Lolita said, stretching lazily. But for now, I can only detect the environment and life forms within a 10-meter range. Li Yang, you need to get stronger quickly. The stronger you become, the more benefits the inheritance space will offer you, and my permissions will increase. Once you reach the stellar level, I can take you off this planet and into the vast cosmos. That's the true stage for the powerful. The ringing of the school bell interrupted their conversation. In the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Yang Qinglu, walked onto the podium in high heels, and the noisy classroom instantly quieted down. As she opened her textbook, she said, "There's a last-minute announcement. Yesterday, all major universities collectively raised their score thresholds by 20%. A bachelor's degree now requires a comprehensive score of 85, equivalent to an A in the mock exams. A diploma also requires an A. Those who scored an A, please raise your hands." Yang Qinglu surveyed the classroom, and less than 20% of the students raised their hands. She took a sip from her thermos and continued, "Students whose scores didn't meet the requirement can still apply to their preferred vocational colleges, but don't see it as your only option. Although universities have raised their score thresholds, there's one place where the requirements remain unchanged, and the resources have doubled, offering value comparable to a bachelor's degree. This is the Yecheng Military District." The homeroom teacher's voice resonated through the classroom. She first introduced the advantages of the military district, then turned to the harsh reality with a serious expression. The military is the most dangerous place in these chaotic times. Her gaze swept across the faces of each student. The Yecheng Military District faces wild beasts hidden, protecting the safety of the base city. It's like a never-ending meat grinder here, with a death rate of up to 80%. Before the words had fully settled, a low murmur rose in the classroom. But the teacher didn't stop them and continued. "However, the military is also the place with the richest resources in the country, where it's easiest to forge true strength. Here, death and opportunity coexist." She specifically reminded them. Only children should consider carefully and discuss with their parents. "One more thing," the teacher added, a hint of expectation in her eyes. "This year is special. The breeding speed of the beasts has increased, and the Yecheng Military District urgently needs talent. This recruitment will particularly seek out a batch of outstanding special talents. Those with good grades can consider applying." There was only this one theory class in the morning. The afternoon's physical training lasted 2 hours, but Li Yang and Pongzi didn't participate. Both planned to enlist, with physical tests scheduled for the next day, so today's training might affect their performance. "Pongya can't escape this time," Pongzi said, leaning back on the steps with a laugh. "I just told my old man I want to join the army, and he immediately transferred 10,000 bucks. Rare for him to be so generous." Li Yang sat beside him, intently browsing information about the Yecheng Military District on his phone. But Pongzi suddenly stood up, pulling him along, saying, "Stop looking at your phone. Let me take you to a good place. You're about to join the army. You need to relax." Without further ado, he dragged Li Yang towards the school gate. Though the pressure in senior year was high, because they weren't in an elite class, the curriculum was relatively relaxed. Apart from mandatory theory classes, most of the time was for free training. The theory classes mainly explained techniques of force and basic combat moves. After the morning class, the afternoon was mostly free time. After leaving school, Pongzi confidently flagged down a taxi. To Human Street, in the industrial area? The driver looked slightly surprised, but drove onto the city ring road. In the post-evolution era, cities were vast, with the Lingnan Bay City surrounded by 8 satellite cities, each with a population of over 1 million. Yecheng, one of them, was primarily responsible for industrial production. To be self-sufficient, each base city had to develop a complete industrial and agricultural system, along with residential and commercial areas. Yeching's industrial zone was the largest and most bustling area. Soon, the taxi stopped at Human Street. Liang was a bit surprised after getting out. Though he had been to the industrial area before, he had never seen such a rundown street. The environment here was comparable to their Jiulong district, with shopfronts cluttered with various old goods, creating a stark contrast with the vibrant industrial area. The street was lined with various weapons and electronic products from before the evolution era, stretching as far as the eye could see. Liang frowned and turned to the chubby man beside him. Why did you bring me here? Isn't this just a second-hand market? I thought we were here to relax. The chubby man patted his round belly with a mysterious smile. You're half right. On the surface, it's a second-hand market, but in reality, it's a black market. A black market? Liang's eyes narrowed. He had heard of black markets, but wasn't sure what they traded. A few guesses flashed through his mind. Smuggling arms? Monster carcasses? Or perhaps genetic potions? Considering the proximity to the industrial area, arms seemed the most likely. Seeing that the chubby man didn't intend to explain further, he decided not to ask more. They navigated through the complex streets and eventually turned into an alley reeking of fish. At the alley's entrance stood a flamboyant woman with disheveled hair, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she chewed gum. Sister Zhang, I'm Fatty Wang, introduced by someone you know. I'm here to buy some serious goods. The chubby man pulled a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to the woman. Sister Zhang took the money, tucked it into her collar, and lazily glanced at them. Students. Seeing the chubby man nod, she asked no more and led them into a small room in the alley. The scene behind the door made Li Yang's pupils contract. It wasn't an ordinary market at all, but an indoor slaughterhouse the size of 2 football fields. All around, stalls displayed various types of meat, emitting a vital aura similar to that of humans, clearly monster flesh. How about it? Exciting, right? The chubby man licked his lips. If there was a buffet here, I could eat a whole cow. Liang chuckled. Dream on. Even the cheapest A9 grade monster meat here costs 1,000 per pound. If you eat without limits, it would cost hundreds of thousands for one meal. A9 grade meat is too weak, the chubby man explained, drooling. It takes over 1,000 kilograms to get 1,000 calories of vital energy. On average, it's not even as good as our physical fitness. You need to eat A7 or above for the real deal. Monster and warrior levels are the same, with A9 equivalent to a first-level warrior, but the physical quality difference is vast. A first-level warrior only needs a body weight of 100 kilograms to achieve 1,000 calories of vital energy, while monsters of the same level often weigh over 1,000 kilograms and still don't reach that level. There are exceptions, like the petite iron claw cat, which, despite weighing only a few dozen kilograms, is a nightmare for novice warriors. Boss, do you have any sawtooth pig meat? The vendor, busy slicing meat, looked up at them. Sold out. How about some shadow leopard hind leg? It's also A7 grade, and the meat density isn't inferior to A6. How much per kilogram? 12,000 in the regular market, 11,000 here. The boss held up 2 fingers. The chubby man immediately started haggling with the boss. Meanwhile, Liang examined the monster meat on display. Most of it was already cut, making it hard to identify the original form. The few uncut ones were mostly low-level monsters, some even displayed whole on the counter. Suddenly, a seemingly ordinary salted fish caught his attention, or more precisely, it caught Loretta's interest. Liang, buy that salted fish in the display case. There's a treasure inside it. Loretta's voice echoed in his mind. Liang stood in front of the display window, his gaze fixed on the frost-covered salted fish. The price tag boldly displayed 18,000, causing him to furrow his brow. A fish weighing dozens of pounds for just 18,000? It wasn't even a 9 grade, which seemed too cheap. Lolita, what's the secret inside this fish? Liang turned to ask. Did it swallow some rare treasure? But even if it did, it shouldn't be below a 9 grade. Lolita leaned lazily against the counter, explaining, this fish got lucky. Before it was caught, it swallowed the roe of a star-level beast. Those roe contain the essence of a star-level beast, which would be highly beneficial for your training. A salted fish not even at a 9 grade managed to swallow the roe of a star-level beast. Liang shook his head in disbelief. In this world, beast levels were strictly hierarchical, corresponding to the martial artist grading system. A grade beasts matched human warriors at the 9th stage. S-grade beast kings were equivalent to original energy 9th stage, and S-grade beast emperors rivaled star-level warriors. Beyond that were the rare overlord-level beasts, formidable even for the most powerful humans. An S-grade beast emperor was among the global top 100. How could its roe be swallowed by an ordinary salted fish? Simple, Lolita explained nonchalantly. The star-level beast was probably hunted, and its roe scattered into the sea, giving this lucky salted fish the chance to swallow quite a bit. Hearing this, Liang couldn't help but marvel at the fish's incredible luck. At that moment, the chubby guy had already negotiated a price with the shop owner. Shadow leopard meat, 11,000 per kilo, the owner said as he weighed it. 1,024 grams, good weight. He then started to package it. Wait. The chubby guy quickly stopped the owner. Please divide it into 2 portions, cut into large pieces, no seasoning. The owner quickly packed the meat into 2 portions and handed it to the chubby guy. Although it weighed a kilogram, due to the density of the meat, each portion was only about the size of an apple. Old Yang, take this to replenish yourself. The chubby guy tossed 1 portion to Li Yang. Li Yang felt a warmth in his heart as he caught the package. He knew the chubby guy's personality well. Refusing would only upset him. Although the meat wouldn't help him much since his energy and blood were far stronger than the chubby guy, she accepted it, planning to give the chubby guy a big gift in return. Boss, Li Yang pointed to the salted fish in the display. Can you lower the price on this fish? The owner, hearing this, brightened up but feigned difficulty. Ahem, you students probably don't know how dangerous the wild areas are. Especially the sea. Every fishing expedition requires several warriors above the 7th stage to escort, and the costs are high. The chubby guy wasn't buying it, and quickly discouraged Li Yang. Old Yang, this salted fish isn't even a beast. It's not as good as the ones in my bathtub. If you want fish, I'll cook you some at home, he said, pulling Li Yang away. Don't go, the owner quickly called out. This is genuine sea fish. How about an 80 discount? Seeing Li Yang still about to leave, the owner gritted his teeth. 60. That's really the lowest price. In truth, he had picked up the fish from a refrigerated truck, so any sale was profit. 10,000, final offer, Li Yang said, turning back. The owner pretended to agree reluctantly, nodding. Thinking he had found a sucker this time, the boss was pleased to sell a frozen salted fish for 10,000 yuan, confirming his belief that students' money was the easiest to earn. A fleeting look of greed crossed his eyes as he quickly retrieved the thinly frosted fish from the freezer. Just as he was about to cut it, Li Yang raised a hand to stop him. No need to cut it. I want it whole. Li Yang indicated for the boss to wrap up the entire fish. A chubby friend leaned in close to Li Yang, whispering, Old Yang, this fish's vitality can't be more than 800 points. It's definitely a loss to buy it. I just feel like eating fish. Nothing can stop me. Li Yang shrugged, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. The boss, eager not to miss out on this unexpected windfall, swiftly packed the salted fish into a black plastic bag and handed it over to Li Yang. The transaction was completed seamlessly with a quick scan and payment. As they turned to leave, they ran into Chun Hai, accompanied by 5 or 6 followers with vitality levels over 200 and a fashionably dressed, alluring girl clinging to his arm. The girl's seductive eyes couldn't hide her disdain as she glanced at Li Yang and his friend. You really know how to pick, buying a salted fish to make soup at home. Chun Hai taunted, malice gleaming in his eyes. The morning grudge of being sucker-punched by Li Yang hadn't faded, and after an unsuccessful afternoon search, they coincidentally met in the black market. The chubby friend frowned and shot back. Chun Hai, I never bothered you. Don't think you can bully me just because your family has money. Get lost, fatso, this is none of your business. Chun Hai waved dismissively. Go, break the skinny one's legs and knock out the fat one's teeth. He didn't take them seriously at all, as their vitality levels were just over 100. But that was before. Stand behind me, chubby, Li Yang instructed, stepping forward with the salted fish. Moving with lightning speed, he swung the fish, sending the crew-cut youth at the front flying, blood spraying. Then, with agile movements, he dodged several attacks, kicked one person away, and swiftly took down the remaining 2. The entire encounter lasted no more than 10 seconds. Before Chun Hai could react, Li Yang was already in front of him. Ow, how is this possible? Their vitality is over 300. Chun Hai's pupils contracted in shock, while the coquettish girl beside him paled with fear, quickly releasing his arm and stepping aside. Li Yang, now possessing the strength and speed of a martial artist, had only slightly insufficient vitality. Yet, with such prowess, he was unbeatable below the martial artist level and could even hold his own against one using mental force. Why panic? I haven't even used my full strength. Li Yang grabbed Chun Hai by the collar, lifting him up and landing a punch on his chest. Using only half his power, it left Chun Hai speechless with pain. Letting go, Li Yang dropped Chun Hai to the ground, looking coldly at this pampered weakling who couldn't withstand a single blow. A mere force of 2,000 kilograms, and he hadn't even exerted himself fully. Squatting down slowly, Li Yang whispered in Chun Hai's ear, You're more fragile than a salted fish. Chun Hai lay curled up on the ground, his face bruised and battered. The humiliation he felt far outweighed the physical pain. He gritted his teeth in anger, his jaw aching with resentment. Li Yang bent down to pick up the salted fish from the ground and called out, Fatty, let's go. A simple salted fish had managed to bring down this group of self-proclaimed elites to dance a scene so unbelievable it would be hard to convince anyone it actually happened. Fatty stood there, mouth agape in shock. The nearby vendors watched the spectacle with amusement, seeing it as nothing more than an ordinary scuffle between kids. As Li Yang and Fatty left, the street quickly returned to its usual calm. Chun Hai, seething with anger, punched the concrete ground and glared at Li Yang's retreating figure, growling under his breath. Li Yang, you just wait. In an abandoned factory in Kowloon's Temple Street, Li Yang and Fatty skillfully lit a fire, set up a pot, and boiled water, executing each step seamlessly. This was their secret hideout, a place they used to train their physical fitness and basic martial arts skills because they couldn't afford a martial arts gym. Li Yang placed the salted fish into the pot and covered it with a lid. Fatty curiously asked, Old Yang, have you had some kind of breakthrough recently? Your skills have improved so quickly. Last time during the monthly exam, we were about equal, but in just a few days, you've turned the tables. Li Yang replied vaguely. Maybe the news of my second uncle's mishap put a lot of pressure on me, and I awakened without realizing it. Fatty didn't press further, knowing that everyone's constitution is different. Some people experience a sudden genetic mutation and awaken overnight, jumping from a martial artist of the first stage directly to the ninth stage, though such cases are rare. Most people just experience a sudden increase in their evolution speed, and gaining a few hundred points of energy in a short time is considered extremely lucky. Before long, a pot of aromatic fish soup was ready. The rich broth contained not only fish meat, but also a layer of black pearls the size of marbles. Fatty, seeing the black fish roe, widened his eyes in delight. It's fish roe. We hit the jackpot. No wonder you wanted to buy this salted fish. Li Yang thought to himself that although the fish roe was precious, it was not as valuable to him as the energy returned by the cosmic beast. But he wasn't one to pass up a good deal. He and Fatty devoured the entire pot of fish soup like a whirlwind, finishing off the shadow leopard meat that Fatty had bought. As darkness fell, they both headed home, satisfied. Returning to the old apartment building, Li Yang ran into his sister, who had just come back from grocery shopping. He casually mentioned that she didn't need to prepare his portion of the meal and went back to his room. A twinge of guilt rose in his heart. He had good things but couldn't share them with his sister. However, her constitution was too weak to withstand the energy from the beast's flesh and blood. He resolved to find a way to improve her constitution as his own strength grew. Sitting cross-legged on his training mat, Li Yang closed his eyes and began to refine the energy within his body. At the same time, he could clearly feel the energy being returned to him by the cosmic beast. According to Lolita's calculations, even in its gestation phase, the cosmic beast could return 50 points of energy to him daily. Even without training, within a year, he could reach the 6th stage of a martial artist just by relying on his natural abilities. This top-tier innate gene allowed him to advance effortlessly, breaking through with ease. Lolita, when will you teach me the basic methods of spiritual mind power cultivation? Li Yang opened his eyes, staring at the faintly visible figure in the void. Despite being his strongest talent, his spiritual mind power had never received any guidance, not even the basics. Don't rush. Lolita's voice was gentle yet firm. To become a spiritual mind master, your physical stats must reach the first stage of a martial artist. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand such powerful spiritual mind power. However, you can start by trying to control some objects to train your control abilities. Hearing this, Li Yang focused his gaze on a book on a distant table. He concentrated all his thoughts on the book's cover. Rise. With his intention, the pages began to flip automatically. Very good. Being able to flip the pages on your first try shows you truly have exceptional talent, Lolita praised. Now, try to use mind power to control your own body. Perfect your bodily control before attempting other objects. Under Lolita's guidance, Li Yang became increasingly adept at using his mind power. This force even accelerated the digestion of energy within his body. After staying awake all night, when morning came, he found himself in front of the mirror, washing up, noticing that his energy levels had not diminished but increased. The fish roe he consumed the previous night provided him with hundreds of calories of energy, and his physical condition now fully met the special training camp requirements mentioned by Yi Lingfei. He clenched his fist, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. Brother, isn't today your day off? Xiaolan asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she emerged from her bedroom in pajamas. As a science student, she usually had lab classes on weekends, so she got up early to prepare breakfast. However, Li Yang took his sister out for a hearty breakfast instead. After breakfast, he found an excuse to leave home for training. His friend, the chubby one, was already waiting at the street corner, and without a word, they took a ride to the recruitment center on the outskirts. Away from the bustling city, there were no towering buildings or smoke-belching factories here, just endless golden waves of wheat. The expansive recruitment center was situated in this open area. Upon arrival, the scene was breathtaking. Several long queues snaked around, with at least 10,000 people gathered. The recruitment center held small physical tests weekly, large ones monthly, and the most important recruitment day was today, in June. By 7:30 in the morning, the place was already packed. Looking around, most were youthful lads, yet each had a determined glow in their eyes. To protect this land, to defend the base city, joining the army was a duty they embraced without hesitation. The line at the recruitment office moved quickly, and Liang and Fatty soon found themselves in front of the blood energy testing window. The testing machine emitted a faint hum, and 3 seconds later, the results clearly appeared on the screen. Liang 247 calories, Fatty 534 calories. Proceed to the second test. The machine announced twice, then printed out a receipt of the results. A murmur of discussion arose from the crowd, with envious glances cast toward the two. These results meant their starting point in the military would far exceed that of ordinary soldiers. Fatty, staring at his result in disbelief, turned to Li Yang's numbers and was even more astonished. Old Yang, you might actually be a genius. Li Yang merely smiled slightly and stepped forward into the recruitment office's entrance. At the door, several soldiers stood guard, armed and bearing the elite warrior insignia on their chests, exuding an imposing aura. After checking their tickets, they instructed in a cold voice, please gather in the lounge. Once everyone is here, you'll be taken for the second test. Thank you. Li Yang replied politely, and he and Fatty entered the lounge. Inside, a few people were already seated, all noticeably older. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, noticed them and smiled warmly. You must be high school seniors, right? It's rare to see results like yours choosing to enlist. I'm Yang Hu, a senior student at the Yecheng Kunlun Martial Arts School. The man introduced himself. Chances are, we'll be comrades in arms. Li Yang was taken aback. Kunlun Martial Arts School was one of the top 3 martial arts schools globally, founded by a superpower from China. The minimum requirement to become an official member was the first rank of a martial artist, and as a senior student, Yang Hu's blood energy value must be over 700 calories. Don't look at me like that. Yang Hu chuckled. I'm 22 now and still haven't qualified as an official member. I can only try my luck in the army. But you, at such a young age, already exceeding 200 calories in blood energy and choosing to enlist directly, that's truly admirable. I prefer to go straight to the point, Li Yang replied calmly. With his inherited space and Lorita's training, enlisting directly was indeed his best option. Meanwhile, Fatty stood by the window, silently watching outside. The girl he had a crush on only went through 1 round of testing, meaning she could only join the regular reserves. If it weren't for eating the Emperor Beast's roe yesterday, which doubled his blood energy, he too would have only made it through 1 round. Suddenly, a commanding voice broke the tranquility of the lounge. A middle-aged officer stood at the door, wearing a black tactical vest, camouflage pants, and military boots. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, exuding an intimidating aura. Grab your things and follow me to the training room. On his chest, he also wore a warrior's badge. In the light, the badge gleamed with an imposing aura, silently speaking of the wearer's outstanding achievements. Upon hearing the call, everyone rose swiftly and followed, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed 1,000 times, showcasing the unique discipline of soldiers. The indoor training facility resembled a small sports arena, with various advanced training equipment neatly arranged, spanning an area as large as half a football field. Next to each piece of equipment stood a soldier in uniform, holding a tablet, ready to record data at any moment. A tall man stood before the group, his gaze sharp. He began, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Chuan, and I am your assessment instructor. We will be conducting a comprehensive fitness test, and your results will determine your entry level into the training camp. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison, their voices loud and full of spirited determination. Instructor Zhou nodded in satisfaction, his expression turning more serious. He announced, we will now begin the strength test. Number 1, Yang Hu, step forward. Number 2, Wang Duiyu, step forward. Number 3. As instructor Zhou called out names, the candidates moved to their designated machines, their expressions focused and ready. Li Yang stood at machine number 7, appearing relaxed and confident about the upcoming test. At that moment, the training ground doors opened again, and 2 soldiers strode in. One of them had a striking scar running across his cheek. Yet, compared to the powerful aura he exuded, the scar seemed insignificant. More striking was the gleaming badge of a war god on his chest, drawing the attention of everyone present. Captain Chun. Instructor Zhou snapped to attention and saluted, his eyes filled with admiration. The man addressed as Captain Chun smiled gently and said, don't mind me, continue. Though he seemed gentle at that moment, everyone knew that on the battlefield, Captain Chun was like a blazing sun, a nightmare for countless beasts. Known as the military's war god, he represented the pinnacle of single combat ability. Although he had not yet become a primordial warrior, obtaining the war god badge meant it was only a matter of time before he advanced. After a brief exchange, Instructor Zhou turned back to the 10 candidates undergoing assessment and loudly instructed, each of you will punch 10 times, with the average score as your result. Begin the test now. As soon as he finished speaking, the candidates gave it their all, determined to unleash every ounce of their strength. The sound of fists cutting through the air and the thudding punches echoed throughout the training room. Most candidates chose to punch with their right hands, aiming for maximum power with each strike. However, Li Yang stood out with a different approach. He alternated punches with both hands in a combat stance, unlike the others who used only their right hand. Each of his punches was lightning fast and powerful, yet controlled with precision. Left punch 5,276 kilograms. An astonishing number flashed on the electronic display. Li Yang's left and right hand strength differed by only 500 kilograms, demonstrating an exceptional balance in strength control. He was pleased with his performance, knowing he had not yet trained with warrior manuals, yet his force amplitude was already so perfect, thanks to his genetic advantage. An average person's force amplitude is around 1x, and enhancing it requires training with warrior manuals. But due to merging with a cosmic beast, Li Yang's original genes were enhanced tenfold, naturally raising the upper limit of his force amplitude. Li Yang's unique testing method quickly caught the attention of both Instructor Zhou and the War God. They exchanged a meaningful glance, clearly intrigued by this unconventional candidate. Testing his punching power in a combat stance, this young man is quite confident. That's how young people are. Instructor Zhou spoke as he closely monitored Li Yang's vital stats. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and he exclaimed in surprise. His vital stats are only 526 calories. This statement was like a clap of thunder, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Even the previously relaxed Captain Chen sat up straight, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. In the world of martial artists, strength and testing methods are elementary. What truly matters is the force amplitude. Although Li Yang's overall punching power was only 5,500 kilograms, ranking third among 10 people and far behind Yang Hu, who ranked first with a punch of 6,400 kilograms, the situation was quite different upon closer examination. Yang Hu had 820 calories of vital stats, delivering a punch of 6,400 kilograms, which was considered excellent. But Li Yang? With only 526 calories, he managed to punch 5,500 kilograms in a combat stance. This meant his force amplification was perfect, even surpassing the level of a prospective martial artist. This was what shocked Instructor Zhou and Captain Chen. Even more astonishing was that Li Yang was only 18, a senior high school student. The martial arts school had no record of him, indicating he had never undergone formal training. Such talent could easily rank in the top 10 in Yecheng. Typically, such a genius would either enter a top martial arts university or be recruited by a martial arts school, with little consideration of joining the military. Instructor Zhou was secretly delighted, thinking he had found a treasure for the Northern Dragon Army. At this moment, Li Yang was unaware that he had already been informally chosen. After the punching power test, Li Yang was taken to a 100-meter track to test his speed. Although the track was more accurate than a treadmill, it was still too short for Li Yang, who could reach speeds of 120 meters per second. Instructor Zhou stood at the starting line, announcing each person had only one chance. Yang Hu, you're first, he said. Yang Hu approached the starting line, crouched, and looked sharply toward the finish line. Suddenly, he exerted great force with his legs, charging forward like a caged tiger. Beep, beep, beep. The speed measurement screen at the finish line displayed a series of numbers, 68 meters per second. This result was not outstanding. With 800 calories of vital stats, a force amplitude of 0.8, yet only 68 meters per second, it was clear Yang Hu's weakness was in speed. Next, Wang Duiyu. It was the chubby guy's turn, and he appeared somewhat apprehensive. In the punching power test, he scored only 2,000 kilograms, coming last. Given his physique, speed was likely another challenge. As expected, he stumbled at the start, finishing at only 19 meters per second. Although not overly specialized, his foundation was indeed weak. Li Yang couldn't help but suggest, "Chubby, maybe you should go to college instead?" He believed that with his current performance, pursuing a degree would be more promising than joining the army. After graduating and undergoing systematic training, his performance wouldn't be worse than Yang Hu's, and joining the army later wouldn't be too late. These words made the chubby guy reflect. He hadn't realized how much he had improved. Since he hadn't officially signed up, all options were still open to him. Instructor Zhou also agreed with Li Yang, thinking that academically successful students like the chubby guy shouldn't rush into the army. As others continued to test, the chubby guy consistently scored the lowest. Next, Li Yang. Instructor Zhou and Captain Chen looked at Li Yang with anticipation, their eyes fixed on him. Li Yang walked slowly to the starting line, adopting his most familiar stance, ready to start. The atmosphere became tense, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the mysterious talent's performance. Phew. Li Yang took a deep breath, his toes touching the ground like lightning. In an instant, his figure flashed forward, moving so quickly that it was hard to follow. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the finish line. His astonishing speed visibly outclassed the other competitors by a whole tier. Li Yang, speed, 137 meters per second. Instructor Zhou exclaimed. He covered the 100-meter track in less than a second. Instructor Zhou was brimming with excitement, but managed to contain his joy. He clearly understood that this young man was not only incredibly fast, but also had an extraordinary force amplitude. What was even more astounding was that such a perfect talent had not undergone systematic training. This concludes the comprehensive test, Instructor Zhou announced. The score sheets will be distributed shortly. You can wait in the lounge. The other competitors left one by one, knowing that as soon as they signed the score sheets, they would become reserve soldiers and soon head to the military district for 3 months of training. The purpose of this test was to determine which level of training camp they would be assigned to. Liang, stay behind. Instructor Zhou's words made everyone realize that the outstanding Liang might have a better opportunity. They accepted this without complaint, understanding that here, strength was everything. Old Yang, I'll wait for you in the lounge. The chubby guy waved goodbye. Yang, who also nodded at Liang, his eyes filled with envy. Previously, he had only thought Liang was somewhat exceptional, not realizing that Liang had hidden depths, leaving him far behind just with his speed. After the others had left, Instructor Zhou took Liang to another lounge. Upon opening the door, they found someone already waiting inside, the person previously referred to as the war god. Captain Chun, I've brought him, Instructor Zhou said. I need to continue the tests outside, so I won't disturb you. All right, I'll remember this favor, Chen Beifeng replied, his voice low, yet carrying an aura that commanded respect. The moment Liang laid eyes on Chen Beifeng, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from him. It was a warning from his mental intuition. If he were to face this man in combat, he probably wouldn't last a single move. Take a seat. No need to be so tense. Chen Beifeng gestured, inviting them to sit. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chen Beifeng from the North Dragon Army of the Yecheng Military District. Hearing that he was from the renowned North Dragon Army, Liang was taken aback. He had heard this name from his second uncle before. Chen Beifeng got straight to the point and invited Liang to join the war god training camp of the Beilong Army. This unexpected opportunity caught Liang's attention, as if he had discovered an unpolished gem. Upon hearing the invitation, Liang quickly weighed the pros and cons. His dual purpose for joining the army became clear: to kill beasts and absorb their energy, and to utilize the Special Corps' benefits to take care of his sister. As Liang began to inquire about family benefits, Chen Beixian eagerly responded. Once you join the war god training camp, your immediate family will be exempt from medical and education fees and can live in a top-tier military family community in Yecheng. These words were like a shot of confidence, instantly dispelling Li Yang's doubts. Without hesitation, he signed his name on the acceptance form. See you at the war god training camp in 3 days, Chen Beifeng said with satisfaction. Li Yang nodded in agreement, already preparing mentally for the new life ahead. Leaving the lounge, Li Yang walked through the still busy training grounds, where yet another group of candidates was undergoing tests with a new set of examiners. With a calm heart, he left the recruitment office. Once outside, Li Yang realized that his friend had disappeared. A phone call revealed that his friend, feeling like a deserter for refusing to sign, was too embarrassed to face him. Li Yang could only shake his head in resignation. Li Yang took a taxi to the school to pick up his sister and look at the housing. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the science department, his sister walked out. However, their reunion was interrupted by an unexpected group. Chen Hai approached with a gang, eyes flashing with provocation. Li Yang, I finally caught up with you. He glanced at Li Yang's sister and said mockingly, Hey, is this your sister? She's quite pretty. How about lending her to me for a bit, and I'll only break one of your legs. Seeing this, Xiaoying nervously clutched Li Yang's sleeve. Brother, let's go back to school. They won't dare act inside. Li Yang gently patted her hand to reassure her. It's all right. If they want to play, I'll play along. He turned to face Chen Hai's group, his gaze sharp as a knife. Behind Chen Hai stood several skilled outsiders, one of whom had blood energy reaching a quasi-martial artist level. Seeing Li Yang's fearless demeanor, Chen Hai retreated behind the group and said to a young man with a floral neck tattoo, Hua Ge, this is the guy who messed with me. The tattooed young man glanced at Li Yang dismissively. Don't worry, with me here, he's done for today. He rolled up his sleeves, hands in his pockets, looking confident. A crowd of students quickly gathered at the school gate to watch. Some of Chen Hai's followers couldn't hold back and attacked Li Yang first. However, they didn't even get the chance to touch him before being slapped out of the crowd. The sound of bones breaking made the onlookers gasp. Li Yang's move left a martial arts student with over 200 blood energy incapacitated. You punk, you're too arrogant. The tattooed man stepped in front of Li Yang, his blood energy surging like a tide. Li Yang sneered, a quasi-martial artist? Let's see if you can take one of my punches. With that, he stepped forward and punched. His blood energy surged, fully absorbing even the unrefined energy within him. The force of his punch easily exceeded 10,000, the wind from it sharp as a knife. The tattooed man mocked. Such a weak punch. He dodged forward to clash with Li Yang. With a dull thud, the tattooed man felt as if his fist had gone numb from an electric shock. Chen Hai, you set me up, he exclaimed, as he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, his blood energy completely scattered by the punch. Actually, you can't really blame Chen Hai. Yesterday, Li Yang's vitality was just over 300 calories, but today it surged to 500 calories. Worse still, they had provoked Li Yang's wrath, causing his vitality to spike again. Li Yang was already incredibly strong, and with the increase in vitality, his punching power had reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. Everyone, attack together. I'll pay 1 million if you take him down, and 500,000 if you cripple him. Shenhai shouted, but his body involuntarily retreated. The tattooed fighter he hired, though a quasi-martial artist, was easily knocked out by Li Yang, which made Chunhai even more fearful of confronting Li Yang Heiden. Chunhai's gaze suddenly shifted to Li Yang's sister. While the others were attacking Li Yang, he dashed forward and grabbed Li Xiaoying from the crowd. Li Yang, kneel to me right now, or I'll cut her face. Chunhai taunted, playing with a knife in his hand, his face full of smugness, thinking he had found Li Yang's weakness. Unfortunately for him, he was mistaken. It seems you really aren't afraid to die, Li Yang said coldly, after effortlessly dispatching the others with a punch. He thought to himself, this troublemaker needs to be dealt with. Leaving him alive will only cause more problems. At that moment, Lolita's voice echoed in Li Yang's mind. Li Yang, use your psychic power to subdue him. I know, Li Yang responded internally, as the golden ocean in his mind surged violently. A powerful psychic force awakened within him, and he focused this energy on Chunhai's forehead, as he had practiced the previous night. Buzz. An invisible pressure suddenly enveloped Chunhai. Chunhai's mind went blank, the terrifying pressure suffocating him, causing him to fall to the ground. The knife slipped from his hand, and Li Yang seized the moment to telekinetically drive the knife straight into Chunhai's chest. Chunhai let out a shrill scream, convulsed a few times, and then lay still. Li Yang looked at Chunhai's lifeless body without any expression. It was his first time killing someone, yet he felt no tension. Instead, it awakened the ferocity and murderous intent brought by the cosmic beast within him. Just then, the school's security finally arrived. Security is crucial at the martial school, and the head of security was a quasi-martial artist himself, with 7 or 8 security personnel behind him, each with a vitality level of 800 calories. However, they were too late. Li Yang casually glanced at the security team. Although he had the strength to escape with his sister, he wasn't foolish enough to confront the security personnel Heiden. Besides, with his psychic power having killed Chunhai, others would only assume that Chunhai accidentally impaled himself with the knife. Xiaoying, go wait for me at the school dormitory. Don't go home alone. Li Yang instructed his sister before leaving with the security team. As a reserve member of the North Dragon Army, any incident involving Li Yang should have been handled by the military. However, since he had just passed the assessment today, his identification wouldn't be updated in the system until midnight. For now, he had to endure this inconvenience. I'll take this kid to the detention room, while you guys get Chunhai to the hospital, quickly. Captain Wang ordered, his face grim as he looked at the lifeless Chunhai. Although Chunhai was already dead, a hospital examination was necessary. He knew that the situation could escalate, given Chunhai's influential background, and it might be difficult to resolve once it did. Kid, you really went all out. Captain Wang sat on the iron chair in the detention room, staring sternly at Li Yang with a tone of obvious regret. Do you know that Chunhai's father and grandfather are martial artists? Li Yang remained unfazed, putting on an innocent expression. It's none of my business. He didn't know how to handle a knife and ended up hurting himself. If he died, it's his own fault. Are you sure? Captain Wang squinted his eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask them one by one. Li Yang responded without backing down. Captain Wang sighed heavily. I hope that's true, otherwise the school won't be able to protect you. If it was an accident, it will be much easier to handle. Not long after, the dean and Li Yang's homeroom teacher, Yang Qinglu, hurried in. During the questioning, Li Yang truthfully recounted the entire incident, except for concealing his mental power. He also learned from the dean that the mastermind behind his sister's false accusation by classmates was actually Chunhai. Teacher, you've asked everything. Can I go now? Li Yang looked directly at the dean with determination in his voice. The evidence shows I'm the victim, and the guy I hit with the floral neck tattoo is just a thug from outside the school. The dean, however, scolded angrily with a stern face. Go? Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Chunhai's parents are martial artists. So what? If the school can't protect me, just hand me over. Li Yang didn't flinch. Yang Qinglu couldn't bear it anymore. Dean, just because Chunhai's parents are martial artists, does that mean they can do whatever they want in school? Besides, Li Yang has already enlisted in the military. It's just that his information hasn't been updated. After midnight, when his information updates, the military will come to protect him. The dean's expression softened slightly, and he sighed. Li Yang, this is the last lesson the school can give you. In a world where strength is respected, you must have a sense of reverence for martial artists. With that, he turned and left. Li Yang, don't take what was said just now to heart. Stay at the school today. Even if Chunhai's parents are martial artists, they won't dare to storm the school. Yang Qinglu looked at the boy, who had no parents and whose uncle, who took care of him, was missing in the Yecheng military district, with a tone full of pity. Thanks, Teacher Yang. Li Yang forced a faint smile. I'm your teacher. It's my responsibility to look out for you. Yang Qinglu offered some comfort before leaving as well. With a clang, the heavy iron door closed, and the detention room fell into silence. Li Yang sat against the wall on the floor bed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. At that moment, Lolita's voice echoed in his mind. Today's events actually benefited you. The real combat activated the blood energy accumulated in your body, which has now reached 800 calories. Don't forget, when you become a martial artist, you'll receive rewards from the inheritance space. By then, facing Chun-Hai's parents will be a piece of cake. At the school gate, inside a rugged black SUV, Chun-Tai slammed the steering wheel with such force that his knuckles turned white. The news from the school had completely infuriated him. His son had initiated a fight with a knife, but ended up injuring himself. For someone like Chun-Tai, a formidable third-level martial artist, learning that Li Yang was just a powerless kid from a poor neighborhood only strengthened his resolve to teach the boy a lesson. As an elite martial artist for Dongxing Jin Company, Chun-Tai's main job was to venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts and extract precious genetic samples for the company. This global leading corporation not only pioneered beast gene extraction technology, but also recruited a large number of top-notch martial artists. Unlike the martial arts schools and military that upheld the mission of protecting humanity, Chun-Tai scoffed at such lofty ideals. Big brother, the lean young man in the passenger seat, who was Chun-Hai's uncle, suddenly spoke up. I just got word that the kid participated in a military fitness test today. Once he officially joins the military ranks tomorrow, it'll be hard to get to him. Chun-Tai turned his head, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Then let's take care of him today. Although both wanted to avenge their nephew, the lean young man hesitated slightly. Forcing their way into the campus to harm a student would result in severe punishment, even for martial artists. But he quickly thought of an idea. The Yeching branch of the group recently got a team of Far East people. Since the evolution era, these guys lost their territory and now do dirty work. Pay them enough, and they'll do anything. Chun-Tai's lips curled into a cold smile. You mean hire them to do it? Exactly. Those Far Easterners do a clean job, and even if suspicion falls on the Chin family, the school won't have any evidence. The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile and drove off. In the security office, Captain Wong watched the car's silhouette disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the headmaster remained worried. Well aware of the notorious reputation of these brothers, they had once dealt lethal blows to martial artists from martial arts schools in the wilderness, and the matter was dropped due to the remote location. In a townhouse on the outskirts of Yeching, the Far Easterners sat kneeling in front of a tea-tablia, traditional posture they maintain to this day. When they named their price of 10 million, the Chun brothers were furious. To kill a kid who isn't even a martial artist yet. You're asking for 10 million, are you out of your minds? The Far Easterner remained calm and respectful. Mr. Chun, this is Huaxia. We're willing to take action only because the boy isn't a martial artist yet. If he were, no amount of money would make us take the job. Chen's second son sat at the tea table, a calculating gleam in his eyes as he addressed the burly Jin Ben across from him. Brother, don't forget it was I who brought you from the wilderness to Yeching. Without me, could you have entered China? 5 million is a fair price. Jin Ben took a small sip of tea, a faint smile playing on his lips. You brought us here as part of an internal group mission, so it's not really a favor. However, he set down his teacup, his tone turning serious. Considering the decent accommodations you provided, we'll settle for 8 million this time. Just as Chun was about to bargain, his elder brother, Chun-Tai, suddenly crushed the teacup in his hand, tea trickling down his fingers. With a dark expression, he said, 8 million it is. I want you to act tonight. Rest assured, Gunbin's eyes flashed with a cold glint. I will handle it personally and ensure it's a clean strike. As night fell, inside the school's detention room, Li Yang sat cross-legged on the bare wooden bed, his eyes closed. His consciousness had entered the inheritance space, where an excited Lolita stood before him. Congratulations. Your energy level has finally reached 1,000 calories. Lolita cheerfully circled Li Yang. Your physical condition has finally met the threshold set by my master. A virtual panel appeared before Li Yang. Inheritor, Li Yang. Realm, martial artist stage 1, 1,002 calories. Force amplification, 1.57. Mental power, 1.6. Inheritance level, 100 outer disciple. What does this inheritance level mean? Li Yang asked, pointing at the panel. Lolita spread her wings and hovered in the air as she explained. It determines your access rights within the inheritance space. The higher the level, the greater the access. Right now, it's crucial to enhance your strength, so I'll teach you 2 secret techniques. She extended her slender finger towards Li Yang's forehead. The first is the Devour the Heavens technique from the stellar behemoth's heritage, a meticulously refined energy cultivation method. The second is the 10 heavenly holes combat technique, capable of increasing force amplification by 1,000 times, a reward for advancing as a martial artist. With a mental roar, The translated contents of the secret techniques flooded into Li Yang's consciousness. Devour the Heavens consists of 3 stages: absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, devouring flesh and blood, and consuming all things. Due to the stellar behemoth's avatar, the main body can use it without learning. Li Yang immediately attempted the first stage, spreading his hands upwards, his entire being seemingly transforming into a black hole, absorbing cosmic energy from the air. In just 10 minutes, he achieved what would normally take 3 months of training. With this, I no longer need to rely on the stellar behemoth's feedback. Li Yang clenched his fist, his eyes shining with confidence. By absorbing energy from the air and devouring monster flesh in the wilderness, I will definitely break through to a primal energy martial artist within 6 months. Seeing him pause his training, Lolita reminded, "Remember, your human form can only use the first 2 stages. The third is exclusive to the stellar behemoth's avatar." That's enough. Li Yang already began envisioning hunting monsters in the wilderness. Now that you've become a martial artist, as the intelligent life form of the inheritance space, I must start assigning you training tasks. Lolita's demeanor turned serious. I'll now transmit the task details and 10 heavenly holes to you. This task is mainly to test your mastery of 10 heavenly holes. Phew. The moment Li Yang returned from the inheritance space to the real world, he opened his eyes. He looked up at the window, where a bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting cool, clear moonlight into the room. He closed his eyes and focused, and immediately, his mind conjured up his status panel. Inheritor, Li Yang. Realm, Martial Artist Stage 1, 1012 calories. Force Amplitude, 1.57. Mental Power, 1.6. Inheritance Level, Level 1 Outer Disciple. The current mission was clear: defeat a martial artist or beast 2 stages above his own. Mission deadline, 1 week. Reward, Primal Force Fruit, Mental Power Cultivation Manual. Difficulty rating, 1 star. Fighting 2 stages above. Li Yang took a sharp breath, his brow furrowed. The gap between martial artist stages is reflected in the exponential increase. In Vitality Stage 1 is 1,000 calories, Stage 2 is 2,000 calories, and Stage 3 is a staggering 4,000 calories. His opponent would have 3,000 calories more vitality than him, meaning even a basic punch would carry an impact force of 30,000 kilograms. Faced with mounting pressure, Li Yang immediately sprang into action. He began to absorb cosmic energy using the Devouring Greed technique to enhance his vitality, while also studying the 10 Celestial Caverns manual sent by Lolita. This is a top-tier cosmic force amplification method, divided into 10 levels. First level, 10-fold amplification. Second level, 50-fold amplification. Third level, 100-fold amplification. Up to the 10th level, 10,000-fold amplification, condensing 10 neutron stars to orbit around oneself, forming a black hole. To master this would mean being able to destroy the solar system with ease. Li Yang was awestruck by its power, but quickly refocused on training the first level. He felt as if he were standing on the surface of a neutron star, his body continuously reshaping under extreme pressure, with his muscle density climbing steadily. By the latter half of the night, he had finally reached the entry level. Standing in the confinement room, Li Yang assumed a combat stance. 10 Celestial Caverns, first level. As he activated the technique, his aura surged several times over, and his fists began to emit a faint white glow. The successive punches he threw sliced through the air, each strike accompanied by a sonic boom, shaking the entire room. Not only had his strength increased multiple times, but his speed had also improved significantly, making him feel much lighter. To be this formidable just at the entry level? After finishing a set of punches, Li Yang felt invigorated. Now, a single punch carried a force of about 80,000 kilograms, with his force amplitude directly enhanced to 8-fold. Originally, it was just a little over double, which equates to about a 5-fold increase. Li Yang exhaled a deep breath, and the faint white glow surrounding his fist dissipated. The 10 Cave Heaven technique put a significant strain on his body, as his physical form was quite frail. If a Starry Sky beast used this technique, it could likely maintain it continuously for 24 hours. However, with his current vitality, he could only sustain it for an hour before exhausting himself. Moreover, he had only just reached the first entry-level stage. Each realm of the 10 Cave Heaven is further divided into entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. At the current entry-level stage, the amplification only affected his fist strength. Once he reached minor success, it would amplify his entire body. At major success, the amplification could extend to his weapons. Upon reaching perfection, he could almost maintain the 10 Cave Heaven as a constant state. Insane. This technique is just insane. Li Yang, thrilled, pondered whether to immediately attempt to complete his task. His greatest talent was his mental power, and cultivating it required completing this task first. Forget it, there's still plenty of time. I'll first cultivate the 10 Cave Heaven to minor success to be more prepared. He sat cross-legged, ready to continue his cultivation when suddenly, A warning came from Lolita in his mind. Liang, there's danger. A martial artist is approaching, and he carries a scent of blood. Upon hearing this, Liang immediately stood up, quickly assuming a combat stance, and asked Lolita, "What's his strength? How much vitality does he have?" "Don't panic, he's still 40 meters away from you." Since Liang became a martial artist, Lolita's detection range expanded to 100 meters in diameter. Liang's mental power alone couldn't detect such a wide area. He's at the third stage of martial arts, with vitality around 4,300 calories. With your current strength, you can easily take him down. Knowing the opponent's specific strength, Liang was slightly taken aback and muttered, "Lolita, did you set this opponent up for me?" You're overthinking it. This person is simply here to kill you. I didn't expect the Chen family to actually send someone, but that's fine. I'll use this for practice and complete the task as well." Liang moved lightly to the side of the iron door, pressing his back against the wall, ready to engage at any moment. Click, click, click. The sound of metal boots clacking on the tiles echoed through the hallway, gradually approaching, finally stopping outside the closed room door. Liang frowned. Why did it go silent? He held his breath, feeling a bit nervous facing a life-and-death battle for the first time. Boom! Suddenly, a fist-sized imprint appeared on the iron door, nearly punching through the 5-centimeter thick steel plate. Boom! Another punch landed, and the iron door began to loosen. The protective facility, originally meant to restrain students, couldn't withstand the power of a martial artist at the third stage. After several heavy punches, the iron door finally gave way, crashing to the ground. Tisk, TSK, not bad for a genius student, staying so calm. But unfortunately, today you'll die by my hand, Jin Benny Lang said as he stepped into the dark room. As soon as he entered, he sensed a fierce punch coming his way. Child's play. Jin Benny Lang, a battle-hardened martial artist, easily dodged the punch by leaning to the side, moving towards the wall. However, the force of the punch made his heart sink. It was a miscalculation. The opponent was indeed a martial artist. With his sneak attack failed, Liang decided to switch on the light and face the challenge head on. As the lights turned on, a faint red figure charged towards him. "Bring it on." Liang showed no fear, his aura suddenly changing, opening the cave heaven. A faint white glow enveloped his arms as he raised them, launching a punch at the approaching figure. This punch, 80,000 pounds, can you withstand it? Boom. Liang's punch landed on the red figure with full force, instantly transmitting an eerie sensation as if hitting iron-infused cotton, both hard and elastic. Using the rebound, he quickly retreated to the corner to steady himself. Only then did he get a clear look at the newcomer, a middle-aged man clad in tattered red armor, with a katana hanging from his waist, the most striking feature being the vicious scar at the corner of his mouth. You're not from Huaxia, are you?" Liang frowned slightly. The man's eastern features and the katana at his waist reminded him of the Far East Islanders who had been struggling since the evolution era began. "Of course, I'm not from Huaxia," Jin Benalong said, rubbing his chest, still shaken by the power of the punch. "And you are definitely more than just a student. If not for the armor, he might have been dead already." He slowly gripped the hilt of his sword, the katana slightly unsheathed, his eyes locked onto Liang as he secretly searched for a chance to escape. "Far Easterners, do you only bully the weak?" Liang sensed the man's intent to flee and taunted him. "For your information, I am indeed a senior high school student." Before the words had even fully left his mouth, he dashed towards the opponent with lightning speed, throwing punches to prevent him from drawing his sword. "In such a cramped space, let's see how you perform your sword-drawing technique." Liang smirked, delivering another heavy punch, forcing Jinben Elong into a corner. He was well aware of the power of the Far East sword-drawing technique, knowing that a single strike could be twice as strong as usual, and he couldn't allow the man to succeed. "You arrogant kid." Jinben Elong continued to grip his sword with one hand, hindered by his focus on finding the perfect moment to draw, struggling in close combat. If not for his agile movements, he would have been severely injured by now. "Today, I'll show you what happens when you anger a Far East swordsman." Suddenly, he took a deep breath, his body moving in a bizarre, ground-hugging manner. One hand gripped the sword, the other protected his brow. "Sword draw slash," he shouted, propelling himself off the wall with his feet. Clang! The blade's light overshadowed the room's lighting, aiming straight for Liang's waist, intending to cut him in half. 10 caverns. A white light emanated from between Liang's fingers as he reached directly for the blade. Is this the genius of Huaxia?" Jinben Ilong sneered. "Blocking a katana with fingers? Ridiculous." He swung his sword with all his might, determined to slice Liang in two. However, the blade, glowing faintly red, stopped dead half a step from Liang, held firmly between his fingers. "So this is the Far East's prideful sword-drawing slash." Liang shouted angrily, applying pressure with his fingers, snapping the katana in two. "Too weak." Liang sneered inwardly. His mind power erupted as he grasped the air with his left hand, enveloping the broken blade in a faint white force. Under his mental control, the blade found a gap in Jinben Ilong's armor like a venomous snake and pierced his neck viciously. Splurt! Blood gushed out as Jinben Ilong's eyes widened in disbelief that his proudest move was so easily countered. Until his last breath, he couldn't accept the reality. Killing you is beneath me, Liang muttered as he flexed his wrist, a murderous aura flickering in his eyes. Ever since he seized the powers of the Starry beast, battles had always stirred a deep-seated ferocity within him. It took him a while to suppress this violent urge and regain composure. The room was splattered with blood, reeking of a metallic stench. It was a scene hard to explain, not because of the act of killing, but because he didn't know how to justify his ability to kill a third-level martial artist. Liang, what are you doing standing there? Absorb him. At least you'll gain 500 calories of blood energy. Larita's voice echoed in his mind. It's a bit dirty, Liang frowned. You don't have to eat him, just absorb his blood energy. Larita retorted, pouting. Her words snapped Liang back to reality. Just blood energy, no need to be choosy. Liang spread his hands, unleashing a terrifying devouring force that absorbed all the blood energy from Jinben Ilong's body, leaving behind only a lifeless shell and cleansing the room of its bloody scent. A system prompt followed. Absorption successful, 520 calories of blood energy gained. With the blood energy gone, explaining the scene became simpler. He could just claim the opponent was merely a quasi-martial artist. Liang left the confinement room to check the situation outside. Logically, the school shouldn't allow martial artists to intrude so easily. As he descended the stairs, he was surrounded by a group of people. Judging by their attire, they were allies, but they arrived too late. Lower your guns, he's one of us. A young man with gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward, showing his credentials. I'm an investigator from the Security Bureau. We received a report from the school about a martial artist causing trouble. The Security Bureau handles criminal cases involving martial artists, which was appropriate, though the perpetrator had already been dealt with. Upon learning that the deceased was merely a quasi-martial artist, the investigator didn't pursue the matter further. It was then that Liang learned the Far Eastern assassin had already killed 2 security guards on campus, including Captain Wang from the previous day. Although he knew the Chen family was behind it, he had no evidence to make accusations. Regardless, the Security Bureau would investigate. The Security Bureau left with the body at dawn. Due to Liang's status as a Northern Dragon Army reserve, 2 third-level martial artists were assigned to protect him. The head teacher, shocked that Liang could kill a martial artist, immediately called him to the office for both protection and questioning. As morning arrived, students trickled into the school, and news of the night's events spread quickly. The chubby student, terrified, rushed to the principal's office to confirm Liang's safety. While everyone was buzzing with discussion, the distant sound of rotor blades drew their attention. Look, it's an armed helicopter from the military district, someone shouted, instantly drawing the eyes of the entire school. Wow, this is our country's most advanced WZ-99 attack helicopter. The 3 WZ-99 helicopters hovering over the school caused a commotion among all the students and teachers. Students crowded by the windows, pointing at the sky and discussing excitedly. I heard it's equipped with 4 Vulcan cannons, and it can easily wipe out monsters below A3 in the wilderness. Why is the military here all of a sudden? Could it be because of last night's assassin? The security of the base city should be handled by the Security Bureau, right? The helicopters continued to hover over the school without any signs of landing. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from inside the cabin. Beilong Army, prepare to descend and meet with me. The warrior Chun Beifeng took off his sunglasses, swiftly opened the cabin door, and jumped out without hesitation. Following him, dozens of soldiers in camouflage uniforms descended from the sky like raindrops, each wearing a shining warrior's medal on their chest. This scene left the watching students with their mouths agape, too shocked to speak. The helicopters are at least 50 or 60 meters above the ground, and they just jump like that? No doubt, they're all martial artists. In the office, the dean was leaning by the window, almost speechless with shock. Are they here for you? The dean stammered. Since when do warrior reserves get this kind of treatment? Not only did they send 3 helicopters, but dozens of warriors came too, and the leader is a war god. Probably, Liang replied calmly, showing no sign of surprise. The more composed he seemed, the more suspicious the dean became, wondering if this kid had some special background. How could a reserve member of the Beilong army receive such an impressive reception? Come on, let's go over quickly. We can't keep the military waiting. The principal, not daring to delay, immediately led Liang to the school playground. Meanwhile, the corridors of the teaching building were packed with students, all admiring the martial prowess of these soldiers. When they noticed the principal leading Liang toward the playground, they were left speechless with surprise. You didn't let me down. On the playground, Chun Beifeng patted Liang on the shoulder, his eyes shining with approval. When he received the message from the Security Bureau, he could hardly believe his ears. He had been present during Li Yang's physical test yesterday and was well aware of Li Yang's capabilities. With physical qualities comparable to a martial artist, Liang had managed to counterattack seasoned fighters, proving himself to be a combat prodigy. With some training, Liang's future seemed limitless. Let's go. I'll help you with the withdrawal procedures. You're coming with me to the Yecheng military district today. Shun Beifeng was eager, not wanting Liang to stay at school any longer, intending to take him directly to the military district to familiarize him with the environment before joining the training camp with other recruits in a couple of days. Today, Liang was a bit surprised but didn't refuse. Once the withdrawal procedures were completed, he would be saying goodbye to his high school life for good. Shun Beifeng seemed to recall something and asked, "Are you sure you want to wait until the day after tomorrow to go to the military?" He then remembered Liang had a younger sister and understood his concerns. Liang nodded. "I have some things to arrange, and those people are unlikely to make another move on me. Assassinations can only be attempted once. Trying again would not only require significant resources, but also pose a risk the Chun family can't afford." Others might not be aware of the strength of the original lone wolf, but the Chun family surely knew Liang had countered a third-level martial artist. How strong would an assassin need to be to take Liang down? Don't worry, the Chun family is already under investigation by the Security Bureau, and I'll have people watching them closely. Shun Beifeng's eyes gleamed with cold determination. If it weren't for the fact they were in the base city, he would have dealt with the Chun family already. Thanks. Liang finally understood the benefit of having backup. If he hadn't joined the military, the Chun family might have targeted him again. No need to thank me. The Beilong army never abandons any of its members. That's the Beilong army for you, strong and united. Otherwise, how would they stand against the countless monsters in the wilderness? After bidding farewell to Chun Beifeng, Liang took a cab home, picked up his sister, and headed straight to the military family residential area. In the city, at the grand entrance of a magnificent residential area, elite soldiers stood guard with weapons at the ready, ensuring not even a fly could get through. After carefully verifying Liang's identity, the guards allowed the siblings to pass. The residential area boasted top-notch surroundings, situated in an ecological zone at the foot of the city's best east mountain, with a specially constructed artificial lake. The entire area consisted of standalone villas, each spaced 100 meters apart to ensure privacy. The environment, privacy, and security were all perfectly guaranteed. Such were the perks of being a war god reserve. Let's head to the property office to choose a house. At the Jinghu residential area's property office, the staff enthusiastically introduced Villa number 37 to Liang. "Mr. Li, you have a keen eye for choosing number 37. With Mount Yang at the back and facing Jing Lake, it truly is a prime location." This villa was indeed the best option among the available properties, and Liang nodded silently in agreement. It should have been his sister choosing the place, but ever since she learned about his decision to join the army, she had been giving him the cold shoulder. Her reaction wasn't mere stubbornness, it was rooted in the lingering shadow of their uncle's disappearance. Li Yang's decision to enlist was partly driven by a desire to uncover his uncle's whereabouts, even though the chances were slim, like finding a needle in a haystack. Upon entering the new home, they found it fully furnished with brand new furniture. Even without the renovations, the market value of the house exceeded 100 million, though Liang only had the right to reside there, not to sell it. His sister, Xiao Ying, was quickly captivated by the new surroundings, and her anger dissipated significantly. Seeing this, Liang breathed a sigh of relief and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Once his sister was satisfied with her meal, he began his training. The basement housed a nearly 400 square meter training room, which was a key reason for choosing this house. It was equipped with strength testing machines and miniature speed testers, with a range of standard weapons hanging on the wall, from traditional swords and spears to modern equipment. However, these were not Li Yang's focus at the moment. He sat cross-legged on the floor, his consciousness diving into the inheritance space. With the elimination task completed, it was time to claim his reward. Inside the inheritance space, Lolita was still seated on her throne, now with a projection in front of her. "You're interested in this?" Liang was surprised to see an animated cartoon playing on the screen. It was unexpected for an ancient intelligent being to be fascinated by cartoons, giving him new insight into Lolita's youthful appearance. "If I could roam the universe, I wouldn't be this bored." Lolita pouted. "Roam the universe?" Liang was taken aback, knowing he was far from reaching that level. Only those at the star level could establish themselves in the universe, and his current strength was nowhere near that. "Lolita, the task is complete. Isn't it time for my reward? You were lucky to encounter such a weak, third-stage warrior." Lolita's assessment almost made Li Yang spit out blood. The opponent, known as Yilong, was not weak, with his final sword strike reaching double its normal power, far surpassing ordinary warriors. Yet, to Lolita, this was merely good luck. "Let me see what reward to give you. A force fruit is a good choice, but as for the spiritual mind manual, it's a bit early for you," Lolita said, producing a blue fruit emitting a cold aura. "What about the manual?" Liang was not particularly interested in the force fruit. What he really needed was guidance on utilizing the mental power within him. "It's too soon for advanced manuals. Start with the basics of the spiritual mind practitioner. Lolita pointed at Li Yang's forehead, and hundreds of fundamental training methods flooded his mind. Consider the basic manual a gift. Instead of the original reward, I'll give you the mind weapon Shadow Blade, which comes with inscriptions you can study during your evolution phase. You can exchange like this? Li Yang was surprised, as this effectively meant he got a mind weapon for free. Haha, I'm the master's zero intelligence life form. Lolita boasted, presenting the Shadow Blade. A thin, black blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing, appeared out of thin air, surrounded by black arcs of electricity, only the size of a palm. When Li Yang probed it with his mind power, the Shadow Blade instantly split into 3 identical blade shadows. Is it really that amazing? Of course, the Shadow Blade's material is special. This tiny piece contains material equivalent to the total mass of your entire blue star. This information left Li Yang utterly astonished. The idea that such a thin blade could contain such immense material would be unbelievable to anyone on Blue Star. Your talent in spiritual mind power is indeed remarkable. You can already wield 3 shadow blades even before it's bonded to you. Quickly, bond with it using your blood and see how much power you can unleash. Urged by Lolita, Li Yang grasped the floating shadow blade, allowing his blood to drip onto it. Instantly, a black mark appeared in his mental space, signifying the successful bond. Whoosh! As soon as the ritual of recognition was completed, Li Yang eagerly poured all his mental power into the shadow blades. The delicate blades, thin as a cicada's wings, instantly split into 6, tracing arcs of cold light in the air. Li Yang controlled these blades with fluid and effortless precision. The shadow blades spun rapidly around his fists as if they were an extension of his own limbs, their edges sharp and formidable. With such power, even if he encountered a warrior like Benny Lang again, his opponent could be shattered into pieces with a single punch, despite any armor they might wear. Not bad, Lolita remarked with rare high praise. Your mental power is comparable to a 4th-level warrior. In terms of combatability, you might even surpass that. Since you took over the Void Beast, you've begun to transform, and this is just the beginning. Once the Void Beast hatches, your cultivation speed will accelerate. However, it wasn't long before Li Yang felt his mental energy nearly depleted. Despite their light appearance, the shadow blades were heavy as 1,000 pounds when wielded. It seems I'll have to first practice the basics of mental power cultivation to enhance my abilities before mastering the shadow blades. After parting ways with Lolita, Li Yang returned to reality. The shadow blades still hovered around him. Retract. With a wave of mental energy, the blades transformed into arm guards that seamlessly fitted onto his wrists, then disappeared beneath his skin. Truly, this artifact, forged from the essence of a planet, was miraculous. With a mere thought, the blades could reappear from other parts of his body. In battle, such a surprise attack would leave his foes defenseless. With this trump card, Li Yang couldn't help but think of the mastermind behind the attempt on his life, the Chen family. A flicker of violence crossed his eyes, but he knew nothing about them, not even where they lived. Revenge could wait. He had plenty of time. Display my combat panel. The panel appeared before him. Inheritor, Li Yang. Warrior, level 2. Base amplification, 2x. Mental power cultivator, level 2. Inheritance level, 16,100. Outer disciple. From the panel, it was clear that his physical strength had reached the 2nd level of a warrior, with a base amplification of 2 times. According to the 10 Caves of Heaven manual, base force is linked to one's genes. His original form possessed 10-fold genes, so his base force limit was naturally 10-fold. To advance further, he needed to cultivate the manual. For instance, mastering the first level of 10 Caves of Heaven would allow a 10-fold amplification, which could stack with his base force. On Blue Star, even at their peak, ordinary warriors had a base force of only 1-fold. Even with a manual, it's rare for a 9th-level warrior to exceed 5-fold force. Yet Li Yang could overpower his opponents without a manual, and he excelled in mental power too. Having assessed his current strength, Li Yang quickly devised a training plan. Continue cultivating 10 Caves of Heaven until reaching the minor completion stage, while enhancing his base force by absorbing the life force of the Void Beast. If necessary, he could use the Devour Heaven manual for shortcuts. As for his mental power path, he slowly opened his eyes, holding a primal energy fruit awarded by Lolita. The Azure Force fruit lay quietly in Li Yang's hand. Though it emitted no scent, it stirred an uncontrollable primal urge to devour it in one bite. Despite having a vast ocean of mental energy in his mind awaiting refinement, the conventional cultivation speed was painfully slow. Witnessing the astonishing power of the Shadow Blade, he yearned for a rapid boost in his mental energy, with the only viable option being to consume the Force fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yang gulped it down, skin and all. Instantly, the ocean of mental energy in his mind began to churn violently, boiling and evaporating. This unexpected transformation caused his eyes to bloodshot, and his internal mental energy surged turbulently. The evaporated energy converged, forming a dark golden sphere in his mind, swelling from the size of a sesame seed to that of a walnut. The surge in mental strength was far more excruciating than martial body refinement. Liang braced himself with both hands on the ground, sweat dripping like raindrops. After a full half hour, the ocean of mental energy finally calmed, and his mental cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. By evening, after concluding his cultivation, Liang approached the punching power testing machine. He activated the amplification technique, 10 caves, his fists enveloped in white light as he delivered rapid punches. The tester paused for a few seconds, displaying astonishing numbers. 124,894 kilograms, 128,760 kilograms, 130,394 kilograms. This reached the level of a fifth-stage martial artist, and even with basic force alone, he achieved 40,000 kilograms, equivalent to a third-stage martial artist's strength. What if I combine basic amplification, technique amplification, and mental energy amplification? Liang licked his lips, deciding to try this bold idea. He clenched his right hand, and 12 shadow blades hovered around him. The white light of 10 caves first enveloped his hand, then the shadow blades. Combine. The shadow blades whistled, rotating rapidly around his fist. Liang exerted his full strength, perfectly merging mental energy and physical power, delivering a punch to the testing machine. Crack. The center of the testing machine was shattered by the shadow blades, yet it still displayed a final value. 289,564 kilograms. A staggering force of nearly 300,000 kilograms. Just as Liang marveled at his power, Lolita's projection suddenly appeared. Don't focus too much on strength. The true power of this punch lies in the sharpness of the shadow blades. You're in a growth phase and should focus on the basics, not external power. Remember, fundamental force is the foundation. Liang wholeheartedly agreed. Fundamental force reflects one's true strength, while technique amplification is accessible to all. Only by continuously strengthening the foundation can one truly become a formidable warrior. Upon finishing his training for the day, Liang put away the shadow blades, took a quick shower, and prepared to go upstairs to cook for his sister. Just then, his newly purchased phone rang. It was Chen Beifeng. I'm at the entrance of Jinghu Community. There's a new recruit induction ceremony in Yeching tonight. You should come. Liang glanced at his sister, still immersed in the virtual simulator, and replied enthusiastically. All right, I'm on my way. Liang donned a sleek black casual outfit and strode out of the villa. The term new recruits induction ceremony echoed in his mind. It was the first time he had heard of it. His steps were swift, and in a few blinks, he was at the entrance of the community, only to halt abruptly. A line of military vehicles was neatly arranged, with Chen Beifeng standing at the forefront, waving at him with a smile. The sight sent a shiver through Li Yang's heart. His gaze swept over the convoy, recognizing the military vehicle that had picked up Yi Lingfei at the school gate. Just as he was pondering, steady footsteps approached from behind. An elderly man, full of vigor, walked over slowly. Though he wore a smile, there was an inherent aura of menace about him, surpassing even Chen Beifeng's. Xiao Chun, is this the promising talent you mentioned? The elder looked kindly at Li Yang. Yes. His name is Li Yang, only 18, yet his strength and speed far exceed those of a quasi-martial artist. Chen Beifeng's tone was brimming with pride. General Yi. Li Yang stood at attention and saluted. He had learned from Chen Beifeng that this general was the distinguished guest of honor at the enlistment banquet. At this moment, Yi Lingfei emerged from the community, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes upon seeing Li Yang standing alongside instructor Chen. It turned out the genius Chun had spoken of was him. Following her was a distinguished-looking woman, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Yi Lingfei, yet her brows carried an enigmatic air. Fei, what's the matter? The woman noticed her daughter pause, and her gaze fell on Li Yang as well. Yi Lingfei merely shook her head gently, offering no reply. General Yi was now enthusiastically praising Li Yang. Truly, heroes are born young. Today's banquet is held for promising talents like you. He was highly impressed by Li Yang's feat of defeating a martial artist, seeing it as the valor that soldiers should possess. General, it's getting late. An adjutant stepped forward to remind him. The city leader will also attend tonight's banquet. His gaze lingered briefly on Li Yang, evidently recognizing him as the psychic seen at the school gate. The convoy soon set off. During the drive to the city center, the atmosphere inside the vehicle grew tense. General Yi put away his smile and turned to the distinguished woman. Nianyun, you shouldn't have gone today. The woman Su Nianyun remained silent for a moment before speaking calmly. Father, you needn't worry. I have long severed ties with the Su family. Meeting them is nothing more than crossing paths with strangers. The convoy eventually stopped in front of the most luxurious Dongxing International Hotel in Yeching. Inside the banquet hall, guests mingled, and groups of officers in crisp uniforms engaged in conversation. As soon as Old Master Yi appeared, he was surrounded by the crowd. After being introduced around by Instructor Chun, Li Yong finally seized a chance to slip into a quiet corner, where he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yong stood idly by the floor-to-ceiling window, and through the reflection in the glass, he noticed an elegant figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Ninyun, the mother of Yi Lingfei. Dressed in a purple gown, her impressive figure accentuated her remarkable presence. Li Yong couldn't help but wonder why someone of her status wasn't mingling with the elite, but instead stood alone in a corner like him. He turned and leaned against the window, his gaze sweeping over the guests in the banquet hall. "Lolita, can you assess the strength of that Zhu Yan for me?" Li Yong asked quietly. According to Instructor Chun, Zhu Yan hailed from Yangcheng, one of the 8 cities in Lingnan. He was of noble birth and had joined the Yecheng military district 3 years ago, currently serving as Yi Jinrong's bodyguard. Although his title was that of a bodyguard, his actual status was comparable to, if not higher than, a war god. Spiritual Master level 6, combat power comparable to a martial artist level 9, Lolita responded. Spiritual Masters are generally stronger than martial artists by 3 sublevels, but close combat is their weakness. However, an experienced Spiritual Master won't allow their opponent to get close, often defeating them from 100 meters away. Even if they can't win, their ability to escape is top-notch. This person poses no threat to you. In a few days, you'll handle him with ease. Lolita then shifted the focus. Su Ninyun, on the other hand, is quite formidable. After cultivating a Spiritual Master manual, her mental power has significantly increased. Combined, everyone here is no match for her. Su Ninyun. Li Yong looked in surprise at the graceful figure. From her appearance, the elegant lady didn't seem like a top-tier powerhouse. He knew that at least 2 original energy war gods were present: Yi Lingfei's grandfather Yi Jinrong and the head of Yecheng. Could it be that even they together weren't a match for Su Ninyun? Are you sure? Li Yong asked skeptically. Lolita, with hands on her hips, replied. How could I be wrong? I even know what underwear she's wearing, let alone her mental power. And there are not just 2 original energy war gods here, but precisely 3.5. See for yourself. As Lolita snapped her fingers, data appeared in Li Yang's right eye. He first looked at Yi Lingfei. Combat Power Index 17, Martial Artist Level 1, Spiritual Master Level 2. That's strong. Li Yong marveled. According to Lolita, a Combat Power Index of 1 equaled a Martial Artist Level 1. He then checked himself. Combat Power Index 272, Martial Artist Level 2, Spiritual Master Level 4. This was within his expectations, with most of his power stemming from his mental weapon, Shadowblade. With this detection ability, the banquet suddenly became more interesting. Li Yong started scanning the data of the guests one by one, confirming Lolita's claim that there were indeed 3.5 war gods present. Aside from the imposing figures of Yi Jinrong and Li Shishou, there stood another man with a gloomy expression in the venue. Although he was also an original energy martial god, his combat strength was clearly inferior to the other 2. Li Yang's gaze then shifted to the last young martial artist, whose age was similar to his own but already possessed such impressive strength, prompting him to marvel at the emergence of talent in this era. Finally, he turned his attention to Su Ninyun. The system immediately provided a prompt. Ding, combat power 10,893 points, original energy level 7. This number sent a shock through Li Yang's heart. Surpassing 10,000 in combat power was far beyond anyone present. It was known that an ordinary martial artist at the 9th level barely exceeded 1,000, and even the strongest, Yi Jinrong, had only about 5,000. Yet Su Ninyun had directly surpassed 10,000. No wonder Loretta had said that everyone combined was no match for her. As the banquet neared its end, the host began inviting the young martial artists who were about to enlist to come on stage for a farewell drink. After finishing his drink, Li Yong, unwilling to stay and listen to the speeches, informed Instructor Chun that he would head to the parking lot to wait, and then left the banquet hall. He turned into the stairwell, intending to walk down, but midway, he heard voices from below. He immediately softened his steps, lowered his breathing, and carefully tried to distinguish the source of the voices. Through the gaps in the stairwell, he saw a captivating figure standing at the bottom of the stairs on the first floor. It was Su Ninyun. She was standing with her arms crossed, talking to someone, though the other person was obscured by the stairs, making it impossible to see their face. At this moment, Li Yong found himself in a dilemma. He was on the 7th floor, right at the threshold of a spiritual mind master's detection range. Any movement would reveal him, so he stood still, holding his breath. Su Ninyun's cool yet alluring voice then drifted up. If you want me to agree, you should show some sincerity. There was a moment of silence before a sullen voice replied. Those things come from the Stargate. Just a touch during the initial evolution can elevate an ordinary person to original energy level. Su Ninyun, you actually want to split them equally. Even if you disregard the Su family, are you so heartless towards the Lu family? The Lu family? This term clearly struck a nerve with Su Ninyun, causing her expression to fluctuate intensely, as if it had stirred up some past memories she wished to forget. Seeing Su Ninyun remain silent, the person continued. This time, Lu Guanyi will also be there, and then, before he could finish, Sun Yinyun suddenly struck. A powerful force of mental energy instantly pulled the man in front of her, forming a massive invisible hand that held him tightly in midair. Ever mention that name again, and I'll crush you, Sun Yinyun warned coldly. The man's face turned pale as he repeatedly begged for mercy. I was wrong, cousin. At this moment, Li Yang, who was upstairs, could clearly see the person talking to Sun Yinyun was the gloomy original level martial god. A martial god subdued so easily by Sun Yinyun, just as Lolita had said. Li Yang held his breath, not daring to make a sound. Sun Yinyun said coldly, 30%, that's my bottom line. She released her grip, letting the gloomy man fall heavily to the ground. Without me, you can't even get past the military blockade, let alone talk about the microlight. The man lay on the ground, coughing violently, clearly in pain from the experience. He struggled to get up, nodding repeatedly. Cousin, if you're willing to step back this much, the family head will surely agree. I'll go back and report right away. With that, he hurriedly left the stairwell, not daring to linger. Li Yang cautiously leaned against the stair railing, taking in the entire scene. Microlight, he thought, startled. This term was known by almost everyone. Since the arrival of the 5 Stargates, Blue Star had entered the era of evolution, all thanks to the microlight material leaking from the gates. A mere trace could evolve an ordinary person into an original level martial god. Later, the 5 Stargates were controlled by the remaining 5 major countries globally and were never heard from again. Most of the microlight was diluted in the air, thus leading humanity and all global species onto the path of evolution. The importance of the microlight material needs no further explanation. Li Yang began calling for Lolita in his mind, but the little girl was unresponsive at this crucial moment. He had no choice but to remain still, waiting for Sun Yinyun to leave. To be safe, he waited a full 10 minutes before cautiously peeking downstairs. After confirming that Sun Yinyun had left, Li Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had overheard such significant information, he knew it was of little use to him. With his Star Beast clone and Lolita's assistance, he had no need for the so-called microlight. Li Yang cautiously descended the stairs and, after confirming the parking lot was empty, slowly stepped out of the stairwell. However, just as he stepped out, a chill suddenly crept up his spine. A powerful mental force enveloped him, and the cold instantly spread through his body. Little guy, did you hear everything just now? A cold voice sounded behind him. Li Yang's heart sank, realizing the trouble he was in. He regretted taking the stairs, knowing that against someone with a power index over 10,000, he had nowhere to hide. In an instant, Li Yang had already planned for the worst. Even if his original self perished, he still had his Star Beast clone. Forcing himself to stay calm, Li Yang slowly turned around. He saw Sun Yinyun leaning against the wall, standing in the shadows with only half her face visible. Her lips curled slightly, her arms crossed over her chest, and her eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Suppressing his fear, Li Yang managed a faint smile. Auntie, what a coincidence. At this moment, he wished she were just an ordinary person, so he could casually say such a thing. Unfortunately, reality was far from simple. Madam, you wouldn't want everyone to know about what just happened, would you? Li Yang's voice echoed in the parking lot, carrying a subtle tremor. Sun Yinyun's silhouette slowly emerged, her face shrouded in shadow, though her impressive figure trembled slightly. Li Yang instantly realized his mistake. Addressing her as Auntie was clearly inappropriate. Despite being a mother, Sun Yinyun was only in her early 40s and, as a former energy-level psychic master, she appeared more like a woman in her late 20s. Suppressing his fear, Li Yang forced a strained smile. I really don't know what you're talking about. He maintained a firm gaze, trying to conceal his inner turmoil. Sun Yinyun stepped out of the shadows, moving closer to Li Yang. It wasn't until she brushed past him that the suffocating pressure began to fade, leaving only a faint hint of her fragrance. It better be as you say, otherwise. Her voice trailed off, leaving behind a cryptic warning. Li Yang quickly turned, but Sun Yinyun was already gone. At the parking lot's exit, a chilly breeze made him shiver. Not far away, inside a luxury car, Su Gang cautiously asked, Cousin, are you sure that kid didn't hear anything? This matter concerns. His words were cut short by Sun Yinyun's icy glare. Meanwhile, Li Yang hurriedly got into Chun Beifeng's car and, after closing the door, immediately called for Lolita. Lolita's voice came through. Stop calling. Sun Yinyun has already left. She also warned the former energy martial god not to target you. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky she's just a classmate's mom, or I'd really have been silenced. Lolita, be more reliable next time. Lolita was unfazed. It's no big deal. Even if your main body dies, you still have the giant beast avatar. Honestly, your main body's efforts and training can't match the starry sky beast's growth while napping in its egg. Li Yang smiled wryly. That kind of talk is a bit discouraging. But it's true, the starry sky beast's innate genes are incredibly strong, 1,000 times over. Even with my tenfold genetic enhancement from possession, I'm still far behind. Before long, Shin Beifeng returned to the car. On the way to drop Liang back at his neighborhood, he reminded him, Liang, spend more time with your family tomorrow. The day after, you'll be leaving the base city early for the wilderness area. Yes, see you the day after tomorrow. Li Yang's tone was resolute, as if he was ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. Late at night in the Kyoto base city, on the top floor of the luxurious Imperial Tower, Mrs. Liu, Yun Qingping, received a long-awaited phone call. Mrs. Liu, we have found your daughter. This sentence hit her like a bolt of lightning, causing her to tremble slightly. Where is she? Yun Qingping's voice quivered with excitement, and she clutched the phone tightly. Memories flooded back. Her youthful romance with a poor boy against her family's wishes, having a daughter, and eventually returning to her family due to life's pressures, marrying into the Liu family. However, the man she married was peculiar, never touching her but maintaining a facade of harmony in public. Over the years, without children with her husband, she increasingly longed for her daughter and her past love. Mrs. Liu, if you go personally, I'm afraid Mr. Liu might misunderstand. How about I bring the young lady back for you? The person on the other end clearly feared Yun Qingping's current husband, a prominent figure in Kyoto, the rapidly rising head of the Liu family, rumored to be just a step away from surpassing the martial god. Yun Qingping composed herself. Although she and her husband had been living separate lives, certain appearances had to be maintained. All right, she said, taking a deep breath. Remember, do not trouble her. Even if you gave me 100 lives, I wouldn't dare trouble the young lady. Rest assured, madam, this matter will be settled by tomorrow. Find a discreet house to welcome the young lady. The person on the phone said obsequiously, calculating that this 10 billion yuan deal was finally going to pay off. By the way, what's her name? Yun Qingping asked. Her name is Li Xiaoying. The scene shifts to June 12th of the Evolution era, the day before Li Yang reports to the military district. On this last day, he decided to spend quality time with his sister Xiaoying. In the morning, he invited his friend, nicknamed Fatty, over to play. The standalone villa and the massive underground training room filled Fatty with envy. He had chosen to go to college, with his blood energy surpassing 300 calories, enough to get into Yeton University. At noon, Liang treated Fatty to a lavish lunch before sending him off. At 3 p.m., Liang planned to take his sister to the city mall. Bro, are you ready yet? It's almost 3. Xiaoying urged at the door. Coming, Liang replied, dressed casually and grabbing his car keys as he prepared to leave. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw 3 black Hummer vehicles parked at the entrance. The car doors opened, and a group of bodyguards in black suits filed out, each one a martial artist, making quite an impression. Liang frowned slightly, thinking that recently he had only offended the Qin family, but they wouldn't have the guts or resources to stage such a display. A burly middle-aged man stepped out of one of the Hummers, with a noticeable scar under his left eye, dark skin, and a cigar in his mouth, exuding a powerful presence. The scar-faced man, having just gotten out of the car, laughed heartily and walked quickly forward, extending his hand warmly. Hello, Mr. Liang. Liang shook his hand out of politeness but felt an immense force, causing him to frown. Analyze, Liang thought to himself. The system immediately responded. Ding, Combat Power Index 427, Martial Artist Level 7. Wow, Level 7 Martial Artist. Liang was taken aback, his expression turning serious. He turned to the girl beside him and said, Xiaoying, go upstairs first. Although Xiaoying was puzzled, she saw the seriousness in Li Yang's expression and turned to head back into the villa without further questioning. The scar-faced man watched her leave, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, observing her until she disappeared from view. Speak directly, I don't like beating around the bush, Liang said straightforwardly, showing no fear of the man's martial artist status. He secretly tightened his grip on the shadow blade, confident he could subdue the man in an instant confrontation. Moreover, this was a military residential area. Even a martial god wouldn't dare act recklessly. The scar-faced man removed his sunglasses and got straight to the point. I've been asked to take Li Xiaoying to the capital. He deliberately avoided mentioning who had commissioned him, only saying it was a relative of Xiaoying's. Liang was taken aback by this, recalling Xiaoying's background. Her mother had passed away, and her second uncle had taken her from place to place before finally settling in Yi City. Xiaoying only has me as a relative. Who sent you? You don't need to know that. The scar-faced man's tone suddenly turned rough. Liang laughed in anger, rebuking. Then you have no right to cause trouble at my door. Get lost as far as you can. With that, he turned and walked into the courtyard. The scar-faced man sneered and called out. Kid, don't make things difficult for yourself. I'll give you 200 million to buy that little girl. Seeing Liang ignore him, he upped the ante. 300 million, and you'll never have to worry again. Why bother being a soldier? Liang stopped, turned around, and beckoned the scar-faced man. As the man stepped into the courtyard, before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. Clutching his chest, he looked at Liang in disbelief. Liang withdrew his fist, flexing his hand which was numb from the impact, and said coldly, Tell whoever's behind you to come see me. You're not qualified to negotiate with me." With that, he turned and went back into the villa. Liang had used all his strength in that punch, wrapping his fist with the shadow blade to send the man flying. Fortunately, the scar-faced man was cautious and had a combat vest under his suit. Otherwise, that punch could have been fatal. The scar-faced man, lying on the ground, known as Brother Dao by his subordinates, felt the partially torn combat vest and shook his head, realizing he couldn't negotiate further. Our bounty just got cut in half. Taking her back is 10 billion. Bringing back the news is 5 billion. As night fell, the bustling noise of Yi City gradually subsided. Dao Ge stood at the street corner, dialing his phone with a grave expression. "Madam, I'm afraid we can't bring the young lady back," he reported solemnly, detailing the whole situation. Hearing about the conflict, Yun Qingping frowned. This would undoubtedly affect her image in her daughter's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke with calm determination. "You don't need to handle this matter any further. Your payment will remain the same, but I need you to do something else in Yi City." A glint of greed flashed in Dao Ji's eyes. "At the highest rate? That would be 1 billion? Please instruct me, madam." "Eliminate the Chen family." Yun Qingping's words were as sharp as ice, piercing through the night. Dao Ge was momentarily stunned, then realized. The information provided by the Chun family led them to Li Xiaoying, but they didn't realize this act had already dug their own grave. "Rest assured, madam, I will take care of it." Hanging up, Dao Ge put on gloves and quietly infiltrated the Chun residence. However, all he found was an empty mansion. After some inquiries, he learned that the Chun family had already fled to Europe via the Dongxing group. "Damn it, I'm never coming back to this place," Dao Ge cursed, leaving Yi City by train that very night. Meanwhile, at the Li family home, on the balcony late at night, Liang sat alone. His sister was asleep, but he couldn't find peace. The faint glow from his phone screen in the darkness seemed to be waiting for an important call. If he couldn't hear from that person, he would have to take action himself. With his sister being targeted, how could he rest easy? If the other side remained silent, he planned to report the day's events to Chun Beifeng, requesting the military to strengthen his sister's protection. He was also prepared to reveal his identity as a psychic to deter any ill intentions. Just as Li Yang's patience was wearing thin, he noticed a graceful figure standing on a branch opposite. "Who?" He stood alertly, and upon recognizing the visitor, he was taken aback. "Oh, Madam Yi." Su Ninyun gracefully leapt onto the balcony, her black robe highlighting her noble and elegant demeanor. "Don't be surprised. I'm here on someone's behalf." Her voice was gentle and steady. Li Yang was startled, not expecting those searching for Xiaoying to enlist Su Ninyun's help. Facing such a formidable figure, he felt at a loss. But what intrigued him more was who wanted to take Xiaoying to Kyoto. Noticing Li Yang's tension, Su Ninyun spoke softly. "Li Yang, rest assured, I mean no harm. Someone asked me to tell you some past events about your second uncle and Xiaoying." Li Yang relaxed slightly and nodded for her to continue. However, as Su Ninyun recounted the story, his expression grew increasingly grim. It turned out that years ago, their second uncle had deceived them. Xiaoying's mother did not pass away but abandoned their second uncle and the child after giving birth to Xiaoying, returning alone to Kyoto-based city. Her name was Yun Qingping, an illegitimate child of the Yun family in Kyoto, who was not valued by the family due to her inability to cultivate energy. However, upon her return to Kyoto, her status suddenly rose, arousing suspicion. Not long after, the current head of the Liu family personally came to propose marriage. It was only then that Yun Qingping realized she was to marry the head of the Liu family. She didn't refuse. Instead, she chose to bury her past and sincerely marry into the Liu family. However, at this moment, Yun Qingping suddenly had a change of heart and felt a pressing need to find her daughter. Upon hearing this, Li Yang felt a wave of sarcasm but managed to suppress his anger and calmly asked, "Madam Liu, since you've married into the Liu family and live so comfortably, why do you still seek Xiaoying?" There was a subtle hint of sarcasm in Li Yang's tone. "If you hadn't remarried, or even if you divorced later and came looking for Xiaoying now, as a junior, I would naturally oblige and let my sister enjoy motherly love. But now, you are Madam Liu, and you still want to seek Xiaoying. Isn't this self-humiliation? Where were you back then? Now you remember, isn't it too late?" Su Ninyun noticed Li Yang's anger and softly consoled him. "She wants to talk to you on the phone. If you're willing, I'll dial her number. If not, that's fine too. With me here, she won't dare to force you." Li Yang was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. He was worried that if he refused the call, she might harass Xiaoying when he wasn't around. The call connected, and Su Ninyun activated the speaker, placing the phone on the coffee table. "Hello, Li Yang." The woman's voice carried a sense of arrogance. "I've been looking for Xiaoying for many years, I hope you understand. And I heard you've gone to the Yecheng military district, so you probably won't have much time to care for Xiaoying. Why not let her come to the capital? I can provide her with a better life." Yun Qingping paused, then continued. "If you don't want to be separated from Xiaoying, I can also arrange for you to enter Kyoto University." She made many promises but maintained a superior attitude throughout. She didn't even mention the disappearance of the second uncle. Li Yang's tone turned cold and severe. Madam Lu, I think you've got it wrong. I'm just reminding you not to harass Xiaoying again. Her biological mother is dead. If you dare to send people to harass Xiaoying again, be prepared to deal with the consequences. With that, he sat back heavily in the wicker chair, his eyes gleaming with determination. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Yun Qingping finally spoke, her voice filled with anger. Li Yong, are you threatening me? Do you know who I am? You're just a military lackey. What right do you have to keep Xiaoying? She dropped her facade and turned hostile. Li Yong wasn't angered by this. Instead, he smiled with relief. If she had continued to play the emotional card, he would have been at a disadvantage. Whether Xiaoying is well taken care of is none of your business, Li Yong said in a cold tone. I believe I am capable of taking good care of Xiaoying. With that, he hung up the call. Su Ninyun listened silently throughout, not interrupting. But from her expression, it was clear she agreed with Li Yang's approach. Yun Qingping, whose call had been abruptly ended, was furious. She smashed her phone in anger, wishing she could immediately deal with Li Yong and take back her daughter. As she vented her rage, a distinguished young man quietly entered the room. He approached Yun Qingping, gently lifted her hair, and wrapped an arm around her shoulder, softly comforting her. Qingping, I know about your daughter. When I return from the wilderness area, I'll personally talk to that kid. The next chapter will delve into the wilderness area storyline. The vintage green train slowly chugged out of the city center of Yi, the clattering of wheels against the tracks echoing through the carriages. Its destination was the Yi military district, 200 kilometers away, and the carriages were packed with new recruits, each with a different expression. Through the window, Li Yong watched as the outline of the base city gradually faded, skyscrapers giving way to golden wheat fields, which eventually turned into charred land. This scorched earth had witnessed countless wars, where humanity struggled to inch forward, expanding the boundaries of the base city. Li Yong gazed at the scarred land and sighed deeply. Memories from the previous night flooded back, making him realize how difficult it was to take care of even his own small family, let alone protect millions of civilians. Suddenly, the train's announcement system crackled to life. Attention, new recruits. We will soon arrive at Yi Military District's G3 platform. Those holding elite medals, please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark at G3. The announcement sparked a flurry of activity, with most passengers standing up. This batch of new recruits on the first train were the cream of the crop. Unlike ordinary conscripts who had to train on the outskirts for 3 months, these elite soldiers would proceed directly to second-line battlefield training. After 3 months, they would be assigned to frontline combat units, officially becoming elite warriors. As for those selected for the War General and War God training camps, their future was shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing the challenges they would face. After a brief 10-minute stop at G3 platform, the train resumed its journey. The view outside had shifted from desolate scorched earth to steel-forged defensive fortifications. Across from Liang, who stared intently out the window, exclaiming excitedly, just 10 more kilometers or so, and we'll reach the Yi military district's war base. Liang recalled the information he had read. There were 9 major base cities in Huaxia, each with 18 war bases. The war base in Yi military district was the second largest after the South Heaven Gate in the Lingnan base city. Each war base required a 1,000,000-strong army to guard it day and night, working in unison. Soon, a massive mountain loomed ahead of the train, resembling a dormant giant beast guarding the first line of defense for the Yi military district. This was the war base, but its appearance surprised Liang. There were no towering cannons or visible hot weapons. The entire base was sealed off, without even a single window. Noticing Li Yang's bewilderment, a burly man across from him explained, "You've probably never seen a beast-tide assault a war base. Imagine billions of beasts surging like a tide. The only choice for a war base is to turn into an impregnable tortoiseshell." Liang pondered. A tortoiseshell that could house a 1,000,000-strong army was both a fortress against beast tides and a launching pad for counterattacks. If the beasts couldn't breach it, they wouldn't dare to rashly invade the base city. If they ignored it, the army inside would charge out, forming a pincer movement with the garrison behind. However, this tactic was not foolproof. Over time, the beasts became more cunning, focusing on depleting human forces within the war base. Once they breached it, they would launch a massive assault on the last line of defense outside the base city. Liang learned that the war base in Yi military district had been breached 3 times. This number signified the sacrifice of at least 300,000 troops. This staggering fact plunged Liang into deep thought, making him realize that what he was about to face was a life-and-death battle for the survival of humanity. My dad once took me to the first gate of Huaxia, the southern heavenly gate, which serves as a war base. Since its establishment, it has been impregnable and is known as a nightmare for monsters. I secretly hope that one day, the war base in our Yecheng military district will be just as formidable. These words came from Yang Hu, a comrade who participated in the test alongside Li Yang. As they chatted and walked, They quickly arrived at Platform G2, the site of the War General Training Camp and the entrance to the war base. Clearly, they were about to enter the base and face the onslaught of beasts. Yang, who stood up to say goodbye to Li Yong, his eyes filled with envy. As a reserve war general, he could only train within the war base. Li Yong, on the other hand, as a reserve war god, could directly enter the more dangerous wilderness area for training. With this group disembarking, there were only 6 people left in the entire carriage. The other carriages were likely in a similar situation. These remaining reserve war gods, both men and women, who previously seemed aloof, now started chatting. They speculated about the location of the war god training camp, with one asserting, "Of course, it's in the wilderness. Every war god in the military must be able to stand alone. Their training camp is set there, where they train directly against monsters, unknown, or even one against 100. That's the true war god training camp." Li Yong remained calm, showing no signs of nervousness. His physical fitness was already approaching the 3rd stage of a warrior, and his mental strength was at the 4th stage. With his basic combat power, he had no problem surviving in the wilderness. Moreover, he had been training with the warrior's secret manual, 10 Caves of Heaven, currently having reached the 1st minor stage, which could amplify his strength 5-fold. With a basic strength increase of 2-fold, plus the secret manual's 5-fold, he was comparable to a 6th-stage warrior. Adding his Shadow Blade, he even had the qualifications to graduate directly and be honored as a war god. Attention new recruits, the wilderness area is approaching. Please disembark at Platform G1. The announcement echoed. Li Yong stood up, dressed in casual attire and empty-handed. As he got off the train, he found the platform desolate. Around 100 people disembarked from various carriages, bringing some liveliness to the place. Out of 10,000 new recruits in June, only about 100 could enter the war god training camp, with a gender ratio of about 10-1. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Everyone turned towards the sound, arriving at the staircase of the platform. A young officer stood at the bottom, with 7 or 8 armored infantry vehicles behind him. He shouted, "You have 1 minute to come down and collect your combat uniforms." Li Yong exchanged a glance with Yi Lingfei and sprinted downstairs without hesitation. In front of each vehicle stood a military officer wearing a war general badge, distributing combat uniforms. A girl shyly asked, "Instructor, should we change right here?" The instructor bellowed, "If you don't change now, will you have time when you encounter monsters? 1 minute to put on your combat uniforms and get in the vehicles. Orders are orders." Without further hesitation, everyone quickly changed into their combat uniforms and got into the armored infantry vehicles. Each vehicle carried 12 people, and they departed once full. As the vehicle started, the observant Li Yong suddenly noticed the absence of the instructor. "Isn't the instructor on board?" he asked. Everyone was taken aback, realizing they had been so intimidated by the instructor's presence that they hadn't noticed his absence. A petite girl who had been shy earlier softly suggested, "Maybe he's in the passenger seat?" "No, that's not it," another person countered. "This seems to be an automated driving infantry vehicle." The new recruits inside the vehicle were thrown into a panic. Through the bulletproof glass, the desolate landscape stretched out before them as they sped through the wilderness zone. Without any instructors present, the recruits, mostly at the 1st level of martial arts, couldn't help but feel uneasy. Really, how can such a basic mistake happen? "Quick, see if there's a radio, contact the instructor," someone shouted anxiously. After hearing the explanation, the commotion inside the vehicle gradually subsided. Li Yong remained silent, sharply sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. "This is likely a test," he thought to himself. "The vehicle must be equipped with surveillance. Our every move is being watched by the instructors." Sure enough, in the underground base of the 0749 wilderness area, 3 examiners, each wearing a war god medal and with the Bailong army totem engraved on their arms, stood before a projection wall. The scenes inside the 8 infantry vehicles were clearly visible, capturing even the slightest changes in the recruits' expressions. "Zhang Chong is doing well, maintaining order under pressure. He has the makings of a leader," commented the bearded instructor. "That one named Yang Feng is also impressive. His physical test reached the 3rd level of martial arts," another examiner added. "Old Chun, what's the name of the recruit you have your eye on?" The bearded one turned to Chun Beifeng, having heard that Chun Beifeng had specially approved 3 armed helicopters to assist for one recruit. "Li Yong, Vehicle 6, codename 13, Chun Beifeng replied. The lean man scrutinized the projection of Li Yong. "Not bad, very calm. Let's see if he can maintain that calmness." The infantry vehicle bumped along the rugged terrain, causing everyone inside to sway. As a mentalist, Li Yong remained unaffected, intently observing the view outside. Suddenly, his right eye's detector issued an urgent alarm. "Beep beep, warning. 3 heavy mountain boars detected 76 meters away. 8-level beasts. 9 mad-toothed dogs are approaching." Just as Li Yong was contemplating a strategy, a cold mechanical voice announced, "Attention recruits, the infantry vehicle lacks power, and you must proceed on foot to the rendezvous point." Open the right-hand box, take out the communication watch, Bluetooth headset, goggles, and disembark in an orderly manner. The atmosphere inside the vehicle suddenly turned tense. Get off here? Instructors, you must be joking, someone exclaimed. The infantry vehicle came to a stop, and the door slowly opened. Li Yang's expression was serious. This isn't a drill. Hurry up and gear up. Get off immediately. The detector has already spotted beasts. They've been tracking us. If the heavy mountain boars ram the door, we won't even have a chance to get out. Beside him, the lean young man had already begun calmly donning his gear. Positioning watch, Bluetooth headset, goggles, tactical gloves, his movements fluid and efficient. I'll keep watch outside. Make sure they hurry up, Zhang Chong said as he pulled a sleek black blade from his backpack and swiftly jumped out of the vehicle to stand guard. Li Yong immediately understood, signaling everyone to exit the vehicle in an orderly fashion as the others quickly donned their gear and followed suit. Two less experienced gunners positioned themselves on either side of the infantry vehicle, each holding a large caliber rifle and a Thunder God machine gun, respectively, to keep watch. Li Yong agilely climbed onto the vehicle, his eyes scanning the surroundings with precision. The battlefield was deserted except for their lone infantry vehicle, indicating that their team had been scattered. The desolate landscape was scarred with withered trees and scattered bones, the hard ground cracked and broken. As Li Yong surveyed the terrain, a shy young girl urgently waved at him. Hey, get down. Being up there makes you an easy target for the monsters. Li Yong chuckled inwardly, so many people gathered would be detectable by monsters from 10 kilometers away. Sure enough, three massive figures appeared on the nearby hills, three heavy mountain boars, each over 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long, resembling armored off-road vehicles. Their tusks were thick, their blood-red eyes fixated on the group, and their bristling manes whipped wildly in the wind. Oh my god, those are A8-class heavy mountain boars. Wang Yuyan shrieked in terror, hiding behind the two gunners. While the others instinctively formed a defensive circle, her fear made one wonder how she had been recruited. The boars let out a deep growl and charged, accelerating to over 100 meters per second, reaching the group in the blink of an eye. Just as Li Yong was about to act, Zhang Chong had already leaped forward. Clang! The blade flashed. 9 slashes of the drawn blade. Li Yong watched as Zhang Chong, in a split second, unleashed 9 sharp slashes, felling the 3 heavy mountain boars, each neatly sliced into 3 pieces. The air was filled with the scent of blood. As the group marveled at Zhang Chong's prowess, Li Yong suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" He sprang into action, leaving behind several afterimages as he lunged toward some suspicious mounds on the ground. These pre-evolution era wild dogs were far craftier than the mountain boars, opting for stealth attacks rather than direct confrontation. However, they could not escape Li Yang's detector. He leaped into the air and delivered a powerful punch to the ground. Boom! 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 The ground shook violently as Li Yang's iron fist struck down like sledgehammers. 9 rabid Fang dogs attempting a sneak attack from underground were reduced to nothing but blood under this terrifying force. The ground shattered instantly, forming a massive pit 5 or 6 meters in diameter, with crimson blood spreading at the bottom. This scene left all the new recruits in awe. Unlike Zhang Chong's swift 9-blade strike, Li Yong demonstrated sheer brute strength. This suffocating power not only left his teammates pale, but also terrified the remaining 3 rabid Fang dogs, which fled in panic from behind the infantry vehicle. It was only then that the 2 gunners snapped back to reality, raising their weapons and firing at the retreating beasts. Unfortunately, their aim was poor, only wounding one of them. Just as they were about to give chase, Zhang Chong sternly halted them. Don't pursue. The scent of blood here will soon attract a swarm of beasts. We must evacuate immediately. In this 12-member team, only Li Yong and Zhang Chong had the capability to single-handedly kill the monsters. The others were either slow to react or lacked the necessary strength, instinctively seeking safety behind these 2 powerhouses. Beep, beep, the positioning watch emitted a notification sound. Li Yong glanced down to see a map and a message on the screen. 6 A9-level beasts killed, 6 military merits earned. This confirmed his suspicion that this was indeed a test, with every battle meticulously recorded. It seems you've also trained with the warrior's manual, Zhang Chong remarked, noticing the sudden doubling of Li Yang's strength. Li Yong chuckled. If you can channel strength into your weapons, what's a bit of punching power? In truth, that punch was just his basic force, without even utilizing the manual. His current basic force was about 3 times that, already surpassing the level of ordinary warriors using the manual. Look at the route on the map. We actually have to cross the entire dune field. Wang Yuyan's voice brimmed with despair as she stared at the winding route dotted with several red points on her watch. Zhang Chong sheathed his blade, his tone turning cold. If you're not confident, you can stay at the nearest red point. It's a shelter, and someone will come to meet you. These red points served as both supply stations and endpoints. In this wilderness, the strong walk alone, while the weak band together. It's the law of survival. Many team members showed signs of resignation. Staying at a supply station meant the early end of the test, but they also knew their limited capabilities. Continuing forward would only hold others back. It's about being responsible for themselves and for the team. The first supply point is only 20 kilometers away. At full speed, we can reach it in 10 minutes. Liang reassured everyone with a comforting smile. No matter what, he intended to ensure the team's safe arrival at the first supply point, especially for the timid Wang Yuyan. If left unattended, she might cry for a long time. The 12-member team advanced towards the supply point in a triangular formation, with Zhang Chong at the forefront and Li Yang guarding the rear and flanks. The timid Wang Yuyan shrank in the middle of the group, but deliberately slowed her steps to stay close to Li Yang's side, finding rare comfort in his formidable strength. Suddenly, the detector emitted a series of urgent beeping alarms. Behind the hills they had just crossed, the shadows of two green-furred wolves flickered into view. These were 8-level wolf-like beasts, notoriously troublesome, known for their pack behavior. Spotting one or two usually meant a wolf pack was lurking nearby. You take the others and go ahead. I'll deal with them. Liang decided promptly. These two green-furred wolves were clearly scouts. If they managed to report back, the entire pack would soon swarm the area. He came to an abrupt halt, his body tilting slightly, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Zhang Chong glanced back, intending to stay and cover the retreat, but Liang had already taken the initiative. Finally, a chance to act alone. Liang thought with excitement. Lolita, when I devour the beast's energy, shield me from the military surveillance systems. Don't worry, the technology on your blue star is child's play to me. Lolita chuckled softly. With a slight smile, Liang propelled himself into the air. As the two green-furred wolves attempted to flee, he swiftly caught up. Sensing danger, one wolf howled piercingly, while the other bared its claws, launching a ferocious attack on Liang. Hard head, iron tail, soft waist. Liang avoided a direct clash, skillfully sidestepping and delivering a precise knee strike to the wolf's waist. The beast howled in agony as it collapsed, its internal organs shattered, its limbs rigid. Humph! Liang's gaze was icy, showing no mercy to the beast. In this wilderness, the battle between humans and monsters was a matter of life and death. The remaining wolf, eyes bloodshot, was about to howl a warning again, but Li Yang's shadow caught up, and a swift hand chop severed its head. Who? Li Yang took a deep breath and began to perform the second technique of the devouring art, devouring flesh and blood. Ding! Blood energy increased by 387 calories. Congratulations, you have officially reached Warrior Level 3, with a current blood energy value of 4,000 calories. The auxiliary intelligence within the detector announced mechanically. This was a program set by Lolita for convenience, as she considered Li Yang's current strength to be too weak, viewing these adventures as child's play. Having reached Warrior Level 3, Li Yang was no longer a novice. Defeating two 8-level beasts had increased his blood energy by over 300 calories, and he began to anticipate facing even stronger opponents. However, for now, he needed to head to the supply point, having earned some military merits from killing the green-furred wolves, which he planned to make good use of. About 2 minutes after Liang left, a cloud of dust rose in the distance as dozens of green-furred wolves arrived at the battlefield. The leading wolf, as large as a mountain boar, was significantly bigger than its companions. It lowered its head to sniff the scent Liang had left, its blood-red eyes seemingly locking onto its target. Uh-huh, I really did wait for it. Liang stood on a high vantage point on the distant hills, overlooking the restless wolf pack below. He hadn't gone far, but instead held his breath, using the terrain as cover to make a strategic return. To ordinary warriors, the wolf pack led by the Wolf King was a true nightmare, but to Liang, they were walking military achievements. Howl! The Wolf King raised its head and let out a deep roar, its sharp gaze fixed intently on Liang. A fierce battle was inevitable. Meanwhile, in the control room, 3 war god examiners were intently watching another intense fight. What a fierce shooting technique, 13 shots in a second. Who on earth taught Yang Feng his spear skills? The lean examiner exclaimed. On the screen, Yang Feng faced a pack of rabid dogs alone, his spears stabbing out with the density of a rainstorm. Each strike hit its mark precisely, killing the attacking dogs. Not a single rabid dog could get close to him. The bearded examiner calmly explained. This is the Yang family spear from ancient Chinese spear techniques before the era of evolution, later improved by Huaxia's martial god Yang Jian to create the lethal spear secret technique. The steadiness of his aura while striking suggests he's reached the second level of the lethal spear technique. Second level? Chen Beifeng was slightly taken aback. No wonder he took a leave from school to join the military. With basic force combined with the secret technique, his power is increased by at least 5 times. His combat skills are exceptionally good, and at just 20, he is destined to become a martial god. The title of war god is a certainty. Just as the examiners finished speaking, Yang Feng had already defeated the beast pack and ventured deep into the wilderness. The screen then switched to Li Yang's battlefield. Old Chun, The kid you favor is in big trouble now, the bearded examiner said, stroking his beard as he watched Li Yong struggling in the fight. At this moment, Li Yong was completely surrounded by the wolf pack. The blue-furred wolf king not only had combat power comparable to an A6 level beast, but also possessed incredible leadership abilities. The wolves coordinated seamlessly, making it difficult for Li Yong, who was new to the wilderness and lacking in combat experience, to find any opening, leaving him on the defensive. Just as the bearded examiner was about to call for aerial support, Chun Beifeng stopped him. Wait. The tide of battle suddenly turned on the screen. Li Yong, who had been suppressed, experienced a sudden surge in strength. Sensing the right moment, he grabbed the Wolf King's tail with one hand, unleashed his power, and swung it around twice before slamming it heavily into the wolf pack. The flying Wolf King knocked over several bluffered wolves before landing awkwardly. Li Yong touched his chest. That last claw attack was indeed dangerous. Thankfully, his agility allowed him to dodge most of the attack, though the Wolf King's claws still tore his combat suit, leaving a clear mark on his combat vest. While the vest blocked the sharp claws, it couldn't fully absorb the impact force. Li Yong had to use the amplification from his 10 heavenly caves to withstand it, resulting in his astonishing outburst. It's extremely difficult to kill the Wolf King with just basic force. Li Yong tore off his combat suit, which had been shredded by claws, and loosened his neck, which had become a bit stiff from the intense battle. He had been using only basic force to spar with the bluffered Wolf King, using the opportunity to practice his combat skills. But now, with his suit in tatters, continuing the fight could be life-threatening. Warm-ups over, Li Yong clenched his fists, and in an instant, white light flowed over his arms like water. With basic force tripled and his secret technique multiplying it fivefold, his arm strength skyrocketed to an astonishing eightfold. He charged into the wolf pack like a bolt of lightning, each punch knocking down several bluffered wolves. The defensive formation of the wolves, meticulously arranged, was torn apart as if it were nothing. Seeing Li Yong coming straight for it, the Wolf King lost its ferocity and tried to flee with its tail between its legs, but its speed was no match for Li Yong. Moving like a lightning snake, he was upon the Wolf King in a flash, gripping its neck firmly with both hands and giving a fierce tug. There was a sharp crack as the Wolf King's head was ripped right off. Black blood gushed out, soaking Li Yong in gore. In the control room, 3 instructors stared in shock at the scene. He's ferocious. I thought he would use martial skills, but I never imagined he'd tear the Wolf King apart with brute strength. The bearded instructor's mouth hung open in disbelief. Chun Beifeng was equally stunned, not so much by Li Yang's brutal methods as by the depth of his hidden strength. Yang Feng only killed an A9 level Mad Fong dog, while Li Yong wiped out a tactically coordinated wolf pack, and even a Wolf King close to A6 level. This field test, that kid might just take first place. Not necessarily, Chun Beifeng analyzed. Yang Feng is already at the 4th level of martial arts and has mastered the 2nd level of the deadly gun technique, allowing him to kill much faster than Li Yong. Mentalists are even faster, the lean examiner reminded. As far as I know, Zhang Chong might be a mentalist. If he really is a mentalist, then Yang Feng and Li Yong can only compete for 2nd place. The bearded examiner marveled. A mentalist kills beasts 10 times faster than a martial artist. Moreover, Zhang Chong's physical strength isn't weak either. He's reached the 3rd level of martial arts. There isn't just one mentalist. The 3 turned to see a burly man in dark red alloy armor stride into the control room. Below the War God medal on his chest were 5 neatly arranged Starsa 5-star War God. Corps Commander. The 3 examiners immediately saluted, their eyes full of respect. This was a genuine War God level powerhouse, the commander of the Northern Dragon Army, Shuilong Gaoyang. Commander Gaoyang, what brings you here personally? On someone's behalf, Gaoyang replied, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the monitor's projection. The examiners' expressions shifted slightly. In their eyes, this iron-willed commander of the Northern Dragon Army was known for being aloof. Who could have persuaded the so-called Blood Dragon, Gaoyang, to personally look after a junior? Meanwhile, in the wilderness area, deadwood and yellow sand floated in the wind. This land, unsuitable for both humans and beasts, was merely a buffer zone between the wilderness and the base city, populated by the remnants of beasts that had attacked the base city. Standing blood-soaked beneath a sand dune, Li Yong was unaware that beneath this seemingly ordinary surface lay a secret military supply station. With a beep, the ground opened to reveal an entrance. Li Yong cautiously scanned his surroundings to ensure he wasn't being followed before leaping in. With a click, an energy-saving light flicked on, illuminating the narrow passageway. The entrance above closed, sealing off the noise from outside. Li Yong proceeded down the corridor and soon spotted another door ahead. As he approached, the camera above the door activated for facial recognition. With a couple of clicks, the heavy alloy door slowly swung open. Inside the supply point, 2 armed gunmen were tensely watching the entrance. They relaxed and lowered their weapons only after recognizing the blood-covered figure as Li Yong. Wang Yuyan, shocked by his bloodied appearance, covered her eyes, unable to look directly at him. Where's your combat suit? Zhang Chong asked, surprised to see Li Yong wearing only a black tank top. Li Yong walked to a faucet on the wall, carefully washing the blood from his face before responding calmly. It was torn by a green-furred wolf. Impossible, someone immediately doubted. An A7 level combat suit can't be ripped by a green-furred wolf. The others cast skeptical glances, well aware of the military gear. The issued combat suits were designed to withstand attacks from beasts below A7 level, while the combat vest was rated A5, capable of resisting attacks from beasts of that level. What if it was a nearly A6 level green-furred wolf king? Li Yong scanned the room, his tone steady. It can easily tear through a combat suit. Plus, the suit doesn't reduce impact force, so you'd better be careful when you go out. The room fell silent as everyone took a sharp breath. Facing a nearly A6 level beast indicated that Li Yong had reached the 4th level of warrior strength. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Lingfei's eyes. Li Yang's rapid progress sparked her competitive spirit. Other recruits from the martial arts schools felt encouraged too, determined not to stop at the first supply point after having trained with the warrior manual. New recruits in the Northern Dragon Army generally fell into 3 categories: pre-warriors who hadn't trained with the manual, warriors who had, and those with advanced combat skills at the 3rd warrior level. The first group succeeded by reaching the supply point, while the second had to experience at least one real battle. Both Yi Lingfei and Li Yong belonged to the 3rd category, though Li Yang's combat skills as a warrior were slightly lacking. However, his combat skills as a spiritual mind master were exceptional, thanks to the foundational spiritual mastery combat methods taught by Lorita. He had devoted most of his time to training in spiritual power, inevitably neglecting martial arts. Li Yong, you'd better get another combat suit before heading out, Zhang Chong advised. Buy? They sell combat suits here. Li Yong was a bit surprised. They have free A7 level suits here, but you should get a better one from the military merit store on your locator watch, Zhang Chong said, patting her new combat outfit, clearly having upgraded her gear with her earned military merits. Li Yong thoughtfully tapped his locator watch, aware of its many functions, including maps, communication, and internet connectivity. Li Yong logged into the military's internal network and was greeted by a fully equipped military merit store and a forum. As he was browsing the wilderness area information, his watch suddenly vibrated with a new email. New recruit Li Yong. Team formation is prohibited. This restriction was just what he wanted. He had planned to act alone to secretly absorb energy and vitality. Glancing at the battle knife on Zhang Chong's waist, Li Yong realized it was time to choose a suitable weapon for himself. He turned and entered the water room of the supply station. This well-equipped supply point for the military squad had everything from food, water, and equipment reserves to a training room. As a transit point for the military squad, it allowed soldiers to replenish their limited personal gear and served as a vital storage place for materials from slain high-level beasts. Everything from flesh, fur, to bones could be temporarily stored here before being periodically transported back to the military district. With the sound of rushing water, Li Yong washed away the energy and vitality from his body and entered the rest area bare-skinned. He quickly shook off the moisture, his skin becoming smooth and jade-like in an instant. Changing into shorts provided by the supply station, he focused on browsing the military merit store. The store was filled with a wide array of goods, from martial arts manuals to both cold and hot weapons, combat suits to battle armor. Li Yong immediately sorted by price, and the result took his breath away. The top-tier manuals like Knife River, Giant Axe, Absolute Guest, and Mountain Collapse all started at a minimum of 60 billion military merits. Upon reading the descriptions, he learned that the creators of these expensive manuals were among the top 10 global powerhouses. The creator of the Knife River manual, Knife River King, was the world's #1 expert, single-handedly guarding the most dangerous Devil's Triangle Delta. Without his presence, the Beast Emperor from the Devil's Lair would have already wreaked havoc across the 5 major countries. Meanwhile, the creator of the Giant Axe manual, Gu Luan, was the founder of the Kunlun Martial Arts Hall and stood alongside Knife River King as a pinnacle figure among Chinese martial artists. However, Li Yong soon discovered that these manuals could be purchased in 9 levels, with the first level costing only 1,000 military merits. No wonder they sold so well. It was a tiered purchasing model. At that moment, Lolita suddenly interrupted. Stop studying these indigenous manuals. Their maximum amplification is less than 100-fold, nowhere near the 10 heavenly caves. She added, however, the manuals they created have indeed protected China and the entire Blue Planet. Although the knife techniques are primitive, if Knife River King reaches the Starry Sky realm and completes the full version, it could definitely rival the 10 heavenly caves. Li Yong shifted the topic and asked, Lolita, can you help me decide what equipment or manual I should purchase now? Lolita quickly browsed through the equipment list at the transit station, frowning at the limited options available. A 5-grade void cutter, 100 merit points. A 5-grade combat suit, 150 merit points. She pointed at the screen, explaining to Li Yong. These 2 are the best for your current strength. As for manuals, the Blade River one is decent, but you can buy it when we return to the military district. Liang nodded and placed his order without hesitation. He had ample merit points. 6 points from slaying 6 A9 level Mad Fong dogs, 360 points from hunting 36 A8 level green fur wolves, plus 100 points for taking down an A7 level green fur wolf king, totaling 466 merit points. If he brought monster materials back to the transit station, he could exchange them for additional merit points, but the enhancement from consuming the flesh was far more significant. He had already absorbed the flesh of the Wolf King and a group of green fur wolves, boosting his vitality by 800 calories. As his strength grew, the requirements for devouring became increasingly stringent, and 9-level monster flesh barely provided any improvement. With his current level as a third-stage martial artist, he needed at least a 7-level monster flesh to see results. Unfortunately, the green fur Wolf King wasn't classified as a 6-level. Beep beep, the intelligent robot soon delivered the equipment to the lounge. Liang first tried on the A5 grade combat suit, noting the comprehensive upgrades to the positioning watch and goggles. The suit and boots, crafted from A4 grade beast hide, could reduce impact force by 10% and felt weightless when worn. No wonder Yi Lingfei chose this gear. Next, he drew the A5 grade sky-splitting sword, its sharp black alloy blade glinting coldly under the lights. He swung it a couple of times, the whoosh of the blade cutting through the air. Although he didn't have a swordsmanship manual, basic sword techniques were enough for the current situation, as the enhancements from the 10 caves mainly affected his physical body. Sheathing the sword and slinging it over his back, he donned the goggles and zipped up the collar. Liang strode towards the transit station hall, finding only 7 trainee martial artists remaining, all hesitant to venture out without martial arts manuals. He noticed the timid Wang Yuyan had also left, likely escorted away by her protector. As noon approached, the scorching sun baked the dune region, causing the ground to crackle and split, riddled with fissures. Scattered bones and deadwood lay about, where ordinary people would soon perish from dehydration, leaving only martial artists and beasts capable of surviving. In the depths of the dunes on a dry riverbed, a handsome young man in a black combat suit was wiping his battle sword with a piece of beast hide. Blood dripped from the blade's tip, vanishing instantly into the yellow sand. Around him lay the corpses of dozens of green fur wolves. The forum was right. This dune area is only suitable for third-stage martial artists. There are too few beasts. Liang sheathed his sword, spread his arms, and began his devouring technique. A continuous stream of energy flowed into Li Yang's palm, spreading through his body like a warm current. A system notification popped up. Devouring successful. Blood energy increased by 150 calories, bringing the total to 4,950 calories. He trudged along the dried-up riverbed, weaving through the undulating dunes. Although this area was the lowest level of the wilderness zone, it was fraught with hidden dangers. According to military forum data, to reach the higher-level wilderness zones, one must traverse this desolate sea of sand. His positioning watch indicated he was deep within the heart of the dunes, 120 kilometers away from the more hazardous C-26 region. Once a small county town before the evolution era, a large river ran through it. In this wilderness, water sources are synonymous with monster gathering spots. C-26 County is the final destination of this assessment and a nest for numerous monsters. Liang was in no rush to move forward. Instead, he took his time, honing his sword skills and combat techniques by hunting scattered beast groups. Unbeknownst to him, his every move was being closely monitored by military satellites. In the observation room, the expressions of the 3 examiners grew serious as Corps Commander Gao Yang arrived to oversee the exam. Yang Feng is impressive. He's the first recruit to reach C-26 County. Gao Yang remarked as he reviewed the performances of Li Yang, Zhang Chong, and Yang Feng, giving special praise to Yang Feng. This young man had been relentlessly targeting high-level monsters, showcasing not only proficient combat skills, but also a unique fighting style. Commander, Yang Feng's fighting style is remarkably similar to mine. Please allow him to join my War God squad directly, the lean examiner eagerly requested. This proposal surprised Chen Beifeng. Directly into the War God squad? You're really vying for talent here. The Beilong army consists of 9 major units, each made up of 1 War God squad and several warrior squads, tasked with executing special missions in the wilderness. All 3 examiners were of War God rank, leading their own units, and naturally keen on recruiting excellent talent to strengthen their teams. However, directly inducting a new recruit into a War God squad is exceedingly rare. Kong Air, that's a bold request. But this time, I won't compete with you, the bearded examiner said. Liang is Chen's guy. Zhang Chong is a special recruit from the martial arts school. I'll leave them to you. But don't compete with me for anyone else. Chen Beifeng and the lean Kong Air readily agreed to these terms. The 3 quickly reached a consensus, while Gao Yang remained silent, as the person he had his eye on was about to make an appearance. At that moment, on the sandy riverbed, For people, 3 men and 1 woman were fleeing frantically. A massive bulge rose from the ground behind them, relentlessly pursuing. Judging by its size, the creature underground was at least 2 meters tall, no ordinary beast. What do we do? It's too fast. We can't shake it off, one man panted. Maybe we should turn around and fight. We can't just keep running without even seeing our enemy. Another gritted his teeth and suggested. The girl in the lead turned back and urged sweetly. Come on, guys, can't you run a little faster? Wang Yuyin stood at the transit station, gripping the communicator tightly, her face clouded with worry. The flashing message on the screen made her heart race. She had to reach the terminal station in County C26, or face expulsion from the military district. If I'm expelled, Grandpa will definitely kick me out of the house. She muttered through clenched teeth, her gaze sweeping over Zhang Chong and Li Yong beside her. I'll have to rely on these big shots to get through the dunes. As they sprinted forward, the footsteps of the 3 behind her grew heavier, noticeably slowing them down. Wang Yiyan sighed inwardly. She had intended to travel inconspicuously as a regular person, but now it seemed she had no choice but to reveal her true identity. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the screen caught everyone's attention. It's a desert yellow scorpion, an A6 level beast, exclaimed the bearded examiner, eyes wide with shock. There might only be one in the entire dune, and they just had to run into it. I'll notify the Sand Eagle squad for rescue, the bearded man announced loudly. No need, someone interrupted him. Li Yong is only 2 kilometers away. He can reach them in 10 seconds. He just doesn't know their exact location yet. At that moment, the usually silent Gao Yang spoke up. She can handle it. Who? The 3 asked in unison, especially the bearded examiner. He had been waiting for the mention of the psychic master the regiment leader had spoken of, not expecting them to be hidden among these for seemingly ordinary recruits. Meanwhile, Li Yong was advancing steadily across the scorching riverbed at a speed of 60 meters per second, balancing efficiency with energy conservation. Suddenly, a powerful wave of psychic energy surged ahead, accompanied by a gust of wind. Could it be a strong fighter from the Northern Dragon Army? Li Yong wondered, just as the shrill cries of insect-like beasts filled the air. He quickened his pace and soon witnessed a startling scene. Wang Yiyan hovering in midair, spinning a flywheel beneath her feet, demonstrating the prowess of a 6th-level psychic master. It's her? The 6th one. Li Yong berated himself for not using the detector earlier. Almost got caught off guard. Seeing that the battle was over, he quietly turned to leave, resolving to work twice as hard. As the afternoon wore on and they moved swiftly, the landscape of the dunes began to change. The yellow sands receded, revealing a cracked ground dotted with weeds, trees, and remnants from the pre-evolution era. In the distance, the low mooing of cattle reached Li Yang's ears. 7 or 8 blue-armored water buffaloes, each the size of a small truck, were moving through the grass. Their horns and armored bodies signaled an A7 level threat. I wonder if my basic strength can penetrate their defenses. Li Yong mused as he slipped into the tall wild grass, using the dense vegetation to conceal himself while waiting for the right moment to act. The terrain here was expansive, and any outbreak of battle would undoubtedly attract more beasts. Li Yong knew he had to act quickly. He held his breath, focused, and moved silently towards the herd of armored blue bulls. These colossal creatures, comparable in size to trucks, would be devastating if they charged together. He chose to ambush them on their path, patiently waiting for the first bull to approach. 10 meters, 7 meters, 3 meters now was the moment. His blade sliced through the air, targeting the bull's neck at its weakest point. The bull barely had time to register the flash of steel before it could let out an angry roar. Li Yong put all his strength into his strike, unleashing a force of 150,000 kilograms, 3 times his usual power. The blade cut into the bull's neck, but only halfway. Not enough strength. The weapon was too weak. The bull, caught off guard, thrashed wildly, dislodging the sword from Li Yang's grip. Worse, 7 or 8 more bulls were closing in, their blood-red eyes full of murderous intent, ready to charge as a group. Huh, Li Yong shouted with determination. If his sword was ineffective, he'd switch to his fists. The power of his secret technique surged into his arms, glowing with white light. Facing the oncoming herd, he advanced rather than retreated, delivering a powerful punch. With an 8-fold increase in strength, this punch carried an astonishing force of 400,000 kilograms, enough to shake a building. His fist collided with the bull's head, shattering its hard skull instantly. Li Yong moved nimbly among the bulls, each punch hitting its mark with precision. In moments, all the blue-armored bulls lay in pools of blood. He quickly cut off the prime beef and packed it into his tactical backpack, then used his devouring technique. A system notification sounded. Vitality increased by 750 calories. Current vitality, 6,356 calories. Li Yong was pleased with the outcome. In just one day, his vitality had risen from 4,000 to over 6,000 calories, bringing him just over 1,000 calories away from reaching the 4th level of a warrior. He remembered the thresholds for each level. 8,000 calories for the 4th level, 16,000 for the 5th, 32,000 for the 6th, up to 250,000 for the 9th level. As his rank increased, the challenge of gaining vitality would grow as well. By evening, he reached the outskirts of C-26 County. Standing on the deserted road leading into the city, he watched the sun sink in the west, feeling a strange sense of desolation. The city from the pre-evolution era was not much different from the base cities, with buildings still standing after decades, though the cars by the roadside were rusted and crumbled at a touch. Taking advantage of the night, he slipped into a residential building, passing through the decaying stairwell to the rooftop. Setting up a mini telescope to observe the beast's movements in the city, he took out a knife to slice a piece of raw beef. Although the devouring technique increased vitality without quenching hunger, the tender and juicy blormered beef was indeed delicious, fetching at least $3,000 a pound in the base city. In the monitoring room of the Northern Dragon military base, under the cover of night, the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. After the core leader, Gao Yang, left, the 3 examiners sat in a circle, cold beer in hand, and the enticing aroma of barbecue in the air. Their eyes remained fixed on the surveillance screen, captivated by the impressive figure of Wang Yuyan. A 6th-level psychic, with combat power comparable to a 9th-level warrior. That's truly intimidating, one examiner remarked as he swallowed a bite of grilled meat. Honestly, none of us are a match for that. The bearded examiner shook his head and sighed. With that level of power, she's definitely going straight into the core leader's elite team. I was hoping to benefit by following the leader, but there's no chance now. The only drawback is that she isn't aggressive enough, another examiner chimed in. If she had Zhang Chong's decisive nature, she'd be perfect. Zhang Chong is the eldest son of one of Yeqing's 4 generals. Growing up in that environment naturally shaped his character differently, the bearded one mused. But Wang Yiyan's background is likely just as complex. It's simply her nature. The core leader established the military merit ranking to motivate her. Now that she's firmly at the top, it's a record hard to beat. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an apartment building in C-26 County, Li Yang slumped on a worn-out sofa, panting heavily and gulping water to regain his strength. From 7 p.m. until nearly midnight, he had embarked on a relentless hunt within the county. In 5 hours, he had slain over 100 beasts, 32 A8 level, 64 A6 level, and 4 A5 level, earning 7,680 military points and increasing his vitality by 3,800 calories. His combat skills had improved dramatically. He could now take on an A5 level fire armor flame pig without injury. His A5 level combat suit bore the marks of battle, with tears and burns evident. Opening the military merit leaderboard, Li Yang gasped. Wang Yuyan, 48,500 points. Yang Feng, 18,654 points. Zhang Chong, 13,450 points. Li Yang, 8,982 points. Even after pushing myself so hard, I'm still so far behind. Li Yang chuckled wryly. He had once encountered Zhang Chong, whose exquisite swordsmanship left a deep impression, yet he was only ranked 3rd. As for the top-ranked Wang Yuyan, it was as if she were cheating, using her psychic powers to wreak havoc in the Eastern District. The Northern Dragon military had invested heavily this time. The first place on the leaderboard would receive an S-level gene, suitable for warriors of levels 3 to 6, which could potentially boost vitality by over 10,000 if absorbed properly. Li Yang clenched his fists. It was time to showcase the true power of a psychic. Ding! A crisp system notification sounded in Li Yang's ear. The inheritor must slay a beast of A3 level or above within 1 day. The mission reward will increase with the level of the beast slain, with the highest being the original god set. Li Yang's eyes lit up, and his heart raced. This mission came at the perfect time, not only aligning with his leaderboard challenge, but also offering double rewards. The absorption of life force and accumulation of military merit from slaying beasts was an unexpected bonus. Li Yang, Lolita's voice carried a hint of solemnity. This time, you must aim for the highest difficulty and secure that original god set. Your current combat suit is too fragile, but with the original god set, you could withstand attacks even from a king-level beast comparable to a primordial martial god. King-level beast? A flicker of desire crossed Li Yang's eyes. But reality quickly grounded him. The military intelligence indicated that the strongest creature in the entire C-26 county was merely an A3-level 8-armed centipede, while hidden underground and hard to track. He examined his personal stats. Inheritor, Li Yang. Martial artist, 4th tier 10,080 calories basic force, 3x. Spirit master, 4th tier 4.20 basic mental power, 4.2x. Inheritance level, level 16,100. Outer disciple military merit, 8,982 points. Even with the support of the 10 holes of secret arts, his current martial artist level could only handle A4 level beasts at best. As for the combat effectiveness of a spirit master combined with the shadow blade, it was yet to be tested. Li Yang raised his hand. conjuring a shadow blade as thin as a cicada's wing, surrounded by flickering black arcs. A spirit master was inherently 3 tiers stronger than a martial artist, and with the shadow blade, dealing with an A3 level beast should be manageable. However, to be cautious, he needed to test on a target first. Lying on the edge of the 19th floor balcony, he scanned for targets through a night vision scope. Soon, a green-scaled mountain shaker entered his view, a lone A4 level overlord within a 10-mile radius, accompanied by 4 A5 level fire-armored flame pigs. Originally 10 in number, he had already taken down 6. That's the one. Li Yong put away the scope and leaped off the 19th floor without hesitation. Boom! He landed heavily, the impact drawing the attention of a few green-furred wolves. These low-level beasts bared their teeth and approached, only to be sliced into pieces by streaks of black light at Li Yang's mental command. The efficiency of a spirit master hunting low-level beasts is indeed remarkable, Li Yang mused. If it weren't for Lolita's insistence on dual cultivation, he would have long focused solely on training his mental power. Suddenly, rumbling noises echoed from the nearby district. Li Yang's expression changed, and he quickly rushed towards the sound. In the open space not far ahead, Yang Feng was wielding a long spear, fighting off 3 fire-armored flame pigs. Unfortunately, his attacks couldn't penetrate their fiery armor, only managing to push them back without making a decisive kill. In the monitoring room, 3 examiners were intently observing the battle. Yang Feng had indeed overreached by daring to challenge the green-scaled mountain shaker, only to find himself unable to breach even the defenses of these 3 fire-armored flame pigs. Sizzling sounds filled the air as 3 fiery armored flame boars charged forward, their armor glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Yang Feng could sense their disdain for his defenses. They had realized that human attacks couldn't penetrate their fiery armor. Gripping his spear tightly, Yang Feng swung it with precision, sending one of the flame boars flying. But the other 2 were closing in, their sharp tusks gleaming ominously. In that moment of impending danger, he realized he was in over his head. He could handle a single A5 level beast alone, but facing 3 at once put him in a deadly predicament. As his life hung in the balance, a surge of energy coursed through Yang Feng's veins, and the spear techniques he'd learned flashed through his mind. In that critical instant, he broke through the 3rd level of the deadly spear technique. With newfound agility, Yang Feng dodged the beast's attacks. He lowered his stance, spun around, and thrust his spear into another flame boar. With a wet sound, the armor finally gave way, leaving a gaping, bloody wound. The wounded boar let out a harrowing scream, and Yang Feng prepared to deliver the fatal blow. Just then, a figure darted forward with lightning speed, shouting, "Die!" With a resounding crash, the injured flame boar was blasted into pieces, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. The newcomer's fists glowed white, surrounded by razor-sharp blades. The remaining 2 boars, witnessing the scene, turned and fled back to their lair. "Who are you?" Yang Feng demanded angrily, furrowing his brow. "You intervened and took down the beast I injured. Isn't that against the rules?" Despite his anger, a sense of unease crept over him. This person had obliterated a flame boar with a single punch. How terrifying must their power be? The person withdrew the blades and flexed their hands before facing Yang Feng. "Rules? What rules are there in the wilderness?" Li Yang shrugged. "We're comrades, sure, but this is the wild. Besides, I was saving you. Didn't you know this is the territory of the Azure-scaled wild boar?" And then, Yang Feng retorted defiantly. Li Yang chuckled dryly, leaping effortlessly onto a 4th-floor balcony and calling down to Yang Feng. "Then you'll have to figure it out yourself." Yang Feng's heart skipped a beat, not yet grasping the full meaning of those words when he heard the heavy snorts of something approaching. A massive Azure-scaled mountain bull, over 4 meters tall, emerged from the lair, breathing heavily, followed by the 2 flame boars that had fled earlier. An A4 level beast. Yang Feng tightened his grip on his spear, fear flickering in his eyes. His energy barely reached the 5th stage, and even with his breakthrough to the 3rd level of the deadly spear technique, he was no match for an A4 level Azure-scaled mountain bull. Damn it! How can there be an A4 level beast here? He cursed under his breath, retreating cautiously. Meanwhile, Li Yang stood on the balcony with arms crossed. "Hurry and leave, I'll hold it off." Although he couldn't abandon a comrade, he hoped Yang Feng would recognize the danger and retreat. While he could block military satellites when consuming beasts, he couldn't stop the naked eye from observing. "Fine, have it your way." Yang Feng didn't hesitate any longer and turned to flee. After running through several streets, Yang Feng finally stopped, gasping for air. He listened carefully, but there were no sounds of pursuit behind him. Did he actually manage to stop the Azure-scaled mountain-shaking bull? Yang Feng wondered. The surroundings were eerily silent, with no sounds of battle. He quickly climbed a nearby tall building and used binoculars to search for the creature. To his astonishment, the massive A4 class beast lay lifeless on the ground. Defeated an A4 class monster so easily? Yang Feng couldn't believe it and hurriedly checked his tracking watch. The military merit ranking had been updated. Wang Yiyan still firmly held first place, Yang Feng was second, and Li Yang had jumped to third. In the monitoring room, there was stunned silence. After a moment, Chun Beifeng exclaimed, Li Yang is also a psychic master. Others marveled at the fact that 2 of the top 4 were psychic masters, feeling fortunate. Only the bearded man looked bitter, realizing he might end up empty-handed. Meanwhile, Li Yang noticed something unusual. After using 12 shadow blades to instantly kill the Azure-scaled mountain-shaking bull and several fire-armored flame pigs, he found something off while absorbing them. The blood energy of the A4 class beast was only equivalent to that of an A5 class fire-armored flame pig. 3 A5 class beasts plus 1 A4 class beast returned only 2,400 calories of blood energy, far below expectations. Either the Azure-scaled mountain-shaking bull has a problem, or there's an issue with Lolita, Li Yang pondered. Absolutely not. How could there be a problem with me? Lolita immediately retorted and then carefully scanned the bull's corpse. Suddenly, a delighted smile appeared on her face. Li Yang, you're in luck. Head to the old bull's lair. The 8-armed centipede is likely there. How did you figure that out? Li Yang asked, surprised. Although I didn't directly detect the 8-armed centipede, I found 2 small wounds on the Azure-scaled mountain-shaking bull. According to Blue Star's records, these are definitely made by the 8-armed centipede. Lolita explained excitedly. Li Yang rushed towards the department store at the end of the street, where the underground parking lot was the bull's lair. Upon arrival, the site was eerily quiet, with no monsters in sight. This time, Lolita began observing the surroundings without him needing to probe. Found it. Lolita's voice rang out, just as Li Yang summoned 12 shadow blades, each carrying 200,000 kilograms of impact force, totaling 2.4 million kilograms. Don't worry, I just found the cave, 60 meters southwest of you, Lolita said casually from the inheritance space. Li Yang, however, remained cautious. This was an A3 class monster, with a hard shell and razor-sharp claws, capable of spraying deadly venom. He only had an A5 class combat suit, and any misstep could be disastrous. He gazed into the bottomless cave, uncertain of where it led. Whoosh! Facing the deep, dark cave, Li Yang leaped in without fear. His legs pressed against the cave walls, using the friction to control his descent. As he descended further, dropping 60 to 70 meters, the bottom was still nowhere in sight. Thanks to the night vision feature built into his right eye's detector, the pitch-black surroundings appeared as bright as daytime. The cave walls were covered with neat claw marks, clearly the work of the 8-armed centipede. Suddenly, the sound of dripping water from below indicated he was nearing the bottom. Determining there were only a few meters left, Li Yang decisively jumped down. The underground cave was unexpectedly spacious, with a damp, putrid smell assaulting his senses. The dripping sound turned out to be the creature's blood. The cave walls were lined with the dried corpses of beasts drained of blood. Wow, even cleaner than my own work, Li Yang marveled, realizing the 8-armed centipede was a kindred spirit. According to military intelligence, this 8-armed centipede, which had escaped from the 10,000 mountains, had a unique bloodline. Though classified as A3 level, it possessed defense capabilities comparable to A2 level. More troublesome was its ability to spray a toxic liquid, lethal with just a gram, capable of corroding equipment below sea level. Li Yang didn't dare be careless, fully activating 18 shadow blades to orbit around him, ready for combat at any moment. He rode 2 flying blades, advancing cautiously through the cave's depths. The further he went, the more expansive the space became, with groundwater seeping through the floor. Watch out, Lolita suddenly warned, but the shadow blade ahead was still a step too slow, cutting through a spider thread. The web snapped with a clear, twanging sound. Li Yang was immediately on alert, yet the 8-armed centipede still didn't show itself. Lolita, is there no sign of it within 100 meters? Li Yang asked. For such a beast, this distance was almost zero safety distance, as it could close in an instant. Li Yang, things aren't looking good. That thread was made from golden thread web and S-level material, Lolita explained. But don't rush to retreat. I've detected signs of a recent battle here. It's likely the 8-armed centipede fought a king-level spider, and both were severely injured. This might be an opportunity. The confrontation between an A3 level beast and a king-level entity had yielded unexpected results. Li Yang remained cautious, but also realized this could be a rare chance. There's always something unusual behind anomalies. With great danger comes great opportunity. He decided to continue his exploration deeper into the cave. If I can take down this king-level beast, I'll finally get the coveted Genshin set. Li Yang felt a surge of joy. Not only was military merit within reach, but absorbing the life force from a king-level beast would greatly surpass the effects of any genetic potion. Let's do this. He pushed his speed to the limit, charging forward. 16 shadow blades hovered around him, forming a perfect protective web. At the right moment, Loretta's voice chimed in. I found it. The densest life force is in a small cave to the southeast. It must be hiding there. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately changed direction and squeezed into the narrow cave. The fresh scent of dirt filled the air, indicating this was a freshly dug hideout by the beast. A strange hissing sound echoed from deeper within, a warning call characteristic of shell-covered creatures. Suddenly, a faint red glow flickered from the cave's depths, like an eerie blood-red lantern. The detector immediately displayed the target's data. A 3-level beast. 8-armed centipede. Current power index, 488. Li Yong assessed silently, realizing this beast was indeed weakened, its strength only slightly surpassing the green-scaled mountain bull he had encountered before. Before he could make a move, a stream of scorching venom shot out from the cave. Unflinching, Li Yang's 16 flying blades instantly formed a shield, blocking the venom entirely. It's just relying on its venomous attacks, nothing truly powerful. Go! 6 blades broke away from the shield formation, targeting the source of the red glow. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the blades struck the shell, sparking brilliantly. The 8-armed centipede's high-grade lineage granted it incredible shell defense. Even in its weakened state, its armor remained impenetrable, though it had lost its offensive capability. With a cold snort, Li Yong maneuvered 12 more blades to probe further. The centipede remained curled up, hoping to rely on its tough armor. If single attacks don't work, then witness the power of a combined strike. With a shout, Li Yong unleashed his mental force. Under the influence of his powerful spirit, 18 flying blades merged into one, transforming into a gigantic blade. With a terrifying force of 3.6 million kilograms, it aimed directly at the red glow in the cave's depths. The 8-armed centipede instinctively curled up, attempting to rely on its shell once more. However, as the gigantic blade made contact, the shell that even king-level beasts couldn't penetrate shattered like thin paper. The black shell split apart, slicing the curled-up creature neatly in two. As the creature's life force dwindled to a critical point, Li Yong stepped into the cave. On the ground lay a fallen eyeball, heavy and smooth as jade. This blood-red eye contained the essence of countless life forces. Devour! Li Yong pressed his palm against the eye, frantically absorbing the immense life energy within. The detector emitted continuous alerts, indicating a rapid surge in life force value. It took over a minute for the eye's energy to be fully absorbed. Why hasn't the military merit updated? Li Yang's joy came to an abrupt halt, his brow furrowed. He stared at the unmoving numbers on his watch, filled with confusion. Don't panic, came Lolita's voice. Just take this eyeball back. Calculate it as monster material, and you're good to go. Li Yong suddenly realized, his eyes lighting up. Although he had absorbed the blood energy within the eyeball, this rare A3-level monster eyeball was an exceptionally scarce material. Taking it back, not only could he exchange it for military merit, but it would also prove he had killed an A3-level monster, a win-win situation. Carefully securing the eyeball, Li Yong walked out of the cave. At this moment, he felt the surging power within him, his blood energy skyrocketing to an astonishing 23,000 calories. He silently calculated. The standard for a warrior at the 5th level is 16,000 calories, while the 6th level requires 32,000 calories. Compared to his mental power, he had a clear advantage in leveling up speed. Li Yong was secretly pleased, recognizing this as the benefit of his devouring talent. But then he thought of the Starry behemoth, realizing he was still dwarfed by comparison. Once the Starry behemoth's clone hatched, it would be stellar level, with a 1,000-fold genetic base, meaning its base strength would be 1,000 times stronger. Even in its infancy, it could sweep across the entire blue planet. Just as Li Yong was about to leave, Lolita's voice spoke again. Don't rush off just yet. There's a king-level monster's scent in the air of this area. After carefully checking the air index, she guided Li Yong towards the direction of the dense scent. With his increased strength, Li Yang's prowess as a warrior was not to be underestimated. A sense of confidence welled up in him as he began searching for the king-level spider. Golden thread demon spider, around the king-level beginner stage, Lolita reminded. It's very strong, especially in this cave. Once entangled in its web, even a martial god could fall. Li Yong nodded, feeling a bit confident. His shadow blade was incredibly sharp, easily cutting through the web. Moreover, the spider seemed injured, as the quality of its web had noticeably decreased. How could a king-level beginner monster lose to an 8-armed centipede? Li Yong couldn't help but ask. Before entering the wilderness area, he had only reviewed data on A-level monsters and knew little about king-level monsters. Lolita, hearing this, rubbed her small head and explained, You really don't understand the wilderness area at all. The battles here aren't limited to humans and monsters. This spider might have been injured by other king-level monsters in the 10,000 mountains and fled to C26 County. Or it might be for other reasons. Regardless, monsters in the wilderness area are not safe either. Even king-level monsters could be eaten by other monsters at any time. Li Yong suddenly understood, recalling the bones he had seen upon entering C26 County. Monsters and humans are natural enemies, fighting to the death. But monsters don't see humans as food, or they would have starved long ago. They mainly devour other monsters, much like wolves eat sheep, and tigers devour cattle. With this understanding, Liang no longer doubted and considered himself lucky to encounter an injured golden thread demon spider. His agility allowed him to move swiftly through the various caves, seeking the king-level monster's trail. However, after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. Instead, he discovered an exit leading to the surface. An elevator shaft? Liang stood at the entrance, craning his neck to peer upward. He quickly realized something was off. This must be at least 300 meters from the surface. What kind of elevator shaft goes this deep? What surprised him even more was that the shaft below still plunged into darkness, seemingly leading to an unknown abyss. Liang looked up, seeing cables hanging overhead, while beneath him lay an abyss of darkness. Standing midway in the elevator shaft, he wondered if this massive space was also the work of that centipede. As he pondered, a chilling sound emanated from the bottom of the shaft. It was somewhere between a woman's scream and a cry of agony, making Liang's skin crawl. The sound grew closer, prompting him to summon 18 flying blades to guard him. After all, if he wasn't afraid of monsters, what else was there to fear? Fixing his gaze on the bottom of the shaft, Liang swallowed nervously. Suddenly, a small white appeared in his line of sight, rapidly ascending. It wasn't just any white dot, it was a ghostly pale human face. Covered in white hair, with glaring crimson eyes and teeth clenched ominously, the terrifying visage was unmistakably clear despite the distance. Instinctively, Liang shrank back, panting heavily in the cave. "Lolita, what is that thing?" he asked, sensing that the fear this creature induced was somehow ingrained in human DNA, more terrifying than any beast. Lolita quickly analyzed and replied, "That's a golden thread demon spider, also known as the white-faced spider." "Why does a spider have a human face?" Liang relaxed slightly upon hearing it was a monster, but the white-faced spider had already reached his position. It didn't enter the cave, but continued upward, seemingly trying to escape to the surface. A thought struck Liang: this was a rare opportunity. Devouring a king-level monster would greatly boost his vitality. He immediately stepped onto a flying blade to give chase, but his mind-powered flight was no match for the spider's 6 legs. He decisively switched tactics, climbing instead, using his legs' explosive power to leap several meters at a time. "Faster, faster, faster," Lolita urged urgently. Liang was puzzled. "Aren't I catching up?" He wondered why Lolita was so anxious. Could the white-faced spider be about to unleash a powerful attack? "Forget the spider, just run. There are devourer ants at the bottom of the shaft." Lolita's words turned Liang's face pale. Devourer ants, one of the 3 major taboos of the wilderness, alongside rat swarms and bat kings. The death rate for warriors encountering them was nearly 100%. "Run!" Liang unleashed his full power, his legs glowing white as he desperately climbed upward. In a blink, he caught up with the white-faced spider. Finding no foothold, he grabbed one of the spider's legs, using it to propel himself upward, kicking the spider's face hard in the process. The white-faced spider let out an angry screech, its 6 legs scrambling even faster. As he climbed, Liang instructed Lolita to send a message to the military. Ant swarm in C-26 County. This was a matter of life and death for warriors within hundreds of kilometers and could even threaten the war base. "I've sent the message," Lolita responded. "They're coming to assist you. With the little mental energy you have left, you can't fly far." Liang chuckled wryly, realizing he had indeed expended much of his mental energy earlier, making flying a limited option for escape. He also had Lolita message Yi Lingfei, hoping for additional support. As soon as the message was sent, the military sprang into action. At the North Dragon Military Base Command Center, 300 kilometers from C-26 County, Blood Dragon Gao Yang personally issued the order: deploy all W-99 helicopters, immediately support C-26 County. Instruct new recruits in C-26 County to evacuate southeast, and have nearby rescue teams assist. Ensure their safety at all costs. Liang was the first to emerge from the elevator shaft, the morning sun casting its light on his face. As he looked around, the city appeared peaceful. Clearly, the devourer ants had not yet wreaked havoc elsewhere, and those in the shaft were the first wave. As a psychic warrior, he could easily soar away using his psychic weaponry, but he paused at the shaft's edge. His gaze was fixed on the narrow shaft opening, with 18 shadow blades hovering in the air. The confined space was perfect for an ambush. 12 blades were enough to intercept the emerging swarm, and he had 18. As long as his psychic power held out, he could eliminate these insects indefinitely. Though his power wasn't limitless, the ocean of psychic energy within him could be ignited. Block the entrance. The bold idea had barely surfaced in his mind when Lolita's voice rang in his ears. "Are you crazy? Even if you block the shaft, the ants can emerge from elsewhere." "It's futile." She was right. A single devourer ant was not formidable, but together they could devour everything, quickly overrunning the entire C-26 County. However, Liang was different. He wielded the power of assimilation, gaining 0.168 points of vitality with each ant he absorbed. If he could hold the shaft for 2.5 minutes and eliminate 600,000 of them, he would gain a full 50,000 vitality points. Such an opportunity even made Lolita pause in awe. Let's do this. Li Yong clenched his fists, and the 18 shadow blades instantly formed a defensive line at the shaft entrance. Below, a king-class beast, the white-faced spider, awaited. This was his only chance. His psychic energy began to burn, and the shadow blades converged into a spear, poised to strike. From the depths came the white-faced spider's piercing screech, mingled with the rising hum of the devourer ants. In an instant, the swarm surged out, carrying the spider with them. Li Yong seized the fleeting moment, directing the spear of shadow blades with precision at the spider's most vulnerable spot on its abdomen already weakened by the poison of the 8-armed centipede. The combined force of 3.2 million kilograms and the sharpness of the shadow blades pierced through the spider's body instantly. Its hairy, ghastly face twisted in agony, letting out a mournful howl. But its 8 legs had been gnawed off by the ants, and its abdomen was pierced, leaving it powerless to resist. Die! Li Yang's fist glowed with white light, delivering the final blow to the king-class beast. As the white-faced spider collapsed, he immediately employed his assimilation technique, competing with the swarming ants for this hard-won prey. After the locator watch was damaged, Li Yong reluctantly retrieved the last bundle of golden threads from the spider's corpse. In an instant, 18 cold glints flashed, and shadow blades poured down like a torrential rain, shredding the swarm of devouring ants flooding the elevator shaft into pieces. As the prey continued to fall, his blood energy value began to surge. 132 calories, 278 calories, 680 calories. The growth rate quickly surpassed 1,000 calories per second. However, Li Yang's body started to buckle under the strain, with half of the newly absorbed thousands of calories of blood energy dissipating in an instant, causing him to wince in pain. Oh no, I forgot your gene capacity is only tenfold. Lolita suddenly reminded him. With your current genetic strength, absorbing too much at once will lead to indigestion. What? Li Yang's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. I finally have a feast, and now you're telling me I can't digest it? It didn't take long for him to understand Lolita's point. The devouring secret technique was originally an innate ability of the starry beasts, which had 1,000-fold genetic capacity and could almost devour endlessly. But human genes were too weak, and over-consuming would inevitably lead to backlash. Don't worry, I have a way, just keep devouring. Lolita's voice had barely faded when the lost blood energy surged back into Li Yang's body. Scalding energy swept through him, instantly reducing his A5 grade combat suit to ashes. His bare upper body revealed lean muscle lines, akin to a perfect sculpture. Suddenly, a phantom appeared on his sturdy chest, a crown symbolizing the starry beast king. Following that, a complete totem of the starry beast emerged on his chest, with a pair of majestic wings etched on his back. With a loud shout, the entire totem flickered on his body, far more vivid and striking than any ordinary tattoo. The lost blood energy began to continuously gather onto the totem. Li Yong, your main body's blood energy has reached 50,000 calories. The rest can go to the starry beast. Lolita said proudly. Thanks to my quick thinking, all this blood energy has gone into the egg of the starry beast's avatar, not a drop wasted. Li Yong felt the rapidly developing egg within him and realized the incubation time was shortening. An idea struck him. If there were unlimited blood energy to devour, could it allow the starry beast to be born ahead of schedule? Aren't these ant swarms a ready source of unlimited blood energy? However, this idea was immediately dismissed by Lolita. Don't even think about it. The royal bloodline of the starry beast is extremely noble. If you use this trashy blood energy for incubation, it will definitely damage its foundation. Li Yong had to give up, especially since his main body hadn't reached the original energy level yet and couldn't support the starry beast avatar. Currently, his main body's blood energy had exceeded 50,000 calories, reaching warrior level 6, still over 10,000 calories short of the 64,000 calorie threshold for level 7. Just as he finished absorbing the blood energy, shortening the incubation time by a week, the ground around him suddenly cracked open, and countless devouring ants surrounded him. Don't worry, Lolita said casually. As long as you activate the original god suit, these devouring ants won't be able to touch you. A system prompt immediately sounded. Ding, would you like to refine the original god suit? Refine. As Li Yong sprinted away from the collapsing department store, he focused intently on refining the mysterious dark golden orb in his mind using his telekinesis. As the process continued, his heartbeat quickened and sweat beaded on his forehead. This was the legendary Primal Spirit Armor, a suit of armor capable of transforming at will, with astonishing defensive power that only the strongest among the stellar level could penetrate. Moreover, it could reduce impact force by 90%, making it a life-saving artifact. Just as Li Yong was about to complete the refinement, the world around him began to crumble. The sight before him was terrifying. A dark swarm of ants surged like a tide, covering the entire block. Buildings collapsed with a roar, the ground rapidly gave way, and everything visible was devoured by the fist-sized devouring ants. At that moment, Liang truly grasped the horror of the beast Tidite, symbolized relentless consumption, leaving no trace of life. In an instant, the monsters within the C-26 county were completely swallowed by the ant swarm. Liang swiftly summoned his shadow blade, forming a shield that hovered in midair. He leaped onto the shield, activating the makeshift flying device beneath him, and sped towards the outskirts of the county. With his watch damaged and unable to contact the military, he could only take one step at a time. Weaving between two precariously tilting buildings, Liang finally exited the urban area. Looking back, the entire small county was rapidly succumbing to the invasion. The scale of this ant swarm was staggering, conservatively estimated to be in the hundreds of billions. Escape. After leaving the county, he landed and began to sprint. As a fourth-level psychic practitioner, his speed on land far surpassed that of flying devices. Each leap spanned over 100 meters, his legs unleashing astonishing power. However, the rate of collapse behind him was even faster. After devouring C-26 county, the devouring ant swarm began to spread wildly in all directions. Their speed rivaled that of high-level monsters, if not faster, as they surged forward, pushing and shoving. Wherever they passed, the ground sank 3 feet, no exaggeration. Seeing the swarm about to overtake him, a slight smile played on Liang's lips as he silently intoned, "Primal Spirit, activate." Instantly, a black fluid enveloped him, swiftly transforming into a suit of dark golden armor that encased him completely. This was the legendary liquid armor. Its defensive capabilities were indeed astounding, and it also enhanced his physical strength, significantly increasing his speed. Despite this, now was not the time for play. Liang was nearly neck and neck with the ant swarm, and any misstep could see him engulfed. Even with the primal spirit armor for protection, being dragged away by the swarm would have dire consequences. As he fled desperately, he anxiously awaited military support. Others had likely already fled, while he, delayed by a few minutes, had missed the optimal escape window. At that moment, a shout suddenly erupted from the military command center. "Commander, we've located Liang. He's still on the edge of C-26 county." "What?" Gao Yang sprang to his feet, a flash of surprise and concern in his eyes. Most of the new recruits participating in the assessment had been rescued, with only a few unfortunate ones succumbing to exhaustion within the swarm. But Liang's prowess was well known. His feat of slaying the Azure-scaled mountain bull alone was enough to place him among the top 3 in this assessment. By all rights, he should have been out of danger. Yet, until the county fell, there had been no word from Liang, and everyone assumed he had perished in C-26 county. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. "I'll handle the rescue myself." With a determined shout, Shuelong Gaoyang, wielding a heavy axe in each hand, strode into the military's latest C-911 smart fighter jet. The sleek aircraft glinted coldly in the sunlight as it sped supersonically towards C-26 county. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the ant swarm, Liang was sprinting at an incredible speed of 485 meters per second, each step leaving deep craters in the ground. Even a warrior of the 9th rank would struggle to break the 500 meters per second speed barrier, not due to lack of energy, but because of the ground's inability to support such force. "Hang in there, Liang. The rescue team is expected to arrive in 7 minutes. If you can't hold on, you can choose to hover midair and wait." Lolita's voice echoed in his ear. She had been monitoring Gaoyang's mutterings in the jet and was closely watching the battlefield situation. Hearing that help was on the way, Liang's tense nerves relaxed slightly. It was only a matter of time before the military satellites located him. Now it was up to the rescue team to arrive in time. 7 minutes later, a triangular silhouette streaked across the clear sky. Liang first saw the jet, then heard the deafening sonic boom, indicating the aircraft was traveling at several times the speed of sound. As the jet's hatch opened, a blood-red figure leaped down from the sky. It was Shuelong Gaoyang, the commander of the Northern Dragon Corps, his twin axes gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. Third axe technique, Earth Shatter. Gaoyang roared, bringing his axes down with a force that expanded the axe shadows to dozens of meters. The ground collapsed with a thunderous crash, instantly shattering hundreds of thousands of devouring ants. Surrounded by arcs of primal energy, he displayed the terrifying power of a martial god. It was Liang's first time witnessing a martial god in action, and he couldn't help but gasp. Gaoyang grabbed his shoulder, effortlessly leaping 100 meters back into the jet's cabin. The ant swarm on the ground seemed unaffected, continuing to spread relentlessly. "Return to base," Gaoyang ordered tersely. "Yes, Commander." Liang remembered to salute. "Thank you for the rescue, Commander." "No need to thank me. It's fortunate you alerted us in time, or the new recruits in C-26 county would have been in grave danger," Gaoyang replied solemnly. Looking out at the vast ant swarm stretching for kilometers, Liang asked worriedly, "Commander, the ants are only a few hundred kilometers from the base city. Can we really do nothing to stop their spread?" "Humans will not sit idly by," Gaoyang declared. As he spoke, Hundreds of bombers roared overhead, dropping tens of thousands of specially designed incendiary bombs. In the ensuing explosions, white flames spread for miles, reducing the ant swarm to ashes, with the survivors fleeing underground in panic. A flicker of determination crossed Gao Yang's eyes. This is just the beginning. The military district is sending elite forces to hunt the Ant Queen underground. To provoke a beast tide near the Yecheng military district is to invite annihilation. Although humans are unable to launch a large-scale counterattack on the monster's territory, they are capable of sending elite squads to hunt down monster lords. The Northern Dragon Army is one such team, whose primary mission is not to defend the base city, but to take proactive action by venturing into the wilderness to eliminate monster lords that threaten the base city. Gao Yang looked at Li Yang curiously and asked, "How did you discover the ant colony?" Li Yang paused for a moment and cautiously replied, "While I was chasing the 8-armed centipede, I discovered the ant colony in the elevator shaft of a department store." He then went on to describe the process of defeating the 8-armed centipede and the white-faced centipede in detail. Upon hearing about Li Yang's defeat of a king-level monster, Gao Yang's pupils slightly contracted. Li Yang took the opportunity to say, "Commander, my locator watch is broken, so my kills of the white-faced centipede and the 8-armed centipede weren't recorded for military credit." Gao Yang laughed heartily and said, "The Northern Dragon Army has really struck gold this time. Don't worry, as long as there's material evidence, we'll ensure you receive your due military credit once we return to the base. Moreover, you reported the ant colony in advance, saving many comrades, which is a significant achievement. There will be additional rewards when we reach the Northern Dragon Army base." Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't seeking glory, just the resources he rightfully deserved. Shortly after, they arrived at the Northern Dragon Army base. From the air, Li Yang was surprised to see the base covering a vast area, over 20 kilometers in both length and width. Yet the ground had few buildings, just a dozen factories, and large open spaces. Noticing his confusion, Gao Yang smiled mysteriously and said, "Some things can't be judged by appearances. You'll understand once you go inside." As soon as they disembarked from the aircraft, Chun Beifeng came rushing over energetically, grabbing Li Yang's shoulder and laughing. "I knew you'd survive. Even when the entire county collapsed, you managed to escape." Li Yang humbly replied, "I was just lucky. Thanks to the commander for the rescue." He thought to himself that his luck was indeed extraordinary. Initially aiming to kill the A4 level blue-scaled mountain bull, he accidentally discovered the 8-armed centipede, then encountered the white-faced spider and the ant colony, ultimately absorbing tens of thousands of blood energy. Chun Beifeng eagerly asked, "By the way, do you have any monster materials on you? The military credit rewards are about to be distributed. If you have materials, you need to report them now." With that, he pulled Li Yang along as they quickly made their way into one of the factories. The factory was buzzing with noise as the new recruits gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. Most of them had arrived the day before, while only about a dozen had just reached the C-26 terminal today. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, given that the casualty rate for the assessment was as high as 20, not to mention the even higher mortality rate after joining the Northern Dragon Army. Chun Beifeng surveyed the scene and called out loudly, "Old Kong, let's tally up Li Yang's monster materials." Kong Liang, a fellow examiner, approached at his words, and the recruits' eyes turned towards them. "Li Yang ranked 4th in military merits this time, and I heard he's also a psychic," one recruit whispered. "A psychic who couldn't surpass Yang Feng must not have strong psychic powers," another recruit chimed in. "Not necessarily. Li Yang's materials haven't been counted yet," a third voice interjected. The recruits continued their chatter. Currently, Wang Yuyin was at the top of the military merit list, followed closely by Zhang Chong, with Yang Feng in 3rd place, significantly behind the top 2. Li Yang looked around and noticed that these key figures were absent, their whereabouts unknown. Kong Liang smiled and said, "This new recruit assessment really opened my eyes, with 2 psychics emerging at once. Li Yang, quickly bring out your materials. I even bet with old Chun that you could surpass Zhang Chong." As he spoke, his gaze fell on the pitifully small backpack behind Li Yang, and his expression darkened. "You didn't lose the materials while escaping, did you?" Li Yang calmly opened his tactical backpack and took out a ball of golden thread and a reddish eyeball. "Just these 2 items. I'm not sure how much military merit they'll earn." Upon seeing the reddish eyeball, Kong Liang and Chun Beifeng's expressions became serious. Kong Liang carefully picked up the eyeball and examined it closely. "Is this the eye of that 8-armed centipede?" The 2 examiners, both 3-star warriors at the 8th martial level, asked in unison. They both had experience in slaying A3-level monsters and recognized this rare material at a glance. Kong Liang burst into laughter. "Huh, I can't believe you took down that monster. Last month, I led a team to C-26 County to find it, but we couldn't locate it. For an A3-level monster, let's say you earned 24,000 military merits." At this, the recruits were abuzz with excitement. Some of them were lucky if they even caught a glimpse of a monster, Yet Li Yong had already slain an A3 level beast. The stark contrast left them feeling a mix of frustration and admiration, knowing that some achievements require more than just hard work. And this ball of golden thread is? Chen Beifeng and Kong Liang both showed puzzled expressions. As 8th level martial artists, they typically only encountered monsters of the same level or one level higher in the wilderness. As for king level monsters, those were under the jurisdiction of special departments of the Ministry of Defense. Li Yong explained honestly, golden thread from a white-faced spider. I came across the wounded spider before encountering an ant swarm and took it down. Unfortunately, I couldn't retrieve any other materials from it. Hearing this, the two examiners were stunned. Li Yong, are you sure you killed a white-faced spider? That's a king-level monster. Their skepticism was understandable, given that even injured, a king-level monster's speed is astonishing, making it hard for a warrior to catch up. But considering the environment Li Yong was in, they quickly understood. Kong Liang said seriously, Li Yong, I need to have this material verified by an expert. Don't think we're being too strict. If confirmed, you'll become the third member of the Northern Dragon Army to take down a king-level monster. After the new recruit assessment ended, Li Yang's performance exploded like a bomb, causing a massive stir within the Northern Dragon Army. Ranking third in the entire army, this achievement not only surprised Li Yong himself, but also left the high-ranking officials of the Northern Dragon Army in shock. As soon as the news spread, the captains of the 9 major squads were drawn in, their eyes gleaming with astonishment and interest. Old Chun, one captain said with a smile. It looks like you won't be able to keep this guy? With such a record, at the very least, he'll be joining the commander's direct team. We might as well forget about it. The others chimed in, enjoying the spectacle. In the army, achievements are everything. Li Yang's feat of slaying a king-level beast, regardless of how it was accomplished, earned him the admiration of everyone. Such a remarkable performance destined him to move beyond ordinary squads. Despite the teasing from others, Chen Beifeng remained unusually calm. He patted Li Yong on the shoulder and proudly said, So what? I was the one who recruited him. The stronger Li Yong is, the better my judgment. Li Yong, you've really made it this time, Chen Beifeng continued. Killing a king-level beast earns you at least 1,000,000 military merits. 1,000,000 military merits? Li Yong hadn't yet grasped the significance of that number, but the surrounding warriors understood it well. They had accumulated military merits over several years, barely reaching 1,000,000. Now, a new recruit who just passed the assessment had surpassed them, something unheard of in the entire army. After the intelligent calculation by the military merit system, Li Yong ended up with 1.08 million merits. Adding the extra 100,000 merits for discovering and reporting the ant colony to the military, his total reached an astonishing 1.22 million, surpassing the top-ranked Wang Yuyan. If there had been more materials, his merits could have been even higher. Nonetheless, Li Yong was already quite satisfied. Once everything was settled, Chen Beifeng took Li Yong to another seemingly ordinary factory building. On the surface, it appeared to be just a warehouse, but inside, it was a different story. There were 12 underground levels, each offering a private space for warriors, complete with bedrooms, training rooms, and recreational areas. After settling Li Yong in, Chen Beifeng left. After the assessment, new recruits would be assigned to different units. Ordinary recruits would join the main forces, while those with outstanding abilities, such as those who had trained in martial arts before joining, would be directly placed in elite squads. The Northern Dragon Army had 9 major squads, each with several elite teams. The number of stars on a warrior's badge and team emblem indicated the team's level. 1-star squads were the most common, with over 100 such teams led by a warrior captain and consisting of warrior-level members. 2-star teams typically had 2 warriors and 8 elite warriors and had records of defeating high-level beasts. 3-star teams were the cream of the crop, with only a few existing in the entire Northern Dragon Army. The direct teams of the 9 major squad leaders were all 3-star level, and every member was a warrior. As one of the 9 squad leaders, Chen Beifeng's direct team was naturally a 3-star team. Originally, Li Yong was a reserve member of this team, but his outstanding performance in slaying a king-level beast shook the entire army. Now, the Northern Dragon Army could hardly contain such a remarkable figure. However, the final assignment results wouldn't be announced until the evening. Li Yong decided to put these worries aside for now and headed straight for the shower room to enjoy a refreshing bath. After washing up, he didn't choose to rest. As a warrior who had reached the 6th stage, he could go a month without sleep without feeling uncomfortable. Looking at the massive amount of military merits in his possession, Li Yong decided it was time to make some well-deserved expenditures. He walked into the study, sat in front of the military-issued computer, and began planning his future. Li Yong opened the military system, revealing a vast array of items in the military store. On the left side of the system interface, his personal information was displayed. Name, Li Yong. Age, 18. Title, Recruit. Military rank, 2nd Lieutenant. Service time, 1 day. Military points, 1,248,750. Faced with such a wide selection of items, Li Yong found himself at a loss. Recalling the knife technique manual Dao he recommended by Lolita, he decided to invest his military points in enhancing his combat skills. The Dao He manual is divided into 9 progressive levels. The first level increases strength by 5 times, the second by 10 times, and the third reaches an astonishing 20 times. The ultimate 9th level offers a 99-fold increase in power, and it's said that only the founder, King Dao He, has ever reached this level, where a single slash can carve out a 100 milling river. Although Li Yong had already trained in the 10 caverns to enhance his physical strength, it didn't include the essence of knife techniques. Without hesitation, he purchased the first 3 levels of the manual, quickly spending 100,000 military points. Next was weapon selection. The standard air-slicing knife was no longer enough for him. He needed Scrade equipment. Browsing the store, he was shocked by the weapon prices. The cheapest Scrade throwing knife cost 500,000 military points. If he didn't already have shadow blades, just buying equipment for his 18 throwing knives would require 9 million military points, equivalent to 900 million Huaxia currency. This made him grateful for choosing the military faction. Otherwise, he would have had to hunt monsters for equipment. Gritting his teeth, he bought an Scrade air-slicing knife for 900,000 military points and added a top-tier tactical watch worth 100,000 points, which offered protection comparable to a king-level beast and included global communication projection functions. Considering that the Primal God armor was more suitable as an inner armor, he also purchased an A1 grade combat suit for outer protection. Just as his military points were about to run out, the doorbell rang. In just 4 hours, his delivery had arrived. Li Yong dashed to the door, where a stern-looking, muscular man was waiting with 2 boxes. After verifying and signing for the delivery, he eagerly carried the boxes into the training room. The glass weapon, the Zhongkong blade, gleamed with a cold light in Li Yang's hand. He swung it casually a few times, and its sharp edge easily sliced through the air, each stroke remarkably smooth. This divine weapon was made from extraordinary material. So method of the blade was crafted from the bones of the East Sea's purple-green dragon. As the top-tier king-level beast, the purple-green dragon far surpassed the white-faced spider. Its bones had an astonishingly high density, which scientists used to create glass materials. Eagerly, Li Yong opened the box containing the manuals. Inside, there were 3 USB drives and 3 metal plates neatly arranged. The metal plates stored theoretical knowledge, which could be absorbed with just a trace of mental power. The USB drives contained technique explanations. He focused on absorbing the theory first, and his understanding of the blade technique immediately advanced by several levels. Compared to the 10 caves, the blade river was indeed much simpler. This manual was purely about living and dying by the blade, with that spirit running throughout. Li Yong sat cross-legged, immersed in the sea of knowledge. For hours passed in the blink of an eye, and he had fully grasped the first 3 levels of theory. Next came the practical phase. Li Yong stood up and drew his blade, beginning to practice repeatedly. The first level, backlight. The blade's light traced and shaped trajectory in the air, its shadow lingering for a long time. The first strike was successful. However, he needed to improve his success rate, so he practiced continuously until he completely mastered the essence. With each swing, Li Yong was fully focused. He aimed for perfection until the reverse flow of the blade's light was flawlessly executed, achieving a 100 success rate. By this time, he was drenched in sweat. After 8 hours of combining theory and practice, he finally perfected the first level of the Blade River. As the world's premier blade technique manual, the Blade River set extremely high standards for practitioners. Only those at Warrior Level 3 could begin learning, and most people required 3 months to master the first level. Li Yong, already at Warrior Level 6 and nearing Level 7, naturally progressed faster than lower-level warriors. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone shattered the silence. The North Dragon Army command room was calling, requiring him to report immediately. Li Yong realized he might be joining a squad. He quickly showered, changed into casual clothes, and left the dormitory. Taking the elevator to the ground-level warehouse, he happened to meet Wang Yuyan, Zhang Chong, and Yang Feng. The 4 of them had performed exceptionally well in the new recruit assessment and were likely to be assigned to the same team. Li Yong. The 3 called out in unison, their eyes focused on the man capable of slaying a king-level beast. Li Yong smiled as he approached. Wang Yuyan pouted, saying, "A warrior who can kill a king-level beast. You're just like my brother, a total monster." Even Yang Feng, who initially felt some rivalry towards Li Yong, had now set aside his pride and greeted him. This was the military culture, respect for strength. The 4 of them chatted as they walked towards the command headquarters. The North Dragon Army Command was located at the center of the base, the only high-rise building's 7-story tower. At the top floor, inside the Corps Commander's office, the 4 new recruits lined up neatly to report. "Sit down and let's chat," said Gao Yang in a friendly tone. Despite this, Li Yong and the others remained cautious, sitting upright as they awaited the commander's instructions. "Speaking of the commander of the Northern Dragon Army, he's no ordinary figure," Gao Yang said. lighting a cigarette and glancing at the four young faces before him. In his youth, he single-handedly took down several king-level beasts with a pair of battle axes, catching the attention of the main military district, which led to the formation of the Northern Dragon Army. His combat abilities now are beyond measure. Amid the swirling smoke, Gao Yang grew serious. Your performance in the recruit assessment was outstanding, so much so that the military district is asking for you. This revelation made Li Yang's heart skip a beat, and the other three immediately grasped the underlying message. Placing these four prodigies in the Northern Dragon Army might indeed be underutilizing their talents. Gao Yang extinguished his cigarette and got straight to the point. The military district has offered 2 spots for further training at Nanshaman. There, each of you will receive unknown guidance from a martial god. Nanshaman, the first pass of Huaxia, is the gateway to the nation. Such an opportunity is undeniably enticing for young martial artists. Yang Feng immediately stood up. Commander, I want to go. As the oldest, he was more eager than anyone to become stronger. Zhang Chong also expressed his interest, as he had dreamed of becoming a patroller at Nanshaman since he was a child. Wang Yuyin showed little interest, and Li Yang felt the same. For him, hunting beasts in the wilderness was enough. By devouring their flesh, his star beast would soon break out of its shell. Li Yang, Nanshaman specifically requested you. Gao Yang said with a meaningful look. I prefer real combat, Li Yang replied, standing firm. The beasts in the wilderness are the best teachers. Commander, give my spot to someone else. I want to stay with the Northern Dragon Army. Gao Yang was moved by Li Yang's words, and Zhang Chong looked at him with admiration. Only Yang Feng shook his head quietly, thinking Li Yang was too stubborn. In that case, join my Dragon Slayer squad, Gao Yang said, looking at Li Yang with approval. This young man not only had exceptional talent, but also shared a personality similar to his own in his youth. Glancing at the indifferent Wang Yuyan, Gao Yang didn't press further and announced the decision. Zhang Chong and Yang Feng would head to Nanshaman for training and remain there after graduation. That night, the two boarded an intelligent warplane and left the Northern Dragon Army. Since you've chosen to stay, the North Dragon Army will certainly not treat you poorly, Gao Yang said, setting aside his commanding presence and speaking more casually. Just like the Southern Gate has martial gods for unknown training, our North Dragon Army is no less competent. What rank are you in martial arts? Gao Yang asked. Martial artist, 6th rank, Li Yang replied succinctly. Wang Yuyan's eyes widened in surprise at this, secretly amazed. Not only was his mental power formidable, but his close combat skills were also outstanding. Gao Yang was equally astonished. It's rare to maintain such a balance in dual cultivation. Although my teaching skills are average, in terms of experience, those martial god instructors at the Southern Gate can't compare to me. If you have any questions about martial arts in the future, feel free to come to me for guidance. He paused and continued. As for mental power, that's not my strong suit. However, the North Dragon Army has a newly advanced original energy level mental master who is on vacation in Kyoto. She'll be back in a few days. Li Yang understood. When it came to mental power, he always directly consulted Lolita. This being from the depths of the universe had a legacy with knowledge and experience accumulated over endless epochs, far surpassing ordinary mentors. But seeing Gao Yang's enthusiasm, he simply nodded in thanks and then shifted the topic to the Dragon Slayer squad. The North Dragon Army was originally established around the Dragon Slayer squad, Gao Yang said, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes as he recalled the past. This team truly did slay a North Sea dragon. As Gao Yang recounted the history of the Dragon Slayer squad, he fully revealed his Blood Butcher persona. From the team's initial glory to the establishment of the North Dragon Army, he spoke eloquently. As the ever-present captain, he had witnessed many changes among the team members. Some retired due to injuries, others died on the battlefield. Each time a fallen name was mentioned, the air seemed to grow heavier. Currently, the Dragon Slayer squad consists of 6 members, Gao Yang continued. I am the captain, a martial god of the 4th rank. The vice-captain is an original energy-level mental master of the 1st rank, and our strengths are comparable. The other 4 members are at least at the peak of the 8th rank as martial artists. You'll get to know the military life for a week, and once all the members are present, I'll assign a military district task for you to gain experience. Yes. Li Yang's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit, while Wang Yuyan looked distressed at the mention of tasks. In the following days, Li Yang focused on honing his sword skills in the training room until he mastered the 2nd level of Blade River. He then took out the S2 level genetic potion, his reward for ranking 1st on the military merit list. This upgraded version was specially requested by Gao Yang for him, more suitable for his level than the originally planned S1 level. Li Yang shook the little red bottle. This potion, refined from the serum of a king-level beast, was worth at least 5 billion Huaxia currency in the outside world, and it was not something money could easily buy. It's suitable for martial artists from the 7th to the 9th rank, potentially increasing blood energy by up to 20,000. At that moment, Lolita suddenly appeared from the legacy space. Grabbing the potion with her small hand and examining it closely, her mouth agape in surprise. This potion is rich in microlight. What a waste to mix the glimmer with the monster's blood. It's practically a desecration of the glimmer. Li Yong raised an eyebrow at Lolita's excitement and asked, "Isn't the glimmer also used to enhance one's aura? What's the fundamental difference between these two things?" Lolita, like a miser, had a pained look in her eyes and eagerly explained, "Of course, it's different. Pure glimmer can enhance the vitality of stellar level and even galactic level warriors. But once mixed with these low-grade monster serums, it's only effective for ordinary martial artists. It's a sheer waste of resources." Liang nodded thoughtfully but didn't entirely agree with Lolita's perspective. He slowly expressed his own view. There's a reason humans do this. For stellar-level warriors, such a small amount of glimmer isn't very helpful. They prefer to distribute it, mixing it with monster serum for talented martial artists to use. It's for the sake of our civilization's continuity. After hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Lolita's eyes, but she quickly realized something and proudly said, "You're right, but you humans are still too behind. Do you know? You can just absorb the monster serum and then purify the glimmer for a cosmic beast to absorb, which will shorten its hatching time." Liang widened his eyes in surprise. Is that even possible? But won't the cosmic beast be malnourished from absorbing the glimmer? Shortening a day or two doesn't seem to make much difference, and it would be troublesome if it affects its development. Lolita confidently patted her chest. "Don't worry, the glimmer contains the purest cosmic energy, and feeding it more won't be a problem." Reassured, Liang didn't hesitate any longer and began the purification process. He carefully uncorked the bottle, placed his palm on the bottle's mouth, and started absorbing the serum. The serum from the king-level monster was potent, and it took him a full minute to absorb this small bottle. Vitality increased by 8764 calories. Current vitality 64,100 calories. Breakthrough to martial artist level 7 achieved. Liang was pleasantly surprised to find he had broken through, far exceeding his expectations. After purification, only a tiny thread-like green glimmer remained in the bottle, gently floating inside the glass. Liang asked curiously, "How many days can this little bit of glimmer shorten?" Lolita took the bottle, examined it carefully, and then nonchalantly said, "Not sure. I'll give it a try." With that, she swiftly entered the legacy space. Liang followed her into the space. Before him was a massive egg surrounded by swirling black energy. Inside, a terrifying beast was being nurtured. Even though only 10 days had passed since the possession, Liang could already use his mind to enter the eggshell, feeling the heart-stopping power of the nurturing force within. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Liang got out of bed, stretching his slightly weary body. The day passed quietly. He called his sister and chatted with Fatty for a while. Although the martial arts exam was approaching, it no longer concerned him. After a week of intense training, his abilities had made a qualitative leap. While his vitality hadn't increased much, his combat skills and mastery of martial arts secrets had progressed significantly. The breakthroughs in the two major techniques were particularly notable. He had completely mastered the first level of the Blade River, enhancing his swordsmanship power fivefold. Although the success rate of the second level was low, he had made some progress. As for the third level, he hadn't begun to explore it yet. The first level of the 10 caves technique was fully perfected, allowing him to open one cave, which not only increased his physical strength tenfold, but also enhanced his defensive capabilities. In terms of basic power exertion, Liang could achieve a fivefold increase. Thanks to the genetic boost from seizing the Starry Sky Behemoth, his genetic strength had reached tenfold. Although his current vitality level limited his full potential, theoretically, his combined strength could reach an astonishing 25-fold. With my current strength, using the second level of Blade River, a single strike might unleash a force of tens of millions of kilograms. Liang thought to himself, eagerly activating the strength tester. He took a deep breath, adjusted to his optimal state, and activated the first level of 10 caves. In an instant, a faint white light enveloped his body, and a dazzling neutron star phantom appeared behind him. His strength now reached a 15-fold increase. Let's test my punching power first. Bang, bang, bang. His fist struck the tester like meteors, each blow resounding with deafening booms. The numbers rapidly climbed. 10,008 tons, 9,986 tons, 9,923 tons, 10,000 tons, and that's purely from punching. If I combine it with the second level of Blade River, I can multiply that by 10. Liang was astonished. He recalled that during the assessment, his full strike with 18 shadow blades barely reached over 3 million kilograms. Yet now he could deliver a force of over 10,000 tons. Clang! The Zhankong blade slid out of its sheath, its nearly 1.4-meter blade gleaming coldly. Liang focused his energy and executed the second level of Blade River, Stream of Light. Swish! The blade light transformed into a stream, striking the tester with precision. After a crisp collision, the data soared wildly. 16,587 tons. This strike embodied his current peak strength. a 5-fold basic exertion, a 10-fold 10 caves amplification, and an additional 10-fold boost from the second level of Blade River. Although the numbers were impressive, Liang remained realistic. An aircraft carrier in my past life weighed 100,000 tons, and while these figures are intimidating, whether I can actually demolish a building in battle is still questionable. He brought up the display panel. Inheritor, Liang. Martial artist, level 7, 65,870 calories. Basic amplification, 5 times. Mental master, level 5, 5.20. Mental power amplification, 5 times. Inheritance level, 195,100. Outer disciple. My mental master's cultivation is indeed lagging, Liang pondered. Although mental power can also be enhanced through devouring, those that provide formidable mental power are top tier among king-level beasts, and encountering one in the short term seems unlikely. He was well aware of his limitations. Facing a peak-level king beast would mean certain death. However, with his mental power included, his combat strength could rival that of a 9th-level martial artist. As a 5th-level spiritual mind master, he could control 20 shadow blades simultaneously, each weighing 250,000 kilograms, commanding a staggering total force of 5,000 tons. Whoosh! The sharp shadow blades whirled around him, glinting coldly. These deadly blades were far more terrifying than any fist. He had already devised his combat strategy, used the shadow blades for surprise attacks against martial artists, making it hard even for 9th-level ones to evade completely. Currently, his 3 main combat strengths were his swordsmanship, physical prowess, and mental power. When facing others, he would first use his mental power, then surprise his opponent with his swordsmanship in critical moments. After finalizing his tactics, Liang glanced at the date and realized many days had passed. It was time to visit the base. Donning a crisp military casual uniform, he left his dorm. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the howling wind hit him. Outside, yellow sand filled the air, with visibility extremely low. No wonder the base's dorms were built underground, not just to guard against beasts, but also to escape the harsh natural environment. Just as he was about to abandon his outdoor plans and wait for the elevator to return, the doors opened to reveal a familiar figure. Brother Chun, are you injured? Liang noticed the bandages on Chun Beifeng's arm and neck, and his slightly awkward gait. A minor scratch from a mission a few days ago, Chun Beifeng said nonchalantly with a smile. Learning that Liang had been training alone, he volunteered to act as a guide, and took Liang to the base's only recreational spot, a men's tavern. Under the dim, yellowish lights, the tavern's interior appeared dark and rugged, matching the wild environment outside. Though military rules were strict, for warriors like them, alcohol was easily neutralized with their energy. They found a quiet corner, and over drinks, Liang cautiously inquired about Chen's injuries. Chen raised his glass and gestured. This isn't even considered an injury in the wilderness. Losing a limb is an injury. Compared to those brothers resting in the martyrs' cemetery, these are nothing. With that, he downed a large glass of strong liquor, his cheeks turning red. By the way, he suddenly remembered, I met the deputy captain of your Dragon Slayer squad today. Your mission orders should be coming soon. Seeing the excitement in Liang's eyes, he quickly added, don't think that just because you dominated in C-26 County, you can underestimate the wilderness. That's just the tip of the iceberg. The real danger lies in the areas with designations. Take the A380 Canyon I visited this time. It's teeming with king beasts. Even a martial god could fall there. And that's just a 3-star War God Squad's mission. Your Dragon Slayer team is 5-star, with 2 original energy level leaders, so your missions will be even tougher. Late at night, the 2 staggered back to their respective dorms. The alcohol not only relaxed their tense muscles, but also calmed their excited spirits. Just as Liang stepped into his dorm, his locator watch vibrated. It was an urgent assembly notification from Gao Yang, indicating a sudden mission from the command center. Upon receiving the message, Liang felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, instantly evaporating any trace of alcohol. He quickly changed into his combat gear, checked his equipment, and headed towards the command center through the howling sands. At 8:10 p.m., the command center was brightly lit. Several logistics staff were intently monitoring the radar screens, keeping an eye on the surrounding area. Others were busy relaying information from the wilderness, assisting a war god team in distress. Lieutenant Liang, the commander is waiting for you on the 2nd floor. A duty officer respectfully guided him to the exclusive rest area for the Dragon Slayer squad. Inside the rest area, 4 figures occupied different corners. Wang Yuyan, looking like a sleepy child, was daydreaming by the window. Liang matched the identities of the others with the information sent by Gao Yang. Hey, little brother, I'm the deputy leader of the Dragon Slayer squad. Just call me Sister Hai. A strikingly beautiful woman winked at him. The 2 burly men beside her nodded at Liang, clearly having heard of his achievements, their eyes reflecting a mix of scrutiny and approval. Liang, don't be fooled by the deputy leader's appearance, joked the bald man. She's nearly 40. You should call her Aunt Hai to show some respect to your elders. Liang smiled politely, glancing at Zhou Jaime. Indeed, her lively eyes and smooth skin belied her age. Only the graceful maturity of her figure hinted at the passage of time. After some brief introductions, Liang met the other team members. The bald man nicknamed Warhammer, a ninth-degree martial artist equipped with a massive hammer, and Iron Mountain, who lived up to his name with a build like a moving fortress, his triangular military dagger matching his cold demeanor. The captain is still on a call. He'll be here soon, Zhou Jaime said. Okay, Liang replied simply. What a well-behaved little brother. Zhou Jaime laughed softly. Liang thought it wise to be respectful to the veterans as a newcomer to the team. It wasn't long before Captain Gao Yang descended the stairs, looking serious. Let's board the aircraft. I'll brief you on the mission details en route. The six of them quickly boarded the Northern Dragon Army's only intelligent aircraft, the same one used to rescue Liang a few days ago. It was rumored that the captain traded 2 king-level beasts for it, valued at no less than 15 billion yuan. This advanced pilotless aircraft boasted incredible speed and top-notch defense. This mission came unexpectedly, Gao Yang said as the aircraft took off, scanning the team. With 2 members recovering in the base city, it's up to the 6 of us. 10 minutes ago, the military district reported an emergency. A research team in Shanghai is trapped in the wilderness area, A180. Liang listened intently to the mission details. A specialized team from the Magic City Research Institute, focused on genetic studies, encountered a surge of beasts while searching for the rare creature known as the moon fox in the A180 area. They are now trapped in an abandoned building. This team was initially protected by elite guards from the Kunlun Martial Arts School, boasting a formidable lineup: 2 9th-level fighters and 4 8th-level fighters, but they suddenly lost contact during their mission. This lineup is already quite impressive, Zhou Jaime remarked with an unusually serious demeanor, analyzing the situation. The A180 area is just an abandoned city, with far fewer beasts than mountainous or river regions. Even if surrounded by a beast horde, 2 9th-level fighters should have no trouble breaking through. Moreover, they were equipped with top-notch tracking watches, so how could they lose contact? It might be a special type of beast, Zhang Shui speculated, his gaze somber, as if recalling a past event. Just as humans have fighters and psychic masters, there are exceptionally unique beasts with interference abilities. Although rare and usually hunted by powerful individuals upon discovery, if the research team has encountered such a beast. Let's focus on the task at hand, Gao Yang interrupted the ominous speculation. We have a 48-hour window for the rescue. I'm assigning tasks now. Everyone, activate your tracking systems. I've sent you the search areas. Zhang Shui and Tai Shan will cover Area A. Ame and Li Yang will handle Area B, while Wang Yuyan and I will search Area C. Remember, this mission is about rescue, not combat. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. As usual, let's give this operation a code name, Gao Yang suggested with a slightly softer tone. We're braving the storm to save lives. So how about Operation Hurricane? Li Yang proposed, quickly gaining the team's approval. Half an hour later, the aircraft navigated through the howling winds to reach the designated location. At an altitude of 800 meters, the 6 team members began their descent. Tai Shan and Zhang Shui were the first to leap, each holding a shield as they jumped. Need a lift? Zhou Jaime asked with a playful wink, summoning 4 short blades that emitted a blue glow and instantly forming them into a hoverboard. See you on the ground, Sister Hai. Li Yang replied briskly, leaping into the air and summoning 20 shadow blades to form a hoverboard, smoothly descending to 100 meters above the ground. The abandoned city lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, with only the low growls of beasts and the scent of blood permeating the air. Zhou Jaime maneuvered her hoverboard to Li Yang's side, teasing, "You're pretty quick. Make sure to keep up with me." She then turned and focused on the search mission. Li Yang scanned the ground filled with densely packed A3-level beasts, suppressing his urge to fight, and followed Zhou Jaime closely to commence the rescue operation. The East City area was assigned to Li Yang and Zhou Jaime for their search mission. Despite having the highest density of king-level beasts, most were of the beast variety, which didn't hinder their efficiency. They navigated through the towering buildings, their eyes keenly scanning for any suspicious signs. Jaime, searching like this is too slow. How about we split up? Li Yang suggested. Zhou Jaime smiled slightly. No can do. The captain specifically asked me to look out for you. For hours later, as they took a brief rest on the top floor of an abandoned building, Li Yang suddenly turned towards the main city, sharply noticing an unusual disturbance. Almost simultaneously, emergency calls for help from Zhang Shui and Tai Shan came through their earpieces. Even these 9th-rank martial artists were in trouble. I'm tied up here. Captain Gao Yang's voice was heavy. Jaime, take Li Yang to support Zhang Shui and the others. The 4-member ground search team was also surrounded by beasts. Understood. Zhou Jaime and Li Yang responded in unison, immediately racing towards Zhang Shui's location. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the main district, where they saw a fierce battle unfolding in a narrow alley. 2 colossal beasts, 7 to 8 meters tall, blocked the exit, while countless beasts leaped down like raindrops from the rooftops. Taishan and Zhang Shui were fighting desperately. The ground was already piled with 2 to 3 meters of beast corpses. Li Yang's eyes gleamed as 6 shadow blades detached from his flying skateboard, shooting out like lightning and instantly taking down 2 A4-level beasts. Although the sight of the beast flesh was tempting, the priority was to rescue his comrades. Fortunately, his smartwatch faithfully recorded each kill, rapidly accumulating military merit. After clearing the smaller beasts, Li Yang set his sights on the A1-level beast blocking the exit, a towering 8-meter-tall silver mountain ape. The massive beast, brimming with bloodlust, roared and pounded its chest upon seeing him approach, ripping off a huge billboard to hurl at him. "Watch out!" Zhang Shui shouted. Taishan, aware of the ape's formidable power, rushed towards Li Yang, knowing that even he struggled against it, let alone Li Yang, who was only at the 7th rank. Zhou Haimei was anxious, but it was too late to intervene. Li Yang remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the silver mountain ape. As the billboard hurtled towards him, he stood his ground, 2 shadow blades spinning like a whirlwind, slicing the billboard into 2. Seizing the moment, he drew his blade. Clang! The blade flashed, executing the second stage of Blade River, flowing light. A seemingly eternal streak of light cut through the night sky, lingering for a long time. With a sudden slicing sound, the massive body of the giant mountain demon ape froze in place. In the next moment, its enormous body split into 2 and collapsed thunderously into the sea of blood. Taishan stood there in shock, holding his trident dagger, his eyes filled with disbelief. The power of that blade far exceeded his expectations. Even Zhou Haimei, a formidable origin energy level warrior, was visibly moved. Li Yang, a newcomer at the 7th stage of martial arts, had only mastered the 2nd level of the knife river technique, yet he unleashed such a stunning blow that the blade's aura lingered in the air. This was clearly a sign of knife intent. A king-level beast is approaching. We must evacuate immediately. Li Yang's eyes sharpened as the danger index on the detector soared. This wasn't just a single king-level beast. It was likely a whole group encircling them. Li Yang and Zhou Haimei each grabbed one person, swiftly lifting the injured Taishan and Warhammer into the air. After flying 30 to 40 kilometers, they stopped at a broken bridge. "It's temporarily safe here. The beasts can't cross the bridge." Li Yang immediately began treating the injuries of the 2 wounded. Taishan had a ghastly gash on his back, blood gushing out continuously. Warhammer was in equally dire straits, with one arm almost crippled. They had held on during the battle, but now that they were out of danger, their strength quickly waned. "The intelligent aircraft will arrive soon," Zhou Haimei quickly instructed. "Li Yang, you need to escort them onto the aircraft. I'm going to support the captain." With that, she sped off towards the western city. She had complete confidence in Li Yang now. A martial artist who had grasped knife intent was as powerful as an origin energy god of war. The situation with the captain was equally dire. 3 king-level beasts had cornered their 6-member squad inside a building, leaving them in an extremely passive position. "Damn it, I've never felt so stifled in the A180 region before." Warhammer slammed the ground in frustration. Usually, only martial artists at the 7th or 8th stage and a few gods of war came to hunt king-level beasts here. Never before had there been such a dense group of beasts, let alone 3 king-level beasts working together to encircle martial artists. "There's something off." Li Yang, recalling the missing research team, sensed a conspiracy. At that moment, Lolita detected a faint energy in the air that all martial artists coveted. "Lolita, can you pinpoint the exact location?" Upon hearing of the faint energy, Li Yang's interest was piqued. This energy significantly benefited the gestation process of cosmic beasts. "It's roughly in the direction of the main city. We'll need to get closer and run multiple scans to pinpoint the source," Lolita replied. Li Yang glanced at the injured beside him, temporarily suppressing his urge to act. 10 minutes later, the intelligent aircraft finally arrived. He loaded the 2 injured onto the aircraft, using its medical system to stabilize their conditions. "Hammer, I need to go support the captain, so I won't be leaving with you," Li Yang said. "Be careful." Warhammer didn't say much else. After witnessing Li Yang's stunning blow, he no longer saw him as a rookie. That blow had killed the giant mountain demon ape, comparable to a peak 9th-stage martial artist, by exploiting its weak spot at just the right moment. Once the aircraft took off, Li Yang, now unburdened, immediately headed towards the main city. But before that, he planned to retrieve the beast remains he had left behind, resources he had long coveted. The successful devouring increased his vitality by 32,987 calories, bringing his current vitality to 100,000 calories. Li Yang stood by the window of the abandoned building, looking down at the scattered monster bones on the ground. He had devoured the flesh and blood of all the monsters on the street, including an A1-level giant mountain ape, several A2-level monsters, and numerous A3 and A4-level creatures. However, these powerful beings only added a little over 30,000 calories to his vitality, which was far below his expectations. Clearly, As his strength improved, the efficiency of devouring monster flesh was diminishing. Lolita, have you pinpointed the source yet? Liang asked as he moved through the main district, worried that if he couldn't find the source soon, his team leader would call him back once they were free. Don't worry, just keep moving forward, Lolita advised. Liang maneuvered his hoverboard, slowing down as he surveyed the street from above. The monsters below were unusually agitated, fighting each other even without the presence of human warriors. This abnormal aggression was triggered by the faint aura. As the only race capable of controlling this aura, humans were certainly involved. Wait, have you found it? Liang's eyes lit up. Lolita nodded. I've detected human presence, and one of them has a grudge against you. The aura is likely connected to them. Liang immediately activated his detector to confirm. Indeed, on the top floor of a well-preserved building ahead, 3 warriors were gathered. 2 middle-aged men of average strength at the 4th level, and a young man with an oily middle-part hairstyle at the 6th level. The young man was adjusting a green orb that emitted a faint aura. Though the device was invisible and colorless, it was capable of emitting unique sound waves. Mr. Kawashima, this device is incredible. It can direct the monsters to attack military warriors. If we succeed in developing it, the reconstruction of the Far East Island is just around the corner. The speaker was one of the Chun brothers, who had a grudge with Liang. Kawashima Taichi, with a katana at his side, stared intently at the green orb, his ambition clear. Chun, you also played a part in this. Once we return to Europa, I will petition Lord Kitahara to reward you with an Scrade genetic potion. Upon hearing about the Scrade genetic potion, Chun Tai's face lit up with joy, and his words grew even more obsequious. Outside, Liang stood against the wall, listening to their conversation. So the reason I couldn't find the aura source was because of the magic core. The magic core is a low-level technological weapon, Lolita explained. It can release an aura that causes ordinary people to evolve collectively and also affect low-level warriors and monsters. Liang suddenly understood the root of the monster's frenzy outside was this magic core orb. So, was the research team's disappearance also the work of these 3? Liang pondered, his eyes fixed on the attic. However, given the capabilities of these 3, it's clear they couldn't orchestrate such a large-scale operation on their own. There must be another mastermind behind the scenes. But the immediate priority is to capture these 3. A powerful surge of mental energy erupted instantly, like an invisible cage that tightly confined the 3 individuals inside the attic. They couldn't even react before they were immobilized. Liang walked into the attic at a measured pace, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. With a snap of his fingers, the trio snapped out of their terror. Kawashima Tai's expression changed dramatically, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword at his waist, warily eyeing the unexpected intruder. The Chun brothers were also taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Although they had seen photos of Liang at school, in just a couple of weeks, the young man's demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation. General, the Kawashima Tai was about to press his communication watch for help, only to find it unresponsive. Don't waste your effort. Your communication devices have been jammed by me, Liang sneered. To avoid alerting others, he had already instructed Loretta to cut off all communication signals here. Now, these 3 were like trapped beasts at his mercy. You must be with the military, right? Kawashima Tai, seeing that Liang was unmoved, offered. As long as you don't trouble us, I'm willing to offer 5 billion huaxia currency. 5 billion huaxia currency. Liang's eyes flashed with disdain. Money held no allure for him, but the mention of a general piqued his interest. This mysterious general might be nearby. Chintai, I'm giving you a chance, Liang said, already aware of the brothers' identities through Loretta. His voice carried a hint of persuasion. Since you're Huaxia nationals, tell me everything about this little operation's background and objectives. This is your only chance. Upon hearing this, the Chun brothers immediately turned against Kawashima Tai, betraying him without hesitation. Under the mental pressure, Kawashima Tai could only watch helplessly, unable to resist. Through Chun Tai's confession, Liang finally pieced together the story. Nearby, there was a secret laboratory established by people from a far eastern island nation, researching a weapon to control monsters' magic cores. The research team's disappearance was evidently their doing. As for the specifics of the laboratory's interior, these lackeys had no access, always blindfolded when entering and leaving. Senior, I've told you everything I know, please show mercy, Chintai pleaded. Liang ignored their pleas, focusing instead on Kawashima Tai. The information was too superficial. This little guy surely knew more. Yet his eyes showed defiance. Fool, Kawashima Tai shouted with all his might. A mere stray dog. Do you really think these tricks can revive the Far Eastern Island? Liang dismissed him, telekinetically lifting a stone, which turned into a deadly bullet under his mental force. Bang! The stone pierced through Kawashima Tai's skull, killing him instantly. This scene left the Chun brothers trembling, begging for their lives on their knees. Liang paid no heed to their begging, slowly drawing the sword on his back. The blade glinted coldly in the morning light, like the rising sun. On the charge of treason, I sentence you to death. Executioner, Northern Dragon Army, Liang. Liang. As soon as Chun Tai heard the name, his eyes widened, and his face turned pale. Just half a month ago, this high school senior was easily manipulated, but now he had become their Grim Reaper. Before they could react, the blade in Li Yang's hand flashed, and two heads fell to the ground. He spat coldly. Trash. Ever since he had taken over the body of the Starry Sky beast, his desire for slaughter had been growing, and now it was finally somewhat appeased. He crushed the skulls of the two corpses underfoot before turning his attention to the orb emitting a faint green glow. A magic core. A flicker of interest passed through Li Yang's eyes. This was a common tool for beast control on primitive planets, capable of driving massive beast hordes. However, it was a consumable that relied on microlight, which was too extravagant for a native planet. He attempted to absorb it, but found he couldn't take in the microlight within. Such petty tricks, he recalled what Lolita had said, are nothing more than toys for the weak. Once he fully nurtured the Starry Sky beast, even if all the world's monsters came at him, they would pose no threat, and he wouldn't need such auxiliary treasures. Don't act rashly, Lolita's voice sounded. The shell of the magic core is made of crayed metal, which even a galaxy-level powerhouse would struggle to break. Store it for now. I can decipher the inscriptions on it. This so-called crayed metal was measured by cosmic standards, far beyond what any metal on Blue Star could compare. Liang had no choice but to temporarily put away the magic core. The priority was to find that laboratory. At this moment, Captain Gao Yang sent a message. They had escaped, but were seriously injured and needed to retreat. The laboratory is nearby. Liang hesitated. It would be a shame to give up the search, but if he reported this, the opportunity might slip away. He subtly informed the captain of the situation, omitting any mention of the Easterners and the magic core, only saying they found traces of the research team. Liang, you've got 12 hours, Gao Yang said sternly. After that, the martial arts hall will take over. I'll send someone to pick you up. Remember, don't be reckless. Time was of the essence, and Liang couldn't afford delays, becoming even more cautious. In this wilderness, the greatest threat was always other humans. Lolita, continue scanning. We must find the laboratory before the martial arts hall does. Don't waste time in the city, Lolita advised. The microlight aura here all comes from that magic core. The laboratory is likely in the suburbs. The microlight levels in the air were steadily decreasing. Liang stepped onto his flying skateboard and sped towards the outskirts. The outskirts of the A180 area were mostly forest, with a lone dam standing outside the western city. The reservoir behind the dam is extremely deep, attracting a large number of monsters to settle there. Compared to the city, the density of monsters here is several times higher, resembling a natural beast's lair. Be careful. I sense the presence of a warrior nearby, though their exact location is still uncertain. Lolita's warning echoed in Li Yang's mind. Li Yang's eyes gleamed with alertness. The chances of encountering a warrior in the wilderness are slim, but he wouldn't gamble on the stranger's intentions being benign. He held his breath and concealed himself atop a towering tree, his gaze scanning the surroundings like an eagle. Bushes thrived on both sides of the dam, with giant trees blocking out the sky, allowing only sporadic sunlight to filter through the leaves. The water surface, however, was wide open, shimmering under the morning light. A piece of decayed driftwood floated by, stirring the creatures below into action. Splash! A tumtor-long giant piranha leapt out of the water, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth instantly crushing the driftwood. It flicked its poisonous tail fin and dove back into the water. However, before it could swim far, an unexpected wave of energy stripped it of its scales. The small fish below were instantly shredded by this force, yet bizarrely, no ripples appeared on the water's surface. The shredded fish meat quickly attracted a feeding frenzy among other fish. From the depths of the water, a human figure suddenly emerged, swiftly swimming upwards. As he leapt out of the water, he stood stably on the surface. Water droplets slid down his dark face, with a black mask covering half of it, adding an air of mystery. The masked man surveyed his surroundings, then with a burst of power from his legs, sprinted towards the shore. Finally, I've got him. Liang rejoiced quietly from his hiding spot in the tree. Half an hour of waiting had paid off, and the man's bald head with a small braid confirmed he was from the Far East. Don't rush. Follow him and wait until we're further away to make a move, Lolita advised from the shadows, her sharp fangs gleaming like a true little demon. Liang agreed with her suggestion. Once the man reached the shore, Liang ascended to 1,000 meters in the air to follow. The man was clearly heading towards the main city, likely sent by the lab to check on Kawashima Taichi's lack of contact. Watching the figure below, Li Yang's lips curled into a smilia warrior of the 8th rank. It seemed the lab was full of hidden talents, but soon they'd be one less. After tracking for over 100 kilometers, the time was right. Liang suddenly dove down, releasing his full aura. The masked man sensed the sound of breaking air and looked up, only to see a white light already upon him. Kneel. Li Yang's low command accompanied his fist, wrapped in white light, crashing down on the man's bald head. A cracking sound echoed as the skull shattered, and the masked man's knees buckled involuntarily to the ground. Li Yang landed lightly in front of him, satisfied with having used only 30% of his strength. As the man slowly regained consciousness, Li Yang got straight to the point. Where's the lab located? Did you steal the magic core? The masked man's eyes showed no fear, only a surge of murderous intent. Li Yang nodded. Smart. Since you've guessed, tell me the lab's location and personnel setup. I won't ask again. A thin shadow blade appeared in his palm. Chinese man, don't you know we from the Far East never surrender? The masked man said, attempting to draw a knife to end his life, only for Li Yang to flick it away with his shadow blade. In front of me, you don't have the right to choose death. Li Yang's eyes glowed with a dark golden hue, the bloodlust from the star beast genes rising within him. You want to die, but I won't let you. Li Yang's voice was icy cold. He swiftly pulled out a sturdy rope, expertly tying a slipknot around the man's neck, securing the other end to a thick tree branch. With a quick tug, the masked man's body was left dangling in the air, his legs kicking frantically. Li Yang observed the man's awkward limbs with a cold gaze. 6 shadowy blades, controlled by his will, spiraled out. Black arcs of electricity danced across the blade surfaces, and as the razor-thin edges sliced through, the masked man's limbs fell cleanly away. The cuts were so precise that the victim didn't immediately feel the pain. Killing me won't do you any good, the masked man, now just a torso, still taunted. One day, your base city in Huaxia will fall, and you'll face the same fate. He tried to provoke Li Yang into ending his life quickly. Li Yang sneered at the feeble attempt to provoke him. He placed his fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle. The strong scent of blood soon attracted a flock of A4 class monsters, Rotmyth vultures. These creatures secrete a corrosive toxin from their mouths, making their bites difficult to heal. Even an 8th level martial artist wouldn't last a day without immediate treatment. You think I can't find out without your help? Li Yang hovered in the air, looking down at the masked man. The reservoir isn't that big. It's just a matter of time before we search it. I mainly want to know how many Eastern warriors are inside. He continued. Although that island nation has long perished, there are still hundreds of thousands living in major countries, including some at the level of martial gods. Your Eastern people are ambitious, trying to conquer the world, so that lab must be heavily guarded. Huh, what if you find it? The masked man snarled. You'll die if you go in. It won't be long before our Eastern people take over your base city and seize everything you have. Then I will end your dreams. Li Yang said coldly, rising higher into the sky. He hovered for a moment, confirming that the vultures had begun to feast on the Eastern man, then turned away, heading towards the dam. At the same time, he instructed Lolita to prepare a timed mail if anything went wrong. She would report to the military. If he succeeded, they would return to the military district for commendation. Soon, Li Yang arrived above the dam. Without hesitation, he dove into the depths of the reservoir like an arrow, piercing straight to the bottom. The water rushed past him as he landed steadily on a stone at the bottom. The visibility was poor in the dim water, and small, weak fish-like monsters hid among the scattered rocks, while massive underwater beasts swam above. Fortunately, these aquatic creatures had rarely encountered humans, and Li Yang deliberately concealed his presence, so he encountered no trouble along the way. Lolita's voice echoed in his mind. Residual traces of the target detected to the northwest, near the dam. Li Yang stepped onto the flying skateboard constructed by the Shadow Blade and sped towards the dam. Even in the dim underwater environment, his extraordinary eyes could clearly capture the outline of the towering dam. A Hida camouflage of natural moss clung to the mottled concrete walls. Could the lab be hidden inside the dam? He pondered. To be cautious, he didn't approach rashly. Only after Lolita confirmed the absence of electronic surveillance did he carefully move closer to the dam. Upon getting closer, he discovered the dam's base was riddled with cracks, one of which was large enough for an adult to pass through. The traces left by the Far East people ended abruptly at this point. Taking a deep breath, Li Yang felt his way along the crack. There was no detectable airflow, so he relied on a detector to sense any movements within a 100-meter radius, whether it be a person's presence or a faint glimmer of light. However, the deeper he went, the narrower the crack became, and the detector found nothing. Could I be going the wrong way? He wondered, stopping at a gap too tight to pass. Looking back, he saw no signs of anything unusual. The solid concrete floor showed no flaws. That leaves only above. He looked up at the roughly 100-meter-high gap and ascended slowly on the flying skateboard. Just as he was about to give up, the skateboard suddenly broke through the water's surface, taking him by surprise. How could a mere 100 meters reach the water's surface in a reservoir that was 1,000 meters deep? Focusing his gaze, he realized this was a hollow area inside the dam. The ceiling wasn't the sky but the damaged base of the dam. Water had drained through other cracks, causing the water level in this space to drop abnormally. Detecting a special metal reaction, Lolita excitedly alerted him. 40 meters ahead of you. Special metal? That was a synthetic material that emerged after the evolution era. Why would such metal be in a dam built before that era? The answer was clear. The lab was right in front of him. Indeed, around the corner stood a massive bronze door, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, made of the same material as his A1 combat suit, exuding a sense of weightiness even from its surface. Lolita, can you hack this door? At this moment, Liang no longer cared about exposing his location. Liang, have a little faith in me, will you? Lolita said with a hint of pride. If human technology is star level, then I am eternal. Before she finished speaking, the door opened with a response. Any door with electronic technology was no match for Lolita. Liang immediately entered combat mode, with 6 shadow blades leading the way as he cautiously pushed open the door. What greeted him was a space the size of a basketball court, with a statue of a kneeling figure holding a short knife standing in the center. Seriously? Is there nothing else to commemorate besides ritual suicide? He muttered to himself. After confirming the area was empty and safe, he strode inside. The walls on both sides were engraved with countless bowing reliefs, showcasing the distinctive features of Far East culture. This was undoubtedly the mysterious laboratory. At that moment, the system suddenly alerted. Abnormal blood detected. Accompanied by mechanical noises, the central statue slowly descended, and a crack opened in the ground. Once the statue was completely underground, a creature emitting an eerie green glow leapt out. It was unmistakably an A1 class monster, the green-faced mantis. Dr. Qiandao, why won't you let me eliminate that Chinese soldier? In the dimly lit underground laboratory, a flicker of blue light from the monitoring screens illuminated 2 figures of differing heights. The intense combat scenes on the screens deepened their expressions. He's just a minor nuisance. The green-faced mantis is more than enough to take him down, replied the shorter Dr. Qiandao Jinxiong with a tone that mixed indifference and resignation. As the most renowned biologist of the Far East Island nation, even the revered leader treated him with respect. This secret laboratory, crucial for the revival of the Far East Island, was his creation. The taller figure, Wushin Yamamoto, immediately bowed in apology. I'm sorry, Dr. Qiandao. It was my failure that allowed that damn Chinese soldier to infiltrate the lab. Qiandao Jinxiong forced a slight smile. We still have the assets, so we haven't lost yet. The plan is merely delayed. General Yamamoto, escort the specimens and genetic experts onto the ship. Once the Chinese soldier is dealt with, evacuate. Yes. Yamamoto responded respectfully. Within the Chinese military sphere of influence, their plan was indeed vulnerable before its completion. On the first level of the laboratory, Liang commanded 20 shadow blades, toying with the green-faced mantis. Each blade wielded a force of 250,000 kilograms, sharp and formidable, manipulating the creature effortlessly. It's time to send you on your way. Liang ceased his testing, activating the 10 Caves secret technique for enhancement. Despite the surveillance cameras around him, he remained unconcerned. Even if the enemy observed his enhanced punch, how much could they truly comprehend? Boom. The green-faced mantis, trapped by the shadow blades, failed to evade. Liang's mighty punch landed squarely on its triangular head. Green fluid splattered, the air vibrated, and even the walls showed cracks. A decisive victory. Liang looked up directly at the hidden pinhole cameras, taunting. I know you're watching me. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. In the monitoring room, Qiandao Jinxiong was furious. Years of painstaking work on the lab and magic cores were being seized by this arrogant young man. Activate numbers 17 and 18. Send this brat to the second level. I want him dead, he said, pressing a switch. Suddenly, a crack opened before Liang. I've definitely provoked them, he thought, a smirk on his lips, as he signaled Lolita to scout ahead to prevent any traps. After confirming there were no unusual auras around him, Liang leapt into the second level. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the lights suddenly blazed brightly, illuminating the entire space. The layout of this level was similar to the first, but the murals on the walls had been replaced with specimens of various beasts of different ranks. Liang glanced around coldly, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Really? You think these specimens will stop me? The ground suddenly cracked open, and 2 massive shadow leopards leapt out, their eyes bloodshot and exuding a savage aura. The crack slowly closed up. These top-tier A1 beasts were known for their incredible speed of 500 meters per second, comparable to king-class creatures. But to Liang, they were insignificant. Interesting, more beasts. Liang stretched his neck, then propelled himself forward like an arrow, charging at the shadow leopards. His speed was so fast that the beasts couldn't react in time. Having reached the pinnacle of the first realm of the 10 Caves, his physical strength and power were amplified tenfold. A white light enveloped his body, and a phantom of a miniature neutron star appeared behind him. Is this all you Easterners have, just beasts? Liang shouted angrily, delivering precise punches to the shadow leopard's vital points. As one was dazed from the blows, the other tried to assist, but was kicked away by him. He grabbed the tail of the stunned leopard and swung it like a hammer into its companion. As Li Yong was about to finish the fight, the two shadow leopards suddenly began to mutate. Their bones twisted, their eyes split, and their blood surged wildly. Their 3-meter bodies swelled to 5 meters, their blood vitality doubling. Most shockingly, they transformed into humanoid forms. The danger index on the detector skyrocketed, revealing that the mutated shadow leopard's combat power exceeded 1,000, surpassing the limit of a 9th-level martial artist. Yet, this was still not Li Yang's limit. 3 figures moved rapidly through the air, leaving only afterimages. Even without using sword techniques, his physical prowess alone allowed him to fight the mutated beasts evenly. Li Yang summoned 20 shadow blades to circle his fists, and with his powerful punches, he easily shattered his opponent's bones. He pressed his advantage, using long-range shadow blades in tandem with close combat to corner the two shadow leopards. After a fierce round of attacks, the beasts were finally shattered into pieces amidst pain and despair. At that moment, a voice sounded in Li Yang's ear. "I've disabled the surveillance. Quickly absorb the energy from these dead leopards. There's a faint glow on them." Ding. The system notification chimed as Li Yang's vitality surged by 78,762 units, breaking through to 180,000 units, reaching the 8th level of a martial artist. He clenched his fists in disbelief, having achieved such a significant boost merely by defeating two A1-level beasts. Even more astonishing was that this immense vitality did not cause any discomfort to his body. Instead, it stabilized his state even further. The powerful vitality coursed through his body, and a tidal wave of strength emerged. At this moment, even without utilizing the 10 caves technique, he could unleash tens of thousands of tons of force just with basic exertion. Is this the power of the glimmering realm? A glint of greed flashed in Li Yang's eyes. Without waiting for the ground to open, he unleashed a punch, shattering the ground beneath him, and then leaped into the third underground laboratory. In the control room, the screen flickered momentarily before displaying the scene of Li Yang breaking into the 3rd level. Impossible. This Chinese kid actually managed to kill experiment 17 and 18. Qiandao Jinxiong's eyes widened as he carefully reviewed the battle footage. When his gaze locked onto the blade as thin as a cicada's wing, his pupils contracted sharply. The weapon, glowing with runes, was unmistakably a cosmic-level psychic weapon. Hurry, notify Prince Wulai immediately. If he's nearby, he should come to Lab 730. There's a psychic weapon here he's been dreaming of, more powerful than all the psychic weapons of the Dongxing group combined. Qiandao Jinxiong laughed with delight, initially expecting heavy losses from the lab's relocation, only to unexpectedly gain such a supreme psychic weapon. Meanwhile, 1,500 miles away in the jungle, a short young man in dark gold armor suddenly halted. A psychic weapon? His pupils contracted, and a barely suppressible smile appeared on his lips. He hurled the shield in his hand skyward, then launched himself after it like a streak of light. Smack! He landed steadily on the shield, standing with his hands behind his back, speeding towards Area A180. The terrifying psychic power controlled the shield, reaching speeds over 500 meters per second. He was estimated to arrive at Lab 730 in 13 minutes and 24 seconds. At the same time, within the 3rd-level lab, Li Yang cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The space here was even more expansive than the 2nd level, with an additional dark passageway on the wall. He focused, sensing no danger. The shadow blade shot into the depths of the passage, instantly triggering a powerful aura. A burly man clad in dark red armor emerged from the passage, holding the shadow blade that had just been shot. This was none other than Lab 730's strongest force, Yamamoto. Being able to easily kill a mutated shadow leopard and possessing a psychic weapon, it seems your background is not simple, Yamamoto said in a deep voice. Li Yang sneered, retrieving the shadow blade with a thought, and mocked. Compared to you despicable rats, my identity is indeed not simple. Hiding and skulking like a rat. The people from the Far East living beneath the 5 great nations are no different from vermin. These words slipped coldly from Yamamoto's lips as he slowly drew the katana from his waist, the blade glinting menacingly in the dim light. Ha, sharp-tongued kid, but unfortunately, today you'll die by my hand. Before he had even finished speaking, Yamamoto's figure transformed into a blood-red lightning bolt, rushing towards Li Yang at an astonishing speed of 800 meters per second. This terrifying speed was only possible with the amplification of primal force, a power only a primal god of war could wield. Kill me? You're not qualified. Li Yang sneered, the power of 10 heavens surging within him. His figure also became a streak of white light, colliding repeatedly with Yamamoto's blood-red flash in midair. Each clash sent out shockwaves strong enough to kill an 8th-level warrior, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the ground and walls around them. Suddenly, Yamamoto sheathed his sword, a blood-red primal force rising around him. He closed his eyes, gripping the sword handle with one hand, entering a bizarre state of power accumulation. Li Yang, standing in the corner, unarmed yet confident, had 20 shadow blades formed by mental power swirling around him. This was the absolute advantage of a warrior who mastered both martial and mental power, able to calmly face even an opponent with primal force amplification. Watching Yamamoto's aura rise, Liang for the first time truly felt the terror of primal force. After evolving to the 9th tier and condensing the primal core, mastering primal force allowed one to ascend to a primal god of war. This not only meant an increase in genetic strength, but also the qualification to train in higher-level secret techniques, marking a drastic transformation in power. Buzzed, the overwhelming blood energy spread out as Yamamoto suddenly opened his eyes. This strike will witness your end. His figure vanished in an instant, and the next moment, the chilling blade was already at Li Yang's face. So fast, yet Li Yang remained calm, instantly commanding the shadow blades to form a shield in front of him. However, this defense was swiftly shattered, the 20 shadow blades scattering like broken kites. If I catch your sword with my bare hands, how will you respond? Li Yang's lips curled into a cold smile as the primal god armor flowed over his body like liquid. To Yamamoto's shock, he indeed caught the blow, which carried a force of 50,000 tons, with his bare hands. Even though the primal god armor could reduce 90% of the impact, the remaining 5,000 tons of force was still an enormous burden for an 8th-level warrior. Thanks to the enhanced physique from the 10 heavens, Li Yang barely managed to withstand this deadly strike. As he grabbed the blade, he suddenly exerted force with his legs, kicking the stunned Yamamoto several meters away. Impossible. Yamamoto stared in horror at Li Yang's armor. Your armor? Is it from an alien civilization? From a distance, Tsushima Shino watched silently, a satisfied smile on his face. Mental weaponry, liquid armor, cosmic secret techniques. He is the ultimate test subject I've been searching for. Yamamoto, take him alive. This is the strongest test subject I've been searching for. A cold voice pierced through the air, vibrating the atmosphere around them. The owner of the voice had a crazed glint in his eyes, fixed intently on his target Li Yang. This young man not only possessed a liquid battle suit and psychic weapons, but could also withstand an original energy martial god Hedon. Such strength convinced him that Li Yang had mastered the legendary Cosmic Manual. Warriors who practice the Cosmic Manual undergo changes in their body structure. He muttered to himself, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. This will greatly aid my experiments. Once successful, I can mass-produce peak original energy martial gods. It's much cheaper than consuming microlight to control beasts with magic cores. His thoughts drifted to those rare practitioners of the Cosmic Manual on Blue Star, being so powerful they instilled fear. Even the people of the Far East dared only to curry favor with them, never daring to have any presumptuous thoughts. For this reason, he had once abandoned the idea of the strongest living experiment. But now, Li Yang's appearance rekindled his ambition. Yamamoto looked troubled and spoke softly into his locator watch in the Far Eastern language. Dr. Tsushima, this guy's defense is too strong. It's hard for me to capture him alone. It's not about whether we can catch him anymore. It's about whether we can even fight him. Don't worry, I'll release living specimen number 7 to assist you. Dr. Tsushima's confident voice came through the watch. Living specimen number 7 is no longer an experiment, but a true mutant. Its strength, defense, and speed are all at the original energy level. Tsushima continued. 2 original energy level beings against a martial artist at the 8th level like Li Yang is more than sufficient. Hearing this, Yamamoto's expression relaxed slightly. With the help of mutant number 7, their chances of success significantly increased. However, Li Yang keenly noticed Yamamoto's subtle change. Although he couldn't understand their language, the tone and expression suggested that help was on the way. It's time to draw the sword, Li Yang thought to himself, a slight smile appearing on his face. His hand slowly reached for the hilt of the sword on his back. At this moment, his aura quietly shifted. Clang! The blade was unsheathed, cutting through the air with a dazzling flash. Yamamoto's eyes widened as he saw that Li Yang had drawn only an ordinary scrayed battle sword, the Zhang Kong Dao. He didn't take the sword seriously, believing that as long as it wasn't an alien civilization's weapon, it posed no threat. Li Yang gripped the sword with one hand, his aura deepening. He silently rehearsed in his mind, preparing to unleash the 3rd form of the Sword River technique, Bloodlight. With his current energy level of 180,000, he could now execute this move. Far Easterner, you'll be the first martial god to die by my hand. Consider it an honor, Li Yang coldly declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade erupted with a burst of blood-red light. Li Yang's figure transformed into an arc of lightning, leaping forward. All the surrounding energy converged onto the blade. Sword River 3rd form, Bloodlight. Swish! Yamamoto raised his sword to block, but how could his weapon withstand such a fierce blade light? Is this sword intent? Yamamoto's face changed dramatically, attempting to dodge, but it was too late. The bloodlight formed a perfect arc in the air. With a swishing sound, in Yamamoto's vision, the slash seemed to cut the entire world in half. In reality, it was Yamamoto himself who was cleaved in two. The blade light descended from the center of his forehead, splitting him entirely. The original energy martial god Yamamoto fell, never able to see his backup arrive. Whoosh. Liang had just turned around when he sensed a chill on his back. Another expert. His instincts screamed in alarm. A quick glance made Li Yang's scalp tingle. Emerging from the cave entrance was a figure whose gender was unidentifiable, with no intact skin on their body. The cracks on their flesh were chilling, and their patched-up face resembled a scarecrow from a horror movie. "Stop pretending to be a ghost," Li Yang shouted angrily, charging forward with his sword without hesitation. At this moment, even if it were the king of hell before him, he would cut first and ask questions later. A sudden flash of blood. Number 7, the scarecrow-like creature, couldn't dodge in time, and an arm was instantly severed. Green liquid spurted from the stump, and Number 7 emitted a bizarre sound, caught between laughter and a wail. Suddenly, Number 7's entire body trembled as a green glow like flames ignited, causing its power to surge rapidly. Li Yang immediately sensed the danger and shouted sharply, "He's burning his microlight. Kill him quickly." Before he finished speaking, Li Yang's expression changed drastically, seething with anger. "You're committing a crime. Microlight is his beloved family. How can you desecrate it like this?" Despite losing an arm, the microlight burning Number 7 was still no match for Li Yang's swordsmanship. The long blade in Li Yang's hand shimmered with the light of sword intent, a stellar-level true meaning that many primal energy-level warriors had yet to grasp. This true intent not only harnessed vitality, but also amplified fundamental laws, making each strike as powerful as a critical hit. "Die," Li Yang murmured, unleashing 9 precise and perfect slashes in an instant. Number 7 was instantly sliced into pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Li Yang didn't dare to delay, fearing the microlight might dissipate. With one hand, he devoured the remains of the artificial monster, and with the other, he consumed Yamamoto's corpse. Vitality surged into his body like a tide, and the system prompt sounded. Breath increased by 65,802 calories, current vitality at 250,000 calories. Just 10,000 away from reaching the 9th warrior level. Li Yang gazed intently at the dark entrance, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Since the enemy refused to come out, he would take the initiative. In a flash, Li Yang dashed into the pitch-black cave. The deeper he went, the denser the vitality became. "There's treasure," Lolita excitedly exclaimed in the legacy space. "I detected a powerful mental force. There must be something containing spiritual energy inside. Go quickly." Li Yang felt a surge of joy. His warrior strength was about to break through to the 9th level, but his mental force remained at the 5th level, desperately needing improvement. He quickened his pace and soon saw a faint light in the distance. The underground laboratory finally appeared before him. Li Yang cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing numerous monster specimens and live monsters soaking in tanks. Without hesitation, he shattered all the tanks with his shadow blades, and the green liquid gathered under his mental control. "Devour." Li Yang greedily consumed everything devourable of monsters, specimens. Nothing was spared. Vitality surged like a flood. The system prompt sounded again, broke through to the 9th warrior level, current vitality at 300,000 calories. Li Yang was accustomed to such breakthroughs. At this moment, his greatest desire was to enhance his mental force. "Lolita, where's that mental force?" he asked urgently. "In the small room ahead," Lolita directed. Li Yang's sharp eyes focused, and the wooden door shattered under his gaze. However, as he stepped into the room, his brow furrowed. The room was filled with jars of various sizes, and in the center stood an enormous jar, from which the powerful mental force emanated. Upon closer inspection, Li Yang discovered a massive, pulsating monster brain, as large as a millstone. The brain was riddled with plastic tubes connected to countless gas tanks in the room, each containing a monster's head. "What a foolish method," Lolita commented disdainfully. "This stacking method gathers very little mental force. But you're in luck. This brain has absorbed the mental force of over 10,000 monsters to gather this much spiritual energy. Devour them, and you'll become a primal energy level mental force master." Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately spread his arms, voraciously devouring the mental force from the monster brain. In his sea of consciousness, the ocean of mental force began to boil, the dark golden sphere swelling and eventually shattering. Condense. The shattered golden sphere reformed into a blazing Sunin original core, the primal nucleus of mental force. With it, Li Yang had mastered primal energy mental force. The system prompt sounded again. Devoured successfully, mental force increased by 27 points, current mental force at 32, breakthrough to primal energy level mental force master. Mental force surged, and the shadow blades hovering around Li Yang began to multiply. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, eventually forming 72. Each shadow blade, enhanced by primal energy mental force, wielded a terrifying power of 10,000 tons. However, before he could familiarize himself with this newfound power, the entire room suddenly quaked violently. A terrifying force, chilling to the core, approached from all directions. It's a nuclear bomb, run. Lolita's warning exploded in Li Yang's mind. Hearing this, Li Yang's face changed dramatically, his entire body tensing, ready to escape the place about to become a hell. The energy generated after the particle collision was as swift as the speed of light, impossible for anyone to evade. Even though Li Yang had advanced to the level of an original energy spiritual psychic, he was not spared. Shadow blades. Li Yang shouted in a low voice, instantly summoning 72 shadow blades to surround his body, forming an impenetrable sphere. At the same time, the original divine armor quickly enveloped him, and his hands instinctively shielded his head. He knew that facing it head-on was the only option. The resilience of the shadow blades was enough to withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb, but it couldn't fully block the terrifying shockwave. The destructive power of this nuclear bomb exceeded 1.5 megatons, while the combined strength of the shadow blades was only 0.72 megatons, just half of the bomb's power. With a deafening roar, the first wave of the impact instantly shattered the spherical shield formed by the shadow blades. Nevertheless, this layer of defense significantly reduced the shockwave. The remaining 0.5 megatons of force hit the original divine armor, further reducing it by 90. The final 0.05 megatons of force directly struck Li Yang. Boom! The massive impact made his entire body tremble violently, his bones producing cracking sounds. Fortunately, his vitality had been boosted to 300,000 calories, and combined with a tenfold genetic enhancement and the amplification from 10 celestial apertures, his physical strength even surpassed the original energy level. Huh! Li Yang let out a fierce shout, forcefully enduring the remaining force. The terrifying explosion gradually subsided, leaving a massive gap over 1,000 meters wide in the original dam, causing water to gush out wildly. In the sky, a gigantic mushroom cloud slowly rose, silently narrating the destructive power of that moment. Li Yang's form slowly ascended. After reaching the level of an original energy spiritual psychic, he could now hover in midair, but to achieve speed, he still relied on a flight board constructed from psychic weapons. At this moment, his body was still trembling slightly. This was the closest he had ever been to death. Although even if his main body perished, he had a Star Beast clone. This was still his true self. If he hadn't previously consumed that brain, which allowed his spiritual power to break through to the original energy level, he might have truly perished here. Lolita, locate that person. I must kill him. A thirst for vengeance filled Li Yang's mind, his eyes turning blood red. Before the explosion, an intelligent spaceship fled towards the South Sea. At your current speed, it will take approximately 30 minutes to catch up. Lolita's capabilities had been upgraded once again, now able to detect the aura and any life forms within a kilometer radius. As Li Yang grew stronger, the resources she could mobilize also increased. Trying to escape? Li Yang's figure shot forward, the sonic boom from his speed shattering the towering trees around him. Based on the data from the laboratory computer, he had already traced the base of the Far East people. He was determined to destroy all of their laboratories in one go. Meanwhile, not far from the South Sea, above the mountains, an intelligent fighter jet slowly halted. The hatch opened, and a short, thin young man leapt aboard. Dr. Qiandao, why did you suddenly come here to pick me up? Prince Wu Lai asked with a frown. What about the psychic weapon? He had been about to reach the A180 region when he suddenly received a message from Dr. Qiandao, instructing him to turn back and wait in the mountains outside the South Sea. The young man who wielded the psychic weapon had mastered the cosmic secrets and possessed the cosmic armor. General Yamamoto was no match for him, and even the strongest mutant, number 7, was killed by that kid. Qiandao Jinxiong gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering with anger and resentment. If it weren't for me activating the nuclear bomb, I would have been dead on the spot. Qiandao Jinxiong clenched his fist, recalling that thrilling moment. His mind flashed with images of the many experimental subjects left behind in the lab, along with the precious original energy brain. It was a key component for his planned body modifications. However, he was unaware that the brain had already been consumed by Li Yang. Nuclear bomb? Upon hearing this, Wu Lai didn't blame Dr. Qiandao, but instead looked excited, his eyes shining. That kid must have died in the explosion. Doctor, if we go back now, we might find the psychic weapon. Humph. Qiandao Jinxiong's expression darkened, and he replied coldly. Prince Wu Lai, are you crazy? That kid has cosmic armor. What if he's not dead? He dared not gamble on such a thing. Besides, being an ordinary person, even if Li Yang were dead, he wouldn't have the courage to search for the psychic weapon at the center of a nuclear explosion. So what if he's alive? He's surely gravely injured, and this is my best chance to seize the psychic weapon. Wu Lai clenched his fist, and 36 triangular daggers hovered behind him, glinting coldly in the air. Unfortunately, these hidden weapons lacked the power of runes, and each triangular dagger's strength was less than 1,000 tons. Wu Lai was ambitious, eager to obtain the psychic weapon. In his view, Only by acquiring this artifact could he venture into the Stargate and gain the opportunity to surpass the martial gods. He found such temptation irresistible. If you're determined to go back, I won't stop you, but I won't accompany you in your madness. Dr. Qian Dao waved his hand, once again stopping the aircraft, preparing to let Wu Lai disembark. Although the other party was a revered son, the items on the plane were crucial for the grand cause of reviving the Far East, and he couldn't risk them with Wu Lai. Wu Lai's expression changed slightly, and he sneered. Dr. Qian Dao, I've heard that you've developed a stable mutant gene serum? Who said that? Dr. Qian Dao shook his head, saying, if the mutant gene were stable, I wouldn't have plotted against the research team in Demon City. He admitted that he couldn't stabilize the mutant gene, which is why he had designed to capture Professor Su from the Demon City research team, hoping to have him help stabilize the mutant gene. If successful, it would be a world-changing breakthrough. Oh, Wu Lai raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as he looked towards the tail of the aircraft. There stood a large green tank, inside which bubbles continuously rose. From the outside, one could barely make out the outline of a werewolf. A humanoid wolf head with razor-sharp claws, its fur constantly moving in the water. What are you doing? Dr. Qian Dao panicked, angrily reprimanding. Wu Lai, this mutant werewolf is unstable. If you release it, we're done for, and the Lord will never forgive you. Shut up. Wu Lai glared at Qian Dao, sneering. You lowly ant. Did you really think my father supports you for the sake of restoring the nation? That old man just wants more power for himself. All that talk of national restoration and imperial glory is just a facade. Do you think this is still the pre-evolution era? In today's Blue Star, martial artists are the absolute core. Royal power and wealth must be built on personal strength. Without personal strength, even the Lord, let alone a sage, must serve the strong. Wu Lai saw through his father and even more so understood the essence of this world. Only by becoming stronger himself could he grasp the truth. Qian Dao Jinxiong's expression was complex at this moment. He understood this truth even better, otherwise, why would he have created the original energy brain? Get out of my way. With a single glance, Wu Lai sent Qian Dao Jinxiong flying. Then he grabbed the remote control and opened the tank without hesitation. Whoosh! The green liquid flowed out, and the mutant werewolf opened its blood-red eyes. It pulled out the breathing tube from its mouth, glaring fiercely at Wu Lai, and let out a deafening roar. You've turned me into a monster. Dr. Qian Dao looked at the werewolf, his eyes flickering with fear. After taking the mutant gene, the werewolf had instantly elevated from an ordinary person to a martial god level, but its consciousness became chaotic and uncontrollable. It was able to speak, and its vitality was unusually stable, which was terrifying. Wu Lai faced the creature without fear, instead showing a satisfied expression. Confidently, he thought that with his own third-tier original energy, mental power, and vitality, he could escape even if he could not defeat the werewolf. At this moment, he was more concerned about the stability of this gene. If it proved stable, he planned to seize and use it himself. Wu Lai turned to Qian Dao Jinxiong, his gaze threatening. Old man, hand over the gene, and I can take you with me to escape. Otherwise, be prepared to be torn apart by this monster. Before he could finish speaking, Qian Dao Jinxiong suddenly widened his eyes, trembling all over and unable to speak. Wu Lai also sensed something amiss, his expression changing drastically. That familiar orate was mental power. A powerful mental force field enveloped the entire smart fighter jet. The werewolf seemed unaffected, roaring as it prepared to charge forward. However, just as it was about to act, the fighter jet suddenly shattered, its body enveloped by the mental power and suspended midair. Finally caught up with you. A voice came from outside. Li Yang's figure streaked through the air, accompanied by bursts of explosive sounds. Even before he appeared, he had crushed the entire fighter jet into fragments with his mental power. Miraculously, the people inside were still alive. Li Yang halted in midair, his gaze piercing. After experiencing the baptism of a nuclear explosion, his mental power had once again improved. The powerful mental energy brought by the brain had been completely absorbed during his journey. The original core in his sea of consciousness had transformed into gold. Who activated the nuclear bomb? Li Yang coldly scanned the few people inside the shattered jet. The werewolf struggled futilely in the air, unable to threaten him. Besides, there were three others, an unconscious young woman, presumably a member of the kidnapped Shanghai research team, a short, stout man, and a short young man. Li Yang's gaze fell on the young man. Although the other was also an original energy mental master, the difference in strength was vast. Wu Lai was shocked, unable to comprehend the massive gap between mental masters. He hurriedly defended himself. Sir, the nuclear bomb was detonated by this old guy. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Li Yang sneered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just a glance from him caused Wu Lai's body to contort and deform. Wu Lai cried out in agony. You can't kill me. My father is the Lord of the Extreme East. If you kill me, you will surely die. Li Yang was amused by the threat. He clenched his fist, his mental power surging once more. Wu Lai's body exploded instantly. Li Yong spread his arms wide, absorbing Wu Lai's mental power and vitality right in front of Qiandao Jinxiong. He felt his strength increase. Mental power rose by 17 points, reaching 49 points, breaking through to the third tier of original energy. Vitality increased by 170,000 calories, reaching 500,000 calories, the ninth stage of a martial artist. Witnessing this, Qiandao Jinxiong, who had been in despair, suddenly showed a look of delight and exclaimed, "A Chinese, you really have cultivated the cosmic secret technique. To freely devour vitality and mental power, no one on Blue Star can do that. There must be some unique secret techniques in the universe." With a crazed look on his face, Qiandao Jinxiong urgently said, "I possess a genetic technology that can grant you endless vitality. Spare my life, and I'll give it to you." A flicker of interest crossed Li Yang's eyes as he turned his gaze to Qiandao Jinxiong. "You have 1 minute," he said coldly. Qiandao Jinxiong hesitated briefly before slowly revealing his bargaining chip. "The mutant gene serum is in a lab in the South Sea. If you let me live, I can produce this serum indefinitely." "Interesting," Li Yang said, grabbing Qiandao Jinxiong in his hand. Fear crept over Qiandao Jinxiong's face as he continued promising various benefits, even exposing the secrets of the Far East base. Li Yang casually asked, "Your master, what is his level of power?" "Peak of the martial god." Qiandao Jinxiong answered hastily. "Where is he?" Qiandao Jinxiong looked troubled, quickly pleading, "That old man is too cautious. He never tells us his location. Not even his own son knows where he is." Murderous intent filled Li Yang's eyes. "Don't know? Then you can die." Before he finished speaking, he swung his hand like a blade, beheading Qiandao Jinxiong. He then used his mental power to crush the body into a mist of blood. Li Yang thought to himself that the information on the South Sea lab of the Far East people had already been copied by Lolita from the computer. Even if the storage device was removed, Lolita could reconstruct the data from the remnants, including the so-called mutant gene. The intelligent warplane was torn apart by mental force, revealing the experimental subjects inside all humans. Li Yang searched carefully but did not find the familiar face of his second uncle, leaving him with mixed emotions. "Lolita, inform the military district to bring these heroes home," Li Yang said. Lolita teased, "Oh, you're so full of yourself. Can't you fly back?" Li Yang retorted, "I meant them, not me." He still needed to go to the South Sea to destroy the lab there. Suddenly, Lolita urgently alerted, "Li Yang, quickly kill that martial god-level werewolf. Its vitality is splitting continuously." Unfortunately, it was too late. The werewolf's genetic cells were frantically dividing, its vitality surging, leaping from the 7th to the 9th stage of martial god. It broke free from Li Yang's mental control, clutching its head in agony, emitting howls of pain. "Run, away!" Quickly, the werewolf surprisingly spoke. Li Yang was stunned. "It can talk." Lolita explained, "Of course, it used to be human. But don't worry, it can't fly." Before she finished, the werewolf's power transformed again, breaking through to the star level. With natural elements enveloping it, it soared into the air, completely surpassing the martial god realm. The air was ablaze with fire elements as a humanoid figure hovered in the sky. Li Yang stared in shock at this transformation, instinctively taking a few steps back. This wasn't a monster, it was a real person. He was astounded, as the ability to manipulate elemental forces of nature and harness them was a trait unique to humans. The werewolf was surrounded by a blazing inferno, its power surging as its form shrank from over 3 meters tall to about 1 meter 90, making its limbs more human-like. Yet, its sharp claws and blood-red eyes were still terrifying. It howled at the sky, its voice filled with boundless rage, and as its emotions intensified, its blood surged at an alarming rate. Li Yang's detector emitted a piercing alarm. Combat power has exceeded 50,000 points. All inheritors must evacuate immediately. Suddenly, Lolita exclaimed, "I remember now. This isn't a mutation. This is a genetic evolution unique to the Yate tribe." She quickly explained, "The Yate tribe is one of the highest genetically ranked human groups, naturally combative. They are born at the original energy level, with genes at 100 times the norm, and can enhance their genes through life and death battles. This werewolf must have absorbed Yate genes. Though it's not a pure Yate, possessing their genes triggers genetic evolution upon breakthrough." Li Yang was astonished by this revelation. He couldn't help but ask, "Lolita, if I devour this werewolf, can I acquire the Yate genetic talent?" Lolita shook her head. "In theory, yes, but you're no match for the werewolf at your current level. Besides, you already possess a star beast clone, the king among star beasts, with genetic talent 1,000 times greater than the Yates. There's no need to covet the Yates' genetic abilities." Li Yang nodded in agreement, but inside he still longed to strengthen his human essence. Watching the evolving werewolf, he worried. "We need to leave immediately and alert the military. If this werewolf reaches the base city, it could spell disaster for millions. We must have the strongest from China intervene, even if only to drive it away. Lolita confidently said, "Don't worry, I've already sent the footage to the military tower. Let's go." Without hesitation, Liang turned and headed towards the South Sea. Although he couldn't consume the werewolf, he thought to himself that perhaps the South Sea laboratory held Yate genetic serums. With this hope in mind, he quickened his pace, leaving the dangerous area behind. Just 100 kilometers out, an explosion of fiery embers erupted behind Liang. The mountains and valleys on the ground were instantly scorched clean, and even the weaker beasts couldn't escape the inferno. Liang spun around, his face changing drastically as he shouted in shock, "Which werewolf is chasing us?" Amidst the flames, a menacing werewolf emerged, its eyes glowing with a blood-red hue, fixated on Liang with a hatred that was palpable. Its steel-like fangs seemed ready to shatter. The werewolf's speed was an astonishing 7.8 kilometers per second. In a voice filled with panic, Lolita exclaimed, "We can't outrun it. Hold on, military reinforcements are on the way and will arrive in 5 minutes." Liang didn't blame Lolita for the miscalculation. Since escape was impossible, he resolved to fight. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a shield of wind behind him, his telekinesis isolating him from the surrounding flames. As the werewolf charged at him, Liang drew his battle blade without hesitation. "Third stage of the Blade River, Bloodlight," he muttered, unleashing 500,000 units of energy. With a 10-fold base increase, a 10-fold enhancement from the 10 caverns, and a 20-fold boost from the Blade River technique, he unleashed a staggering force equivalent to 200,000 tons. However, the werewolf had reached a stellar level. Li Yang's Bloodlight Blade technique was as ineffective as a tear falling into an ocean amidst the flames. Unfazed, Li Yang prepared for a noble sacrifice. He thought, "I still have my Star Beast avatar. If I die, it's no big deal. Survive another year, and I'll be a hero again." But suddenly a thought struck him. Wait, if I die, what about Xiaoing? A sense of unwillingness surged within him, and Li Yang gripped his blade more tightly. If his true self couldn't be preserved, he would burn all his mental energy. His mind surged with power, pushing his core to its limits. "Let's go for it." Li Yang discarded his dulled battle blade and formed the shadow blades into a drill. This drill, made of shadow blades, spun furiously and charged straight at the approaching werewolf. The werewolf, undeterred, caught the spinning drill with one hand. A cracking sound was heard as the overwhelming difference in strength shattered the drill of shadow blades, scattering the 72 blades. The werewolf raised its claw, ready to tear Li Yang apart. At that critical moment, its movements suddenly halted, and its claw began to tremble. Then, a whimpering sound came from the werewolf. "Run, run." Li Yang was taken aback, thinking, "What does this mean? It's caught up to me, and now it's telling me to run? It's underestimating me." He gritted his teeth and decided, "If that's the case, I'll self-destruct." An original energy self-detonation could rival a nuclear bomb. Just then, Lolita urgently shouted, "Wait, Liang, it carries your bloodline." "What?" Liang was completely bewildered. "I'm only 18, and I've kept my body pure to become a warrior. How could I have left a bloodline behind? Besides, it's a werewolf." Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Liang stared into the werewolf's eyes, as if seeing his taciturn uncle. Just over 3 months ago, his uncle had disappeared in the wilderness, presumed dead after joining the military, which made Liang assume he had been devoured by beasts. Recalling that most of the test subjects abducted by Qiandao Jinxiong were soldiers, Liang couldn't help but tentatively call out, "Uncle." He tried to remain composed, but his voice was still somewhat hoarse. Upon hearing the word uncle, the werewolf's body shuddered violently, its eyes turning even redder. It let out another roar, seemingly struggling with another consciousness within for control of its body. The werewolf really did stop attacking. Liang looked at the giant beast covered in jet black fur before him, his heart filled with excitement. "Second uncle, it really is you." But seeing the werewolf's pained expression, his heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. The werewolf was rolling on the ground, clutching its head and letting out a harrowing howl. Liang could clearly see the rage and health points on the data panel rising wildly. He wanted to reach out to comfort his uncle, but in his current state, his uncle was like a wild beast that had lost its mind, ready to lash out at any moment. "Liang, take this chance and flee towards the South Sea. Once you get underwater, the werewolf won't be able to follow you." Lolita's voice echoed in his ear. But Li Yang's feet felt rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the werewolf. Having lost his father at a young age, it was his uncle who had raised him. In his heart, his uncle had long taken his father's place. "Stop hesitating," Lolita urged urgently. "If you don't want to die at your uncle's hands, or let him live with lifelong regret, you must leave now. The Atlantean gene evolution has a time limit. Maybe once it's over, your uncle will return to normal." These words snapped Liang back to reality. He realized that staying would only cause his uncle more pain. After giving his uncle one last deep look, he resolutely turned and sprinted towards the South Sea. The werewolf behind him continued to struggle against its instincts, seemingly buying Liang time to escape. At that moment, the world suddenly fell silent. The air froze in an instant, as if the seasons had abruptly changed. In the distance, an elderly man clad in pale blue armor floated majestically in the sky. His hair was streaked with gray, and ice blades hung from his arms, surrounded by the power of ice elements. This powerful being had reached a state of unity with the heavens, a level above the realm of true intent. Without a doubt, he was a super strong star-level warrior. A werewolf. A visitor from the cosmos. The elder's cold voice carried a hint of concern. The werewolf, who had been battling its consciousness, was jolted awake by the chill, its fury igniting instantly. Kill! The werewolf roared, charging at the human strongman. In an instant, flames and ice collided in the air, shaking mountains and dimming the sky. This earth-shattering battle lasted only a few minutes before coming to an abrupt end, the outcome uncertain. Meanwhile, Liang was burning his mental power, racing towards the South Sea at a speed of 2 kilometers per second. He only stopped when he reached the coastline. At that moment, his disdain for the Easterners had transformed into a deep-seated hatred. Looking out, the Lingnan region stretched with 50,000 miles of plains to the north and 50,000 miles of mountains to the south, beyond which lay an endless coastline. This South Sea was Lingnan's true adversary. In the early days of the evolution era, the monsters produced here once dealt a heavy blow to China. Unlike Li Yang's previous life on the blue planet, the current blue star had a diameter exceeding 100 million kilometers, making it difficult even for star-level strongmen to circumnavigate it. This fact underscored the sheer number of sea monsters that must have landed on the southern coast back then. Lolita, will my uncle be all right? Liang asked worriedly. Don't worry, Lolita reassured him. Although your uncle is only a third-level star, his genes are 50 times stronger. The military's envoy is a 5th-level star, but his genes are only 10 times stronger, no match for your uncle. Hearing that his uncle was safe, Liang finally exhaled in relief. He buried the matter deep in his heart and turned his gaze to the vast blue sea. Li Yang's gaze darkened, and a murderous intent began to rise. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he mentally marked the locations of all the laboratories. He was determined to uproot them one by one. His figure shot through the air, heading straight for the first laboratory. The target was located deep in the South Sea, on a solitary island less than 20 kilometers wide. On the surface, the island seemed unremarkable, with a few reptilian monsters wandering the shore. But underground, it concealed a laboratory dedicated to developing monster genes. Boom! The door shattered under Li Yang's fierce gaze. Due to its location in the sea, the Far East had deployed over 1,000 elite warriors here, the weakest of whom were at the 7th level. At first, they were stunned by Li Yang's audacious intrusion, but they quickly regained their composure. Stop him. I'll activate the X-911 model specimen. 9th Squad. Assemble immediately. The laboratory descended into chaos. Liang scanned the room coldly, his mental energy spreading like a tidal wave. With a simple sweep of his mind, all subprimal energy level warriors and frenzied live experiment specialists were instantly crushed, staining the laboratory floor with blood. Only one person remained standing, clutching a remote control, the laboratory's highest commander, a primal energy level warrior named beast.When. He glared at Liang. Did you kill Dr. Qian Dao? Just another insignificant ant. Liang stepped forward, completely ignoring the question. Enraged by such disdain, beast.Wen's face twisted. For the Lord, for the Empire. As his finger reached for the remote button, a black light severed his entire arm. His scream was filled with terror as he staggered back until he was pressed against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. Die! The black light flashed again, and his head rolled to the ground. Liang looked around. The rivers of blood in the laboratory were nothing compared to the horrors of the specimens hanging on the walls and soaking in jars. The cruelty of these Far Easterners was truly terrifying. Since his energy reached 500,000, Liang no longer bothered consuming the energy of ordinary warriors. Even king-level monsters could barely add 10,000 units of energy for him now, let alone these people, except for the primal level beast.When. Lolita, connect to the computers here and search for information on the Atlantean gene serum. Already on it. Lolita responded. I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? In high spirits, Liang replied casually, the good news. I found the location of the Far Easterners' gene warehouse. It's stocked with decades of their gene serums, Lolita said cheerfully. But the bad news is, your intrusion has been reported, and the warehouse might be relocated soon. We need to act fast. As for the Atlantean gene, it's not here, nor anywhere else I've checked. Its source is a mystery, known only to their lord. Hearing about the imminent relocation of the gene warehouse, Liang didn't have time to consume the hundreds of scrayed gene serums in the lab. He quickly stored them in his backpack and dashed out. Hovering in midair, he looked down at the laboratory, where blood was seeping through the cracks and turning the surrounding sea crimson. Grabbing beast.Wen's remote, Liang activated the nuclear bomb. Such a blight on the world deserved complete annihilation. The gene serum warehouse is 18,000 kilometers away. Estimated arrival in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Lolita's voice echoed in his ear. In the depths of the South China Sea, a pitch-black trench stretched endlessly. Schools of fish emerged from its depths, adding an eerie touch to this mysterious aquatic realm. A figure swiftly glided through the water, expertly diving to the trench's deepest part. There, a large door made of a special metal stood, slowly opening after a genetic scan, as surrounding water was instantly displaced by a powerful force. A portly middle-aged man entered the chamber. As the lights came on, he immediately knelt before a statue resembling black iron. Though the statue had a human-like form, it featured a tail, making it particularly unique. Master, should we really abandon that gene repository? The man asked respectfully. The statue suddenly spoke, its voice filled with arrogance. Just some rubbish. Absorbing too much would only taint my lineage. As for the golden horn, that boy won't be able to use it. I'll retrieve it once I regain my form. As a higher being in the universe, his genetic strength was 100 times that of the average human warrior, so he had no interest in ordinary monster gene serums. What he truly craved was the elusive microlight. Yes, the Eastern Lord, kneeling, showed even more reverence. Since acquiring the statue, his power had advanced rapidly. Although he had reached the star level and mastered a unified sword technique, ranking among the world's top 100, he suppressed his aura to the peak of a martial god to avoid arousing suspicion. How goes the collection of microlight? The statue inquired. My true form has accumulated significant energy, and with more microlight, I'll soon be able to wield my physical strength. The Eastern Lord was overjoyed. Rest assured, Master. In a month, my team will emerge from the Europa Stargate, and I'll deliver the microlight to you immediately. Huh. The statue's eyes gleamed with greed. The Europa Stargate is merely a beast nest storing alien armies. The true repository of microlight is the Stargate in Huaxia. Huaxia has always denied our Eastern people access to the Stargate. With our lab exposed, we might soon be globally wanted, the Eastern Lord worried. Other nations might issue expulsion orders, forcing us into the wilderness while evading Huaxia's powerful hunters. When I regain my physical abilities, I'll ensure you access the primary Stargate, the statue declared confidently. These Stargates were all too familiar to him, and entering one would be no challenge once he could move freely. The Eastern Lord was thrilled by this promise and projected a battle scene of Li Yong onto the wall. Master, this young man has trained with cosmic techniques and possesses liquid armor and a psychic weapon. Could he have microlight on him? The statue's gaze shifted sharply as it observed the projection. A heavenly tier psychic weapon. In the universe, weapons were classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. In this world of weaponry, yellow-grade weapons cater to the needs of those at the primal energy and stellar levels. Xian-grade weapons are typically chosen by star ocean level warriors, while the higher-tier earth-grade weapons can only be purchased by those at the star ocean level. As for the top-tier heaven-grade psychic weapons, even the powerful beings at the starry sky level can barely wield them. Although Zhao hails from the illustrious Yate clan with a genetic advantage 100 times greater, his strength only reaches the star ocean level. His most valuable piece of equipment is merely a beginner earth-grade armor awarded by his clan. At this moment, greed flickers in Zhaoxiang's eyes. I must get my hands on this heaven-grade psychic weapon. Selling it on any advanced civilization planet would be enough to exchange for a top-quality earth-grade weapon. He turned to the Lord of the Extreme East and coldly ordered, Huangji, keep a close watch on that kid. Once I recover my physical strength, I will personally kill him. The Lord of the Extreme East bowed his head respectfully in response. Meanwhile, Li Yong, speeding above the sea, was unaware that he was being targeted. As he headed towards the gene warehouse, he quickly consumed the genetic serums obtained from the laboratory. Hundreds of doses surged through him, causing his blood and energy to flow like a tide, filling every inch of his being. His blood and energy had long surpassed the 9th stage of a martial artist's standard. The basic blood energy for a regular 9th-stage martial artist is 256,000 calories, with 300,000 calories marking perfection. However, thanks to his tenfold genetic advantage, Li Yang's blood energy limit during the 9th stage could reach 3 million calories. Once he breaks through to the primal energy level, all these reserves will translate into a boost in his genetic multiplier. Successful absorption, blood energy increased by 960,000 calories, current total 1,460,000 calories. Li Yang calculated to himself, just halfway to breaking through to the primal energy level. This growth rate far exceeded expectations, with his blood energy surpassing 1 million in a short time, and his psychic power reaching the 3rd tier of the primal energy level. All of this was thanks to the generous contributions of the Extreme Easterners. 2.5 hours later, Li Yang arrived at the island mentioned by Larita. A psychic scan revealed no human presence around, and he silently infiltrated the gene warehouse a kilometer underground. In this chilling cellar, numerous blue vials were neatly arranged, each area labeled with different grades. Li Yang carefully counted. The S1 area held 896 doses of king-level beast serums. The S4 area stored 328 doses of the same level, and the S6 area had 47 doses of lord-level beast serums. Most striking was the S9 area, which astonishingly contained 12 doses from the same beast emperor's genetic serums. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a special item in the Cornera red bottle over a meter high containing a golden horn. What is this? Could it be material from a beast emperor? Liang was puzzled, as this place was supposed to store only genetic serums. Lorita, come quickly and take a look. Could this golden horn be from a beast emperor-level creature? He called out. Even the detector can identify this thing. Whoosh. As the golden horn appeared, Lolita eagerly leapt out of the legacy space. She propped her hands on the edge of the jar, her hips slightly raised, and stared intently at the golden, horn-like object inside. It's actually a golden horn shed from a golden horn beast. How did someone from the Far East get their hands on this? Lolita's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Liang. Liang, this is your big break. Pointing at the horn in the jar, she explained, although the golden horn beast's bloodline doesn't match up to your king beast, it does have a 999-fold life gene. This horn likely fell from a young beast. By consuming it, your genes can take a massive leap. The stronger your genes, the more robust the chi and blood you accumulate in the 9th stage of a warrior, and the greater the benefits when you break through. Liang was overjoyed upon hearing this. With his genetic limit already breached and so many potions at his disposal, this was a godsend. Without hesitation, he smashed the jar and prepared to consume the golden horn immediately. Not here. Lolita quickly stopped him. Your rapid chi and blood condensation could attract a beast king. These spoils are vast, and your backpack probably can't hold them all. Oh, I almost forgot your reward for breaking through the original energy level. She retrieved a ring from the space. This is a world ring, containing a small world of 10 kilometers in radius. Even a star-level powerhouse would go crazy for it. After Liang recognized the ring with a drop of blood, it emitted a starlight. Effortlessly using his telekinesis, he instantly stored over 1,000 bottles of genetic potions and the golden horn inside the ring. He then destroyed the hidden warehouse and hurried to the other 2 labs. Although they were already deserted, he still obliterated all the facilities. Even though the Eastern Lord knew Liang possessed a heavenly-grade mental weapon, they remained inactive, clearly wary of star-level powerhouses lying in wait. Several days later, when Liang finally returned to the Beilong army base, the sand was still howling. As soon as he landed, he received an urgent message. This is the Beilong Army Command. Lieutenant Li, please report immediately. Without even changing his clothes, Liang quickly walked into the command center, where a spirited female officer had been waiting for him. Lieutenant Li, come with me, the captain is waiting for you. The adjutant's voice startled Liang slightly. In just a few days, Zhou Jaime had become the regimental commander. He followed the newly arrived female officer straight to the top floor. Pushing open the office door, he saw Zhou Jaime sitting in the position that once belonged to Gao Yang. She was dressed in a simple military outfit, a nylon short-sleeve shirt paired with army pants and combat boots. Her neat ponytail highlighted her unique, mature, yet youthful demeanor. Captain, Lieutenant Li reporting for duty. At the sound of his voice, Zhou Jaime immediately put down her pen and stood up eagerly. I've been eagerly waiting for your return. Come in and sit. The adjutant tactfully left the office. Zhou Jaime personally poured Liang a cup of tea, and they sat down on the sofa. Once she confirmed he was safe, she couldn't wait to inquire about the mission details. Don't blame me for wanting a quick report. This incident has had a massive impact, Zhou Jaime explained with a sigh. The bodies of the soldiers we rescued have been sent to the military district, and the higher-ups are furious. The capital has issued a global manhunt for the Eastern Master. As expected, Liang replied calmly. He detailed the situation at the laboratory and the Eastern ambitions, while discreetly omitting some of the threats he had already dealt with. There's an even more pressing issue. A werewolf has breached the Stargate outside Newfound Gate, Zhou Jaime said with a serious expression. Even the 4 Battle Kings couldn't stop it. The High Command is planning to send a team through the Stargate to search. Liang felt a surge of anxiety. The Huaxia Stargate was in Lingnan, less than 1,000 miles from the first gate, Nantong Gate. The fact that the 4 Battle Kings, all star-level warriors, couldn't subdue the werewolf made him particularly worried. You've done a great service this time. Just from killing the beast, you earned 400,000 military credits. Plus, with rescuing Professor Su and destroying the laboratory, the military district should soon hold a promotion ceremony for you, Zhou Jaime said, looking at his lieutenant insignia with a meaningful expression. It's time for a promotion. After a brief conversation, Zhou Jaime sent him off to rest. Most of the team was still in the hospital, so they could only assign individual tasks for now. Back in his dormitory, Liang took a cold shower to fully relax his body, then went into the training room to begin absorbing the golden horn. With his uncle's fate uncertain in the Stargate, he needed to quickly enhance his strength to carry out a rescue mission. The moment his genes were enhanced, Liang felt his blood boiling, with tiny, glistening beads of blood seeping through his skin. He could distinctly sense the dramatic transformation as his genetic power surged from tenfold to 100-fold. This sudden boost left him feeling an emptiness where his once abundant energy had been, as the upper limit of his martial artist vitality rocketed from 3 million calories to 30 million calories. Li Yong slowly exhaled a breath of blood energy, his body trembling slightly as the blood beads were strangely reabsorbed. He raised his hand, feeling the powerful rhythm of life within him. 100-fold genes. I finally entered the realm of high-level bloodlines. With just a casual clench of his fist, his basic strength now far surpassed his previous full-force exertion. What amazed him even more was the increase in vitality. His life force was now 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. His physical resilience, perception, and lifespan had all undergone qualitative leaps. It's worth noting that the lifespan limit for original energy-level martial artists was only 300 years, and even star-level ones lived only up to 1,000 years. Yet now, with just his 9th-level martial artist status, he could live for tens of thousands of years. As Li Yong was lost in thoughts of the future, Lolita quietly appeared behind him. She rested her chin lightly on his shoulder, whispering a reminder in his ear. Don't get too fixated on genetic enhancement. In the universe, true strength lies in the comprehension of laws. While genes can give you a good starting point, they also come with a cost. The higher the genes, the harder it is to break through bottlenecks. Those special beings born with genes exceeding 1,000-fold often stop at the starry sky realm, unable to reach eternity, and ultimately cannot escape the fate of aging. I don't care, Li Yong replied with determination in his eyes. Since I've chosen the path of martial arts, I aim to be the strongest. Even if I die in pursuit of martial arts, I will never regret it. Seeing his determination, Lolita smiled approvingly. That's how a true warrior should be. With a thought, Li Yong filled the training room with thousands of bottles of grade genetic potions, including some of top quality. He decided to start with the lowest grade, an S1 potion, which flew into his palm. He uncorked the bottle, revealing a tiny needle. With a sizzle, it pierced his palm, and the devouring force surged as the potion was instantly absorbed. A system prompt sounded. Swallowing successful. Blood energy increased by 10,982 calories. Current total 1.48 million calories. The second bottle, the third, the fourth, all the way to the 782nd bottle. As his blood energy value climbed, the enhancement each potion provided gradually decreased from the initial 10,000 calories to the current S7 grade potion offering only 8,000 calories. Fortunately, the supply was ample, and after 3 days of relentless absorption, he finally refined all the genetic potions. Li Yang's energy surged like a turbulent lake, transforming into a vast sea of vitality in just 3 days. Eager to assess his current strength, he quickly pulled up his personal combat panel. The data on the panel was astonishing. Inheritor, Li Yong. Martial artist level, 9th stage. Basic vitality, 12.65 million calories. Mental power amplification, 100 times. Original energy level, 3rd tier. Core amplification, 49 points. Law amplification, 100 times. Inheritance level, true intent level 1, 95,100 outer disciple. Li Yang's vitality had reached an incredible 12.65 million calories, comparable to a 7th-stage martial god. However, this was far from his limit. With a maximum potential of 30 million calories from his genetic enhancement, he still had a long journey ahead, though he was confident it wouldn't take long. As a mental power master, Li Yong had broken through to the original energy level, a crucial stage for demonstrating true combat strength. Besides training in mental power techniques, original energy level mental power masters could amplify their mental power through the original core. Although genes couldn't directly amplify mental power, they could enhance the original core. For every doubling of genetic enhancement, the original core amplification increased by the same factor. With his genes already enhanced 100 times, Li Yang's original core mental power amplification was also an astounding 100 times. Combined with 72 shadow blades and his unique mental weapon amplification, Li Yang's power had likely reached astronomical levels. Lolita, can I start training in mental power techniques now? Li Yong tentatively asked little Lolita. He had already mastered the 10 realms of physical techniques and the Blade River of knife techniques. All he needed was a mental power technique to complete his skill set. Lolita pondered for a moment before answering. Yes, it's time to train in mental power techniques. However, my master left 3 trials at the original energy level for inheritors, with difficulties ranging from normal to hard and hellish. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Mental power techniques aren't too rare, so pass the normal difficulty trial first, and I'll select one for you. Li Yong knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, but he relished the thrill of earning rewards through life and death challenges. Without hesitation, he readily agreed. Lolita continued. The first trial isn't too difficult. You just need to kill a giant peak clansman in the inheritance space. Let's get started, Li Yong said eagerly. He learned from Lolita that the inheritance space was akin to a private space disconnected from the virtual universe, essentially a standalone network. Confident in his strength, Li Yong was ready to face the virtual opponent, especially since Lolita assured him the difficulty wasn't high. With a soft click, Li Yang's consciousness connected to the inheritance space. He saw Lolita on a throne, typing rapidly on a keyboard. Instantly, the space transformed into a grand arena. Li Yong stood in the center, surrounded by emptiness and an unknown oppressive atmosphere. Simulating giant peak clansmen. The auxiliary intelligence announced, followed by a countdown timer appearing before Li Yong. During this brief pause, Li Yong quickly recalled information about the giant peak clan. They were a vassal race of humans, born with tenfold genetic enhancement, residing in the distant peak star region of the universe. Their strength lay in abundant vitality, but they were lawfully dull. Simply put, they were a physically powerful but simple-minded race, struggling to survive in the universe and relying on humans as vassals. As the countdown ended with a sizzling sound, a flickering hologram solidified into form. Damn, Li Yong exclaimed. Before him stood a towering gray rock giant, its fists colliding with a deafening crash. The giant exuded an overwhelming presence, completely shattering Li Yang's previous notion of a dumb brute, resembling a colossal living behemoth. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, Li Yong immediately summoned 72 shadow blades to hover around him, ready for battle. Each blade, after amplification, wielded an astonishing 245,000 tons of force. Seeing the giant peak warrior move slowly, Li Yong decided to strike first. Whoosh! 36 shadow blades shot out, while the rest remained for defense. However, when the blades struck the rock giant, they only produced dull thuds. The immense impact force, combined with the razor-sharp blades, merely left slight cracks on the graystone surface, as if they were merely scratching an itch. Human, you've angered me. The giant peak warrior roared, shaking its arms as it charged at Li Yong with a ludicrous gait that contrasted starkly with its terrifying size. Utilizing his agile movement, Li Yong dodged back and forth. As time passed, he grew familiar with the opponent's combat style, and the pressure on him dissipated. He even discovered a way to defeat the giant. Big guy, you have too many weaknesses, Li Yong smirked, deftly leaping off the giant peak warrior. The 72 shadow blades merged into one, forming a black arc aimed directly at the warrior's vulnerable throat. Slash! Li Yong shouted, and the shadow blade struck the giant's weak point like a bolt of lightning. The arc of lightning was unstoppable, leaving no room for evasion. The massive body of the warrior from the giant peak tribe appeared clumsy in the face of the lightning, unable to dodge. Bang! A black light sliced through its neck like a blade, and instantly, the giant froze. Crackling sounds emanated from within, reminiscent of a collapsing skyscraper. In the blink of an eye, with a thunderous crash, the colossal figure made of gray rock crumbled into a pile of rubble. Li Yang's face remained expressionless, yet his eyes gleamed with a contemplative light. He was replaying the crucial moment in the battle the instant he discovered his opponent's weakness. After several encounters, he keenly identified the giant peak tribe's fatal flaw at the neck, where their heart stone was concealed. Precise damage calculation and a lethal strike. This is the essence of combat skill. As the virtual battle concluded, Li Yang's consciousness returned to reality, and he opened his eyes to find himself still in the training room. Simultaneously, a mentalist manual named Phantom Heart appeared in his mind. This was no ordinary technique, but rather a unique and extraordinary book. The manual is divided into 6 levels, each corresponding to different realms of rule comprehension rather than conventional mentalist ranks. The first level corresponds to the true intention realm, which Li Yong had already mastered, making it easy to grasp. However, as he saw the rule realms corresponding to the later levels, he couldn't help but gasp. The 7 rule realms: true intention, unity of heaven and man, 9 layers domain, basic rules, eternal rules, black hole rules, and universe rules were remarkably covered by Phantom Heart. To perfect this secret technique, one must reach the black hole rules realm, a requirement that surpasses the 10 heavenly caves. Yet, as Li Yong initially mastered the first level, he truly realized the mystery and power of this secret technique. Even the first level could amplify mental power 100-fold and cast illusions on enemies during attacks. He was eager to test his skills. Whoosh! With a thought, Li Yong controlled a shadow blade to shoot toward his brow. Whether seen with the naked eye or sensed mentally, his brain experienced noticeable interference the moment the shadow blade approached. This was just a probing attack. If exerted with full force, even original energy level strongmen mastering true intention would find it hard to escape. Coupled with the sharpness and impact of the shadow blade itself, it was already invincible at the original energy level. Li Yong was delighted. With such a divine skill, his next trip to the wilderness would be more of a supply run than a mission. He eagerly approached the testing machine, ready to verify his amplified strength. Originally, his mental power was 49 points, equivalent to 490 tons. With the original core amplification and the 200-fold increase from the Phantom Heart manual, his mental power soared to an astonishing 100,000 tons. Injecting this power into the Runi-infused heavenly-grade mental weapon the Shadow Blade, the power was magnified fivefold again. A beeping sound echoed as the strength test machine issued a series of alarms, followed by a reminder on Li Yang's positioning watch asking if the machine needed repairs. He chuckled softly, thinking to himself that it was no longer necessary. Li Yang decided to find a place to practice his sword technique. Although his vitality had surpassed 1,000,000, he had not yet reached the realm of an original energy-level martial artist and couldn't train in the 4th level of the Blade River technique. However, he had mastered the 2nd level of the 10 caves, increasing his physical strength 50-fold. Changing into a simple training outfit, Li Yang grabbed an A5 grade standard air-slicing sword and left his dormitory. He was in luck today. The weather was sunny with clear skies. The Northern Dragon Army base had a unified training ground. After all, not everyone was a war god. Only war gods had their own dormitories. Other warriors needed to train in the communal training rooms. As Li Yang entered the training ground, he saw many people already working out. Looking around, he realized most of them were unfamiliar faces. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a figure in the corner of the training ground. It was Wang Yuyan. This surprised Li Yang, as he wondered what had brought someone with her laid-back personality to train, especially in a communal training area. Li Yang, Wang Yuyan called out to him with a smile, waving her hand to greet him. Li Yang approached her, teasing, "What brings you here to train?" "You're here too," Wang Yuyan replied, placing one hand on her hip while twirling a steel bracelet with the other, a competitive gleam in her eyes quite unlike her usual demeanor. Noticing the metal bracelet on her hand, Li Yang raised an eyebrow. It was a psychic weapon, albeit only high yellow grade, far inferior to his heavenly grade psychic weapon. Wang Yuyan explained, "I heard from Captain Zhou that someone from the military district is coming in the next few days. I'm preparing to be assessed for the 2-star War God title." 2-star War God. Li Yang realized that Wang Yuyan was already an 8th-level spiritualist. No wonder she was a genius, advancing so quickly. As they talked, Li Yang remembered that he was still a 1-star War God. Although his rank was a military rank, it was unrelated to his title. He decided to upgrade his title once the officials arrived. "And you?" Wang Yuyan asked. "After all the attention you got on the last mission, how many stars are you aiming for?" "We'll see," Li Yang replied casually. Mentioning the last mission, both their expressions turned somber. Wang Yuyan sighed. "Last mission, our squad was severely injured. The captain even lost a leg protecting me and probably won't return to the Northern Dragon Army. The dragon-slaying squad will disband, and the entire Northern Dragon Army might be downsized and integrated into other special forces." Li Yang had also heard this from Zhou Haimei. The fact that Gao Yang had lost a leg was hard for him to accept. It was no wonder Wang Yuyan had transformed from a carefree girl into someone training diligently for an assessment. In contrast, Li Yang felt fortunate. Most of his time was spent operating solo, so he hadn't witnessed his comrades' sacrifices firsthand or experienced the life-and-death crises that came with fighting alongside a team. His battles were always solitary endeavors. Instead of comforting Wang Yuyan, Li Yang used his achievements to motivate her. "The wilderness," he said, "is a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. Consolation is useless. Don't get ahead of yourself." Wang Yuyan pointed to a leaderboard in the training ground. "Once I earn the 2-star War God title, I'll go into the wilderness alone to hunt monsters and quickly catch up with you." The leaderboard displayed the military merits of the Northern Dragon Army soldiers. Gao Yang ranked first with over 37 million merits. Zhou Haimei was second with 18 million. Li Yang had accumulated 5 million merits, placing him 6th. Once the award ceremony took place, the military would likely grant him additional merits for the last mission, potentially putting him in the top 3. After exchanging a few more words, the two began their respective training next to each other. Clang! Li Yang stretched his body, his vitality surging. He drew the air-slicing sword, which appeared ordinary. However, when he executed the 3rd level of the Blade River technique, a bloody light descended, shattering the ceiling with a single strike. At that moment, the A5 grade air-slicing sword unleashed unprecedented power. What was meant to be a strength test unexpectedly turned the indoor training ground into an open-air one. The bloody light gathered in the sky, forming a river that lingered. Meanwhile, outside the Northern Dragon Army base, a king-level intelligent fighter jet was preparing to land. The sudden burst of bloody light rendered the jet immobile, as if suppressed by an invisible force. The 3 people aboard were left speechless, stunned by what they witnessed. The blade's intent contained within the flash was truly terrifying. Who would have thought there was such a formidable warrior within the Northern Dragon Army? Inside the king-level intelligent warplane, the 3 passengers watched in shock as the blade's light gradually dissipated. It wasn't until the light completely vanished that they slowly regained their composure. The warplane landed, and the alarm that had just sounded at the command center ceased. The power of that blood-red blade was so immense that if not witnessed firsthand, one might have thought it was an attack by a beast emperor. On the training ground, Li Yong gazed at the slash he had just executed, deeply shaken. He had held nothing back in this strike, and the blade's light was filled with pure intent. As the legends say, true intent is like a critical hit. This strike's power far exceeded the enhanced strength from conventional value increases, reaching at least 30 million tons, enough to split mountains and rocks. He mused to himself. People say that mastering true intent at the original energy level makes one invincible, and here he was, merely at the 9th stage of martial arts, already displaying an undefeated stance. This was thanks to his extraordinary comprehension brought about by his 100-fold genetic advantage. On Blue Star, no original energy level practitioner had yet achieved the realm of unity with heaven and man. Perhaps he could fill this gap. The training ground ceiling was shattered by this strike, and everyone stopped to focus their attention on Li Yong, especially Wang Yuyan, who widened her eyes, internally lamenting the vast difference in strength. Meanwhile, Li Yang's attention remained on the dissipating blade light, as if trying to understand its essence and seek a path to merge with the blade. Suddenly, his watch beeped with a reminder the military district's representatives had arrived. The 3 major matters of awarding honors, titles, and military achievements were about to be announced. Once these were settled, he could return to the wilderness zone to continue hunting beasts. Moving like a meteor across the night sky, Li Yong arrived at the command center within a few flashes. Upon entering the top floor, he immediately recognized a familiar face. Yi Jinrong. The other rose, speaking with a hint of respect. Li Yong, we meet again. Behind him stood the white-haired spiritual master, whose eyes now held surprise and awe as they looked at Li Yong. General Yi. Li Yong stood at attention and saluted solemnly. He hadn't expected the person conferring his rank to be Yi Lingfei's grandfather, but it made sense. There were only 3 generals in the Yeqing military district. Besides Yi Jinrong, there was a young major general who appeared to be in his early 30s. Zhou Haimei introduced the newcomer. This is Deputy Director Zhang from the Lingnan Security Bureau. Li Yong, your recent dismantling of the Far East Laboratory is precisely the case Director Zhang is investigating. Lieutenant Li, you've done our security bureau a great service this time. Director Zhang said. It was my duty, Director Zhang. You're too kind. Li Yong responded modestly. He joined the army not only to devour the blood and chi of beasts, but also to protect the base city. Whether facing beasts or conspirators from the Far East, he would act without hesitation if they threatened the Huaxia base city. After some brief pleasantries, the formal conferral ceremony began. Yi Jinrong personally announced, by the decision of the Yeqing military district, Li Yong is officially awarded the rank of colonel. In addition, due to the destruction of the Far East Live Laboratory and the rescue of the research team, an additional reward of 15 million military merits is granted. With that, he handed a document to Li Yong. Upon signing, Li Yong would officially become a colonel in the Huaxia military, although due to his age and the non-command nature of his promotion, there would be several restrictions. Although the rank of colonel is formidable, it does not necessarily mean leading an entire corps. For Li Yong now, his strength alone is worth 1,000 troops, making the study of commanding somewhat redundant. After Yi Jinrong finished announcing the formal matters, Li Yang's eyes gleamed with anticipation. General, can I now participate in the 5-star war god assessment? He asked, explaining that his military achievements were sufficient, and he only needed to pass the combat assessment to earn this title, which would grant him discounts on equipment and manuals. Yi Jinrong responded with a meaningful smile. Of course, we can arrange it right now. In truth, given Li Yang's astonishing achievements, he could have been granted the 5-star war god title without an exam. However, after witnessing Li Yang's spectacular sword strike, Yi Jinrong, Director Zhang, and Zhou Haimei were eager to see his prowess once more. The only exception was the white-haired psychic, whose expression was complex. Half a month ago, he could subdue Li Yong with a mere glance, but today, Li Yang's sword light had left even 2 prominent figures eagerly anticipating, marking a stark contrast in strength and status. The group moved to the newly renovated open-air training ground, where Zhou Haimei gave Li Yong a significant look. In the upcoming assessment, give it your all. The 5-star war god might not be your limit, she thought to herself, considering that having a war king in the Northern Dragon Army would be a supreme honor. Li Yong nodded slightly. I will utilize the true essence to its fullest. In the training ground, a dark blue circular metal plate stood out. It was an S-grade composite metal forged from the materials of the East Sea's giant serpent turtle and Mars' unique elements, with hardness comparable to a beast king's defense. Zhang Xiaodong even lent his invaluable S-grade ancient black steel sword to Li Yong. As news of the assessment spread, the war gods and generals of the Northern Dragon Army gathered, surrounding the training ground. Yi Jinrong and Zhang Xiaodong stood side by side, their gaze fixed on Li Yong, who was gathering his energy. Has he mastered the blade intent, or has he already condensed it into true intent? Zhang Xiaodong asked eagerly. Yi Jinrong gave a meaningful look at his fellow martial god of the 7th stage pinnacle. You've lent him your sword. Are you hoping to comprehend the complete blade intent from his sword light? It's not that easy, Zhang Xiaodong said with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Even with my master's guidance, I haven't been able to grasp the complete blade intent. But Li Yang's blade intent gives me a sense of near perfection. What they didn't know was that Li Yang had not merely mastered blade intent, but had grasped the true intent encompassing myriad paths, with blade intent being just a part of it. Could it be that he has already mastered true intent? Yi Jinrong said excitedly. How is that possible? Among the original energy martial gods in China, only 2 or 3 have mastered true intent, and he's only 18. The two fell silent, their eyes fixed on the figure in the center of the field. Look, he's about to strike. Li Yang gripped the knife with one hand, and with a swift push from his feet, he shot into the sky like an arrow. This slash was infused with all his strength, including the newfound understanding of true unity. In an instant, a phenomenon appeared in the sky. Li Yang was enveloped in pure white light, while the blade in his hand glowed with a strange, bloody hue. 3 layers of amplification perfectly overlapped at this moment: basic strength 100-fold, physical strength 50-fold, and blade technique 30-fold. This terrifying power, multiplied by 180 times, was concentrated entirely on the blade's cold, gleaming edge. 3rd level of blade river, bloodlight. With a soft exclamation, the blade cut through the sky. A river of blood-red light surged forth, illuminating the entire firmament. This seemingly simple slash left an eternal mark in the heavens. A metal disc suspended high above was split cleanly in two. Where the blade light passed, even the powerful onlookers had to avert their gaze. The white-haired psychic and other warriors turned their faces away. None below the level of a war god could face it directly. Even masters like Yi Jinrong, Zhang Xiaodong, and Zhou Haimei had to shield their eyes slightly. Yet Li Yang, who unleashed this earth-shattering slash, remained extraordinarily calm. He gazed at the blade light he had created, his eyes as resolute as iron. In a flash, the brilliance faded, and his figure slowly descended. Director Zhang, thank you for lending me the knife. Li Yang expressed his gratitude sincerely. Zhang Xiaodong took back the long knife, his heart unable to calm from the shock. Colonel Li, you're too modest. It's an honor for this knife to have been wielded by you. He stroked the blade, feeling the lingering essence of the strike, not just essence, but true intent. A peerless genius who mastered true intent at the age of 18. This slash was nothing short of an enlightening lesson for them all. General Yi, do I qualify for the title of 5-star war god? Li Yang turned to Yi Jinrong. 5-star war god. Yi Jinrong's expression was solemn. This slash is enough to grant you a noble title. The news quickly reached the upper echelons of the Nanchumen. The Yeqing military district was about to welcome its 5th noble-ranked warrior, standing alongside 3 generals and a lone wolf war god. Although the formal title would take 3 months to confer, Li Yang could already enjoy the treatment of a noble rank. The military even considered transferring him to guard a region of Nanchumen, but Li Yang politely declined. His gaze was always set on the mysterious Stargate. At the helipad, as he watched Yi Jinrong and the others depart, Li Yang turned to Zhou Haimei. Sister Hai, I didn't expect we'd part ways so soon. With your strength, you'll have no trouble forming a war god squad at Nanchumen. Before departing, Yi Jinrong revealed an important piece of information. The Northern Dragon Army was about to be disbanded. The elite soldiers would be reassigned to the Yeqing military district, while the war gods would be transferred collectively to Nanchumen. Zhou Haimei, one of the founding members of the Northern Dragon Army, felt a tinge of reluctance upon hearing this news, but she quickly immersed herself in managing the busy military affairs. After returning home, Li Yang immediately delved into understanding the realm of unity in truth and essence. He was acutely aware that once he crossed this threshold, he could reach the legendary state of harmony between man and nature. In addition to his training, he kept a close eye on the developments at Nanchumen and Xingmen. The military leadership, highly alert due to the werewolf incident, continued to dispatch more troops to Nanchumen. The frequency of Xingmen's openings was extended from once a month to once a quarter. More notably, the High Command secretly decided to form an elite squad to venture into Xingmen and investigate the whereabouts of the werewolves. This top-secret information was something Li Yang could only know because he had been granted the title of Marquis. He directly received an exemption from the entry exam through Director Zhang. 3 months is enough for me to break through to the original energy level. Li Yang calculated privately. Before entering Xingmen, he listed 3 essential goals. First, to boost his energy and blood to the upper limit of 30 million calories, currently short by nearly 20 million. Second, to purchase secret manuals and a battle knife. And lastly, to acquire an S-grade combat suit as the outer protection for his original spirit armor. These pieces of equipment required astronomical military merit points, with the complete knife technique manual alone costing 100 billion military merit points. On July 1st, Li Yong set out alone to the most perilous demon kiln outside the Yecheng military district area, Azure 97. This was the gathering place for beasts and the main launching point for attacks on the warbase. Today, he intended to exact revenge for the 180,000 fallen soldiers. In the dark caves of the Scarlet Flame Valley, swarms of blood-winged bats surged out like a black torrent. Li Yong released 72 shadow blades with a cold smile. The demon bats that had caused the sacrifice of tens of thousands of soldiers 6 months ago would taste the despair of having nowhere to run today. He lit phosphorus fires in the cave and guarded the entrance, teaching these flying beasts, known for their pursuit skills, what no escape truly meant. 3 days later, a bone-strewn path stretching for dozens of miles appeared in the Scarlet Flame Gorge, bearing witness to a brutal massacre. Li Yang's energy and blood surged to 14.23 million calories. Even with his mental power exhausted, he stormed into Demon Ape Mountain with his iron fists, slaughtering hundreds of king-level beasts and the 8th Order king-level Demon Ape Lord. In Area A089, he swept through one monster nest after another like a harvester, either exterminating entire tribes or slaying their leaders. By the end of the month, when he could no longer find king-level beasts, he reluctantly returned to the base. His energy and blood were now nearing the peak of 30 million calories. This resulted in an unexpected outcome. When the War God Squad from the Yecheng military district entered the wilderness area, they found that king-level beasts were almost extinct. This astonishing news quickly reached the desks of the military high command, causing a great stir. At the headquarters of the Yecheng military district, the tranquility of the morning was shattered by an urgent military report. There's no trace of the king-level beasts in the wilderness. The communicator's voice carried a hint of unease. Yi Jinrong frowned deeply. This was not good news. His years of military experience told him that when beasts disappear, it often means they are gathering for a massive assault on military bases. Immediately deploy all aerial forces and send out ground reconnaissance teams. Find their gathering point, Yi Jinrong decisively ordered. However, the reconnaissance results shocked everyone. In the wilderness spanning 3,000 miles, only a few king-level beasts remained out of what used to be thousands, almost making them an endangered species. This wasn't a gathering, it was a massacre. Yi Jinrong first breathed a sigh of relief, then began to investigate the truth. The military merit system quickly provided the answer. Li Yong from the Beilong army had astonishingly accumulated 10,701,321,242 merit points in a month. This figure was staggering. Even warriors below the 7th rank of War God typically only amassed around 1 billion merit points. Yi Jinrong himself, as a general of the Yecheng military district and a 7th rank War God, had accumulated only 60 billion merit points over his lifetime. Such an extraordinary merit value directly alerted the Lingnan General Military District. The high command at Nanshimen initially thought a stellar-level powerhouse had emerged in Yecheng, only to find it was just a spiritual master colonel still listed under the disbanded Beilong army. When Yi Jinrong reported to Commander-in-Chief Liu Jianhua that Li Yong had comprehended true intent, the entire military district's leadership couldn't remain calm. Comprehending true intent at the original energy level is a hallmark of a prodigious talent. In all of Huaxiao, only 5 people had reached this level, and the military had only one, who was being carefully protected like a treasure in the Modu base city. The commander-in-chief at Nanshimen immediately decided to offer Li Yong a transfer order of his choice. Meanwhile, in the northern part of Yecheng, the Beilong army's base had become desolate. Most of the buildings had been dismantled and were about to be merged into the outskirts of Yecheng. The few remaining communication soldiers showed no fear, because they knew Li Yong had returned. In an underground dormitory, Li Yong was intently browsing the military merit stores page, contemplating his next move. With just 3 million left to reach 30 million in life force, Li Yong knew it was time to prepare for breaking through to the original energy level. He opened the homepage of the world's top blade technique manual, Blade River, and quickly scanned the data. Blade River is divided into 9 levels. Initially, he only bought the first 3 levels corresponding to the 9 stages of a warrior, costing him just 100,000 military merits. Now, as he approached the original energy level, the price for the middle 3 levels had skyrocketed to 1 billion. The final 3 levels, which only a star level could cultivate, were priced at a staggering 99 billion. Ding! The system notification sounded. Purchase successful, 800 million military merits deducted, current balance, 9.9 billion military merits. As a marquee level, Li Yong enjoyed a 20 discount. Even a 5-star war god could only get a 10 discount. The expenditure of military merits didn't faze Li Yong in the slightest. In his view, any investment that could immediately translate into combat power was worth it. His gaze shifted to the equipment section, where the S-class equipment he had long coveted caught his eye. S-class sky-cutting blade, 1 billion military merits. S-class combat suit, 6 billion military merits. These class pieces, crafted from king-level beast materials, could still be damaged in combat. However, the S-class equipment made from Beast Emperor materials was indestructible in battle. But when he turned to the SS-class equipment section, his eyes lit up. SS-class God-slaying blade. 10 billion military merits SS-class flame god armor. 80 billion military merits, capable of manipulating some fire elements. Li Yong calculated that he already had the original god set, which offered comparable defense and impact reduction, so investing directly in the god-slaying blade seemed wiser. With over a month left before the Stargate opened, continuing to hunt beasts should allow him to purchase the S-class combat suit. With this in mind, he placed his order without hesitation. After the 20 discount, the God-slaying blade cost him 8 billion military merits. To match the SS-class God-slaying blade, he also acquired the highest-grade positioning watch, goggles, headphones, and other auxiliary equipment. The positioning watch alone cost over a billion military merits. Leaving the last billion military merits, Li Yong closed the military merits store and turned his attention to the Psychic Master Manual, Illusory Mind. In the wilderness, Psychic Masters were more favored than warriors who could only engage in close combat. Given his combat style of slaughtering hordes of beasts, a Psychic Master was indeed more suitable. Beep beep, the watch suddenly emitted a notification sound. It was an email from the Lingnan General Military District. A transfer order? With the imminent departure of the North Dragon Army, a transfer order was expected. Zhou Haimei had already been transferred to the Yeqing Military District a few days ago. However, what surprised Li Yong was that the transfer order from the General Military District offered him a choice. He immediately logged into the military's special network to carefully review the three options: Inspector, Huashan Second Group, Nanshaman 36 Martial Saints. The last option didn't seem to be an organizational name, but rather a special title. The Central Military District offered Li Yong three highly enticing job positions. The most notable among them was the role of Inspector General, specifically as the head of the Inspection Department, with the rank of Major General. This position primarily involves overseeing the Southern Heavenly Gate Military District and its surrounding vast wilderness. The Inspection Department comprises 12 highly skilled inspectors, whose abilities range from the 4th to the 6th level of the Primordial Martial God, each responsible for different regions. As the head of the Inspection Department, although the rank is Major General, Li Yong would report directly to the Commander-in-Chief and have considerable autonomy in decision-making. Even generals would treat him with respect. This appointment carried significant weight, which naturally brought a smile to Li Yang's face. This was the invisible benefit of strength effortlessly achieving success. If he were in the base city, he would likely have been approached by countless admirers, celebrities, and influential families. In this world where strength is paramount, power is everything. This phenomenon is even more pronounced across the universe. After carefully evaluating the three positions, Li Yong ultimately chose the role of head of the inspection department. It offered high freedom and authority, aligning perfectly with his need to understand the Stargate. The other two options included the Huashan Group 2, under the China Security Bureau, a global special organization where each member is a marquee-level martial god, and the 36 Martial Saints, a prestigious title awarded by the Kunlun Martial Arts School at the Southern Heavenly Gate, granting access to this top-tier global institution. Considering Li Yong was only 18, the Kunlun Martial Arts School's offer likely reflected their recognition of his potential. The appointment letter was quickly approved and issued by the Southern Heavenly Gate's commander, Lu Zhenhua. He would need to head to the Yeqing Military District to complete the formalities, after which he could report to the Southern Heavenly Gate. With a 3-day leave in between, he planned to visit his sister in the base city. Her outstanding performance in science clearly showed she inherited the Leaf family's intelligence. With the addition of his second uncle, the Leaf family indeed boasted a lineage of talent. The next morning, the military dispatched a King-class intelligent aircraft, equipped with 4 5-star war gods, to deliver the equipment Li Yong had ordered. The leading war god respectfully opened several metal cases, displaying the SS-class god-slaying blade, Dao River Forms 4, 5, and 6, and a tracking watch for Li Yang's inspection. Amidst their envious gazes, Li Yong signed for the equipment and casually stored these treasures in his space ring. It was time to set off. The shadow blade quickly assembled into a flying skateboard, and Li Yong gracefully leaped onto it, transforming into a streak of light heading straight for the Yeqing Military District. Upon landing outside the war base, he changed into a training uniform and entered the office building. Having already informed Yi Jinrong, he only needed to sign to complete the procedures. As he exited the elevator on the 13th floor, he encountered a familiar face. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Li Yong immediately noticed Zhou Haimei standing in the hallway. Today, she had a different look, wearing a crisp military uniform adorned with shining medals on her chest, exuding an air of unusual solemnity. "Hi Jia, what are you doing here?" Li Yong greeted her as he walked out of the elevator. "I'm here to handle the handover procedures," Zhou Haimei replied, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "What about you? Although you haven't been at Beilong for long, you've certainly been the most dazzling one." As they were about to continue their conversation, a voice suddenly interrupted. Ame, have you sorted out your transfer orders? A young man with a 5-star war god badge on his chest approached quickly from an office nearby. Seeing this, Zhou swiftly changed the topic. General Yi mentioned he's meeting an important guest, so it might take a while. Jiang Liang, you go ahead, no need to wait for me. I'm not in a hurry, Jiang Liang smiled. I'm heading to join my father's inspection office, so it doesn't matter if I'm a bit late. We haven't seen each other in almost 2 years. Let's have a meal later to catch up, and I can tell you about what's happening over at Nanshanmen. He then noticed Li Yang standing beside Zhou. Even though Li Yang was dressed modestly, looking like an ordinary office worker, his striking appearance was hard to miss. A hint of wariness flashed in Jiang Liang's eyes. Ame, is this your friend? Zhou had to introduce him. This is Li Yang from our Dragon Slayer team. Never seen him before, is he new? Jiang Liang's tone turned arrogant. Little brother, you're out of luck, joining just as it's disbanding. If you have nowhere to go, for Ame's sake, I can arrange for you to get a major's badge at Nanshanmen, no problem. Zhou almost burst out laughing at this. She knew Li Yang's abilities too well. Someone like him was in demand wherever he went, especially with a title to his name. He certainly didn't need Jiang Liang's help. I couldn't possibly accept a major's badge, Li Yang replied with a calm smile. As a newly promoted major general, he had no interest in a demotion. Turning to Zhou, he said, I was just about to get General Ye's signature. Let's go together. Zhou eyes lit up, finally realizing that the important person the adjutant mentioned was Li Yang. Jiang Liang, unaware of the situation, quickly warned, Brother, General Yi is meeting an important guest. If you interrupt now, be careful not to get your transfer orders blocked. Ignoring his comment, Li Yang and Zhou headed straight for Yi Jinrong's office. If it weren't for Jiang Liang's last somewhat reasonable warning, his father's position as the inspection office director might have needed reconsideration. That was a role filled by one of Li Yang's former subordinates whom he had never met. Zhou led the way, gently knocking on the office door. A white-haired psychic adjutant respectfully opened the door and said, Major General Li, the general is waiting for you inside. Please come in. Major General? Jiang Liang looked around to confirm that Yi Jinrong's adjutant was indeed speaking to Li Yang. He stood there, stiff and incredulous. Zhou, beside him, was equally stunned. She knew Li Yang was exceptionally talented and would be heavily utilized by the military district, but she hadn't expected him to be promoted to Major General in just a month. Yi Jinrong's adjutant respectfully led Li Yang into the office, extending the same courtesy to his entourage. He smiled and nodded at Zhou and Jiang Liang, inviting them in as well. Li Yang was no longer the same person he once was. As the director of inspections at Nanshanmen, a position that involved overseeing celestial matters, he had entered the upper echelons of the military district. Jiang Liang swallowed hard. It was his first time seeing Adjutant Zhu being so polite. Reluctantly, he followed inside. The office was classic and elegant, adorned with solid wood furnishings, and an exquisite screen added a touch of solemnity. General Yi. Li Yang saluted. Yi Jinrong quickly stood to return the salute, smiling. Tea is ready. Let's sit and talk. A lieutenant general personally preparing tea for Li Yang was a sight that left Zhou and Jiang Liang unable to fully comprehend the man before them. Okay. Li Yang sat down calmly across from Yi Jinrong. You two sit as well. No need to be formal. Yi Jinrong gestured for Zhou and Jiang Liang to sit beside Li Yang. They were flattered and a bit overwhelmed after all. The kindly elder before them was one of the 4 generals of Yeqing, a lieutenant general, and a marquis-level powerhouse. They sat cautiously, hardly daring to breathe. Formalities aside, let's get to business. Li Yang, have you seen the transfer order? Yes, I received the email from the General Military District yesterday and have a general understanding of the situation. Li Yang took the pen handed by Adjutant Zhu and signed his name on the transfer order. Jiang Liang's divine-level eyesight allowed him to clearly see the position on the transfer order even from an angle. Zhou saw it just as clearly, and both were filled with shock. As veterans in the military, they understood the weight of the Director of Inspection's position. It was a powerful role within the military, overseeing 12 martial gods just below the marquis level, along with 12 regular patrol teams. It's important to note that the minimum requirement to join the inspection office was a 5-star war god, and even that was just one of the basic criteria. Without a recommendation from above, even a 5-star war god would struggle to join a regular patrol team. Jiang Liang had only managed to enter the inspection office thanks to his father's position as one of the 3 major supervisors there, combined with his own 5-star war god strength. To Yi Jinrong, who knew the inside story, Li Yang's appointment to this position was unsurprising. In his view, someone who had grasped the true essence of primordial energy was more than capable of handling the role. Oh, by the way, Yi Jinrong said generously, when you leave later, go to the airport to collect a king-level intelligent fighter jet as a gift from the Yeqing military district. Such a gifted king-level fighter jet was significant, considering even the Northern Dragon Army only had one. This type of jet sold for 30 billion military merits in the military market. a price even Li Yong found too steep to justify, mainly because it didn't enhance combat power and wasn't faster than him. This is too extravagant. How can I accept it? Li Yong politely declined, though he readily accepted the generous gift. Although it might not be very useful, it's definitely a tool for showing off, Yi Jinrong said with a playful smile, his tone relaxed. He sat upright behind his desk, playing with a badge glinting with a cold light. Take this gift, and if the Yeching military district ever gets into trouble, you'll have to come back and help us, being a local and all. Li Yang's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. Absolutely. As a native of Yeching, he understood the responsibility of defending his hometown. Haha, no need to be so serious. Yi Jinrong waved his hand dismissively. Everything is according to duty. You've hunted down over 1,000 king-level beasts in just 1 month. I doubt the Yeching military district will face any beast attacks for the next 3 to 5 years. Jiang Liang, who was sitting nearby, widened his eyes in shock. Over 1,000 king-level beasts. The word slipped out as he froze in his seat. Rumors had indeed been circulating in the military district about the sudden disappearance of king-level beasts in the wilderness surrounding Yeching. He had assumed they were gathering to attack the war base. Little did he expect that this young man before him had wiped them out. Li Yong gave Jiang Liang a calm glance, as if to say, stay cool, don't embarrass the inspection office. Jiang Liang immediately straightened up like a reprimanded schoolboy, staring straight ahead. After finishing his last sip of tea, Li Yong got up to leave. He noticed Yi Jinrong's hesitant demeanor and understood. Yi Jinrong's granddaughter, Yi Lingfei, was at Nanshanmen, and with the current unrest around the Stargate, that vast wilderness was one of the most dangerous areas in Huaxia. As a grandfather, his concern was natural, but there was no need to speak of it directly. Once at Nanshanmen, Li Yong would look out for her. At the airport outside the military district, Li Yong turned to Zhou Haimei and Jiang Liang. Are you heading back to Yeching? Both shook their heads, indicating they were going straight to Nanshanmen, especially Jiang Liang, who still had a tense expression. Then we'll meet at Nanshanmen. Li Yong boarded the king-level intelligent fighter jet, and with the roar of the engines, the jet took off, swiftly heading southeast towards Yeching. The two left behind finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Liang looked at Zhou Haimei with a hint of blame. Mei, you weren't very helpful. You didn't warn me when I lost my composure in front of the chief. I didn't know he was the chief of the inspection office either, Zhou Haimei teased, seeing Jiang Liang's shaken demeanor. Oh, young Master Jiang, aren't you quite the big shot? You can easily arrange meetings with major figures like a major. Why would you be afraid of a chief? Stop it. That's the chief of the inspection office, second only to the 4 warlords. If my dad finds out I was disrespectful to the chief, he'll break my leg. In the jet, Li Yong stood at the cockpit, looking down at the dense skyscrapers below through the glass. With a beep, he dialed a number. Xiaoying, are you at home or school? In the video projection, Li Xiaoying was huddled under her desk, whispering, Brother, you forgot it's Monday. I'm in class. Then I'll come to school to pick you up, get you a leave, and we'll have some fun, Li Yong said warmly. To him, knowledge could always be learned, but time with his sister was becoming scarce. Are you back home? Li Xiaoying's panicked tone immediately alerted Li Yong. You're not in Yeching? Brother, I'm sorry, but the experimental class in the Kyoto-based city is really important to me. Li Xiaoying explained, sounding aggrieved. Experimental class? She had indeed mentioned it before, but he had turned it down. He didn't expect her to dare go to Kyoto on her own. Li Yang's expression turned cold. His sister was naive, but he knew this must be orchestrated by Yun Qingping. Thinking of his uncle, tormented by the Far East people and still missing, while Yun Qingping took advantage of his military service to target Xiaoying, a wave of anger surged within him. Tell me your location. I'll be in Kyoto to pick you up in 4 hours. In the afternoon, the bell signaling the end of classes at the Kyoto-based city's Science University for the gifted rang through the campus. Groups of 16 and 17-year-olds made their way towards the school gate, suddenly drawn to an eye-catching pink limited edition convertible sports car. Wow, look at that car! A few girls exclaimed, their eyes filled with envy. Though most students at this prestigious institution came from affluent families, such a luxurious vehicle was still a sight to behold. Xiaoying, isn't that the aunt who often picks you up? Is she your mom? She's so pretty, her classmates curiously asked. Li Xiaoying quickly clarified. Don't get it wrong, she's not my mom. She's an aunt I met by chance in Kyoto. She briefly recounted how she found the woman's necklace at the airport, leading to their acquaintance and eventual friendship. The loneliness of being new to Kyoto-based city had made her open up to the woman who often picked her up, especially since they shared surprisingly similar interests. Xiaoying, over here. The elegant woman in the sports car stood and waved to Li Xiaoying. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, exuding an air of sophistication, with a voice that was gentle and captivating. Once Li Xiaoying bid farewell to her classmates and approached, the woman excitedly showed her 2 tickets in hand. Look what I got. Li Xiaoying immediately recognized them as precious tickets to the pre-evolution era biological museum, something she had longed for but found nearly impossible to obtain. However, at that moment, she noticed a familiar figure across the street, a boy in a blue and white training suit striding confidently toward her, his gaze intense and composed. Brother. Li Xiaoying's face lit up with a joyful smile as she turned and ran to him. Yun Qingping watched the scene, a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes. Slow down, Li Yong said, catching his sister firmly. He had just jumped down from a King-class intelligent fighter jet, which was now hidden among the clouds. Although he was initially displeased with his sister's independent decisions, seeing her happiness here eased his discontent. Brother, how did you get here so fast? The flight information showed the earliest plane wouldn't arrive until 9 tonight. Xiaoying asked, clinging to her brother's waist and looking up at him. In this era, the distances between base cities spanned tens of thousands of miles, and while regular commercial flights were expensive, they couldn't match the speed of special means. The area in between was a desolate wilderness, with the sky teeming with dangerous creatures. Hence, every passenger plane was equipped with a defensive laser weapon system. Li Yong gently stroked his sister's hair, but his gaze was fixed on the elegant and dignified woman in the convertible not far away. She was Xiaoying's biological mother, now the lady of the Liu family. Yun Qingping. Brother, this is Aunt Yun. Since I came to Kyoto, she has taken good care of me. Xiaoying introduced innocently. Yun Qingping gracefully stepped out of the car, removed her pure white silk gloves, and wore a proper smile. Hello, Liang. Should I call you Aunt Yun, or is Lady Lu more appropriate? Li Yang's tone was distinctly cold. This woman, who had little wisdom beyond cunning, did not earn his favor. Using money to compensate for family bonds? Perhaps that was possible during tough times, but now he was fully capable of providing Xiaoying with the best life. You're Xiaoying's brother, so just call me Aunt Yun. Yun Qingping's expression was slightly stiff, her emotions clearly visible. Li Yong sneered inwardly, wondering what his uncle saw in this shallow woman. Xiaoying, standing between them, could clearly sense the tense atmosphere. Xiaoying, say a proper goodbye to your Aunt Yun. We're leaving Kyoto Bay City today. Li Yang's tone was laced with sarcasm. If she wanted to be an aunt, she would always remain just that. This statement shattered Yun Qingping's composure. Being called aunt by her biological daughter was indeed painful, but given her past actions, the result was something she deserved. Brother. Xiaoying showed reluctance, longing for the excellent educational resources of the experimental youth class, the pathway to her dream research institute. Seeing this, Yun Qingping immediately scolded. Liang, you're too selfish. Do you want to ruin Xiaoying's future? Our family matters are none of your business. Li Yang's voice was low, and just a slight release of his aura made Yun Qingping turn pale and breathless. This was merely a small warning. Next time, he wouldn't be so polite. Caught in the middle, Xiaoying was torn, but she would always choose to stand by her brother. Today, you won't take Xiaoying out of Kyoto Bay City. Yun Qingping turned towards the black SUV not far away and shouted, Master Hai, aren't you going to do something? With a crisp sound of the door opening, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in traditional attire, stepped out of the car. Despite his age, his aura was as steady as a mountain. Boy, let go of that girl. Master Hai raised his hand, conjuring a terrifying force in his palm, demonstrating at least a third-level power. However, this level of power was insignificant to Liang now. Even Zhang Liang, who had just joined the patrol department, could easily handle this old man, and Zhang Liang would be more than willing to assist Liang. Master Hai, be gentle. Just knock this disrespectful brat out. Once we bring him home, I'll teach him a lesson. Yun Qingping looked at Liang smugly. Master Hai did not dare to hesitate, his figure moving like thunder towards Liang. Apologies. Bang. The moment Hai Lao charged forward, his body suddenly froze midair as if held by an invisible force. Liang simply shifted his gaze, focusing intently on him, and a sudden burst of energy sent Hai Lao flying several meters back. Ugh! Hai Lao landed heavily on the concrete, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. As a seasoned warrior of the third energy level, he looked up at Liang with fear in his eyes. In his long battle-hardened life, he had never encountered someone who could inflict such damage with just a glance. This unexpected skirmish immediately drew the attention of the students who had just finished school. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. How did that old man suddenly get thrown back? An outsider wouldn't understand. The speed of a martial god is hundreds of meters per second. Even ordinary martial artists struggle to follow their movements. A young boy stared at Liang with admiration. Although he was a science student and couldn't practice martial arts, who wouldn't aspire to become a powerful martial god? Isn't that Xiaoying? Could that cool guy be the brother she mentioned? A few girls stomped their feet in envy. At that moment, Li Xiaoying was only concerned about her brother's safety, holding onto Li Yang's hand to dissuade him and distancing herself from Yun Qingping. Yun Qingping couldn't understand the contest between martial gods, but the defeat of her guard filled her eyes with frustration. The surge of energy soon attracted the attention of the Security Bureau. After all, this was the capital city where any form of fighting and energy use was prohibited. Whoosh! A stern middle-aged man in a security bureau uniform arrived on a flying skateboard. With his hands behind his back, he glanced at Li Yong and Hai Lao, saying, "Daring to fight in Kyoto-based city, do you have a death wish?" The severely injured Hai Lao spat out more blood under the powerful mental pressure of this seventh-level energy spiritualist. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Qingping shouted, "I'm the lady of the Liu family. This boy attacked my steward for no reason. Arrest him." The middle-aged man ignored Yun Qingping and turned his attention to Li Yong. He was surprised when his mental energy dissipated upon nearing the young man. Attempting to exert more pressure, he found his mind buzzing and the world spinning when he met Li Yang's deep gaze. Li Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. Competing with him in mental energy? It was sheer folly. The mentalist manual he practiced, illusory mind, required understanding its true essence even at the first level, a feat beyond the reach of any energy-level spiritualist on this planet. Moreover, it was a manual from the cosmos, far beyond the grasp of these people. Just now, he used a unique mental attack technique known as the illusionary gaze. Li Yang's stare was like a sharp sword, piercing straight into his opponent's mind. Even a seventh-level psychic wouldn't easily withstand such a bewitching attack. If this had been a life-or-death battle, his opponent's head might have been metaphorically severed hundreds of times. Once the middle-aged man regained his senses, he looked at Li Yong in terror, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. No longer daring to be disrespectful, he promptly jumped off his hoverboard, his legs trembling slightly, and bowed respectfully, saying, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me, sir." This scene left everyone around in utter shock. Members of the Security Bureau were known for their ruthless demeanor, treating even the most formidable warriors with only polite courtesy. Yet here, a seemingly young man had compelled this powerful figure to bow and apologize, leaving everyone astounded. Li Yong smiled faintly, his tone calm. "Here's my ID. I'm ready to cooperate at any time." He saw no reason to make things difficult for a law-enforcing warrior from the Security Bureau, as they were merely maintaining order. The middle-aged man, his hands trembling, accepted the ID and opened it. His expression changed instantly. He straightened up, saluted with respect, and said, "Major General Li." "Yes," Li Yong replied casually, returning the salute with poise. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted to Hai Lao, who lay motionless on the ground, and he asked cautiously, "Would you like me to handle this matter for you?" "No need. I can manage," Li Yong replied indifferently. "Understood," the middle-aged man said respectfully, handing over a business card. "If you encounter any minor troubles, feel free to contact me." Li Yong accepted the card, which read, "Security Bureau, East City Inspector He Zhengfeng." He nodded slightly, pocketing the card. He thought to himself that this inspector was likely a formidable figure, but their ranks were vastly different. As the director of the Nanhai Gate Inspection Office, his position was comparable to that of the deputy director of the Kyoto-based City Security Bureau. In terms of both power and rank, He Zhengfeng had to show him deference. Although the crowd couldn't hear the conversation between the two, seeing the Security Bureau's inspector show such respect to Li Yong, they could deduce that Li Yang's identity and power far surpassed that of the inspector. At that moment, Yun Qingping, realizing the Security Bureau wasn't siding with her, began to play the emotional card. Her voice tinged with a sob, she said to Li Yong, "Li Yong, do you really have to take Xiaoying away? You're so selfish. You don't understand what Xiaoying wants at all, yet you're determined to take her back to Yecheng. Have you considered Xiaoying's feelings?" These words indeed caused Li Yong to pause in thought. He recalled that his sister had been deceived by Yun Qingping into coming to the Kyoto-based city, and taking her back didn't seem unreasonable. Just as Li Yong was about to retort, his sister Xiaoying stepped forward. Her gaze was resolute, and she spoke coldly. "My brother is not as terrible as you make him out to be, Mrs. Liu. Please show some respect." The perceptive Xiaoying had already noticed something off about Yun Qingping. Why was an outsider so intent on meddling in their family affairs, and what was her true motive? Hearing her daughter refer to her as Mrs. Liu, Yun Qingping was struck as if by lightning and could no longer maintain her composure. She urgently began, "Xiaoying, I am actually," but her throat seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, stopping her from uttering the last few words. Li Yang's icy gaze fixed on Yun Qingping, his tone warning, "Enough is enough. Don't think I won't take action against you." He had refrained from acting against Yun Qingping earlier because she was Xiaoying's biological mother, and his second uncle was still alive, possibly returning to Yecheng. However, some form of punishment was necessary, or this foolish woman might do something even more reckless. Yun Qingping stood there, her face flushed with frustration, unable to speak. After a moment of silence, He Zhengfeng interjected diplomatically, "Director Li, why not let me handle this minor issue? Since you're here in the Kyoto-based city, let me arrange for someone to escort you to the Nanhai guest house for a rest." "No need. I'll be heading back to Lingnan soon," Li Yong replied calmly. Heading back now? He Zhengfeng's heart skipped a beat. He knew there were only flights in the morning, and it was currently impossible to return. Moreover, with Xiaoying in tow, flying was out of the question, they would have to travel by aircraft. At that moment, Liang spoke into his locator watch. Descend to about 100 meters. In the sky, a King-class intelligent aircraft that had been concealed among the clouds began to descend slowly. The hum of the aircraft drew everyone's attention. A 100-meter-long intelligent aircraft slowly lowered its altitude, eventually hovering 100 meters above the ground. The massive shadow it cast created an invisible pressure felt by all present. The arrival of the elite warplane silently shattered the tranquility of the campus. Students stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the aircraft, valued at a staggering 80 billion. Yun Qingping clutched her chest, too shocked to speak. Although she knew little about the world of martial artists, she was well-versed in luxury goods. The cost of this warplane was beyond what even the head of the Liu family could aspire to. He Zhengfeng thought to himself, as expected of the director of the South Heaven Gate Inspection Office. His eyes followed Li Yang and Xiaoying as the siblings slowly ascended into the spacious cabin of the warplane. As the hatch closed, the aircraft shot up like an arrow, piercing through the clouds and disappearing from sight. With Li Yang's departure, the crowd gradually dispersed. He Jingfeng returned to his usual cold demeanor and turned to Yun Qingping, saying, "Mrs. Liu, a word of advice. You can't afford to offend that person. If you anger him, even brother Liu can't protect you." Although he didn't know Yun Qingping, he had heard of her husband, a prodigy from 20 years ago and a prominent figure in the Kyoto-based city. But compared to Li Yang, he was still lacking. After all, Li Yang was only 18, and who could predict his future? It's not impossible for him to become one of the top 100 figures globally. Yun Qingping dismissed his warning with a scoff. "No need for your concern." With that, she drove off. Watching her leave, He Zhengfeng smirked slightly. With Yun Qingping in the Liu family, they'll never thrive. No one paid attention to the fallen elder Hai, and eventually, He Zhengfeng called someone to take him to the hospital. This purebred, unlucky soul seemed perpetually at odds with fate. Inside the warplane, it was as spacious as a living room, fully equipped with all amenities. Li Yang and Xiaoying sat across from each other, reminiscing about the past. Li Yang learned that his sister had come to the Kyoto youth class to prepare for entering the Shanghai research class. Xiaoying excitedly said, "Brother, once I join the Shanghai research class, I can study while working on experiments with my mentor, and I might even join the research team in the wilderness. Maybe we'll be teammates by then." Listening to his sister's dreams, Li Yang quietly calculated how to pave the way for her. Although his vacation was short, he needed to settle his sister before heading to South Heaven Gate. He was just a bit short of reaching 30 million calories in energy, and he needed to break through to the primal energy level to practice the middle 3 layers of the Blade River. After that, he would enter the Stargate to search for his second uncle and microlite, and prepare for the early hatching of the Star Beast. "Brother, before we leave, can we visit the pre-evolution era biological museum? I want to see the monsters from before the evolution era." Xiaoying looked at Li Yang expectantly. Li Yang smiled. "Sure, let's go." He changed his mind, deciding to first take his sister to the places she loved rather than rushing back to Lingnan or Yi City. The biological museum was rarely open today, but there weren't many visitors. Tickets were limited, and having money didn't guarantee access. The siblings soon disappeared through the museum's entrance. Director Li's generosity left the museum curator overwhelmed with excitement. He personally greeted Li Yang and his sister with enthusiasm, saying, "Director Li, you're too kind. The doors of the museum are always open for you, and Miss Li is welcome anytime." It turned out that Li Yang had exchanged the bodies of 10 king-level beasts for his sister's permanent access to the museum, a price the curator could not refuse. The siblings strolled down the long corridors, where the walls were adorned with various animal specimens. There were tigers, leopards, lions, wolves, dogs, rabbits, and an impressive array of fish specimens, numbering in the thousands. Suddenly, Xiaoying pointed at a one-eyed grouper, puzzled. "Why does this grouper look like this? It doesn't match the specimen we saw earlier." The curator, standing nearby, immediately explained, "Miss Li, this is a grouper that lived in a nuclear-contaminated area, a mutated specimen." He went on to detail the ambitions of the Far Eastern island nation in the pre-evolution era to build nuclear power plants, which led to a tragic nuclear leak due to immature technology. They discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea, harming themselves in the end. At the start of the evolution era, the Far Eastern island was overrun by monsters. Out of billions, only 1 million escaped, scattered across the 5 major countries. Wherever they went, they could only do menial jobs, and no one welcomed them. The curator shook his head in lament. Now, Li Yang has destroyed the Far Easterners' laboratory. Their leader is globally wanted by Huaxiao and can only hide in the wilderness. This is karma. Just as Li Yang was engrossed in the story, his watch vibrated, alerting him. He glanced at it to find a message from Yun Qingping. That foolish woman, still persistent. Li Yang thought, though this time her message seemed reasonable. Yun Qingping informed him about a charity gala for retired military personnel that evening, where a top expert from the Magic City Research Institute would be present. If they could make a connection, Xiaoying's entry into the research class would be secured. She also promised not to bother them once Xiaoying was in the Magic City. Li Yang replied with a simple, okay, and continued to accompany his sister around the museum. Until 8 p.m., they enjoyed a meal of authentic roast duck at a high-end restaurant before heading to the charity event Yuan Qingping mentioned. Li Yang donned his military uniform, with the silver dragon collar insignia and Major General shoulder badge standing out. As soon as he entered the venue, he attracted the attention of many dignitaries, most of whom were military-related. Li Yang conversed with them calmly, exuding a commanding presence that commanded respect. Xiaoying, on the other hand, remained quietly behind her brother, not uttering a word. Noticing her discomfort in such settings, Li Yang found an excuse to take her to a quieter spot to wait for the esteemed academic from the Magic City. At that moment, a burly man approached Li Yang with a smile. Captain Gao. Li Yang immediately stood up. The visitor was Gao Yang, recovering in Kyoto. His lower leg had been amputated, now replaced with a mechanical limb. Though he could move freely, returning to the wilderness seemed unlikely. Don't call me captain anymore. I'm with the security bureau now. Just call me old Gao if you respect me, especially since you're wearing a general's star now. Gao Yang remained as hearty as ever, though retirement had mellowed him slightly, reducing his former intensity. As they were chatting, Yuan Qingping rushed in. Academician Su is arriving soon. Hurry and come with me to greet her. She paid little attention to Gao Yang, whispering to Li Yang, watch my cues later. Whether Xiaoying gets into the research class depends on today. Li Yang replied calmly, no need for such trouble. I'll visit Academician Su after the banquet. He found Yuan Qingping's approach unnecessary, as seeking special favors in such a public setting seemed inappropriate. Gao Yang, overhearing their conversation, chuckled. This is simple. When Academician Su arrives, I'll have a word with her. You? Yuan Qingping sized up Gao Yang, seeing his rugged appearance, and rolled her eyes, retorting, what does a martial artist like you know about social etiquette? Huh? This. Li Yang pinched the bridge of his nose, silently lamenting Yuan Qingping's lack of a filter. He was relieved that his sister had a different personality from Yuan Qingping. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Yuan Qingping, however, was unfazed. With her arms crossed, she smugly said, Li Yang, don't think too highly of yourself. This Professor Su has a strong background. Even if you're a major general, she might not give you any face. I have a friend who's close to her. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a chance to meet her. Li Yang raised an eyebrow and retorted bluntly. Since Professor Su doesn't care about my status, you can go alone. He saw through Yuan Qingping's intentions. It was just to leverage his position. Yuan Qingping was momentarily speechless but quickly retorted, I can certainly go alone. I know plenty of people in Shanghai. She kept boasting about her wide connections to show off in front of Xiaoying. Xiaoying listened awkwardly, silently turning her head away from Yuan Qingping. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. Everyone's attention turned towards it. A woman dressed simply but with an extraordinary presence entered, surrounded by a crowd of followers. She was the initiator of this charity banquet, Su Wanning, a renowned geneticist from China. Over a month ago, she discovered the psychokinetic gene in the wilderness, a finding that elevated her status beyond even the martial gods. Seeing this, Yuan Qingping eagerly said, quick, let's go say hello and make an impression. Xiaoying stood up involuntarily, her eyes filled with admiration. As a science student, especially one in genetics, she had long admired Professor Su. Li Yang looked at Su Wanning, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Seeing no one responding, Yuan Qingping bit her lip and squeezed into the crowd on her own. Her small frame struggled to get close to Su Wanning, only to receive a perfunctory nod without a chance to speak. At this moment, Gao Yang noticed Xiaoying staring at Professor Su and smiled slightly. He suddenly raised his hand and shouted, Su Mei. His booming voice immediately drew everyone's attention. To the crowd's amazement, Su Wanning smiled. Her originally aloof demeanor softened, showing a hint of girlish charm as she walked towards Gao Yang. The surrounding people began to buzz with conversation. Who is that guy? Professor Su actually smiled at him. Could they be? You don't know, do you? This charity banquet is actually being held for him. A month ago, Professor Su went missing in the wilderness and was rescued by that martial god. A hero saving a damsel in distress. The crowd was filled with gasps and speculation. Upon hearing the news, Yuan Qingping's expression turned grim, filled with regret. She had assumed Gao Yang was exaggerating, but she hadn't realized not only did they know each other, but he had also saved her life. Eager to secure her daughter's place in the research class, she quickly put aside her pride and hurried to catch up. Academician Su Wanning, unfazed by the surrounding chatter, walked straight to Gao Yang's table. Brother Gao, thank you for attending today, she said with a smile. A charity banquet for veterans? How could I not come? In fact, I should be the one thanking you, Gao Yang replied heartily. Su Wanning's smile widened at his words, and she couldn't help but recall the day she was rescued. The sky was a deep blue, fighter jet debris rained down, and a terrifying creature with a wolf's head and human body was roaring. Amidst the chaos, a figure stood protectively before her, pulling her back from the brink of death. Later, when she regained consciousness, the military only told her that it was Gao Yang leading the dragon-slaying squad who rescued her, and that Gao Yang was injured in the process. Due to the significant impact of the werewolf incident, the military didn't provide detailed explanations. Thus, she associated the protective figure in her memory with Gao Yang and developed feelings for him. She had been visiting Kyoto frequently to see Gao Yang and had even organized this charity banquet for him. Though Gao Yang appeared rough on the outside, he was perceptive and had already sensed Su Wanning's affection. However, his heart belonged to someone else, and he needed to clear up the misunderstanding. Su, let me introduce you to Li Yang, who was originally a member of the dragon-slaying squad and was the one who stayed the longest during the rescue operation for you. He's now the director of the Nanchaman Inspection Office. Director Li, thank you so much for your relentless efforts during the rescue. Su Wanning said sincerely, her attention drawn to the silver dragon emblem on Li Yang's collar and the stars on his shoulder. She couldn't help but think, such a young brigadier general. Li Yang responded with a humble smile. You're too kind, academician Su. Yun Qingping, overhearing the conversation, was initially stunned but soon realized the connection between Li Yang and academician Su. Noticing Li Yang's brief response, she seized the opportunity, pulling Xiaoying forward eagerly. What a coincidence. Li Yang's sister is a huge fan of yours and has always looked up to you. Her biggest dream is to become your student. Academician Su turned her attention to Xiaoying. Noticing her wearing the youth class uniform, her eyes brightened. Are you a student in the youth class? Xiaoying nodded nervously. I happen to have a few spots in the research class. Would you like to join and work with me on genetic medication? Academician Su understood Yun Qingping's intention. The research class had limited spots, and many influential people sought her favor for them. But she had her principles. Only students from the youth class were eligible. Li Xiaoying not only met the criteria, but her brother had also saved her life, making it hard to refuse this request. Thank you, Academician Su. Li Xiaoying bowed gratefully, unable to contain her excitement at the prospect of working with the star academician. Although her grades met the research class threshold, without a recommendation, she couldn't compete with others. Normally, it would take years to advance to the research class. Li Yang watched his sister's joyful demeanor, and all his worries vanished. He had returned to the base city to settle everything, so he could head to Nanchaman without any burdens. Yun Qingping was equally thrilled, feeling that even though Su Wanqing took Xiaoying as her disciple because of Li Yang, she deserved at least a third of the credit for suggesting it. At that moment, Gao Yang seized the opportunity to recount the tale of how Li Yang ventured deep into the wilderness to rescue Su Wanqing from the hands of the extreme East Martial God. He looked directly at Su Wanqing, speaking earnestly. Sister Su, the military didn't want to say much about this, but since Li Yang is here today, I think you should know. Gao Yang revealed the information the military had shared with him, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. His straightforward nature couldn't bear to keep such a significant accomplishment hidden any longer, and sharing the truth brought him relief. Hearing this, Su Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Li Yang's youthful face, suddenly finding it familiar. As Gao Yang explained, memories she had long forgotten surged back like a tide. The image of a lone figure standing in the void, crushing a fighter jet with one hand to save her from the people of the extreme East, became vividly clear. She softly asked, Major Li, could you tell me more about what happened? Her tone was uncharacteristically gentle, a stark contrast to her usual aloofness, hinting at a special bond formed from those hazy memories. Everyone present showed curiosity. Even Xiaoying was eagerly listening. Yun Qingping, quick to notice, detected a hidden affection in Su Wanqing's eyes. This discovery excited her, thinking that if she could help bring Li Yang and Su Wanqing together, her daughter might rise to prominence. Li Yang calmly recounted the events. Though he withheld some details, he mostly presented the truth. He emphasized that there was no heroic rescue between him and Su Wanqing, just a fleeting glance. Yet, that brief moment left such an impression on Su Wanqing that it haunted her dreams for over a month. Even after learning the truth, she remained captivated by that silhouette, developing a fangirl-like affection for Li Yang. Throughout the banquet, her gaze often drifted toward him. Meanwhile, Li Yang was surrounded by Xiaoying and Yun Qingping, who pressed him for more details. He simply smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more until the banquet concluded. As night fell and the banquet ended, Li Yang took his sister to the military guest house in the South Sea, a grand estate. Yun Qingping tried to follow, but was stopped by the guards. She only left reluctantly after Li Yang promised she could come to see Xiaoying off the next morning. After settling his sister in, Li Yang went to the balcony, sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, and focused on studying the first level of the illusionary mind technique. With his journey to Nanchaman imminent, he couldn't afford to slack in his training. The first level of illusionary mind not only amplified mental power 100-fold, but also included 18 secret techniques for mental force users. The illusionary eyes he had used before was just one of them. Others included enslavement, soul burning, and mind power burning, each with its unique and vital purpose for mental force masters across the universe. Liang stood at the front of the cabin, gazing through the glass at the vast expanse below. His mind was filled with the 18 secret techniques of the first level of Phantom Heart, pondering where to begin. Start with the soul-related techniques, then gradually master soul burning and soul enslavement to save time. Lolita's suggestion brought clarity to Liang. He suddenly realized that some of the 18 secret techniques complemented each other. By first mastering one and then learning related techniques, the process would accelerate significantly. Lolita then laid out a training plan for him as a psychic. The soul is the foundation, Liang murmured to himself, slowly closing his eyes. After a sleepless night, at dawn, Liang's sister, Xiaoying, woke up early, looking vibrant and evidently excited. At the same time, Yin Qingping sent a message asking about their departure time, her reaction mirroring Xiaoying's. Liang opened his eyes, took his sister for a leisurely breakfast downstairs, and then messaged Su Wanqing, indicating they were ready to leave. Half an hour later, at a specially designated military airport, Yin Qingping insisted on loading a large number of items prepared for Xiaoying onto the aircraft, despite Li Yang's protests. All right, maybe we'll meet again. Liang interrupted Yin Qingping's chatter. Initially displeased, Yin Qingping's face lit up with delight at the mention of meet again. Does that mean I can go to the Magic City too? Don't you dare. Liang glared at her, silencing Yin Qingping immediately. They had agreed earlier that Yin Qingping would not go to the Magic City without permission to disturb Xiaoying. However, Liang promised to inform Xiaoying about Yin Qingping's identity, leaving the final decision to Xiaoying. The aircraft ascended slowly, then shot forward towards the Magic City as a streak of light. The journey from Kyoto to the Magic City was about 80,000 kilometers, and at the speed of a King-class intelligent aircraft, it would take around 4 hours. After that, they would transfer to head south to Lingnan. By noon, they were only 3,000 kilometers from the Magic City. Liang remained at the front of the cabin, gazing down at the earth through the glass. Xiaoying and Su Wanqing were chatting on the sofa at the back, mainly discussing scientific research achievements. Su Wanqing occasionally glanced at Li Yang's back as if trying to etch the image into her memory. Suddenly, the aircraft's internal detection system blared an alarm. Warning! 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 147 black-crowned golden eagles are approaching the aircraft from 400 kilometers away. Black-crowned golden eagles? Su Wanqing exclaimed. They're the aerial overlords among king-class beasts, with feathers harder than scrayed materials. Once targeted, even a martial god would be in danger. She hurried over to Liang. Generally, should we take a detour? Such a large group of black-crowned golden eagles must be led by a lord-class beast. Liang crossed his arms, speaking calmly. It's fine, I'll handle it. To him, king-class beasts were merely a meal, and even the so-called lord-class beasts were only at the 7th or 8th rank of king-class. As long as it wasn't an emperor-class beast, no number of king-class beasts posed a threat. Estimated encounter with the black-crowned golden eagles in 30 seconds. The radar displayed a dense cluster of red dots rapidly approaching. Li Yang's eyes were sharp, staring straight ahead through the glass. He didn't leave the aircraft, merely raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A soul-piercing force radiated from the aircraft, spreading instantly within a kilometer. In an instant, the red dots on the radar retreated like a tide, with most of the black-crowned golden eagles vanishing and the rest fleeing the radar's range at high speed. Su Wanqing was stunned, watching this unfold in disbelief. He subdued black-crowned golden eagles with a snap of his fingers? She was shaken, once again realizing the terrifying extent of Li Yang's power. In an instant, the majority of the king-level beasts were annihilated, and even the lord-level beasts couldn't escape their fate. This astonishing scene left Su Wanqing utterly speechless. As a genetics expert, she deeply understood the limits of a warrior's abilities. An original energy-level martial god could never so effortlessly slaughter such powerful creatures. A spirit master might have a chance, but certainly not with such ease. Only an existence beyond a martial god could so casually wipe out lord-level beasts with a mere flick of the finger. What Su Wanqing didn't realize was that Li Yang had just used a soul attack secret technique commonly employed by spirit masters across the universe. The soul strength of those beasts was extremely fragile, and with just one mental sweep, Li Yang managed to eradicate all the black-crowned golden eagles without harming their physical forms. At this moment, Li Yang's combat power had reached the pinnacle of the original energy level. With his mental power alone, he was invincible among those of the same level, and his physical prowess as a warrior was unmatched. Professor Su. Li Yang turned to Su Wanqing, speaking in a gentle tone. We're almost at the airport in Magic City. After I drop you off, I'll head directly to Nanshaman. I'll leave Xiaoying in your care. If you ever encounter difficulties or need to venture into the wilderness, feel free to contact me anytime. With that, he sent his contact information to Su Wanqing. Receiving the friend request stirred Su Wanqing's heart. She had many things she wanted to say, but ultimately swallowed them back. Her beautiful eyes reflected Li Yang's imposing figure, and this blatant gaze did not go unnoticed by Li Yang. However, he had little interest in emotions or worldly affairs. Even amidst the mundane, he remained unperturbed. A saying crossed his mind: with challenges come great ambitions. Do not let the world sway a resolute heart. Having embarked on the path of martial arts, Li Yang understood how insignificant worldly matters were in the face of absolute power. At this moment, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, discarding worldly distractions. As if an immortal, his gaze fixed firmly on the grand city in the distance. Magic City Jiangpu Airport, we've arrived. After settling his sister and bidding farewell to Su Wanqing, Li Yang once again boarded an intelligent fighter jet, heading south towards Lingnan, directly to Nanximen. Along the way, he casually dealt with a few beasts that unwisely crossed his path. By dusk, he finally reached the first pass of Huashan Nanximen. The king-level intelligent fighter jet hovered midair, overlooking Nanximen below. At dusk, Nanximen resembled a prehistoric beast sprawling in the shadows. The border stretched for hundreds of miles, with the entire structure shaped like a pyramid. At its center was a massive gap forming an archway, which is how Nanximen got its name. This war base consisted of 18 levels, with fewer structures as one ascended. Each level's buildings formed rings, creating concentric circles that decreased in size. The inspection office was located on the 17th level, just below the summit. You have entered Nanximen airspace. Please fly to the right and land at the nearest airport. The intelligent fighter jet automatically identified the dedicated airport for the inspection office. Without Li Yang's intervention, it gently descended from midair, landing beneath a tall tower. Above the entrance hung the words, Nanximen Inspection Office. At this time, over 200 people stood at the gate, more than half being original energy-level martial gods, along with some original energy-level spirit masters. Even the weakest martial god was comparable to the retired Gaoyong, all of them 5-star war gods. The military and civilian personnel of the inspection department stood in neat rows, awaiting the arrival of the new director. Suddenly, a king-class intelligent fighter jet slowly descended, and its hatch gradually opened. All eyes were fixed on the hatch, holding their breath in anticipation. A young man clad in blood-red armor emerged from the jet. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and just standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. This was the new director, Li Yang. His stern eyes swept over the crowd, his expression serious. 3 supervisors immediately stepped forward to salute, followed by a chorus from the 12 inspectors, hundreds of patrollers, and civilian staff. Director Li. The atmosphere instantly became solemn and respectful. Li Yang nodded slightly, his voice cold as ice. In 3 minutes, all supervisors, inspectors, patrol team leaders, and department heads gather in the conference room. Yes. Everyone responded promptly, moving swiftly. A woman with an elegant figure quickly approached, introducing herself. Director, I am your adjutant, Tong Yu. She wore a black form-fitting combat suit, her eyes filled with awe. Tong Yu briefly outlined the layout of the inspection tower. 6 floors dedicated to logistics, inspections, communications, intelligence, and other functional areas, with the top floor reserved for Li Yang's personal use. Li Yang was satisfied with the arrangement. He had already reviewed the mission briefing on the way. Inspect the Nantian Gate, maintain military discipline, monitor the wilderness area, and guard against external forces. In short, everything within 1,000 miles of the Nantian Gate, be it human or beast, fell under the jurisdiction of the inspection department. In the conference room, Li Yang delivered brief instructions. Daily operations would continue to be managed by the 3 main supervisors, while he would act independently to handle major issues. After giving his directives, he left with his adjutant. Inside the conference room, everyone exchanged glances, surprised that the new director seemed to be a hands-off leader. Once Li Yang departed, the tension eased. However, one of the supervisors, Jiang Wuchen, smirked to himself. He was aware of Li Yang's true identity, a fearsome and legendary figure known as the God of Death. Jiang Wuchen's eyes swept over everyone like a hawk. He slowly stood up, his voice low and firm. Ladies and gentlemen, I advise you to exercise some restraint. Although Director Li is young, he is not someone you can easily figure out. He paused before continuing. Since everything remains the same, let's strive to excel within the existing rules. Su Fengxian, one of the 3 major supervisors, interrupted Jiang Wuchen with a sneer. Isn't Supervisor Jiang being overly cautious? I've heard about Director Li's background. A peerless talent who was ennobled within 3 months of joining the military probably won't stay in the inspection office for long. His words caused an uproar in the conference room. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Ennobled within 3 months of joining the military, someone whispered in shock. What kind of extraordinary feats did he accomplish? Despite their astonishment at Director Li's background, everyone present tacitly agreed with Supervisor Su's perspective. They began discussing among themselves. Such a peerless talent surely won't stay long in the inspection office. The fact that he made it clear from day one that he's a hands-off manager shows he's not power-hungry. He's entirely focused on cultivation. Who knows? One day, he might have a breakthrough and surpass the martial god. He'll definitely leave by then. After a heated discussion, they reached a simple conclusion. Just follow the orders of this young genius. The inspection office had heavy tasks, leaving them little time for further discussion, and they quickly adjourned to return to their duties. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Li Yong sat leisurely in his chair. His blood-red battle armor had been replaced with standard military attire, making him appear more composed and capable. Tong Yu stood by his side, respectfully reporting. Director, the detailed information on Nanchaman you requested has been sent to your email. She dared not be careless and had also sent Li Yong the inspection office's records from the past year. Li Yong took a sip of tea and replied calmly. Okay, you may leave. Just report the inspection office's status to me once a week from now on. He paused and added, oh, and whenever the intelligence department discovers a lord-level beast, inform me immediately. Tong Yu's eyes slightly widened as she softly reminded him. Director, the wilderness area beyond Nanchaman spans more than 10,000 miles. Reporting every lord-level beast to you might be overwhelming. Additionally, there are 108 peak beast lords in this area, each comparable to a beast emperor. She thought to herself, although Li Yong was a peerless talent with remarkable abilities at a young age, his potential shouldn't be squandered on managing the inspection office. This was precisely why the commander placed him there. The intelligence department could detect lord-level beast movements almost every hour. If all were reported to Li Yong, he'd hardly have time for cultivation. More importantly, lord-level beasts are equivalent to ennobled martial gods, and peak beast lords are comparable to martial saints. Recklessly hunting them could lead to dire consequences. However, Li Yong merely chuckled. Just send them to me. Yes. Tong Yu dared not argue further and reluctantly agreed. Although she showed respect outwardly, she still regarded Li Yong as a young hero eager to prove himself. She thought that perhaps after a few setbacks, he would develop a more cautious attitude toward the wilderness. After the adjutant left, Li Yong eagerly opened the email and began familiarizing himself with the wilderness area beyond Nanchaman. He thought to himself that being a hands-off manager didn't mean doing nothing. He needed to quickly enhance his warrior physique to the level of original energy, preparing for the 3 stages of cultivating the Blade River. Li Yang's gaze fell on the first page of the information, which was almost entirely about the details of Nanchaman. His eyes gleamed with anticipation and determination, as if he could already envision himself traversing the unknown wilderness. Li Yong casually glanced at the documents in his hand, showing little interest in the organizational structure of Nanchaman. His eyes skimmed over the introductions of Commander Lu Jinhua, the 4 battle kings, the 36 martial saints, and the 108 sealed martial gods. It wasn't until he turned to the second page that a headline caught his attention: the 3 great military merit rankings: Heaven, Earth, and Human. His eyes quickly locked onto the Heaven ranking. To his surprise, the top spot was not held by someone from the military but by Gu Lun, the founder of the Kunlun Martial Arts School, boasting an astounding 2 trillion military merits. Following closely was Xia Mongyun, the current head of the Kunlun Martial Arts School, with 1.4 trillion merits. Li Yong couldn't help but calculate privately, wondering how many beasts had to be slain to amass such an overwhelming amount of military merit. It was only at the 3rd position that the Nanchaman commander Lu Jinhua appeared, with just over 1 trillion merits. The 4 battle kings followed closely, each with approximately 800 billion merits. The Heaven ranking listed a total of 32 individuals, with only 5 being permanent members of Nanchaman. The rest were mostly strong figures from the Kunlun Martial Arts School and other military districts. In contrast to the extraordinary figures on the Heaven ranking, the Earth ranking seemed much more approachable. Li Yong quickly browsed through it. Martial Saint Guan Xingtian held the top spot, with 1,286 billion merits, followed by Martial Saint Yushan, with 989 billion, and Martial Saint Shangwan Zhanxiong, with 882 billion in 3rd place. He noticed that the 19th spot was held by Zhang Jiuxiao, the leader of the Jiuxiao army, with 489 billion merits. Even Zhao Yan, the leader of the Red Flame army, who ranked 100th, had 147 billion merits. Li Yong sighed inwardly, realizing that the strength of Nanchaman was far beyond that of the Yeqing military district. The upper limit of martial gods here far exceeded 10 billion, and the leaders were at least at the 7th tier of martial gods. The martial saints were all 9th tier martial gods, with many having touched upon true intent, and some mastering certain concepts. However, Li Yong was still the only one who had mastered a unique true intent. He skipped over the human ranking, which was specifically for 9th level martial artists, and pondered how he would need to accumulate military merits again in Nanchaman after his were reset in the Yeqing military district. Nonetheless, this global powerhouse of a war base, with its endless supply of beasts, promised limitless opportunities for gaining military merits. The additional rewards for the top spots on each ranking attracted numerous strong figures from martial arts schools, including the 36 martial saints. Liang noted that Zhang Jiuxiao, once the head of the inspection department, was now the leader of the First Army of Nanshimen, ranking 19th among the 36 martial saints. With these thoughts, Liang decided it was time to stretch his muscles in the wilderness area. He sent the information about the wilderness area directly to Lolita, confident that she would filter out the important details and report back to him later. Just then, Lolita's voice echoed in his mind. Liang, your current mental power is sufficient to unlock the first level of Shadow Blade. Instantly, a simulated image of the first level of Shadow Blade appeared in Li Yang's Minda formation called Instant Prison Shadow Kill. Ding! The panel appeared in Li Yang's mind. As a successor, his attributes were astonishing. A martial artist of the 9th level with a basic enhancement of 27.65 million calories, a 100-fold mental power, and a 3rd-tier original energy combined with a 50-point original core boost, along with a 100-fold rule enhancement. He had touched the realm of unity with nature, standing at the pinnacle of true intent. His inheritance level was 2, having exceeded the requirement of 1,000 points for outer disciples, reaching 127 points. In recent days, he had diligently studied the Spiritual Mind Master Manual, Illusory Heart, increasing his mental power by 1 point, just enough to unlock the first tier of Shadow Blade. Only 50 points of mental power to unlock the first tier, Loretta exclaimed. If it weren't for your 100-fold original core boost, you'd have to wait until the star level. You know, Shadow Blade is a high-tier heavenly weapon, ranking the highest among the universe's 4 weapon grades: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. It has 4 tiers, with the last requiring Nebula-level strength to wield. Liang reached out and summoned the Shadow Blade, which instantly hovered above his palm. Gazing at this divine weapon that could be used up to the star level, he was filled with awe. Recalling the power of the Shadow Prison killing array from the projection, he immediately headed to the training room to practice. The key to mastering this skill was to split the Shadow Blade into 108 blades and perfectly control them to form a grand array, rather than simply merging them for an attack. Even with the original core boost, dividing his mental power into 108 parts was still immensely consuming, which explained why ordinary people needed star-level strength to perform the Shadow Prison killing array. After half a day of intense practice, Liang finally grasped the technique, deeply understanding the terrifying nature of the move. It not only contained true intent, but also the unique amplification effect of the Shadow Blade. Although the exact power was hard to gauge, he was confident he could use this move to carve a 10th-sameter-high mountain into a lifelike statue. The move was not only powerful but also offered absolute precision, with each strike landing exactly on the intended spot. With this move, he no longer feared facing a beast emperor. The only drawback was the high energy consumption. With his current 3rd-tier original energy level, he could only perform it a dozen times before depleting his original and mental power. Once he advanced to the 4th tier of original energy, the number of uses could double, and his strength would continue to grow. Thanks to the 100-fold genetic insight, after a night of intense practice, Liang had fully mastered the 1st-tier Shadow Prison killing array of the Shadow Blade. In the morning, Liang opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged in the training room. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed down at the scene beneath the southern heavenly gate. The gloomy sky occasionally lit by flashes of lightning, and the drizzling rain adding an instinctive sense of oppressive fear to the land. Liang stood up, his eyes piercing through the rain, looking towards the distant wilderness. Time for a change of color, he murmured to himself. Blood red would look much better. His original energy armor instantly enveloped his body as he strode out of the training room. Downstairs, Tong Yu caught up to him. Director, should I arrange for a few inspectors to familiarize you with the wilderness area? There's no need for that. Understood. Then I'll prepare a fighter jet for you. Liang slowly turned his head, his blood-red helmet retracting to reveal eyes filled with murderous intent. Just a glance was enough to make Tong Yu fall silent. The Shadow Blade in his hand swiftly formed a flying hoverboard. He leaped onto it, gestured to Tong Yu, and then broke through the clouds, heading straight for the wilderness area. Left behind, Tong Yu couldn't help but shiver. The impression Liang gave her was even more terrifying than those martial saints. Like a whirlwind, this news quickly swept through the entire inspection office. The director went to the wilderness alone. Everyone exchanged glances, utterly shocked. Known for his hands-off approach, why was the director suddenly so proactive today? We can't let the director take such a risk alone. Jiang Wuchen was the first to step forward. Today, we'll conduct a thorough sweep inside and out to support the director. Yes, responded the 12 inspectors and 12 patrol teams in unison, aiming straight for the depths of the wilderness area. Meanwhile, Liang's figure had already traversed 1,000 miles of wilderness. The wilderness area outside Nantian Gate is divided into 3 zones. Within the outer 3,000-mile area, there aren't many king-level beasts, but a level beast continuously assault the Nantian Gate's defenses like a tide. The inner 6,000-mile zone is home to countless king-level beasts, including some at the lord level, with occasional appearances by beast sovereigns and emperors. The core area near the Stargate spans tens of thousands of miles, almost entirely occupied by lord-level beasts, with 108 beast sovereigns each ruling their domain, and dozens of beast emperors watching closely. Even martial saints dare not tread lightly, still short by over 2 million calories of blood energy. I'll start with the inner area. Liang calculated, moving like lightning straight towards the inner zone. With his 1 kilometer detection ability after breaking through as an original energy-level spiritual mind master, coupled with the 10-kilometer area detection provided by the Lolita intelligence system, his hunting efficiency had multiplied. On the map, blue represented allies, red marked beasts, and each red dot came with real-time information. Suddenly, a blue dot flashed urgently a rescue signal. Approximately 100 kilometers away, Liang immediately accelerated, simultaneously sending a route guide to direct the rescue team towards him. Liang, there are people you know in the rescue team, Lolita reminded. 2.5 minutes later, Liang arrived at a 100-mile plain. Thousands of purple-maned giant wolves were chasing a warrior team, led by a purple-eyed wolf king of lord-level strength, at the peak of the 6th king level. The strongest in the military team was merely a 5-star warrior, equivalent to a 4th-tier martial god. I'll hold off these beasts. You head southwest, the team captain shouted from the rear. Captain, let's go together. The strong ones from the inspection office will be here soon. A young man wielding a long spear shouted as he fought, slaying the oncoming purple-maned giant wolves with his spear like a dragon. He looked up at the one-armed captain, his eyes bloodshot with a murderous intent. The wolf pack was closing in, and the situation was extremely dire. Just as the captain finished speaking, a massive wolf shadow suddenly leaped over his head, aiming straight for the young man with the gun. The wolf's eyes glowed with a purple light, indicating it was a fearsome king-level purple-eyed giant wolf. Watch out, the captain shouted, ignoring the wolves behind him, and rushed towards the young man in an attempt to save him from the giant wolf's claws. However, he was a moment too late. The young man, showing no fear, feigned a retreat but swiftly turned as the purple-eyed giant wolf lunged. His spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea, pierced the wolf's throat with a resonant cry. Blood spurted out, and a proud smile spread across his face. Wounding a king-level beast was undoubtedly his greatest achievement as a 9th-level warrior. Careful! The captain's warning sliced through the air. The injured purple-eyed giant wolf, ignoring its wounds, tore the young man's combat suit, leaving 3 shocking gashes on his thigh. The captain arrived just in time to deliver a final blow to the king-level beast. However, a greater crisis loomed. The wolves had completely surrounded them. Seeing their comrades trapped, the other team members prepared to rescue them. Don't turn back. The captain shouted with a heart-wrenching fury at the team outside the circle, his voice filled with finality. He planted his battle knife in the ground, hoisted the injured young man with his one arm, and forced a smile. Yang Feng, you're still young. The future of the base city needs you. Captain. Yang Feng choked with emotion. The one-armed war god summoned all his strength and hurled Yang Feng out of the encirclement. The other team members, though reluctant, had to retreat, knowing that staying would only squander the captain's sacrifice. The war god captain gripped his battle knife once more, scanning the retreating team with no regrets in his eyes. Now it's time to trade life for life with these beasts. Kill 1 to break even, 2 for profit. Though the wolves had surrounded him, they hesitated to attack, clearly trying to lure the escaping warriors back. Huh, you beasts, if you're not willing to attack first, then prepare to die. He charged at the wolf pack with his knife. The wolf king on the high slope, seeing no human reinforcements, gave a low attack signal. In an instant, the wolves surged over the 5-star war god like a tidal wave. Yang Feng, glancing back repeatedly, was filled with tears and shouted in frustration. Not strong enough. Not strong enough. At that moment, he longed more than ever to become stronger. Just when all seemed lost, a blood-red light, moving faster than sound, descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the wolves. After a thunderous noise, countless black arcs of electricity intertwined in the air, instantly shattering a large portion of the wolf pack. The purple-eyed giant wolf that had been issuing commands barely had time to react before a blood-colored blade light fell like a river, decapitating it. The wolf king's head rolled to the ground, its purple eyes flickering a few times before finally dimming. In an instant, the entire wolf pack was annihilated. The group, having narrowly escaped, wore expressions of shock and whispered among themselves about the powerful psychic force they had just witnessed. Was it a martial saint who saved us? Someone speculated quietly. However, the immediate priority was the rescue of their captain, and they hurried forward. Despite his injuries, Yang Feng struggled to keep up with the help of others. Suddenly, black lightning arcs formed in the air, and Li Yang's figure appeared. Behind him, a man covered in blood stood up, bracing himself with a knife handle. The team members rushed to assist their captain, with the vice captain repeatedly expressing gratitude. Thank you, General, for your help. Without you, the captain. No need to thank me. Liang interrupted, his gaze falling on the severely injured five-star war god, a hint of emotion in his eyes. His injuries are serious, but the rescue team will be here soon. At this moment, Yang Feng finally managed to get closer and, upon seeing who it was, his eyes widened in shock. Li Liang. His voice trembled with disbelief. In just a short time, the once evenly matched rival had become someone far beyond his reach. Yang Feng, mind your manners, the vice captain exclaimed, startled by the address, quickly smiling apologetically. Please forgive him, sir. He just joined the military and is still young and impulsive. Realizing his mistake, Yang Feng was about to apologize, but Li Yang calmly said, It's fine. Yang Feng and I know each other. He looked at his former combat assessment partner, who had since transformed into an excellent member of the War God Squad. Yang Feng, take care of your injuries. See you at Nanshanmen. Before he finished speaking, Liang had already soared into the air, heading deeper into the wilderness. The group watched Liang leave, then turned their questioning gazes toward Yang Feng. The vice captain's eyes shifted slightly. You joined at the same time as that senior? Considering Yang Feng had only been with the military district for a little over 2 months, the severely injured captain lit a cigarette and also looked on with interest. With a wry smile, Yang Feng recounted his experience of taking the assessment alongside Liang, chuckling self-deprecatingly when he mentioned the time his beast was snatched away. The team members teased, good thing it wasn't a martial saint. You still have hope to catch up, Xiaoyang. Yeah, this senior is probably a marquis major general, and in our team, you're the most likely to become a marquis. The captain extinguished his cigarette, but his expression serious. Speaking of which, Xiaoyang's marksmanship did break through earlier. It might not be long before he reaches the original energy level of a war god. This comment drew a wave of amazement from the group. We were just joking, but it seems Xiaoyang really has the potential to become a marquis. The laughter carried both envy and genuine praise. Before long, 2 figures in patrol combat uniforms arrived swiftly, their expressions stern and imposing. The vice captain quickly said, Rescue has already been called. There's no need to trouble you, patrol envoys. Before he finished speaking, a patrol rescue aircraft had already landed. Under the chief's orders, here to assist, the patrol envoys said, their tone uncharacteristically gentle, evidently because this was the chief's first assigned task. The medical equipment on the aircraft quickly stabilized the injuries of the severely wounded 5-star war god. Patrol envoy, the chief you mentioned is. Of course, it's our patrol chief Liang. He just saved you all, and you've forgotten so soon. This response left everyone present in stunned silence. Whoosh. Li Yang's figure streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. Traveling at 3 kilometers per second, he was surrounded by a white sonic boom, producing a sharp whistling sound. This speed was nearly 10 times the speed of sound, reaching an incredible 10,800 kilometers per hour. 10 minutes later, he finally arrived at the inner perimeter of the wilderness area. The air was thick with the smell of blood, still pungent despite being diluted by the dampness. According to the map, the body of water before him was Dongza Lake. Liang landed on a piece of driftwood floating on the lake, scanning the scattered bones on the water's surface. His detector began searching for traces of nearby beasts. Lolita had already prepared detailed information for him. Dongza Lake was home to 96 king-level beasts, with the leader being a newly advanced level 8 king-class Sky Devourer Jiao. Additionally, there were 4 levels even king-class beasts, while the rest were insignificant minions. Let Dongza Lake be the first battle at the southern heavenly gate. Liang thought to himself, maneuvering his flying skateboard towards a small island in the lake's center. The island was teeming with dozens of king-level beasts, but the Sky Devourer Jiao was nowhere to be seen. To lure out the Sky Devourer Jiao, Liang acted decisively. With a sweep of his arm, dozens of shadow blades wrapped in black lightning shot out, precisely striking the vital points of over a dozen king-level beasts on the island. Blood instantly stained a large swath of the lake. Liang did not rush to devour them but hovered in midair, awaiting the appearance of the Sky Devourer Jiao. With such a provocation, the leader was sure to emerge. Deep beneath the lake, a massive Jiao, as thick as a water barrel and covered in black scales, was coiled around a giant stone nearly 9 meters in diameter. As it exerted its strength, the stone emitted cracking sounds until it finally shattered. From the fissures, bubbles emerged, revealing a fossil resembling an embryo. The giant Jiao let out an excited screech, using its agile tail to sift through the debris and unhesitatingly swallowed the strange life form. This was an accidental discovery it had made 3 months ago while patrolling its territory. It shattered a stone at the lake's bottom and found a piece of a hand bone, which allowed it to advance to level 8 king class. Since then, it had been searching for similar treasures. After days of searching, the giant Jiao realized these special stones were not commonly found. It eventually discovered a small mound at the lake's bottom, where the stones were hundreds of times harder than ordinary rock. Around the mound, similar material fragments were scattered. The piece that had just been opened was a fragment of rock discovered near the hill. The swallowing sky serpent devoured the remains in one gulp, and immediately, its massive body began to tremble violently. The temperature inside it skyrocketed, as if a fierce flame was burning within its flesh. Its vital energy indeed surged, but at an alarming speed. The giant serpent writhed in agony at the bottom of the lake, its hard scales falling off piece by piece, emitting a haunting wail. The surface of the lake rippled, indicating the intense activity beneath the water. Liang didn't wait for long. Seeing that the swallowing sky serpent was not surfacing, he turned to hunt other king-level beasts. Within just 2 hours, he cleared the king-level beasts of Dongza Lake. However, he only managed to kill 82, far fewer than expected. The Nantiangate wilderness is supposed to be teeming with fierce beasts everywhere, isn't it? Why does it seem so different from the rumors? Liang was somewhat disappointed. Still, he gained a lot 2.7 billion in military merit, and an increase of 760,000 calories in vital energy, bringing his total to 28.01 million calories. Yet, compared to the vital energy required for his original energy level, this growth was still too slow. Just as he was about to dive to the lake's bottom to investigate, the water ahead suddenly surged violently. A 100-meter-long giant serpent emerged from the water, and astonishingly, the swallowing sky serpent, originally covered in black scales with dragon horns on its head, floated up as if it had been cooked. A king-level 8th-tier beast lord, worth 1 billion in military merit, just delivered to me like this? Liang leaped onto the serpent's corpse in disbelief. Although it no longer had any life signs, its body was brimming with vital energy. This bizarre manner of death made him wary, and he immediately called for Lolita to examine it. Lolita's mechanical eyes scanned carefully and concluded, the time of death is less than 10 minutes ago, and the cause is a backlash from absorbing the power after consuming the remains of a hygiene life form. Wait, did you say hygiene life form? Liang raised an eyebrow, instantly connecting this to the Yate tribe genes. His gaze turned towards the deep lake bottom, convinced that there was an extraordinary secret hidden beneath. Take your time, but devour the sky-swallowing jiao while it's still hot. Lolita's voice echoed in Liang's ear. Its vital energy has reached the level of a beast emperor. Finish it off before heading to the lake bed. After confirming the body was secure, Liang immediately began the process of absorption. The blood-red energy surged into him like a tidal wave, its magnitude far exceeding his expectations. It took him a full 10 minutes to completely absorb it. A system notification then appeared. Vital energy increased by 1,190,000 calories, bringing the total to 29,200,000 calories. This number left Liang astounded. Normally, devouring a first-rank king-level beast would yield at most 3,000 calories, a 5th-rank beast about 20,000, and even a 7th-rank king-level beast only 50,000 calories. Yet, this sky-swallowing jiao had provided him with a staggering 1,190,000 calories, which was simply unimaginable. Without hesitation, Liang plunged into the lake bed. In the murky water, massive creatures roamed. A giant crocodile, 60 to 70 meters long, swam overhead, only to be swiftly dispatched by him with a single slash, turning into pure vital energy. Descending to a depth of 1,000 meters, Liang advanced on a flying skateboard, his aura keeping the icy lake water at bay. I found the death site of the sky-swallowing jiao. Lolita exclaimed urgently. It's 12 kilometers directly ahead of you. Hurry, there are already beasts approaching. Liang immediately accelerated, creating a trail of bubbles as he cut through the water's resistance, reaching his destination in a minute. Before him was a small mound, which several armored giant crabs were hammering on. You've chosen the path of death, Liang declared coldly, drawing his shadow blade. With 2 swift motions, the blade, enhanced by the original core, unleashed a 5 million-ton force, effortlessly piercing through the 3rd-rank king-level armored crabs. He didn't even bother to absorb these small fry, instead examining the mound. It turned out to be a massive meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters. This reminded him of the astronomy lessons he took in high school when the era of evolution began. 5 stargates descended, accompanied by numerous meteorites. These meteorites helped humanity forge the first batch of alloys. But since most fell into the ocean and were hard to find, scientists later used beast bones as substitutes. This meteorite is enormous. It must have created Dongza Lake when it crashed, Liang observed as he scanned the area. Although he could store it in a spatial ring, retrieving it would be problematic. It seemed he would have to mine it on site. There are also some smaller meteorites around. Let's cut a few to check them out. Lolita fluttered in front of Liang, her wings gently fanning as she meticulously scanned the surroundings, pointing out the positions of all the rocks. Using his psychic power, Liang gathered 27 stones, each at least a meter in diameter, and manipulated the shadow blade to cut the smallest one. Astonishingly, the first impact of 5 million-ton force left only a notch on the surface of the meteorite. Its hardness was truly remarkable. With 50 points of psychic power providing a base force of 5,000 tons, the original core's 100-fold amplification increased it to 500,000 tons. Further amplified tenfold by the psychic weapon, it resulted in such terrifying destructive power. With a force of 5 million tons hitting the rock, it remained immovable. Liang frowned, immediately activating the first stage of Phantom Heart. The manual's amplification combined with the original core's boost caused his base mental power to surge 200-fold, skyrocketing to 1,000,000 tons. Paired with Shadow Blade's 10-fold amplification, his power surpassed the 10 million ton mark. A rock that can withstand a giant serpent? I refuse to believe I can't break it, he sneered, as 36 Shadow Blades whistled through the air, slashing at the rock. With a cracking sound, the hard rock shattered. Amidst the rubble, a massive purple finger emerged. This finger was unusually thick and long, far exceeding the size of a human from Blue Star. Liang used his mental power to lift the finger in front of him and handed it to Lolita. My God, this is a Titan's finger. Lolita exclaimed in awe as she held the thick finger. This can't be. Titan Planet is billions of light years away from Blue Star, not even in the same sector. How did it end up here? Liang stroked his chin, uninterested in how the Titans arrived on Blue Star, but eager to consume the Titan corpse. Lolita, how strong is the Titan's genetic strength? Can it compare to the Atlanteans? No, Lolita shook her head and explained. Unlike humans, Titan's genetic strength depends on their bloodline level. It's divided into 4 grades, with the strongest first-grade genes offering an 800-fold increase. But they are extremely rare, rarer than cosmic beasts. What grade is this finger? 3rd grade, only 10-fold genes, Lolita said as she tossed the finger back to Liang. Hearing it was only 10-fold, Liang was slightly disappointed, but he still activated the devouring power in his palm to absorb the finger's vitality. Wow! An overwhelming force surged into his body. So strong. It's even more potent than a king-level beast's corpse, adding 30,000 calories of vitality. Lolita chuckled, clutching her stomach. Haha. Although the Titan's gene multiplier isn't high, as Titan descendants, they possess the most abundant vitality in the universe. Moreover, Titan vitality has no limit. No limit. Liang's eyes gleamed. Does that mean I can surpass 30 million calories of vitality? Theoretically, yes, Lolita shrugged. But you're not a Titan descendant, so you'll reach a threshold at some point. Excess vitality will convert into physical strength and feedback to you. Liang pondered. This could compensate for his physical frailty. Currently, he relied on the 10 caves and the primordial god armor to withstand king-level beast attacks. Enhancing his physical strength would be ideal. He greedily eyed the meteorite in front of him, scheming. First, boost vitality to 30 million calories, then convert the remaining Titan vitality into physical strength. With this plan in mind, he rubbed his hands together and began cutting the stone, preparing to collect the Titan's remains. This hidden underwater location was perfect for mining. The first meteorite cracked open, revealing a finger of a Titan. Liang's eyes lit up as the detector indicated it was the remains of a star-level warrior, with a genetic strength 10 times that of an ordinary being. With growing expertise, he skillfully shattered the second meteorite, unveiling a Titan skull. Even more astonishing, this skull belonged to a galaxy-level warrior. As he continued to open meteorites, the discoveries kept coming. The third meteorite contained a 3-meter-long thigh bone from a star-level warrior. The fourth held a forearm of another star-level warrior. By the time he reached the 22nd meteorite, he found an eye from a galaxy-level warrior. By the 27th, he had collected the 4th piece of a galaxy-level warrior's remains. In his spatial ring, the Titan bones formed a mountain-like pile, nearly enough to reconstruct a complete Titan body. This race, known for their formidable vitality, dwarfed humans in size. An average adult Titan stood 7 to 8 meters tall, while those with top-tier genes could reach a towering 100 meters, their physical strength beyond imagination. Before him stood a massive meteorite, resembling a small mountain. Despite his earlier discoveries, Liang remained focused, and even Lolita couldn't resist her curiosity, appearing to watch. Perfect chance to test the power of the Shadow Prison Kill Array. Liang raised his hand, unleashing the first tier of the Shadow Blade. Instantly, 108 arcs of electricity wove into a spherical net above the massive rock as he darted inside. Suppress, he shouted, and the shadow blades rained down like a storm, black arcs engulfing the meteorite. A few breaths later, as he reappeared, his mind had split into 108 parts, each concentrating all its power. Such force could topple even a 10th-meter mountain. Destroy, he commanded, and as he clenched his fist, the shadow blades lurking within the rock erupted outwards, shattering the towering meteorite instantly. Amidst the flying debris, a sudden golden light flashed. Lolita gasped. The Titan throne. In the crater stood a golden throne over 10 meters tall, topped with a gem-like eye that radiated a captivating glow. Seated on the throne was a burly bald man, his skin a distinctive deep purple, smooth as jade, except for the wrinkles covering his chin. His arms were crossed over his chest, and his expression was grave, as if lost in eternal contemplation. Though lifelike in form, he had long since lost the breath of life. Liang walked forward without hesitation, boldly stepping onto the throne's armrest and reaching out to touch the smooth purple head with interest. Lolita, what level of gene do you think this purple giant has? He asked. Hey, get down quickly. Lolita fluttered her little wings in a panic, flying over to pull Liang away from the throne. This is the Titan tribe's Titan throne. You can't just step on it. She fussed over the dust Liang left behind, like a miser guarding a treasure. Liang shrugged helplessly. Is it really that serious? He's already dead. I'm not talking about this Titan warrior, Lolita said, moving the purple-skinned bald head aside and lightly seating herself on the throne. I'm talking about the Titan throne itself. She stretched out, crossing her legs, and sighed with delight. It's been so long since I felt the aura of a rule treasure. A rule treasure? Liang's curiosity was piqued. What kind of treasure is that? Come, sit next to me, and I'll tell you slowly. Lolita beckoned him with a gesture. Liang accepted the invitation eagerly, and as soon as he sat down, he felt his mind clear, thoughts racing at an incredible speed. In a daze, half an hour slipped by, and his understanding of true meaning advanced rapidly, even brushing against the threshold of the unity of heaven and man realm. When he came back to his senses, Liang found Lolita had returned to the inheritance space, and his mind was filled with detailed information about the Titan throne. In the primordial universe era, many powerful and unique beings were born, with the Titan god being one of the most astonishing. His size rivaled the sun, and his power reached unimaginable levels. As a unique life form birthed by the universe, the Titan was inherently in tune with universal laws, a talent far surpassing the space law affinity of star beasts. However, this mighty Titan god eventually fell under the siege of many heroes. His body was divided among strong beings of various races, his flesh and blood scattered across the stars to become Titan stars, and his bloodline evolved into the Titan tribe. This Titan throne was crafted by 13 super-strong beings from the Titan god's divine body. As the Titan tribe rose to power, these thrones gradually returned to them, possibly because those super beings were unable to suppress the Titans and chose to trade the thrones for peace. Now do you understand the value of the Titan throne? Lolita explained leisurely. Even eternal strong beings would covet it. With this treasure, your progress in realms will accelerate, allowing you to comprehend the ninefold domain faster. You must know, in the universe, only those who master a domain can be considered true, strong beings. Liang gently caressed the cold surface of the Titan throne, a flicker of awe crossing his eyes. It was his first time hearing legends of the universe, and he couldn't help but feel his own insignificance. Even the Titans, who were like gods by nature, couldn't escape such a fate. The universe's harshness was beyond his imagination. Decisively, he infused his mental power to claim ownership of the throne. Under the control of his mind, the throne quickly shrank to a suitable size and was stored in his spatial ring. But this was far from enough. His eyes flickered with thoughts of gaining even greater power. Even the Titan god, who mastered the laws of the universe, couldn't escape being besieged to death. He must become stronger. His gaze fell on the purple corpse of a Titan on the ground, a glint of determination in his eyes. In life, this body was not only a powerful star-level being, but also possessed the Titan race's strongest genes, 800 times more potent. Unfortunately, time had been unkind, and the genes had decayed, leaving only blood and energy to be consumed. This individual must have been a prodigy of the Titan race. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been qualified to wield the throne. As for why the throne ended up on Blue Star, it was impossible to trace in the vast universe. Liang quickly collected the corpse and all the meteors, knowing the Titan throne's value could not leave any trace. He even filled the meteor crater with ordinary stones before leaving the lakebed to continue clearing king-level monsters in Dongza Lake. His current blood energy had reached the threshold of 30 million calories, and once he consumed the Titan remains, he could break through to become a primal energy martial god. In high spirits, he felt destined to find such a treasure upon entering the Nanhai wilderness. As the chief of the inspection division, he decided to create more achievements. He headed straight for Fox Immortal Valley, where the mind beasts were exactly what he needed. An hour later, the enchanting Fox Immortal Valley turned into a blood-soaked inferno, with bones and blood forming small lakes. The results were impressive. 120,000 level beasts, 147 king level, and 7 lord level beasts were killed. His mental power increased by 120 points to reach 170, advancing him to a 5th-tier primal energy mind master. His military merits just reached 10 billion, and he couldn't be bothered with transporting the corpses, so he directly notified the inspection division to collect them. Ordinary beasts held little value, but the king-level and lord-level corpses could be exchanged for military merits. The inspection division of the 17th heaven of the South Gate immediately dispatched personnel, with even one of the three main supervisors, Jiang Wuchen, personally mobilizing. Intelligence Department Chief Dai Yuxing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, cigar in mouth, glancing at his watch showing 4:30 p.m., muttering about the chief being overly ostentatious to enter the dangerous Inner Fox Immortal Valley at this time. His assistant nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Dai Yuxing's expression immediately darkened. He gently rotated the cigar in his hand, his gaze piercing like a knife towards the trembling young secretary. Are you accusing the director? I'm sorry, sir, I spoke out of turn. The young secretary quickly bowed her head in apology, her face pale. She was well aware of the terrifying nature of her supervisor and dared not say another word. It was one thing to subtly criticize the director by making a jab at Jiang Wuchen, but to directly name and criticize her superior could ruin her career if it got out. Oomph. If it happens again, you can prepare to retire in the base city. Dai Yuxing snorted coldly. As he spoke, a notification suddenly sounded from his wristwatch. He casually extinguished his cigar, glanced at the message, and his pupils sharply contracted. What did you say? The director's military merits increased by 1 billion today. Intelligence has confirmed it. Specifically, it's 1.0141592.6 billion, a staff member added. This figure left Dai Yuxing and the young secretary completely stunned. Immediately input the director's military merits into the daily military merit leaderboard. Today, our inspection department is taking the top spot. Excitedly, he lit another cigar. This was a significant achievement. It's being recorded. Before the 5 p.m. update, the director will have secured first place. Haha, if that's not certain, I'll eat this ashtray. Dai Yuxing laughed heartily. The military merit leaderboard system is highly comprehensive. Besides the three major leaderboards of heaven, earth, and human, there is also a daily leaderboard that tracks everyone's achievements for the day. The top of the leaderboard receives a special title, updated promptly at 5 p.m. each day. This board has almost become the exclusive domain of martial arts champions, with the top 10 spots nearly always occupied by the 36 martial saints when no star-level powerhouses intervene. Even the former director, Zhang Jiuxiao, despite mastering the sword intent and reaching the 9th level of the original energy martial god, could only occasionally rely on luck to squeeze into the top 10. The 36 martial saints were all well-versed in knife intent, sword intent, spear intent, and other advanced techniques, demonstrating formidable strength. The most elite among them had even touched upon the realm of true intent, with single-day military merits of 3 billion being quite common. Dai Yuxing was unaware that Li Yang had already reached the realm of unity of heaven and man. This secret was known only to the core figures of the Yeqing military district and the supreme commander of Nanshimen, Lu Zhenhua. As a top-tier combat force in China, Li Yang's true strength had always been closely guarded. However, this astonishing record of 1 billion in a single day had already shattered the limits of the original energy martial god, making it impossible to keep hidden. Even Guan Xingtian, known as the strongest martial saint, had a highest single-day record of only 270 million military merits. At this moment in Nanshimen, Taiping Square was bustling with people. Located at the convergence of the 18 heavens, the square often saw the presence of 5-star war gods. When the clock struck 5, the giant screen began counting down to update the daily military merit leaderboard, and many eyes turned towards it. I bet today's top spot goes to Martial Saint Guan Xingtian. This killing god entered the wilderness area yesterday and hasn't returned yet. He's probably on a rampage. Not necessarily. Martial Saint Yushan has dominated the leaderboard for a week. This prodigy from Kunlun is most likely to grasp true intent at the original energy level, and today's top spot is probably his again. Off-duty soldiers gathered in small groups, discussing among themselves. After a 10-second delay, the daily military merit leaderboard for August 6th finally refreshed. The military achievement rankings were just updated, causing a stir at the southern heavenly gate. At the top of the list, Li Yang holds a staggering 1 billion military achievements, followed by Martial Saint Yushan with 370 million, and in third place is Martial Saint Guan Xingtian with 160 million. The list goes all the way to the 100th rank, where the last position is held by Supervisor Jiang Wuchen with 12 million. This list immediately sparked heated discussions in the streets and alleys. Off-duty soldiers and their families gathered to talk about this unusual phenomenon. 1 billion military achievements? Did someone surpass the martial god and head to the wilderness today? Someone questioned. It might be related to the frequent beast tides erupting near the Stargate, another person speculated. But many were puzzled by the unfamiliar name Li Yang. Everyone present knew that the maximum military achievement for an original energy martial god was 260 million, so for Li Yang to have 1 billion, he should logically be a star-level powerhouse. However, more attention was drawn to Yushan's 370 million military achievements than the mystery of the top rank. Could it be that Yushan has mastered the true meaning and successfully slain a beast sovereign? Someone guessed. This speculation wasn't unfounded, as last month, Yushan had fought 2 beast sovereigns alone and emerged unbeaten. Inside the 7th Military Hospital at the Southern Heavenly Gate, discussions were equally lively. When I returned from the inner perimeter this morning, I saw Yushan from afar, and his aura was indeed much stronger than before. He must have mastered the true meaning, an excited patient said. Now we have a martial god who has mastered the true meaning at the Southern Heavenly Gate, and with the arrival of a new star-level powerhouse, it's a double blessing. But Yang Feng, lying in a hospital room, was staring intently at the military achievement list, frowning. Liang can't possibly be star level, he said firmly. When he saved us this morning, he didn't have the characteristics of the elements of heaven and earth. At most, he's at the original energy level. Original energy level. A patient in the next bed exclaimed incredulously. How is that possible? A first-rank king-level beast is only worth 1,000,000 military achievements, and a lord-level beast ranges from 50 million to 1 billion. Did he hunt dozens of lord-level beasts in one day, or hundreds of thousands of ordinary beasts? I can testify. Yang Feng's captain stood up. It was indeed Senior Li Yang who saved us this morning. He's now the new director of the inspection office. I witnessed his prowess firsthand. His blade was like water, and his telekinetic weapons moved like thunder. Although his presence was overwhelming, it was indeed characteristic of the original energy level. The crowd, half believing, half doubting, opened the inspection office's official website to verify. Sure enough, Li Yang's photo was prominently displayed, showing he had taken the position of director. However, the website did not specify his exact level. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in front of the inspection office was solemn and austere, in stark contrast to the bustling square. Every soldier passing by, regardless of rank, was required to strictly adhere to discipline, marching in step as they passed. The inspection office was not only responsible for inspections, but also charged with enforcement duties, demanding strict adherence to military appearance and conduct. Suddenly, a faint light flickered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared outside the inspection office, covered in blood. This person had a few fox hairs stuck to their face, and their hair was matted with dark red blood. The dark red armor they wore glistened eerily in the sunlight, creating a stark contrast with the pristine checkpoint, as if they were a warrior emerging from a battlefield. The two guards at the gate were initially stunned, wondering who would dare to fly directly to the entrance of the inspection office. Even a high-level psychic should walk in properly. They didn't realize it was Li Yang until they met his deep, penetrating eyes. "Director, are you all right?" One guard quickly asked, while the other immediately notified their superiors to dispatch a medical team. Unaware of the recent events on the military forums and honor roll, they assumed the director had encountered a formidable enemy in the wilderness. With a clatter, a team of the military's top medical personnel rushed out from the inspection tower, some carrying equipment. Dai Yuxing led the way, with his secretary following closely, anxiously asking, "Director, how are you? Which beast dared to injure you? I'll send a team to eliminate it right now. I'll lead them myself." Li Yang felt a warmth in his heart, silently praising Dai Yuxing for his convincing performance. In fact, after eliminating Fox Valley, Dai Yuxing was the first person he contacted. "I'm not dead yet," Li Yang replied calmly. As long as you're fine, Director, I'm relieved." Dai Yuxing immediately switched to a fawning demeanor, completely shedding his previous authoritative air. He even pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket to personally wipe the blood off Li Yang's shoulder armor. "Everyone, get back to your duties. Don't disturb me unless it's necessary." Li Yang waved them off and headed straight to the top floor. After washing off the blood and storing away his original divine armor, Li Yang changed into comfortable loungewear and sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. From there, he could overlook the beautiful view below Nantian Gate. But at that moment, he had no interest in the sunset. He first sent a message to his deputy, announcing his plan to seclude himself for a week and not to be disturbed by anyone. Then he glanced at the military forum, noting the news about Marshal Saint Yushan mastering true intent, but he paid it no heed. To Li Yang, mastering true intent at a high level was rare on Blue Star, but not uncommon in the vast universe. His vision had long surpassed Blue Star, focusing on the entire cosmos. Proceeding to the training room, Li Yang began his retreat. His plan was to first absorb the Titan bones to strengthen his body, then break through to the 9th level of martial arts, enhancing his physical attributes to a higher level. While outsiders knew him as a high-level psychic, they were unaware of his prowess as a 9th-level martial artist. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the inspection tower, Deputy Tong Yu announced Li Yang's week-long seclusion. Although some internally thought, "He's taking a retreat after just one day on the job, what a hands-off leader." This time, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Dai Yuxing stood up, tapped the table, and suggested. On his first day, the director topped the daily military merit list and broke the record for daily military merits by a high-level martial god. "We should promote this achievement. Just promoting achievements is a bit monotonous. We also need to clarify the director's level." Dai Yuxing frowned and said firmly, "There are quite a few people trying to take advantage, claiming the director is at the star level. We need to clear this up." "I agree," a colleague immediately echoed. A glint flashed in Dai Yuxing's eyes as he continued. Oh, and have Jiang Wuchen pile up the monster corpses brought back at the entrance of the inspection office and hang them for 3 days. Let those martial saints see for themselves the true potential of the original energy level. Hearing this, everyone smiled knowingly. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity to showcase their strength and gain face. Although the inspection office was a high-level entity with many strong individuals, it lacked a top-tier powerhouse to hold the fort. The former director, Zhang Jiuxiao, barely managed, but he was still far behind compared to martial saints. Now, with Li Yong in charge of the inspection office, who would dare say they were just idle eaters? That very day, Jiang Wuchen brought back the monster corpses from Fox Fairy Valley. The sheer number was staggering: 7 Lord level, 189 King level, and an astonishing 4,396 A1 level monsters. Such an incredible achievement, combined with the inspection office's vigorous promotion, quickly attracted a large crowd of martial artists and martial gods to witness. The news spread like wildfire across Nanchaman. Li Yang's personal information was also widely circulated. Besides emphasizing his status as an original energy-level spiritual mind master, another striking point was his age. Li Yang was only 18. Once this information was revealed, not only were the 8 million stationed troops of Nanchaman shocked, but even their families were astounded. At 18, becoming the director of the inspection office, although his exact combat power was still unclear, his achievements were comparable to those of a star-level powerhouse. A prodigy. An unparalleled prodigy, people exclaimed. Li Yang's exploits swept through the military like a storm. Meanwhile, in the core area of the wilderness, within a certain canyon, a fierce battle had just ended. A king-level 8th-tier monster was split in two with an axe, its blood flowing through the cracks in the stones. On a protruding rock stood an unassuming young man. He was of average build, holding a giant axe as tall as a person. Despite just slaying such a powerful monster, his expression remained calm, his breath like a dragon's roar, showcasing extraordinary strength. Suddenly, his watch vibrated, and a hurried voice came through his earpiece. Senior brother, check the military merit list. Your top spot has been taken. What do you mean? Yushan put down the giant axe and asked in surprise. Could it be that Guan Xingtian has also mastered the true meaning? He had just broken through, fully mastering the true meaning, and had earned 3.7 billion military merits in a single day. Such an impressive score broke the previous single-day record of 2.9 billion military merits at the original energy level. Across the entire Nanchaman, who could possibly take his top spot at the original energy level? 10 billion military merits in a single day? Yushan glanced at the military merit list and, instead of being worried, heaved a sigh of relief, saying calmly, Junior brother, you might be overestimating me. Even with the true meaning, the speed of killing monsters can't compare to that of star-level seniors. He explained that star-level powerhouses who mastered natural elements could destroy a mountain with a wave of their hand or fill a lake with a flip of their palm. Their speed of killing monsters was dozens of times greater than that of original energy-level martial gods. Let alone 10 billion in a day, he wouldn't be surprised at 50 billion. Li Yong isn't star-level. He's an original energy-level spiritual mind master and the new director of the inspection office. His junior brother's voice carried a hint of excitement. He's at the original energy level? That's simply impossible. Upon hearing this, Yushan was utterly stunned. After mastering the true meaning, he believed he had reached the pinnacle of the original energy level. Yet now, someone had achieved such astounding results at that very level, leaving him in disbelief. Even with high efficiency in defeating monsters, the maximum military merit one can earn in a day is 4 billion, and that's only if one is incredibly lucky to encounter Lord-level beasts every time. Yushan frowned in thought, recalling the news his friend had brought from the patrol office. Li Yong, the newly appointed director at only 18, was indeed an original energy-level psychic and had already mastered the true meaning. Didn't expect a newcomer to beat me to it. Yushan chuckled self-deprecatingly, having thought he would be the first original energy martial god at Nanchaman to grasp the true meaning. He shook his head, deciding not to compare due to the age gap. But he firmly reminded himself that the path of a strong warrior is long, and it's not only those with talent who can reach the end. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Nanchaman wilderness, near the Stargate, king-level beasts roamed freely, and even beast lords and emperors appeared occasionally. Guan Xingtian was leisurely perched atop a towering tree, with a formidable Guan Dao by his side. Suddenly, a hurried voice came through his earpiece. Brother Guan, Yushan has mastered the true meaning. The woman's voice was filled with surprise and anticipation. Guan Xingtian remained unfazed, calmly replying, Yushan has always been reliable. He could have mastered it long ago. If he hadn't seen my blade technique last month, he might have continued holding back. And what about you, Brother Guan? The woman's tone was full of admiration. Guan Xingtian gazed into the distance, coldly saying, I should be able to master the true meaning before the Stargate opens. Although Yushan had beaten him to it, he considered such a gap insignificant. He was confident that his combat style far surpassed Yushan's. Oh, Brother Guan. The woman continued. Have you heard about the new director of the patrol office? Director? Guan Xingtian paused. He knew the former director, Zhang Jiuxiao, who could withstand 2 of his strikes without falling, which was quite impressive. As for the new director, he hadn't paid him any mind. Brother Guan, this lead director is not simple, the woman eagerly explained. He set a record of 10 billion military merit on his first day in office, and he's also at the original energy level. Original energy level? 10 billion military merit in one day. Guan Xingtian's expression changed dramatically. Even he wasn't confident he could achieve such feats at the original energy level. The woman continued. The patrol office even displayed the corpses of the beasts Li Yang killed at the entrance for publicity. My new disciple is his classmate, and said he's only 18. 18? Original energy level psychic? Mastered the true meaning? 10 billion military merit in one day. Guan Xingtian suddenly stood up, his pride severely wounded. Without another word, he grabbed his Guandao and charged deeper into the wilderness. Yushan mastering the true meaning before him was something he could remain calm about. But the emergence of Li Yang completely overturned his understanding of what it meant to be strong, shaking his long-held goals and beliefs. In the training room on the top floor of the inspection department, Li Yang stood bare-chested, intently observing his body. A layer of white aura gently circulated over his skin, a manifestation of his physical power. With a slight mental command, the aura condensed rapidly into an indestructible shield, its strength comparable to an S-class battlesuit. Lolita, is my physical power enough to start cultivating the 9 revolutions dark gold body? Li Yang asked. Lolita playfully ran her hand across Li Yang's firm chest before responding seriously. Not even close. Keep absorbing the corpse of that titan prodigy. The 9 revolutions dark gold body is the most extravagant physique in the universe, and your current physical power isn't enough to even begin the first revolution. Li Yang was quite shocked by this answer. His current defense was so strong that even a siege by monarch-level beasts couldn't break through, and his body's hardness rivaled S-class materials. If he could break through the first revolution, wouldn't his strength skyrocket? Continue consuming. At Lolita's command, a complete titan corpse appeared before Li Yang. This body belonged to a Star C-level titan prodigy, possessing top-tier genes, and its blood and energy were vast and boundless. Li Yang recalled that by merely consuming some remains of stellar and Star C-level powerhouses, he had gained nearly 10 million calories of blood energy, all of which he converted into physical power. He placed his hand on the Titan prodigy's head and began to absorb madly. The vast blood energy surged into his body like a river, transformed by the 9 revolutions dark gold body technique into pure physical power. This conversion efficiency far surpassed that of devouring beast's Titan blood energy, could be 100 converted into physical power, whereas beast blood energy could only be converted at a rate of 10%. However, before even reaching 10% of the absorption, Li Yang noticed that his physical power had stopped increasing. By now, his body was enveloped in a layer of pale golden gas, several times stronger than the previous white aura. His physical strength had surpassed S-class materials, reaching a level capable of withstanding 99 of Blue Planet's original energy weapons. Lolita, my physical strength should now be at the level of SS-class materials. Can I start cultivating the first revolution? Yes, you can now begin to condense your physique according to the 9 revolutions dark gold body I've taught you. Lolita said excitedly. Li Yang nodded, closed his eyes, and focused. A pale golden light emanated from his body's surface, gradually penetrating deep into his flesh. The gas flowed through his meridians, even making the starry beast totem on his chest glow brilliantly. The first revolution is complete. Break! Li Yang abruptly opened his eyes, shooting out 2 piercing beams of light that instantly pierced through the glass shield hanging on the wall. This manifestation of his aura's power was akin to the control of the elements by a stellar-level powerhouse, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch without physical contact. Before the era of evolution, humans had already mastered martial arts techniques like striking through mountains, which suggests that the ancients might have understood the secrets of internal energy. However, without the evolution era, they couldn't fully unleash its power. Impressive. Lolita's slender fingers traced Li Yang's body as she smirked with satisfaction. Your physical strength now rivals the material of a primordial god battle armor. She elaborated. In the vast universe, battle armors are classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Although the primordial god battle armor is only a high yellow level, designed for star-level warriors, its defense is unparalleled at that level. Li Yang's eyes sparkled. If the first transformation is this strong, wouldn't the 9th transformation rival the Shadow Blade armor? You're thinking too small. Lolita chuckled, shaking her head. The 9-turn dark gold body, as the supreme physical form below eternity, can obliterate the entire galaxy with a single punch when perfected. Its physical form reaches an eternal, indestructible state. Many cosmic-level experts can't afford the resources needed to reach the ninth transformation. How can mass-produced weapons of heaven, earth, black, and yellow levels compare to the nine-turned dark gold body? Eternal indestructibility, immortality, the power to destroy a galaxy with a punch. This was beyond Li Yang's imagination and completely ignited his desire. After all, who could resist such immense power? Keep absorbing. Li Yang resolved. If he could reach the second transformation, there would be no match for him on the blue star. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Li Yang finally emerged from the training room, his aura was restrained to the extreme, his skin smooth as jade, and his posture as upright as a pine tree. Standing by the office's floor-to-ceiling window, everything around seemed to instinctively retreat from him. He took a sip of tea, exhaled deeply, and silently commanded, "Display the panel." The smart assistant immediately projected his latest status. Inheritor, Li Yang. Warrior, original energy level 7. Base amplification, 30 million calories, mind power 200x. Original energy level 5, 170 core points amplification, laws 200x. Comprehension, unity of heaven and man not fully mastered. Physical form, 9-turn dark gold body, second transformation comparable to high-grade yellow level. Inheritance level, 2, 127, 1000, outer disciple. Li Yang glanced over the data, his eyelid twitching. His combat power had increased more than tenfold. After breaking through the 9th warrior level, the 30 million calorie blood energy received a 100-fold gene return, all retained, propelling him to original energy level 7. He was only about 800,000 calories short of the 38.4 million needed for original energy god level 8. For level 9, 76.8 million calorie blood energy would be required. But the biggest gain was advancing the 9-turn dark gold body to the second transformation. Clenching his fist, the firm, powerful feeling gave him unparalleled confidence. Now, his physical strength matched high-grade yellow-level materials. Even a galaxy-level attacker might not pierce his defense. On the entire blue star, no one could challenge his physical form. It's time to plan for the Stargate, he mused, his gaze piercing the glass towards the wilderness. Coming to Newfound was to enter the Stargate, to find the glimmer, to find his second uncle. With over a month until the Stargate opens, it was the perfect time to elevate his blood energy and mind power to the pinnacle of original energy level. Once inside, perhaps he could even prematurely nurture the cosmic beast. Then, he would truly be invincible. The door to the office was gently knocked, and Adjutant Tong Yu stepped inside. Her gaze fixed on Li Yang's upright figure, and she immediately felt an invisible pressure emanating from him, prompting her to stand even more respectfully. This new director was truly gaining the admiration of the inspection department in his first day. He topped the daily military merit list. Now, everyone in the army was eagerly anticipating the next move of this young prodigy. In the past, the military merit list was almost exclusively dominated by the martial saints, lacking any real excitement. But Li Yang's sudden emergence brought new life to the rankings. Many were even betting on whether Li Yang could reach the top of the Earth list within a year. In anticipation, the inspection department had already prepared champagne to celebrate his future success. With a daily earning of 10 billion in military merits, and considering weekends off, it seemed likely that their director could top the Earth list within 6 months. Tong Yu began to report the week's intelligence, only to realize that nothing of substance had occurred recently. On the first day of seclusion, the inspection department held a press conference to dispel rumors that their director was a stellar-level powerhouse. The following 2 days were spent showcasing monster corpses. On the 4th and 5th days, Marshal Saints Yushan and Guan Xingtian returned from the wilderness, both claiming to have mastered true intent. On the 6th day, the Southern Gate Command established the title of Champion Marquis, to be awarded to the top of the Earth list on October 1st. And on the final day, Li Yang emerged from seclusion. As Tong Yu finished her report and prepared to leave, Li Yang suddenly asked, "Tong Yu, how much do you know about the Stargate?" He had never seen the Stargate himself and was quite curious about it. Tong Yu respectfully replied, "I know very little. I only know that the wilderness area near the Stargate has always been under the control of the Security Bureau. Even stellar-level powerhouses need proper credentials to approach, or they'll be stopped. Although the Huaxia Security Bureau and the military are like brother departments, the Stargate is of such significance that the military rarely interferes." Li Yang thought to himself that he would have to sneak in. His 9 revolutions dark gold body technique allowed him to conceal his presence completely, so as long as he was careful, neither the powerful individuals nor the radars on Blue Star would detect him. After pondering for a moment, Li Yang said, "Never mind. He'll enter the wilderness area tomorrow. Inform the intelligence and inspection departments to send me all the recent information they've gathered on beast lords." Tong Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The inspection department had been eagerly waiting for their director to make a move, having already planned a champagne celebration for 6 months later. They were all anticipating Li Yang's entry into the wilderness area to showcase his prowess. She promptly replied, "The information is ready. They'll send it to you right away." The intelligence department has been gathering data on beast lords and leader-level monsters, just waiting for you to go on a rampage. As Li Yong reviewed the information, he murmured to himself, "Champion Marquis?" He noted the collective mission posted on the military's official website. The top of the Earth list on October 1st would be bestowed the title of Champion Marquis. Not only that, but the top 3 on the list would also earn a chance to visit the West Asian ice field. Quite the reward, Li Yong thought. The West Asian ice field, under Russian control, was also where the third Stargate was located. It was as mysterious and enigmatic as the area beyond the southern gate Stargate. This opportunity was one he was determined to seize. Director, in the past few days, we've been planning to jointly petition the Commander-in-Chief to revise the rules for calculating the rankings. This is really disadvantageous for you. Tong Yu's voice was filled with urgency as she stood at the entrance of Li Yang's office, her brows furrowed. Li Yang looked up, his gaze sharp, signaling her to continue. The accumulated military merits over the years are unfair to you, Director. A monthly ranking would be more reasonable, Tong Yu said indignantly. The 3 great martial saints have amassed military merits over several years, reaching over 1 trillion. Who could catch up with that in just a month? It's basically predetermined who will go to the West Asian ice fields. Li Yang stood up and walked slowly to the window, looking out at the distant wilderness. His voice was low and firm. There's no need for that. He turned to face Tong Yu. I don't need my subordinates to fight for my interests. As for calculating based on accumulated military merits, it's fair. They earned their top 3 spots on the military merits list through years of life and death adventures. Even if it's predetermined, so what? It's the reward they deserve. Tong Yu bit her lip and, after a moment's hesitation, said, "But, you only went to the wilderness for 1 day. Without changing the rules, it's hard to make it to the top 3 in a month." A sharp glint appeared in Li Yang's eyes as he corrected her. "Including today, isn't it the 2nd day?" He walked to the floating data panel and tapped to display the rankings. First, Marshal Saint Guan Xingtian, 130 billion merits. Second, Marshal Saint Yushan, 103.6 billion merits. Third, Shangwan Zhanxiong, 90 billion merits. His voice carried a subtle confidence. 10 billion merits in a single day is the limit for the number and quality of inner circle beasts. But it's not the limit of my hunting speed. Suddenly, Li Yang turned, his gaze piercing. "Then send me the Beast King's information as well." Before he finished speaking, his dark red battle armor enveloped him, and a black robe made of S-grade material billowed in the wind. Li Yang strode towards the door, leaving a final word. Today, the director of the inspection office ventures alone into the wilderness once again. Tong Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly headed to the conference room. The 3 department heads were discussing how to change the rules when Tong Yu's arrival interrupted them. "The Beast King? Is the director really going after the Beast King?" One of the directors exclaimed. "That's too risky. Even if the director has mastered the true meaning, killing the Beast King is still a pipe dream." Dai Yuxing's eyes lit up as he interrupted. "Are you overthinking it? The Beast King is often surrounded by dozens or even hundreds of lord-level beasts. Hunting them is faster than going to those beast territories." As everyone fell into contemplation, Tong Yu suddenly exclaimed, "The director's military merits are changing." All eyes instantly focused on the floating data panel. Li Yang has gained 76.8 million merits. Li Yang has gained 48.92 million merits. Li Yang has gained 98.76 million merits. The 3 department heads almost shouted simultaneously. The director has only been gone for an hour. Tong Yu glanced at the time, her voice tinged with a hint of disbelief. To be precise, it's been 1 hour and 22 minutes. In the inner region of the wilderness, a figure in a black robe sliced through the clouds with a sonic boom. This was Li Yang. Ever since he mastered the 2nd stage of the 9 transformations dark gold body, his speed had reached an astonishing 5.2 kilometers per second, far surpassing the 1 kilometer per second limit of original energy and star-level warriors. Now, with just his physical prowess, he could outpace most star-level experts, no longer needing a hoverboard for flight. Earlier, he had swept through a monster territory, killing 7 lord-level beasts, but only gained 350,000 calories of vital energy. As for the ordinary king-level monsters, the energy they provided was negligible. After breaking through the original energy level, a warrior's demand for vital energy becomes immense, and ordinary monsters can no longer suffice. To reach the 9th stage of the original energy level, he still needed 40 million calories of vital energy. A lord-level beast provided 50,000 calories, while a peak king-level beast sovereign could presumably offer over 1 million calories. Following the route mapped by his auxiliary intelligence, Li Yang entered the core area for the first time. Here, not only were there 108 beast sovereigns, but also dozens of beast emperors that had lived for decades, each occupying vast territories. Many beast sovereigns submitted to the beast emperors, though some chose to roam independently. At this moment, on a plain within the core area, 2-meter tall grass swayed like waves. A figure darted through the grass like the wind, occasionally glancing back. This was Shangwan Zhanxiong, ranked 3rd on the Nanshaman leaderboard. He cursed his bad luck for encountering the Silver Moon Wolf King just after entering the core area. From above, a white, moon-like shadow was relentlessly pursuing him. Suddenly, Shangwan Zhanxiong's speed dropped sharply. A small hill ahead emitted a piercing pig squeal and rose from the ground. It was no hill, but the nearly fortimeturtal wild boar king. Before he could change direction, the white light behind him caught Upit was a silver-furred giant wolf, over 20 meters long and 7 or 8 meters tall, emitting a low, mocking howl. Shangwan Zhanxiong, the oldest and most experienced among the martial saints, was now trapped by 2 beast sovereigns. 10 years ago, after mastering Fist Intent, his progress had stagnated. While he still had hope of breaking through to the star level, mastering True Intent remained a distant dream. In the upcoming land leaderboard settlement for the Xia Icefield qualification, there were ostensibly 3 slots, but in reality, only one was truly contestable. That's his 3rd rank on the Earth list, with 90 billion military merits. This number seems exaggerated, but it's not uncommon. There are quite a few martial saints with over 80 billion military merits, and several younger ones are striving hard to catch up. It is this immense pressure that drove Shangwan Zhanxiong to risk venturing deep into the core area, hoping for a breakthrough. He thought to himself, didn't Yushan and Guan Xingtian confront the Beast Kings before they achieved true insight? However, the situation quickly spiraled out of control. The cunning and fierce Silver Moon Wolf King meticulously set a trap, teaming up with the Savage Boar King to corner him on the Green Plains, cutting off his escape route. Shangwan Zhanxiong steeled himself, thinking, if Yushan can fight 2 Beast Kings alone, why should I be afraid? No sooner had he thought this than his aura erupted violently. Both Beast Kings charged at him simultaneously. Shangwan Zhanxiong spread his arms wide, meeting them with a punch each. Initially, he felt the pressure, but as a peak martial saint, he barely managed to hold them off. Yet he knew all too well that the longer the battle dragged on, the greater the risk of his downfall. The Wolf King and the Boar King began to circle and attack, clearly intending to wear him down. Shangwan Zhanxiong's face darkened as he was forced to take the initiative, searching for an opportunity to break through. He thought, if only he could escape into the mountains or a lake, he might be able to lose these massive creatures. Boar King, let's see if your hide is tougher than my fists. Shangwan Zhanxiong charged forward, his fists like crescent moons crashing down on the savage Boar King's head. Boom. The peak martial saint's punch carried over 50 million tons of force, forcing even the defensively renowned savage Boar King to retreat a few steps. But that was all. The grueling battle continued. Facing 2 Beast Kings alone, Shangwan Zhanxiong felt his pressure mount. Only now did he truly understand how powerful Yushan had been to fight 2 Beast Kings, especially since Yushan hadn't even mastered true insight at that time. Shangwan Zhanxiong was anxious. Rescue was at least an hour away, and he was already struggling to hold on. As his thoughts scattered, the Wolf King lunged at him again, with the Savage Boar King right behind. In this critical moment, he knew that if this combined attack didn't kill him, it would at least severely injure him. At that critical moment, a fierce wind swept through. Several black arcs of lightning descended from the sky, so fast that even Shangwan Zhanxiong, a top martial saint, couldn't track them. The arcs pierced through the Silver Moon Wolf King's skull instantly. At the same time, a flash of blood-red light neatly sliced the Savage Boar King in half, leaving it to crash onto the grassland. Who is it? Shangwan Zhanxiong was initially shocked, then overjoyed. He was saved. But this didn't match the intelligence he had. Wasn't the core area devoid of stellar-level seniors? What puzzled him even more was that the Nanshaman Intelligence Division had reported no stellar-level experts around him, and the reinforcements were supposed to arrive in 2 hours at the earliest. Yet only a mere 10 minutes had passed. A figure in a black robe and blood armor descended from the sky, hovering in midair. This person wielded telekinesis with both hands. The moment Li Yang successfully absorbed the energy, a surge of immense power rushed into his body. His vitality skyrocketed by 1 million calories, bringing the total to an impressive 31.35 million calories, and his original energy level broke through to the 7th tier. The system notification chimed in. Beast Sovereign defeated, 800 million military merit points gained. Current total, 2 billion. Li Yang cast a cold glance at Shangwan Zhanxiong, turned without a word, and strode purposefully deeper into the wilderness. To him, vitality was the true objective. Military merits were just a bonus. However, his so-called bonus caused quite a stir at the inspection department. At that moment, in the intelligence division, Dai Yuxing was personally overseeing operations, attentively monitoring the director's every move. When the military merit points suddenly surged by 800 million, his eyes lit up instantly. Excellent. The director is formidable. 2 beast sovereigns taken down in one fell swoop. Dai Yuxing exclaimed, slamming the table. Quick, use satellite scans to pinpoint the exact location of these 2 beast sovereigns. It's worth noting that there are 108 beast sovereigns in the wilderness outside Newfound Gate. These crafty beings have each posed significant challenges to the military. For Liang to take down 2 in one go, this achievement was enough to shake the entire Newfound Gate. While the inspection department was preparing to broadcast this feat, the military forum was already abuzz with another headline. Marshal Saint Yushan defeats the Tiger Sovereign. Accompanying footage vividly captured Yushan employing his true axe technique, battling the Tiger Sovereign over 100 rounds before emerging victorious. Following closely, another major announcement hit the top of the news. Marshal Saint Guan Xingtian slays the Ape Sovereign. The back-to-back victories of the two saints in defeating beast sovereigns instantly set the entire Newfound Gate ablaze with excitement, drawing attention from the base city and even the world. Dai Yuxing quickly adjusted his strategy. Let the news settle for now. Announced the director's achievements when the military merit rankings update this afternoon. He rapidly checked Yushan's military merits for the day. 520 million, with 400 million from defeating the beast sovereign and the remaining 120 million from 4 lord-level beasts. Meanwhile, Liang had already reached the Demon Dragon mountain range. Scorching lava flowed down through the cracks in the rocks from the summit, painting a breathtaking and hellish scene. This place is the domain of the Magma Dragon, a genuine and seasoned beast emperor. Unlike ordinary lord-level beasts, it has long dominated the area from its perch on Magma Dragon Mountain. This Yinglong has clashed with 4 battle kings, repeatedly escaping from them thanks to its incredible speed and the advantage of its wings. As a third-tier beast emperor, its vitality exceeds 1 billion, sparking curiosity about how much vitality one might gain from consuming it. Li Yang's figure silently landed on a rock, his gaze sweeping over the interior of the magic mountain. Apart from the Magma Dragon, the area was empty. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and summoned 3 shadow blades, which shot like arrows towards the magma-flowing cave in the distance. Boom! A muffled sound echoed from the cave, and hot magma splattered out. Following that, a white heat wave surged from the cave, accompanied by a massive dragon head emerging. This heat wave was the dragon's breath. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the cave entrance was shattered by a pair of enormous wings, revealing the true form of this giant creature. It stood towering, 100 meters tall, with wings spanning 300 meters wide. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, resembling a moving volcano under the surrounding firelight. Roar! The magma dragon let out a deafening dragon's roar, its eyes shifting as it looked down at the tiny human before it. Li Yang's lips curved slightly, noticing the disappointment in the dragon's eyes. He leaped into the air, surrounded instantly by 108 black arcs of lightning. In his hand appeared a black battle sword, the SS-class weapon known as the God-slaying blade, its material comparable to high-grade yellow level. Let's see how many strikes you can withstand. Liang thought to himself. He had just mastered the 3rd level of the Blade River technique and intended to use this beast emperor to test his current combat strength. Swoosh! In a flash, Liang appeared before the dragon. The dragon roared, spewing a torrent of heat from its mouth, with temperatures high enough to melt its glass combat suit, evaporating the surrounding air. Magma flame. Liang pondered, recalling the information about the dragon's ultimate move, the magma flame impact. It was a terrifying black flame capable of incinerating everything, with power nearly able to melt an S-class combat suit. Despite having the primal god armor, which could directly reduce the impact by 90%, Liang decided to withstand the magma flame, wanting to test his defense before striking. Buzz! The black magma flame condensed into a beam, shooting straight at Liang. He retracted his primal god armor, opened his arms wide, and faced the magma flame heat-in. The engulfing flames wrapped around him, but to Liang, whose defense was comparable to top-grade yellow-level armor, this terrifying flame felt like nothing more than a warm bath. You no longer have the right to live, Liang said coldly. After testing his physical strength, he activated his mental power, and the primal god armor instantly covered his entire body. Blade River 6th level, immortal, Liang shouted fiercely, drawing his blade and striking at the magma dragon. The blade's light appeared like a surging river in the sky, so bright it was blinding. The dragon's eyes showed a flash of terror. It realized that its magma flame posed no threat to this human warrior, while the blade's light evoked a strange familiarity and fear. Swoosh! With a flash of the blade's light, blood stained the ground. The magma dragon fell, defeated. 79 billion military merits. The intelligence officer monitoring Li Yang's achievements stared wide-eyed at the screen, unable to believe the flashing numbers. Dai Yuxing quickly approached the computer, and upon seeing the astonishing figures, he was left in a daze, struggling to regain his composure. Where is the chief's position? An anxious subordinate asked. He was spotted at Devil Dragon Mountain a minute ago and is currently heading towards Wansong Forest, another staff member promptly replied. Supervisor, the life signals from the Devil Dragon Tower have disappeared, another intelligence officer reported, their voice trembling slightly. All signs pointed to a shocking fact. Li Yong had slain a beast emperor. Everyone present was engulfed in stunned silence. An origin energy martial god defeating a beast emperor? This was an unprecedented feat, although beast emperors couldn't harness natural elements. Their physical strength was unmatched. Simply put, while star-level humans mastered natural elements and had immense attack power, beasts were massive and brimming with vitality, each having their strengths. In the wilderness, both sides had always been evenly matched. However, without the enhancement of natural elements, origin energy martial gods theoretically couldn't break through a beast emperor's defenses. How did Li Yong achieve this? Although no one knew the exact process, the record of defeating a beast emperor was indisputable. Did he break through? Dai Yuxing took a deep breath, filled with questions. At that moment, the phone in the meeting room suddenly rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. The military merit system wasn't just monitored by the intelligence department. The highest command could also access it. Moreover, the sudden fall of the Devil Dragon Tower was a significant event that the higher-ups would undoubtedly address immediately. This is Dai Yuxing. I'm on my way. Dai Yuxing answered the call, his tone becoming unconsciously respectful. The caller was Lu Jinhua, the top commander at Nantian Gate, and the highest-ranking military official. Meanwhile, in Wansong Forest, the once tranquil forest had been utterly transformed. A cataclysmic battle had turned countless shrubs to ash, the ground was fractured, and several gaping craters marred the landscape. In the sky, Li Yong became a black thunderbolt, with 108 shadow blades flickering continuously. With each flicker, a lord-level beast fell. The endless surge of vitality gathered within him, causing his own energy to swell. Amid this rampant slaughter, the three beast emperors of the area quickly converged on Li Yong. The first to arrive was the man-eating flower emperor, covered in vines, with a mouth said to swallow mountains whole. Following closely were the crocodile dragon emperor and the thunder dragon emperor. These three had dominated Wansong Forest for decades, and even the four battle kings dared not venture into their territory lightly, as facing these three together often led to dire consequences. Yet, facing the three beast emperors, Li Yong remained unfazed. The second turn of the 9 revolutions dark gold body had rendered him fearless. He thought to himself, defeating the devil dragon increased my vitality by 3 million calories. With these 3 beast emperors, I'll break through to origin energy level 8. Li Yong deftly maneuvered his small frame among the towering beasts. The creatures, each over 100 meters tall, struggled to seize him. However, having reached the star level, they possessed intelligence and could communicate telepathically. They soon coordinated, cornering Li Yong. The man-eating flower emperor seized the chance, opening its massive maw. With nowhere to escape, Li Yong was swallowed whole, along with several giant trees around him. The acidic fluids in its mouth instantly dissolved the trees. Humph! Li Yong snorted. The venom was no threat to him. Suddenly, over 100 black electric arcs burst violently from the man-eating flower emperor's mouth, shattering the forest silence. Each black arc of electricity contained a razor-sharp shadow blade. These high-tier psychic weapons were indestructible. Li Yong understood that as long as the wielder's psychic power was strong enough, even a Nebula-level expert's defense would struggle to withstand it, let alone the mere star-level carnivorous flower queen before him. He channeled his psychic power, boosting each shadow blade's impact to 50 million tons, the threshold for a star-level warrior. Over 100 shadow blades erupted simultaneously, equivalent to the combined assault of more than 100 star-level fighters. Splurt! The carnivorous flower queen's head was instantly pierced with over 100 holes. Li Yong showed no mercy, manipulating the shadow blades to completely shred it. Everything happened so quickly that the other 2 beast kings couldn't even react, watching helplessly as the flower queen turned into scattered petals. Sensing danger, the crocodile dragon king and thunder dragon king fled immediately. However, without specialized speed training, star-level creatures could only reach a maximum of 3 times the speed of sound. In the entire blue planet, no life form had trained in speed techniques, especially not the naturally sluggish beasts. Li Yong propelled himself forward with a powerful burst from his legs, catching up to the crocodile dragon king in an instant. With a single slash, his immortal blade tore a gruesome wound across its body. This strike surpassed a force of over 100 million tons, not including its critical impact. Although it consumed a massive amount of primal energy, for Li Yong, it was just a drop in the ocean. Trying to escape? Li Yang's gaze locked onto the Thunder Dragon King in midair, and arcs of electricity surged from his back, tearing it apart instantly. The auxiliary intelligence of his detector immediately relayed data. Blood energy increased by 9.87 million calories. Current blood energy at 44.67 million calories. Primal energy level 8. Military merit increased by 20.9 billion, totaling 30 billion, ranked 36th on the military merit list. Li Yong rubbed his temples, dissatisfied with the slow pace of his blood energy increase. Since his genes reached 200 times, the threshold for absorbing flesh and blood had increased 100-fold. Previously, devouring a king-level beast could increase his blood energy by 70 or 80,000 calories. Now it was barely 1,000, and even lord-level beasts were hardly worth the effort. He left the forest of 10,000 treasures, targeting the beast kings specifically. Within half a day, he swept through the core areas, eliminating the territories of the 8 beast kings, killing 12 beast kings and 76 beast lords. His blood energy increased to 80 million calories, reaching the peak of primal energy level, but this was far from his limit. A typical primal energy level warrior with 1x genes could accumulate up to 100 million calories of blood energy, while he could amass 200 billion calories. The advantage of this breakthrough method was the ability to continue doubling genes, increasing his genes to 400 times after accumulating 200 billion calories of blood energy. Throughout the universe, strong individuals typically use this extreme blood energy method to enhance their genes. However, most people's genes are only 1x at warrior level 9, and even with maximum effort, their genes rarely exceed 10 times. Li Yong stood in the wilderness, silently feeling the surge of power within him. By seizing the body of a cosmic beast and absorbing higher bloodlines, his body had long surpassed human limits. Even at the 9th stage of a warrior, he had reached an astonishing 100 times genetic strength, and through accumulating vitality by card-level techniques, he successfully broke through to the original energy level, doubling his genetic strength to 200 times. With such genetic strength, except for those special life forms, I can be considered a high bloodline in the vast universe, Li Yong thought to himself. But to truly become a super being that could roam the universe, genetic strength alone was far from enough. He knew he must also elevate his mastery of the laws. As per Lolita's guidance, he had to pursue both paths. My mental strength is still quite a distance from the 9th level of original energy. It's time to visit the Stargate area. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, cutting through the sky. Wherever he passed, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with his military merits already reaching unprecedented heights. Half an hour later, 3 intense beams of light suddenly appeared on the horizon ahead. These lights intertwined to form a massive triangular Stargate, majestically standing in the wilderness, with lights stretching for miles. This was Li Yang's first time seeing a Stargate in person, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. There was no terrifying atmosphere, only an awe-inspiring spectacle. The Stargate, with a diameter of over 1,000 miles, lay silently in a deep pit on the barren plain, emitting a gentle glow, with the surrounding air boiling with its energy. It's just a world gate. No need to be so amazed. Lolita suddenly appeared, pointing at the Stargate, explaining, world gates are usually crafted by powerful beings at the cosmic level, and inside is equivalent to a large world. It's an excellent choice for cultivating forces or creatures, but the benefits take time to accumulate. This made Li Yong think of his own world ring. Although the principle was the same, the scale was vastly different. The small world inside the ring was only 10 kilometers square, and outwardly it was just a centimeter in size, starkly contrasting with this 1,000-mile-wide Stargate. Lolita, why do these Stargates appear on Blue Star? Li Yong, new to the universe, was full of curiosity. The universe is vast, with countless life planets. Why has Blue Star never been discovered? It's simple, it's a matter of probability, Lolita replied with a smile. In the universe, all inexplicable phenomena can be answered with probability. The reason your blue star hasn't been discovered by cosmic powers is purely due to luck. Otherwise, it would have long been turned into slaves, forced to mine. Li Yong suddenly understood. The arrival of a Stargate on Blue Star was indeed a rare event. For ordinary people, it was a catastrophe, but for the strong, it was a rare opportunity. The advantage of warriors lay not only in their strength and status, but also in the extension of their lifespan. Those at the original energy level could live for 300 years, and those at the star level could live for 1,000. These lifespans were calculated based on genetic extraction. Before the era of evolution, countless heroes and legends sought immortality in vain. But now, eternal life was no longer an unattainable dream. Standing outside the Stargate, Li Yong surveyed the surroundings. The beast kings in the core area had all been slain by him. To continue absorbing vitality, he had to venture into the vast wilderness beneath the Stargate. That place was densely packed with beasts, with lord-level beasts as numerous as the fish in a river, and even king-level peak beasts were not uncommon. The Beast King's fearsome reputation stems from its unique relationship with the Stargate. Due to its proximity, the creatures in this area evolve at an accelerated rate. Even those that escape to the outskirts pose a significant threat to the military, not to mention the terrifying entities at the core of the Stargate. In the inspection office, a question from Li Yong caused everyone to pause their work. A staff member explained, "The Stargate area is monitored by the Security Bureau, and we don't have the necessary clearance. It's a crucial area for China and affects global safety, so entry is usually prohibited. Only when there's an anomaly at the Stargate does the Martial Arts Hall intervene," another added. The top 2 on the heavenly ranking earned their astounding military merits by suppressing such anomalies. Each time, They could slay dozens of beast kings, accumulating military merits in the trillions. Someone looked at Li Yong in amazement. The director has already amassed 500 billion in military merits. Is he aiming for the heavenly ranking? With the director's ability to slay beast kings with ease, why wouldn't he aim for it? Another person chimed in. Amid the discussions, in the command center of the 18th heaven of the Southern Gate, Dai Yuxing was reporting to a middle-aged man with graying temples. This man, standing tall and upright, was Lu Jinhua, who was pondering while rubbing his chin. Put Li Yang's matter on hold for now, Lu Jinhua said. The Security Bureau reports unauthorized entry into the Stargate area, and this must be thoroughly investigated. Before Dai Yuxing could finish his sentence, an urgent message from the intelligence department interrupted him. His initial complaints halted as he read the content. Commander, Director Li has applied to enter the Stargate area. He's going to the Stargate area? Lu Jinhua's tone faltered. As he contemplated, an adjutant hurriedly entered, holding a projection pen. Commander, the Security Bureau has sent an important video for you to see. The wall displayed a stunning scene. A figure in a black robe and dark red armor, surrounded by arcs of electricity, wielding a god-slaying blade against 6 beast kings alone. Is this in the Stargate area? Lu Jinhua marveled. Since when did China have such a stellar-level powerhouse? Could it be Dao He Wang or his disciple? The Security Bureau thought it was one of ours, the adjutant said, surprised. With such power, they must be among the global top 100, not someone unknown. Standing nearby, Dai Yuxing watched the fierce figure in the video, his voice trembling. Commander, that's Director Li. Liang. Upon hearing the name, Lu Jinhua's expression changed dramatically. As a seasoned warrior also ranked among the global top 100, he might not be on par with the founder and current master of the Kunlun martial arts school, but he possessed the strength to battle 6 beast emperors alone. Yet now, his voice was filled with disbelief. Wasn't he just at the original energy level? How could he possibly reach the level of slaughtering beast emperors within half a month? Commander, I definitely didn't mistake him, Dai Yuxing said excitedly. Today, Director Li went to the wilderness area wearing that exact armor and black robe as seen in the video. His tone was not only surprised, but also filled with excitement. Seeing our director kill beast emperors like it's nothing, let's see what the twin saints have to say now. This isn't just about surpassing the 36 saints anymore. At this rate, even the Gaia heavenly rankings are within reach. The military merit list is about to update. We'll soon know the truth. The three of them instinctively looked at their smartwatches, which showed the time as 4:59. Each passing second heightened their anticipation. If it really was Li Yong, it would be like a godsend for the military district. It's important to note that among the top 100 warriors in the 5 major global powers, fewer than 10 have joined the military. Even when adding other official strongmen, the total is only around 30, accounting for just 30%. The remaining 70% either establish their own domains or live as reclusive mavericks, solely pursuing greater strength or seeking better training environments. The list is out, Dai Yuxing suddenly shouted. Both the daily and overall rankings updated. Daily rank 1. Li Yong, 500 billion military merits. Following him were Guan Xingtian with 6.8 billion and Yu Shan with 6.2 billion military merits. On the overall list, Li Yong topped with 501 billion military merits, far surpassing Guan Xingtian's 130.8 billion and Yu Shan's 100.7 billion. 5 billion military merits in a single day? Is there a bug in the list? The plaza erupted in astonishment. The day had already been abuzz due to the twin saints slaying a beast lord, but now everyone was stunned by this incredible figure. Don't be ridiculous. Even if a warrior beyond the martial god came, they couldn't achieve this. Back in the day, the esteemed Gulun only amassed 2 trillion military merits over 5 operations at the Southern Heavenly Gate. That's different. That was during a Stargate anomaly when beast emperors appeared en masse. The Stargate is stable now, so where would all these merits come from? Anyone who believes this list, they'll laugh at them for a lifetime. 5 billion military merits. Did he wipe out all the monsters in the core area? The plaza buzzed with discussions, and everyone assumed there was a system error, unwilling to believe such an extraordinary number. This isn't a system error. Li Yong indeed achieved the astounding figure of 500 billion military merits. This news spread like lightning among the martial saints. Both the daily and overall leaderboards were topped by Li Yong, leaving everyone in shock. On the plains of the wilderness area, Guan Xingtian paused his search, furrowing his brows. He initially doubted this figure, but the scene before him forced him to believe if powerful beasts in the core area had truly disappeared. The once common lord-level beasts were nowhere to be seen, and even the beast lords had vanished. As for the more formidable beast emperors, he dared not seek them out, but some had already ventured into the beast emperor's territory of forest of myriad treasures. Yu Shan stood within the forest of myriad treasures, gazing at the devastated landscape and the numerous beast corpses, deeply shocked. This once dreaded forbidden zone had become a wasteland, with all the beasts slain. At the command center, an official reported, Director Li's military merit data is accurate. The patrol team has surveyed the 3 Beast Emperor territories, all of which have been reduced to ruins. Satellite radar has also confirmed that no signs of Beast Emperor's life are detected in the core area. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinhua excitedly punched the wall. Incredible! He accomplished what we've always wanted but dared not do. Noticing the puzzled looks from his deputy and Dai Yuxing, he explained that the military leadership had always wanted a large-scale purge of the wilderness area, but feared provoking a frenzied counterattack from the beasts. Although the southern gate's defenses were strong, they seemed inadequate compared to the massive number of beasts in the Stargate region. A delicate balance had been maintained with occasional small-scale skirmishes to avoid a catastrophic war. Order the entire army to prepare for battle, Lu Jinhua decisively commanded. Tell Liang that I'll handle the security bureau. Let him continue the purge, and hopefully, he can stir up the entire Stargate Forbidden Zone. A major blow could secure 3 to 5 years of peace. Meanwhile, within the Stargate Forbidden Zone, Liang was wiping the blood from his blade. Even before receiving news from the patrol office, he had already faced an onslaught from 6 Beast Emperors. No wonder it's a forbidden zone, he sneered. But this is no longer their domain. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded. Major General Li, it's been a few days, and your skills have improved again. Liang looked up, surprised to find that the visitor was none other than Zhang Xiaodong. Deep within the restricted zone of the Stargate, the inside of a majestic mountain reveals a hidden world. Director Li, this is our security bureau's monitoring station within the restricted zone. The master is already waiting for you inside, Zhang Xiaodong explained as he led the way. As they passed through the entrance, the scene unfolded before them, not a simple underground structure, but a small war base carved out of the entire mountain. Liang extended his mental powers to scan the area, sensing numerous personnel within the base. Among them, 2 presences were particularly formidable, each resonating with unique natural elemental fluctuations, clearly indicating they were stellar-level experts. Group Leader Zhang, constructing a base of this scale in the restricted zone haven the Beast Kings noticed? Liang asked, puzzled, as he surveyed the surroundings. With the territorial instincts of the Beast Kings, it seemed unlikely they would tolerate humans building a base here, yet there were no signs of conflict. Zhang Xiaodong smiled and explained, the current head of the Kunlun Martial Hall personally negotiated with the top 10 Beast Kings of the restricted zone, reaching an agreement. The monitoring station is only for observing Stargate anomalies and is prohibited from hunting the beasts within the zone. In exchange, the Beast Kings have restrained their subordinates from entering the monitoring station's area. I see, Liang realized. Faced with the unknown threats posed by the Stargate, even the beasts had to align with humans. However, his visit had another purpose beyond understanding the Stargate situation. Was also here at the invitation of Zhang Xiaodong's master to collect information on the Beast Kings of the restricted zone. As they arrived at a stone door, Zhang Xiaodong respectfully announced, Master, Director Li has arrived. Li Yang's mental powers clearly detected the powerful presence behind the door imbued with the essence of fire elements. It was Jiang Tianjin, the director of the Huaxia Security Bureau, and one of the 2 strongmen at the monitoring station. The stone door opened in response, revealing a starkly simple stone chamber. Jiang Tianjin sat cross-legged, seemingly merged with flames, evidently having grasped part of the profound unity of man and nature. Achieving this state at the stellar level was more challenging than mastering the essence at the original energy level, and success would place one among the world's top 10 experts. Director Li, you're so young and your strength has already caught up with an old man like me. Your future is limitless, Jiang Tianjin remarked, his gaze deep and filled with admiration. Such courtesy from a top global expert, ranked among the top 50, surprised Liang. Director, you're too kind. I'm just a newcomer who recently broke through, and I still have much to learn compared to seniors like you. This was not mere modesty but truth. Though he had just reached the peak of the original energy level, his vitality was only 80 million calories, and he had not mastered natural elements, indeed leaving a gap with seasoned stellar-level experts. Nonetheless, he had his own advantages of physique, far surpassing the stellar level, and a genetic potential 200 times the norm. Even in the vast universe, Li Yang is considered of exceptional lineage. Young yet composed, his emergence in China is undoubtedly our fortune. Inside the stone chamber, Jiang Tianjin's eyes gleamed with admiration. He signaled his disciple, Zhang Xiaodong, saying, Go organize the information on the Beast Kings and deliver it directly to Director Li. Yes. Zhang Xiaodong understood the implication, knowing his master wanted to speak with Li Yang privately, and promptly closed the door as he left. Now, only Li Yang and Jiang Tianjin remained seated opposite each other. Jiang Tianjin was straightforward. Li Yang, I'm not one for beating around the bush. I invited you here today mainly to seek your guidance on a few matters. Li Yang understood the situation. The other party first offered praise and then information, clearly with a request in mind. But guidance. His advantages like the 9 revolutions dark gold body and 200-fold genetics couldn't be taught. In terms of level, he was still below the other. The only topic worth discussing might be his realm, where level represents vitality, realm signifies mastery of laws. Jiang Tianjin gestured to project a scene showing Li Yong battling 6 beast kings alone. The battle rhythm was so swift that only afterimages could be captured, with the intricacies lost on ordinary observers. Yet, Jiang Tianjin could discern the essence, not just the solo battle against the 6 beast kings, but how every strike from Li Yong seamlessly melded with his being, achieving a state of unity between man and blade. Director Li's mastery of laws has likely reached the realm of unity with nature. Jiang Tianjin's eyes burned with a thirst for knowledge. As a native strongman on this blue planet without predecessors to guide them, everything had to be learned through trial and error, akin to expecting a baby to learn to walk and read on their own. You have a keen eye, Director. Li Yong watched the projection of himself merging with his blade, effortlessly cutting down several beast kings, and asked, "How would you like to be guided, Senior Jiang?" Both being officials of China, offering guidance was a matter of courtesy. Moreover, with the support of the Titan throne, the extraordinary insight granted by 200-fold genetics, and the innate affinity of cosmic beasts for laws, Li Yang's progress in realm was rapid. Guiding a stellar-level warrior who hadn't yet mastered the unity of natural elements was well within his capability. Director Li, all I need is for you to demonstrate the unity of man and blade before me, just once. Jiang Tianjin was overjoyed. You've seen the unity of man and blade in the video, but how about witnessing the unity with nature firsthand? Li Yong stood up slowly, and with a single gesture, the tea in his cup transformed into a god-slaying blade. He demonstrated the unity of man and blade within the realm of unity with nature. This was the consummate state of unity with nature. What is unity with nature? It is when everything in the world can be integrated into one's every move. This is the realm of unity with nature. Splash! A stream of water, sharp as a blade, descended from the sky, hitting the table with precision. Though the blade-like water was beautiful, it held no power. In an instant, the water transformed into a blade of light, and then returned to its liquid form, quietly flowing into a teacup. This spectacle left Jiang Tianjin in awe, as it seemed to shake his understanding, touching upon the mystery of unity between man and nature. Of course, this refers to the unity of elements, not the grand harmony of man and nature in the sense of enlightenment. Like mastering true intent, each level of understanding is divided into finer stages. Jiang Tianjin was currently stuck at the threshold of merging with the elements, seemingly united, but still one step away from true integration. Li Yang's demonstration of the grand unity of man and nature allowed Jiang Tianjin to grasp the essence of the concept. Overwhelmed, he knelt down, his voice trembling. "I will never forget your kindness today." Li Yang quickly helped the elderly man up, modestly saying, "Please stand, Senior Jiang. As a junior, I can't accept such a grand gesture." To him, achieving unity with nature was trivial, especially when he had only demonstrated a fraction of it. Jiang Tianjin blushed, feeling unworthy of the senior title, as he was far behind Li Yong in terms of understanding the laws. "I really don't deserve the title of senior. Just call me Xiao Jiang from now on." Li Yong smiled wryly. "Senior, you are being too modest. You've protected China for decades. In some aspects, I might surpass you, but in terms of contribution, you are certainly my senior." The two insisted on their views, creating an awkward moment until they settled on addressing each other as brothers. They then delved into a deeper discussion about the complex mysteries of unity with nature. Demonstrations and explanations alone were insufficient, as personal insight was key. Time flew by, and over 2 hours passed quickly. Knowing that Li Yong was on a mission to hunt beasts, Jiang Tianjin didn't want to delay him any longer and ended the conversation. He signaled for Zhang Xiaodong to present all the information on the beasts. "Director Li, everything is here, and we will also send you the latest intelligence in real time," Zhang Xiaodong said respectfully. Li Yong took the materials, offering a brief thanks. His auxiliary intelligence quickly scanned and integrated the information into his mind. Detailed profiles of hundreds of beast kings appeared before him, representing just the tip of the iceberg. According to Jiang Tianjin, many beast kings, like humans, focused on their cultivation, indifferent to humanity's rise. The ongoing conflict stemmed from mutual fear of the other's growth, worried about eventual annihilation. Thus, humans were forced into defense, while beasts continually encroached on human territories. As Li Yong prepared to leave, Zhang Xiaodong's expression turned serious. "By the way, Director Li, there's one more thing I must remind you of." His tone suggested the matter was significant and could impact Li Yang's identity. If Li Yong hadn't visited the monitoring station in person, this information would likely have been sent directly to Nanshanman. Jiang Tianjin furrowed his brows and angrily rebuked, "How dare you? Does Director Li need your reminders?" Zhang Xiaodong felt a bit wronged by this sudden scolding, thinking that he was merely trying to help Director Li. How could he have known that Li Yong had already reached a state of unity between heaven and man? and apart from the two masters of the Kunlun martial arts school, no one in China could easily defeat him. With such strength, why would he care about the authorities? Li Yong, however, was indifferent, thinking to himself, what could possibly go wrong? Instead, he became curious about what Zhang Xiaodong wanted to remind him of. Seeing this, Jiang Tianjin softened his expression and gestured for Zhang Xiaodong to continue. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaodong said, "It's like this, we've recently discovered someone infiltrating the restricted zone." Li Yong was surprised. Infiltrating the restricted zone? That doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Zhang Xiaodong quickly explained, originally, it didn't concern you, but it turns out that a patrol team from the inspection department let these people in. After saying this, he noticed his master's displeased expression and quickly added, but it's not a big issue. Our radar has already tracked their movements, and we can catch them soon. In essence, he meant to downplay the issue, suggesting that Li Yong return to clean up the team and then report it. Jiang Tianjin, upon hearing this, laughed and candidly said, "It's not a big deal, it's happened before. I'll personally go out later and capture those people for Director Li." Li Yong, however, shook his head firmly. "No, I will handle this myself." Since it was his team's problem, there was no need to have others resolve it for him. He then bid farewell to Jiang Tianjin and the others and left the monitoring station. Whoosh. Following the coordinates he received, Li Yong sped in the direction of those individuals. They were heading toward the Stargate, clearly intending to sneak through. Li Yong thought to himself how bold these people were. With the recent disturbances at the Stargate and the numerous beasts in the area, venturing in with such low energy levels was practically suicidal. As he hurried along, Li Yong took out his communicator and, with a grim tone, ordered, "Connect me to the inspection department. Get Dai Yuxing on the line." Once connected, he immediately reprimanded. "How could you not know about this? What kind of intelligence chief are you? Notify Zhang Wuchen right away to pull back the patrol team to Nanshimen and investigate each one. If you can't find the mole, you might as well pack up and leave." With that, he hung up. Even though Liang only held a nominal position in the inspection department and focused mainly on his own cultivation, he couldn't stand idly by due to his responsibilities. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaodong's reminder, he wouldn't have known there were insiders engaging in such activities. Sending people into the restricted zone at the Stargate wasn't this a slap in his face. Meanwhile, a storm of reforms swept through the inspection department. Everyone in the intelligence division was confined to a room, and the patrol team was suspended for thorough investigation. Soon, they found traces of evidence. In the interrogation room, Jiang Wuchen pointed at a young man, his voice filled with disappointment and anger. "Lin Shan, how could you be so foolish? You dared to sell such a favor? Are you short of money or brains, sending them to the Stargate restricted zone?" After further investigation, it was revealed that Lin Shan, the captain of the 7th Patrol Team, had sent a team of martial gods to the outskirts of the Stargate restricted zone due to personal favors. How they would be dealt with would await Li Yang's return to give the order. Lin Shan's background was also complex. He was the son-in-law of the Yi family in Yeqing, and his father-in-law was Yi Jinrong, a general in Yeqing. This connection added more layers of complexity to the incident. In the restricted zone, within a canyon 4,000 miles from the Stargate, a team of martial artists moved like phantoms through the forest. The group comprised both men and women of varying strengths, but all were formidable original energy level warriors. Leading the group was a young man in blue armor, almost at the star level, moving with ghostly grace, each step imbued with profound intent. At the rear was an elegant woman in red armor, riding a hoverboard, with 6 short spears floating behind her, clearly a 9th-level spiritual mind master. "Slow down," she whispered through her earpiece. "Above the canyon is the nest of the Golden Claw Eagle Emperor. Disturbing it would be certain death." She was well-versed in the restricted zone, having evidently acquired comprehensive information beforehand and meticulously planned their route. Hearing her, the young man in blue slowed his pace, not because of the warning, but because a group of Crimson Flame foxes suddenly appeared ahead. "This is trouble," he murmured, and the team immediately went on alert. In the nearby underbrush, a dozen King-level Crimson Flame foxes lay lazily, with one being the peak King-level Fox King. Although their strength could easily dispatch the foxes, the noise from a battle might alert the Golden Claw Eagle Emperor above. Following their prearranged strategy, they decided to take a detour. However, the canyon's narrow exit was largely occupied by the foxes, and any attempt to bypass them risked detection. "Foxes fear wolves the most," the young man in blue said, taking out a bottle of white liquid. "Use gas number 3. It contains the scent of silver moon wolves." He applied the liquid to his chest and arms, instantly changing his dragon aura to that of a silver moon wolf. The others quickly followed suit, demonstrating their thorough preparation. With their scent altered, the team moved even more cautiously, reducing their speed to 10 meters per second, stealthily making their way to the canyon exit. Yet, the more cautious they were, the more prone they were to mishaps. Just as they were about to leave the fox's range, a green snake suddenly dangled from a branch, striking at a young member of the team. This seemingly young warrior was actually a 7th-level original energy expert, who swiftly caught the snake by its head. However, venom still spewed forth. Though not a deadly attack, when the snake's head was crushed, the fox lord warily lifted its head. The fresh scent of blood permeated the air. Although the wilderness was rife with the stench of death, this smell of fresh blood signaled that a killing was taking place nearby. A dangerous glint appeared in the fox lord's eyes, and the entire fox pack became agitated. In the law of the jungle, the beasts are extremely sensitive. When there's killing within its territory, a creature won't rest until it checks it out. Suddenly, a deep growl pierced the silence, causing the red fox lord to perk up its ears in alert. "We've been discovered, let's move." The leading young man whispered urgently, too pressed for time to reprimand the young man's recklessness. The group moved swiftly, causing quite a commotion. Leaves rustled, and branches snapped as they rushed through. The red fox lord gracefully leaped after them, its red fur gleaming in the sunlight. It refrained from attacking and instead observed these humans cautiously. The scent from these intruders was unusual, making it wary of confrontation. Yet, it sharply sensed that they seemed to fear the golden claw eagle emperor perched on the cliff. Trailing them, the red fox lord's intent was merely to drive the humans away. After all, the canyon exit was its domain, and it couldn't rest easy if these humans lingered. The group soon reached the canyon's exit. The red fox lord slowed its pace, and both sides breathed a sigh of relief, ready to part ways as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a streak of black light appeared above the narrow canyon entrance. Boom! A loud crash resounded as a blade, thin as a cicada's wing, yet immensely powerful, surrounded by arcs of electricity, cut through the air. It sliced through a protruding rock, effortlessly severing a massive boulder. Crash! The boulder tumbled down, sending dust flying. The lurking beasts around instantly panicked and fled. In this forbidden zone, akin to a dark forest, there were its own set of rules. Without absolute power, one should avoid causing a stir or drawing attention. The canyon entrance became the focus of attention. Both beasts and humans opted to flee. The leading man and woman's faces turned pale, sweat trickling down their foreheads. "We've been discovered." The group of 7 halted, their expressions grim. Being discovered by the beasts meant death, and being caught by the Forbidden Zone's monitoring station was equally dire. "How dare you? Trespassing into the Forbidden Zone, bribing patrols, and attempting to enter the Stargate?" A stern voice echoed in the air. Though no figure was visible, a massive mental force descended upon them. The 2 star-level experts at the monitoring station are warriors. They shouldn't have such powerful mental abilities. A young man in the group said, perplexed. "Does it matter now?" An elder in the group said with a pained expression, "Whether it's the monitoring station or Nanshanmen, we're doomed this time." Their momentary greed had led them into a trap. Being caught meant severe punishment. The Stargate is a critical site for China, and trespassing is a severe crime, punishable by harsh penalties. "What do we do?" The leading woman steeled herself, considering causing a commotion to lure out the golden claw eagle emperor, hoping for a chance in the ensuing chaos. But as she raised her hand to crush a vial of potion, her hand dropped involuntarily, and the potion drifted into the sky. They all looked up. A mysterious figure, clad in a black robe and dark red armor, suddenly appeared in the sky. The delayed sonic boom followed, causing their ears to ache. Such a commotion would surely draw out the golden claw eagle emperor without the need for the potion. With a click, the faceplate of the black-robed figure's armor retracted, revealing a young face. A smirk played on his lips as he gazed playfully at the mature woman in the group below. "Madam, you wouldn't want the Yi family to be implicated, would you?" His voice carried a hint of mockery, sending a chill through everyone present. The young face revealed beneath the black robe left Su Nianyun stunned in place, her eyes filled with shock. The others looked up in terror at Li Yong, who hovered in midair, realizing they were facing a top-tier, star-level powerhouse ranked among the top 100 globally. "Nianyun, do you know him?" asked the elder in the group. Su Yuan, the head of the Su family from Lingnan, and Su Nianyun's father, who keenly picked up on the key detail. Despite their estranged father-daughter relationship, he saw a glimmer of hope in this moment. Su Nianyun was silent for a long time, recalling her first encounter with Li Yong 3 months prior. At that time, he was just a high school graduate, while she was being recruited by the Su family to participate in a plan to illegally cross the Stargate. Now, meeting again during an attempted crossing, it was under such circumstances. Taking a deep breath, Su Nianyun spoke with a trembling voice. "Li Yong, could you give us a chance?" She knew that failure to cross would mean decades of imprisonment or hard labor, effectively ending her martial path. Given the choice, she would rather fight with all her might. Li Yong looked down at them coldly, his tone laced with anger. "A chance? Why should I give you a chance?" He was furious at their actions of trespassing through the patrol, which undoubtedly tarnished his reputation. The expressions of the group varied, among them a young man named Lu Guani who seemed deep in thought. He suddenly remembered that Li Yong was the person his wife had mentioned Li Xiaoying's brother. Half a month ago, Li Yong had caused quite a stir in the Kyoto-based city, and he had considered stepping in. Now, meeting in such a way, he found it difficult to navigate both personal and public matters. At that moment, the sound of falling rocks echoed from above the cliff. With a thought, Li Yong used his mind power to suspend the falling debris in midair, then hurled it forcefully at the ground in front of them. The earth exploded, dust rose, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Li Yang's voice cut through the silence at the mountain top like a cold blade. Don't even think about trickery. You have no chance of escaping in front of me. He looked down at the group before him, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The Golden Claw Eagle King at the summit has already been taken care of by me. Even if more Beast Kings come, you won't escape under my watch. As he finished speaking, a few golden feathers drifted down from the sky, silently confirming his words. It dawned on everyone that Li Yong had already dealt with the powerful Golden Claw Eagle King before they even arrived, and they hadn't noticed a thing. Despair washed over everyone present like a tide. Lu Guanyi's eyes trembled uncontrollably, his mind in turmoil. To kill a Beast King so quietly, what kind of terrifying power was this? A troubling thought flashed through his mind. How had Li Yong, who was only at the original energy level half a month ago, suddenly become so powerful? Just when everyone thought hope was lost, a glimmer of light appeared in Lu Guanyi's eyes. He lifted his head, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Director Li, you haven't been to the Stargate, have you? This question struck like lightning, jolting everyone's thoughts. Li Yong was young and promising, rising at an astonishing pace. But precisely because of this, it was highly likely he hadn't yet set foot in the Stargate. Lu Guanyi, on the other hand, had entered the Stargate 3 years ago and obtained a set of high-grade yellow-tier armor, significantly boosting his strength. Lu Guanyi continued, his voice tinged with urgency. I want to make a deal with you, Director Li. He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself. The Stargate is a product of cosmic civilization, which you should be aware of. Inside, there's not only the maddening glow but also the inheritance of cosmic powerhouses. Upon hearing this, Li Yong slowly descended to the ground, gesturing for Lu Guanyi to continue. Although he had never experienced it firsthand, he had some knowledge of the Stargate, especially since Lolita had once confided in him that the Stargate was essentially the inner world of a fallen starry sky realm powerhouse, containing endless treasures and inheritances. Lu Guanyi's eyes sparkled with fervor. In the Stargate, I obtained a complete inheritance that can enhance the genetic limit of humans. However, Li Yong simply sighed after listening, a hint of disdain in his tone. A 6-fold genetic enhancement? The inheritance you speak of is too weak. You expect to bribe me with that? Which official would succumb to such a bribe? Li Yang's patience was wearing thin. He coldly surveyed the group before him, calculating silently. A mere 6-fold genetic advantage might be impressive on Blue Star, but in the vast universe, it was negligible. At least a 10-fold gene enhancement was required to be considered of excellent lineage. Do they really think they can test me with such meager strength? Li Yong thought coldly, deciding that if these people couldn't offer enough value, he would return to the base city to continue mining. Lu Guanyi, sensing Li Yang's impatience, quickly raised his voice. Director Li, I've only received the inheritance of a Star C level warrior, but there are even greater inheritances within the Stargate. Although I can't obtain those, I have a map of the Stargate. I'm willing to exchange it for your leniency. As he spoke, Lu Guanyi produced a metal plate, which appeared to be of at least high-grade yellow rank. The others were evidently unaware of the map's existence, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Such information, if made public, would cause a sensation among the high ranks of Blue Star. Human exploration of the Stargate had spanned decades, yielding only a rough route map. Yet, Lu Guanyi held a complete map, marking not only dangerous areas but also the locations of major inheritances. The map recorded the inheritances of about 100 Star C-level warriors and several dozen Star Cloud-level inheritance halls. At the center of the map, a towering, majestic mountain stood out. It was the sacred hall of a Star Space-level warrior's inheritance. Unfortunately, no one had managed to enter it, not even Blade River King, the strongest human. The Stargate's interior was fraught with peril. Even Star C-level warriors risked falling there. With this map, many deadly dangers could be avoided. More importantly, Lorita had just scanned the map and discovered the origin of the microlight. This location, near the sacred mountain, had never been found by humans, likely known only to Lu Guanyi. It was the treasure that lured everyone on this risky venture. They all hoped to find the origin of the microlight to enhance their strength. However, the path to that area was more dangerous than any forbidden zone. Even star-level warriors struggled to pass through, let alone those who weren't even star-level. Li Yong took the metal plate, looking sharply at Lu Guanyi. I'll take the map, you can leave. What? The group was momentarily stunned, exchanging confused glances. What did this mean? Only Lu Guanyi could leave? Was their long-awaited opportunity slipping away? Su Ninyun bit her lip, a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. Knowing Luguani had a Stargate map intensified everyone's desire to enter the Stargate. Following Luguani promised substantial gains. Li Yong scanned the group coldly. Don't look at me like that. If you want me to be lenient, bring something from inside the Stargate to exchange. Everyone here was a top-tier original energy warrior and not young. They must have visited the Stargate and should have some valuable items. The group exchanged looks, finally turning their gaze back to Luguani. Luguani took a deep breath and said, Directorly, I'm willing to trade a Star C-level spiritual master's cultivation insights for spots for the others. Luguani didn't want to give up on these people easily, but he had already used up almost all of his gains from the Stargate and had little of value left to offer. Li Yong took the insights, surprised to find they were from a Star C-level spiritual master who had mastered a domain. Browsing through the insights offered him significant improvement. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, Then I'll give you 3 more spots. In high spirits, Luguani generously offered 3 spots, clearly favoring those with close ties to him. His old friend Su Nianyun, her father Mr. Su, and his sworn brother Zhou. Among the 7-member team, the remaining 2 men and a woman, all martial artists of about level 8, were on the verge of being abandoned by Lu. In desperation, the 3 offered their life savings to Li Yong in exchange for a spot. Li Yong coldly assessed their offers and ultimately only accepted Tuo couple known as the Black and White Duo, renowned in martial circles for their seamless teamwork, capable of challenging peak-level warriors. However, what they offered made Li Yong scoff. Hundreds of billions in Chinese currency, hotels, private clubs, these were mere trinkets to him. Slaying a beast emperor could easily fetch billions, and such earthly wealth held no allure for him. Seeing their bribes were ineffective, a hint of anger flashed in the eyes of the mixed-race woman who attempted to threaten him. Directorly, you wouldn't want the Southern Gate Command to find out about you accepting bribes, would you? Her words immediately drew scorn from the crowd, who thought she must be mad, as such foolish behavior could lead to her demise. Amused by her stupidity, Li Yong nodded slightly and said, Adorable. You're foolishly adorable. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying mental force transformed into a giant hand, effortlessly grasping the woman. A slight squeeze would reduce her to pulp. Seeing this, her husband hurriedly knelt and pleaded, Directorly, my wife didn't know better. Please show mercy. I'm willing to offer a glimmer potion in exchange for a spot. Glimmer potion? Li Yang's eyes filled with more killing intent. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I already gave you a chance, and now it's too late. Originally, out of gratitude for Su Nianyun's past kindness, Li Yong intended to give everyone a chance to exchange treasures from within the Stargate for tickets. He didn't expect the couple to be so foolish, first threatening him, then attempting to bribe him with the glimmer potion. Such actions were tantamount to courting death. I gave you a chance, but your greed knows no bounds. You're asking for death. Li Yong sneered, and with a forceful squeeze of the mental hand, the woman was crushed to pieces. Her husband, eyes wide with rage, roared in defiance, but Li Yang's mere glance froze him in place. In the next moment, with a loud bang, he exploded into a pool of blood. Overestimating yourselves. Li Yong snorted, casting his gaze over the others, his expression returning to normal. With a faint smile, he said, Are you all still here, waiting for me to send you to the Stargate? With that, he gestured westward. Luguani took a deep breath, respectfully bowed, and swiftly led the remaining members away from the canyon entrance. Soon, they vanished from Li Yang's sight. I hope you all make it to the Stargate alive. Li Yong silently mused. In a few days, he too would enter the Stargate. With his current strength, there was no need to sneak in. The Stargate wasn't going anywhere, so there was no rush. Moreover, his vitality hadn't reached its peak, providing the perfect opportunity to continue enhancing his power. The patrol department quickly reported the news, and Li Yong resolved the incident with his usual meticulous approach. Both the headquarters and monitoring station remained unusually silent, with no one daring to inquire further. After all, actions like sneaking into restricted zones and infiltrating Stargates aren't trivial offenses, though they may not be the gravest of crimes. With Li Yong personally handling the situation and his recent display of formidable combat prowess, the military found it hard to fathom his capabilities, and naturally, no one dared to question him. Li Yong spent over half a month hunting in the restricted zone, and his military achievements skyrocketed to the top of the rankings, surpassing the 2 masters of the Kunlun martial arts school. The sheer number of beast emperors he had slain was astonishing. Even more impressive was the fact that his life force had multiplied several times over in just a fortnight. From an initial 80 million calories before entering the restricted zone, it soared to an astounding 990 million calories, surpassing traditional measurement units and elevating from life force to star. 100 million life force is equivalent to 1 star, a new measurement unit at the star level. A human with a single genetic factor typically reaches a life force limit of 100 million calories at the original energy level. However, warriors or spiritual masters who transcend the original energy level often possess more than a single genetic factor. Evolution beyond the ninth stage is not merely about accumulating life force, but accumulating genetic factors. Upon breaking through the ninth stage of evolution, genetic factors double. Even humans from Blue Star, considered the weakest lineage with only one genetic factor, can achieve two genetic factors at the original energy level. Li Yang's case is even more extraordinary. For ordinary individuals, the life force limit at the ninth stage of a warrior is 300,000 calories. Yet, Li Yang had already reached an astonishing 30 million calories at the ninth stage due to his genetic factor being 100 times higher. Now, at the original energy level's upper limit, his life force has reached a staggering 20 billion calories, equivalent to 200 stars. On a mountain peak, Li Yang sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff, his black robe billowing in the wind, occasionally shedding droplets of blood. Below the cliff, a river of blood had formed, creating a horrifying scene. Li Yang took a deep breath, feeling the changes within his body. In the place where life force was once accumulated, a 10th dark golden star had formed, marking his breakthrough past the billion threshold. My current base life force rivals that of a 4th-tier star level, Li Yang mused to himself. Plus the amplification from my genetic factors and secret techniques, my combat strength is comparable to a 7th-tier star level. Considering my abilities as a spiritual master and the unity with the laws of nature, my combat strength might already place me among the top 20 worldwide. Li Yang slowly rose, his gaze resolute. It's time to take down that demon moon fox. By devouring it, my spiritual power can also reach the ninth stage of the original energy level. Before his words even faded, he had vanished from the mountain peak. Although Li Yang's life force surged dramatically, his spiritual power growth was relatively slow. The reason was simple. Most beasts primarily provided life force. To enhance spiritual power, one must slay beasts with prominent spiritual capabilities, such as the demon moon fox, one of the 10 emperors of the restricted zone. This fox not only possessed spiritual power akin to a 7th-tier star level, but also had life force at the same level, making it a formidable opponent. Li Yang recalled the significant setback he experienced during his first encounter with the demon moon fox. Despite possessing the 9-turn dark gold body, rendering him almost immune to physical attacks on Blue Star, the fox had mastered soul attack techniques. In their initial clash, Li Yang was defeated. After his defeat, Li Yang found a secluded spot to study the Star Sea-level spiritual master's insights gifted to him by Lu Guanyi. With the powerful insight provided by his genetics, he grasped the essence of spiritual power, significantly enhancing his soul attributes. This newfound understanding gave him the courage to challenge the fox again. Deep within the restricted zone, a majestic waterfall spanned hundreds of miles, its roar deafening. The scenery beneath the waterfall was captivating, inhabited by numerous beasts. Among them, the most striking were groups of white silver foxes. Though they appeared harmless, no one dared to underestimate their strength. The place was extremely perilous, so much so that even star-level warriors dared not enter recklessly. Li Yang hovered before the waterfall, allowing the splashes to hit him without flinching. Suddenly, a haunting yet melodious cry emanated from behind the waterfall, as if it could seize control of one's mind. Li Yang sighed softly. It's a pity you haven't taken human form. If you could transform, just that beautiful voice would make it hard for me to kill you. As he spoke, his aura surged, preparing for battle. Amidst the roaring water, a massive fox head slowly emerged from the waterfall. Its white fur and light blue eyes were stunning among beasts. Yet, its cunning and ferocity were equally notorious. With a low growl, a powerful mental force attacked Li Yang. He snorted coldly, forming a seal with his hands, and his own mental energy ignited. A giant shield descended from the sky, blocking the celestial fox's attack. Now it's my turn. With a thought, Li Yang summoned a formation of 108 black arcs of lightning. Instant hell shadow killing array. The arcs instantly surrounded the celestial fox's enormous head. The fox's eyes showed disdain. It had broken through this very formation last time, forcing Li Yang to retreat. But this time was different. The formation was as solid as a rock, unaffected. You shall be executed. Li Yang's eyes flashed with a murderous gleam. He transformed into 108 afterimages, merging with each shadow blade, and charged into the celestial fox's body. The fox's eyes flickered continuously before finally exploding. With a single thought from Li Yang, the fox's head shattered. The waterfall's flow was severed in half, and the terrifying attack shattered the cave behind it. Li Yang dragged out the celestial fox's several hundred-meter-long corpse from behind the waterfall. Devour. The blood and mental energy began to gather into his body. Devour successful. Mentalist breakthrough to original energy level 9. Blood energy coalesces into stars. Mental energy can also gather starlight. Li Yang murmured to himself. However, gathering starlight required immense mental energy, far beyond what beasts could provide. Needed treasures like the original force fruit. Such treasures were likely not found on Blue Star. Li Yang pondered the upcoming opening of the Stargate. The date was set for 101 at the end of the month, when major global powers would dispatch teams to enter. This was customary, as multiple Stargates existed, leading to mutual exchanges of interests, such as the quotas for the West Asia icefield. Having confirmed the date, Yushan and others had already headed to the West Asia icefield a week ago. Li Yong chose not to join the commotion, preferring to clear beasts nearer home rather than work for others. It's time to return, Li Yong thought. Over the past 2 weeks, he had slain the 10 emperors of the restricted zone and hundreds of ordinary beast kings. His blood energy now counted in stars, and ordinary beasts no longer interested him. Even the recent celestial fox added less than 0.1 stardust. To reach star level, he needed 200 stardust. Only by entering the Stargate and acquiring dim light could he quickly break through. Li Yong was filled with anticipation, his gaze firmly set on the distant horizon. The South Heavenly Gate, with its 18 layers of heavens stacked high, reaches into the clouds. Below the grand archway, the plaza glistens with the radiant glow of the heaven, earth, and humanity rankings. It is the afternoon, and the time has come for the rankings to be updated. The plaza is bustling with people, all eagerly anticipating the changes in today's rankings. Do you think Director Li will break 100 billion in military achievements today? A young cultivator asked quietly. An older cultivator beside him shook his head and sighed. Don't mention it. Director Li used to achieve 500 billion in a single day, but now it's not even 100 billion. The crowd murmured among themselves, discussing the changes in Li Yang's military achievements. There was a time when they would speculate every afternoon at 5 about who would be the daily champion. Now, the topic has shifted to guessing how much military achievement Li Yang has gained today. Honestly, we're all a bit desensitized, a middle-aged cultivator chimed in. It feels like if Li Yang doesn't rack up a few hundred billion in a day, he's slacking off. What they didn't know was that the number of beasts in the wilderness area had been drastically reduced, especially the beast emperors, which Li Yang had nearly exterminated, leaving only a few remaining. The most dangerous wilderness area in Huaxia had almost been cleared by Li Yang alone. It would take at least a decade or two for the monsters in the Forbidden Zone to recover. Amidst the chatter, an important ceremony was taking place in the command center of the 18 layers of heaven. Major General Li. No, now we should call you General Li. The gray-haired commander-in-chief Lu Jinhua shook Li Yang's hand with excitement, reminiscing. When I recruited you to the South Heavenly Gate, there were objections, but it seems my judgment was right. Li Yang had just returned to the South Heavenly Gate and was summoned to the command center. This was a formal award ceremony, with the 4 battle kings of the South Heavenly Gate gathered to witness the birth of the 27th general of Huaxia. Li Yang was not only the youngest general in history, but also bestowed with the title of Champion Marquis. After the ceremony, Lu Jinhua personally introduced Li Yang to the 4 battle kings of the South Heavenly Gate. Each was a star-level powerhouse, with strengths ranging from level 4 to level 6, known as the King of the South, North, West, and East. Despite their strengths, they were still significantly weaker compared to Lu Jinhua, who was ranked 17th globally as a level 7 star-level powerhouse. The King of the South curiously asked, Li Yang, your current strength must be around the level 7 star level, right? The others also looked at Li Yang with anticipation, curious about the true strength of this young powerhouse who had cleared the Forbidden Zone and exterminated 10 emperors. Li Yang answered candidly, my combat power is comparable to Commander Lu's, although my foundation might be slightly lacking. He was on the verge of breaking into the global top 20 and saw no need to hide it. With his invincible defense, he was not afraid of others coveting him. Lu Jinhua laughed. Combat power is the foundation. Li Yang, you are too modest. I've watched your video of battling 6 beast emperors alone. Your mastery of the realm of unity between heaven and man is excellent, not inferior to mine. He continued, globally, there are fewer than 20 star-level powerhouses who have mastered the unity of heaven and man. Even the 4 battle kings have only touched upon this realm and are far from mastering it, not even as competent as the director of the Security Bureau. Lu Jinhua's tone grew serious. However, mastering the unity of heaven and man is just the beginning. Star-level powerhouses automatically grasp the true meaning, which is common and not special. But to master the unity of heaven and man at the star level, one would be considered a decent fighter in the universe. That's all. Only by mastering domains can one be considered a true powerhouse. At that moment, a hurried knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Lu Jinhua's adjutant quickly entered, a hint of tension on his face. The silence in the commander's office was abruptly broken by the sound of hurried footsteps. Lu Jinhua looked up to see his adjutant rushing in with a tense expression, clutching an urgent report. Commander, an urgent report from the Xia ice field, the adjutant gasped. Lu Jinhua's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, speak. Hearing that it was news from the Xia ice field, the 4 battle kings present, along with Li Yang, perked up their ears. After all, it had only been a few days since Yushan and his team set off for the Xia ice field. The adjutant took a deep breath and began to report. 3 days ago, teams from various countries ventured deep into the Xia ice field and jointly killed a beast king. They unexpectedly discovered cosmic treasure ice crystal fruits on the island where the Beast King resided. Currently, all countries have dispatched star-level powerhouses to compete for them. Ice crystal fruits. Lu Jinhua's eyes lit up, and he unconsciously leaned forward. Since the dawn of the evolution era, countries have acquired varying amounts of cosmic inheritance, including training manuals, cosmic technology, and basic information. Ice crystal fruits, as treasures that enhance mental power, are incredibly valuable even in the vast universe. Li Yang, who possessed the intelligent life form Lolita, had a deeper understanding of the universe. Hearing about the ice crystal fruits, he was overjoyed, thinking, these are a great boon for spiritual mind masters. A peak energy level spiritual mind master can condense starlight and break through to the star level by consuming just one. The adjutant continued his report, his voice tinged with anger. The 3 people we sent from the military obtained 2 ice crystal fruits, but they were snatched by a star-level powerhouse from Newfound. He severely injured Guan Xingtian, and if they hadn't retreated in time, Guan Xingtian might have perished. Humph, bullying the weak. The king of the south looked furious, his face dark with anger. Newfound's powerhouses are shameless. I fear other major powers have also sent star-level powerhouses. We must hurry over there. Lu Jinhua nodded, his brows furrowed. Indeed, we need to provide support immediately. Snatching the ice crystal fruits requires top-tier combat power, and we also need to rescue Yushan, Guan Xingtian, and Shangguan Zhanxiu. These 3 martial saints have the potential to reach the star level. The king of the east expressed his concern. Should we inform the Kunlun Martial Hall and ask the 2 hall masters to step in? There's no need for that. Liang spoke up. He looked at Lu Jinhua and continued. Commander, since Yushan and his team are military personnel, I believe it's more appropriate for our military to handle this. The beasts in the restricted area have been mostly cleared by me, so we don't need many powerhouses stationed at the southern gate. It's a good opportunity to head to Xia and compete for the ice crystal fruits. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jinhua nodded. Yes, that's a good plan. The defense pressure at the southern gate is currently low. Let Li Yang lead the mission to Xia, ensure the safety of Yushan and his team, and do everything possible to secure the ice crystal fruits. Understood. Li Yang responded solemnly. The orders were swiftly issued. Li Yang would lead, supported by the 4 battle kings, with the Xia ice field as their target. The 5 of them immediately boarded the military's most advanced Qian Kun-class intelligent warship and sped towards the Xia ice field. The warship, crafted entirely from SS-grade materials, boasted defense comparable to high-level yellow-grade armor and reached an astonishing speed of 30 times the speed of sound. To put it in perspective, even Li Yang's current top speed was only 5 times the speed of sound. Vroom, the warship sliced through the sky, leaving a silver-white trail in the high altitude. Inside the cabin, a tense atmosphere prevailed. The adjutant relayed the latest intelligence through the communication equipment. Europa has dispatched Bowen, ranked 16th globally. He is an 8th-tier star-level spiritual mind master with an Earth-level mental weapon and formidable combat power. Yushan has just reported that the 2 special envoys of King Daoa, Zui Yi and Yu Guang, have arrived in Xia. Russia has announced that America's top powerhouse, the 4th-ranked globally, Demon Mountain John Wade, has also arrived in Xia. Message after message came in, and the 4 battle kings' faces grew heavy with pressure. Their rankings were all below the top 50, after all. However, Li Yang remained seated calmly, his gaze steady and unwavering. He knew that the real contest was just beginning. There are still 3 hours left until reaching the West Azure ice field. The journey, spanning 10,000 miles, began in Lingnan, prompting the formidable warriors from Huaxia to quicken their pace. In contrast, the warriors from Europa and Newfound have a geographical advantage. Wade, the top warrior from the nearby Beacon country by the North Sea, is especially fortunate, as he happens to be nearby and joins the journey conveniently. Although the native warriors of Russia have the best geographical advantage, they find themselves most troubled. The West Asia ice field, considered their territory, is now attracting global warriors for a fierce competition. They must both guard against those harboring ill intentions towards the Stargate and search for the precious ice crystal fruits, making their advantage less apparent. Meanwhile, the first teams from various countries have already begun their operations in the West Asia ice field. These teams are elite squads at the pinnacle of their energy levels, each consisting of 7 or 8 warriors who have mastered the essence of their energy level. However, they have already lost the opportunity to compete for the ice crystal fruits. Even if they are fortunate enough to find them, they are likely to be robbed. In a safe haven left by Russia, the injured Huaxia warrior Guan Xingtian is confronting Azim from Newfound. This is a neutral zone where injured warriors can seek refuge, provided they do not possess any ice crystal fruits. Poor Huaxia people. What good is luck when our Newfound star-level warriors have snatched the ice crystal fruits from you? Azim sneered, arms crossed. Guan Xingtian's expression darkened with rage. Azim, if you're so bold, fight me on your own. Without your star-level warrior backing you, what are you? Tisk, TSK, too bad I have what you don't. Azim continued to taunt. Those two ice crystal fruits were clearly discovered by Asin Fan. But you just got there first. Guan Xingtian clenched his fists, striking the ground in frustration. If it weren't for that Fan star-level warrior intervening, he could have used one ice crystal fruit and traded the other for a faint light potion to directly break through to star level. Unfortunately, both fruits were taken, and he was left gravely injured. This humiliation was all due to a lack of strength. Meanwhile, Yushan and Shangwan Zhanxiong persist in their search deep within the ice field. Warriors from all nations are frantically breaking through the ice, as the ice crystal fruits are buried beneath the ice islands. The occasional tremors suggest ongoing battles for discovered fruits. Yushan chose an unconventional path. He dove into an inconspicuous ice river, following the icy waters into the natural ice crevices beneath the ice bed. I really am clever, he thought smugly. The area beneath the riverbed has natural ice crevices, allowing access to the ice layers without breaking through. Those star-level warriors are foolish, only knowing how to break ice. And even if they find an ice crystal fruit, they'll be besieged. In the crevices, Yushan's view was remarkably expansive, allowing him to search much faster than others. He meticulously scanned his surroundings, hoping to quickly find the precious ice crystal fruits. However, this round of searching yielded nothing. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, continuing along the crevice, confident that his unique approach would eventually lead to rich rewards. Yushan did not give up and continued moving through the narrow ice crevice. When the gap ahead narrowed to the size of a fist, he stopped and felt a biting cold rush over him. His eyes lit up with joy. This sensation meant there must be ice crystal fruits ahead. He recalled the experience shared by Guan Xingtian. It was the powerful cold that led him to find two ice crystal fruits. Although those fruits were later snatched away, this little trick became Yushan's secret weapon. With a sudden push, Yushan widened the narrow gap in the ice wall with all his might. The sound of cracking ice echoed as the path ahead opened up. An even stronger chill hit him, and his heart raced. More than one. He dashed forward and indeed found three ice crystal fruits embedded in the ice wall not far away. Considering the entire island only had about 7 or 8 such fruits, Yushan swallowed hard and quickly retrieved the 3 fruits from the ice. At that moment, the ice crevice shook violently and exploded. Yushan's expression changed drastically as he looked up to see a bearded man in dark golden armor hovering above, his eyes glinting with greed. Hand over the ice crystal fruits, or prepare to fall. Chinese, the man threatened. Never. Yushan immediately turned and darted into the ice crevice, fleeing desperately. You're courting death, the man roared, surrounded by earth elements, and punched the ice crevice, creating a path for pursuit. The commotion quickly attracted other powerful individuals. An Indian powerhouse dove in, shouting at the bearded man. Dudlev, you can't compete with me, so just get lost. Dudlev's face turned grim, regretting the time wasted talking to Yushan. Now with Maha, a 5th-level star-ranked powerhouse, drawn in, the situation was even worse. But the temptation of 3 ice crystal fruits was too great, and he decided to go for it. Maha, you greedy bastard, you just took 2 ice crystal fruits from the Chinese, and now you're here to snatch more. Aren't you afraid of the 2 masters of Kunlun? Dudlev roared, speeding up his ice breaking. Seeing Yushan about to enter the ice river, Maha formed a seal with his hands and scolded. Fool, you're too slow at breaking the ice. He then unleashed the fire demon technique, sending a blaze shooting towards Yushan. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Unable to handle even a primary level warrior? Maha sneered, his figure flashing as he followed the blaze towards the fleeing Yushan. Feeling the heat behind him, Yushan glanced back. Fear flooded him instantly. The intense heat melted the surrounding ice in an instant, and even Yushan's S-grade combat suit was no match for the flames. He desperately realized, it's over. Maha's eyes gleamed with greed, as this haul was enough for him to leave Iceland early. Just as the flames were about to completely melt Yushan, a black arc of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Buzz! Hidden within the arc was a sharp blade of light that slashed through the air, instantly suppressing the overwhelming flames into a faint flicker. Following this, a terrifying mental force enveloped the area. Maha's body froze midair, unable to move. Dudley, who was in the midst of breaking the ice, was also stunned. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it reached the 2 of them. Boom! A massive aircraft with a diameter of 100 meters descended with a thunderous sound. Whoosh! 5 figures descended from the sky, the leader being Li Yong. Yushan, who was severely burned, could no longer hold on after seeing the Nanshaman aircraft and immediately passed out. Li Yong raised his hand slightly, causing Yushan and the ice crystal fruit to float up from the ground. Take him to the medical bay of the aircraft. King of the South, Shao Nantian, first shot a fierce glare at Maha, then carried Yushan onto the aircraft. Frozen in midair, Maha's eyes were filled with terror as he looked at the young man floating above, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. As the 76th ranked global powerhouse, he had seen almost all of the top 100 fighters, but never this blood-armored youth before him. Could this be China's newly risen superpower? Liang looked down from above at Maha and Dudley, his eyes filled with growing killing intent. How dare you repeatedly target our Chinese martial artists? Do you really think China has no star-level powerhouses? He extended a finger, lightly flicking it, and strands of black lightning arcs appeared. Each arc contained enough power to annihilate the two star-level powerhouses before him. Maha, suppressing his fear, raised his head and trembled as he spoke. They are merely primordial energy level, not worthy of the ice crystal fruit. Even if I don't take it, others will. We are all star-level powerhouses. Why concern ourselves with such matters? Why not let me go, and we each rely on our own abilities? He was shamelessly sticking to his principles, having just targeted China's primordial energy level martial artists, now wanting Liang to let him go and rely on their own skills. The thought process of the Indian powerhouse was truly baffling. In contrast, Dudley seemed more aware of the situation and immediately bowed his head in submission. Senior, this has nothing to do with me. I was just breaking the ice. It was Maha alone who pursued your people. Dudley, you're such a coward, Maha sneered. Are all you Gauls only good at surrendering? Humph. Don't you know there's a Chinese saying, he who understands the times is a wise man? Dudley retorted with a cold snort. He knew a bit of culture, not much, but learning the phrase he who understands the times is a wise man was enough to ensure his survival. Liang withdrew his mental force, and the two let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. When I return to Europe, I will surely host a banquet in your honor. Dudley quickly bowed in gratitude. Maha, however, was indifferent, and when he looked at Liang, his eyes were no longer filled with fear, but with disdain. Who said you could leave? Liang toyed with the shadow blade in his hand, pointing it at the arrogant Maha. You can go die now. Whoosh! The shadow blade floated lightly, showing no hint of killing intent. But when Maha tried to react, he felt an overwhelming power. You dare kill me? Maha was first shocked, then furious. Do you know? But before he could finish, the shadow blade had already sliced through his SS-grade battle armor. Slash! The shadow blade pierced Maha's chest like a bolt of lightning, instantly splitting into 12 sharp blades that flew out from various parts of his body. In the blink of an eye, Maha's body was shredded into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Dudliev witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting as his eyes widened in disbelief. He was shocked. Could anything pierce an SS-grade combat suit so easily? This person's combat power must be ranked in the top 20 globally. Fear washed over Dudliev like a tidal wave. His face contorted, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Having trained to the star level, he was supposed to have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Was it all going to end like this? Despair coiled around him like a venomous snake, and he shivered all over, his voice trembling as he pleaded. Senior, this truly has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life. I'm willing to offer all my treasures, just give me a chance. I'll immediately cut off my legs and leave Iceland forever. Liang, expressionless, replied in a grim tone. Cut off your legs and leave Iceland. He gave Dudliev a slim chance of survival, mainly because Dudliev had not attacked him and had shown some respect. Hearing this, Dudliev felt as if he had been granted a great reprieve. Without hesitation, he drew his thunderblade and brutally severed his own legs. Blood gushed out, but he used the power of the elemental forces to hover in midair. The pain from his severed legs brought him a strange sense of relief. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn. Senior, be careful. Maha's master is Deva, the strongest in Inva, ranked 7th globally, a pinnacle star level 90er warrior. Watching Dudliev's retreating figure, Liang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a helpful guy. A star level 90er? Let's break through his defenses first. With a thought, Liang summoned the ice crystal fruit floating in midair to his hand. He brought the fruit to his nose for a gentle sniff, and immediately felt the primal core in his sea of consciousness tremble with joy. What a treasure! Just this one ice crystal fruit was enough for him to condense a starlight, breaking through to the star-level mentalist realm. Liang suppressed the urge to use it immediately, deciding to scour the area first. He glanced around and noticed that the gazes he had sensed earlier had disappeared, indicating that others were also focused on treasure hunting. The entire small island spanned 1,000 kilometers in diameter, making the search quite challenging. Lolita, design the fastest exploration route for me. Liang commanded. With his mental power fully unleashed, he could cover 1% of the area. At Mach 5 speed, he could explore the island's surface in about half an hour. Li Yang's mental power combined perfectly with Lolita's detection ability, doubling the exploration speed. The four warlords could only watch from the sidelines, unable to intervene. Suddenly, Lolita's voice echoed in Li Yang's mind. Liang, the big bald guy ahead has 2 ice crystal fruits on him. Go snatch them. Of course. Li Yang's lips curled into a smile as his speed surged. Underneath an icy shrub not far away stood a bald man in white armor. His presence was fierce, deterring anyone from approaching. His innate domineering aura and robust vitality caused the surrounding millennia-old ice to melt unconsciously. The bald man sensed something amiss. His smooth head lifted slightly as he raised an eyebrow at the rapidly approaching Liang. Courting death, he roared, crossing his arms to draw two white battle axes, moving to confront him. Li Yang's speed did not diminish, and as the distance closed to less than 100 meters, his figure suddenly transformed into a streak of blood. It was the sixth form of the Blade River, the Immortal Light. Swish! The blade light flashed, and the bald man's axes fell to the ground, along with his arms. Two blue lights flew out from his body, caught by Liang in one swift motion. Two precious ice crystal fruits. Liang couldn't resist teasing. Lolita, I asked you to detect ice crystal fruits, not just send me on snatch missions. Is the detection fast? Lolita asked haughtily. Liang smiled slightly. Very fast. In just half an hour, he had already secured 7 ice crystal fruits. Combined with the 3 he already had, he now possessed 10, enough to break through to a star-level psychic master. Once he broke through, his psychic power would activate the second form of the Shadow Blade, significantly enhancing his combat strength. Suddenly, Lolita's voice rang out again. 6 ice crystal fruits have appeared 120 miles ahead. Go quickly. This time it wasn't from the detection results, but from the information network capturing a conversation between powerful beings of Europa. Liang couldn't help but marvel at how the universe's intelligent life forms seemed to be a dimensional downgrade to Blue Star's technology. With a flash, Liang sped towards the southwest. At the same time, he reminded the 4 battle kings to stay away. After all, he had already offended the other 4 major powers by snatching so many ice crystal fruits. At this moment, Ice Island had begun to issue a wanted notice for him, or rather, for all Huaxiao Nation's strong warriors. Flying close to the ground, Liang maximized his speed by minimizing air resistance. Moments later, he detected commotion ahead. Boom! A loud explosion split the earth as the hard ice shattered into powder. Liang was startled. What powerful impact! The aftermath of such a battle could destroy a city on an ordinary continent. This was the destructive power of a top-tier star-level warrior. Finally, I've encountered them, Liang thought eagerly. Let me see the strength of Blue Star's top warriors and test my peak condition. Buzz! The third level of the 10 caves opened, instantly amplifying his physical strength by 300 times. Liang radiated golden light, his muscle density pushed to the limit, his power surged hundreds of times. Boom! Li Yang's figure streaked across the sky, covering the distance of several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Ahead, 7 or 8 warriors hovered above a deep pit. 3 of them were severely injured, appearing to be warriors from India, currently being besieged by 4 Europa warriors. The ice crystal fruits were still beneath the pit, not yet claimed by any side. Interesting, another one with a death wish. The bearded leader of the Europa side chuckled, clearly not considering Liang a threat. Lolita quickly relayed information to Liang. This man's name was Bowen Dillon, Europa's top psychic master, stronger than Lu Genoa. Europa's top psychic master? Star level 8. Li Yang's fighting spirit soared. He had never faced a psychic master before. At this moment, an Indian warrior suddenly spoke up. Brother from Huaxia, if you help us, we'll give you one of the 6 ice crystal fruits below. Give me one. Liang was amused by their shamelessness. These Indian guys were offering fruits they hadn't even secured yet as a reward, utterly shameless. Even the Europa warriors were speechless. Suddenly, a young star-level warrior from the Indian camp recognized Liang and exclaimed, Wait, this Huaxia kid looks like the one who killed Ma. Liang stood in the icy winds of Iceland, recalling the moment he personally killed Maha on East Island. As he inadvertently mentioned this incident, the 3 star-level powerhouses from India erupted in anger, demanding, You killed Maha? How dare you lay a hand on the disciple of our greatest warrior? They threatened through gritted teeth. Kid, you're done for. The god Divaha will soon descend upon Iceland, and you will surely perish before the might of the European warriors. Liang shook his head dismissively, unwilling to waste words on these fools. With a flick of his finger, a black light shot forth instantly. The sudden attack caused everyone present to change their expressions. Just as the European warriors were about to intervene, Bowen stopped them. Go and seize those ice crystal fruits first, he ordered in a low voice, a hint of urgency in his eyes. As more warriors closed in, the situation grew increasingly tense. Bowen was secretly anxious. They couldn't afford any more delays. If America's top warrior, John Wade, arrived, Europe would lose its chance. Suddenly, he noticed the terrifying psychic power emanating from Liang, especially when he saw the Shadow Blade. His eyes filled with shock and greed. 36 black arcs wrapped around the Shadow Blade, striking the 3 star-level powerhouses from India like lightning. Each Shadow Blade moved in perfect harmony with Liang. Although the 3 managed to barely defend themselves, they soon showed a flaw. With a swift slash, the shadow blade severed one of their arms, completely disrupting their formation. To make matters worse, the shadow blade split into 72 paths, sweeping in like a storm. The already disordered Indian warriors were unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, the 3-star level powerhouses were shredded to pieces by the shadow blade. Bowen's pupils contracted sharply as he witnessed this scene. Despite Li Yang's psychic power not yet reaching the star level, or even condensing starlight power, with the 200-fold amplification of his core, the second level of the Psychic Master's secret manual, and the enhancement of the shadow blade itself, his seemingly insignificant basic psychic power unleashed a force that even star-level psychic masters feared. Bowen stood with his hands behind his back, full of admiration, saying, "What a domineering psychic weapon." He compared in his mind, realizing that his own disc psychic weapon could only split into 99 paths, while the shadow blade could divide into 108. More importantly, the inscriptions on the shadow blade marked its heavenly status, far surpassing his earthly weapon. Li Yong merged with the shadow blade, only revealing himself after absorbing the vital energy of the 3-star-level powerhouses. A system notification echoed in his mind. Devour complete. 1 star added. Current vital energy 11 stars. This meant he now possessed an astounding 11 billion calories of vital energy. Li Yong coldly looked at Bowen, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Too bad. You're not worthy of me using a psychic weapon." With that, he tore off the black robe from his head, revealing the god-slaying blade on his back. "Against warriors, I use psychic weapons. Against psychic masters, it's close combat," he said with disdain. After all, when surpassing a major realm, one must play to their strengths and not rely solely on physical endurance. Bowen deliberately stalled for time, glancing towards the pit. By now, the other European warriors had successfully secured the ice crystal fruits. Pretending not to notice, he taunted, "I hope your strength matches your talk. Otherwise, it would be quite disappointing." Buzz. A powerful mental force surged into Li Yang's mind, but having already mastered the second level of the illusory heart, his soul's strength had greatly increased. The mental attack felt like a gentle breeze, unable to shake his resolve. Without hesitation, Li Yang drew his long blade, which gleamed with a cold light. The 6th level of Blade River Immortal. The blade's light flowed like a river, unstoppable. Bowen was stunned that his opponent could withstand the mental assault. With no time to ponder, he mobilized all his discs to form a defensive shield. Boom. The blade's light clashed with the shield, creating a deafening sound. Shockwaves swept through the area, instantly doubling the size of the crater. Ice mountains dozens of miles away crumbled under the aftershock, scattering shards of ice. Both sides expected this strike to be blocked. However, Li Yong had a follow-up move: Shadow Blades. 108 Shadow Blades suddenly appeared around Bowen, like black lightning. Li Yong shouted, "Instant Hell Shadow Killing Array." Clenching his fist, all the Shadow Blades simultaneously attacked Bowen. In a flash, Bowen had no time to defend again. The black arcs of electricity enveloped him completely, then exploded. This time, the shockwave was even more violent, sweeping across the land. Any single shadow blade could slice through a 10th-meter-high mountain. The distant European observers were dumbfounded. Though they had obtained the ice crystal fruits, they were powerless to intervene in this battle of top-tier fighters. As the dust settled, Li Yong hovered in the air, a dark glow swirling behind him. He was surprised to see Bowen still alive, albeit clutching his chest and coughing up blood. Li Yong wondered if his opponent had a cosmic battle armor similar to the primordial god armor. Just as Li Yong was about to strike again, Bowen hastily gestured and said, "Wait, I don't want the ice crystal fruits anymore. They're all yours." He signaled his men to present 8 ice crystal fruits, including the 6 they just acquired and 2 they had previously collected. Li Yong paused his attack, a slight smile on his lips, appreciating Bowen's sense of timing. However, at that moment, Loretto warned him in his mind, "Be careful, he's deceiving you. He's already notified a 9th-level Stargrade warrior, who will arrive soon." Li Yong instantly realized he had been tricked. Like the previous strongman from India, Bowen was merely stalling for time. Yet, Li Yong remained calm, his mind clear, waiting for the situation to unfold. By the time one reaches the star level, no one is a fool. Li Yong looked at Bowen, the top spiritual master of Europa, standing before him, and couldn't help but smile with excitement. The stronger and more resilient the opponent, the stronger and more resilient he wanted to become. The top fighter in America? Perfect. It was time to test his opponent's strength and see if he could break through his 9-turn dark gold body. Before engaging, Li Yong quickly controlled 8 ice crystal fruits with his mind, bringing them before him and storing them in a spatial ring. Seeing this, Bowen's eyes filled with rage and killing intent. He thought to himself that his allies would arrive soon, and this was just temporary custody by Li Yong. Little did he know, once in Li Yang's hands, these fruits were not coming back. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared between them. It was none other than John Wade, the proud top fighter of the American continent, and the first warrior of the West Asian ice plains. He was slim, clad in exquisite white armor, with slick back hair and a stern expression, exuding an aura of decisiveness. Wade glanced at Li Yong dismissively, then turned to Bowen and asked, "Is this the trouble you mentioned?" Bowen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cautioned, "His mind power weapon is extremely domineering. Do not underestimate him." Wade snorted dismissively. As a peak star level warrior, his vitality was an astounding 300 stars, and his genes were tenfold enhanced. On Blue Star, aside from the Blade River King and the founder of the Kunlun Martial Arts Hall, he regarded no one. "Enough talk. Hand over the ice crystal fruits, and I'll deal with this problem for you," Wade stated bluntly. Although his power was formidable, he wouldn't act without gain. Bowen awkwardly touched his nose and said in a low voice, "He's already taken them." "Useless," Wade mocked. "Europa is becoming more pathetic without Elena holding it together. Without her, Russia would have swallowed you all up." Li Yong listened silently to their exchange. The name Elena was familiar to him. She was the Valkyrie of Europa, a peak star-level powerhouse, ranked 7th globally, and the strongest in Europa. Bowen could only endure Wade's humiliation. First, he was beaten by Li Yong, then shamed by Wade, and finally, the ice crystal fruits were taken. It was indeed an unlucky day. Upon learning that the ice crystal fruits were in Li Yang's possession, Wade asked coldly, "A Huaxia native? How come I haven't seen you before?" To injure Bowen and make him call for help, you must be at least top 10 globally. You can't be an unknown. Li Yong smiled faintly. "That's because I haven't seen you, so you don't know me." Wade was momentarily at a loss. He understood the words, but not entirely the meaning. As a star-level powerhouse, he was a quick learner and fluent in many languages, yet Li Yang's words left him puzzled. Huaxiao indeed has many strong fighters, taking up half of the top 10 spots. Still, only 2 can match me. "You're far from it, kid," Wade said arrogantly. "You have a saying, a wise man submits to circumstances. I advise you to hand over the ice crystal fruits, or else." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his fist, unleashing a powerful force that stirred a fierce wind around them, ready to strike at any moment. The punches were relentless, yet the wind continued to howl. The air was thick with an overwhelming force, far surpassing the power needed to shatter a mountain with a single blow. Li Yong was acutely aware that his opponent, a peak-level star-ranked warrior, could effortlessly obliterate the great eastern island with a casual strike. If the Blade River King unleashed his full power, even the Eurasian continent might be reduced to rubble. In facing a top-tier star-ranked opponent, Li Yang's greatest weakness was his strength. He stood firm, his gaze sharp as lightning. "If you want the ice crystal fruit, you'll have to defeat me first. Today, let me witness the might of America's strongest warrior." "TSK, kid, you're courting death," Wade murmured, his expression suddenly turning grim. In the next instant, both figures vanished from their spots, reappearing high in the sky. Each clash was accompanied by a dull sonic boom, and even Bowen, who was watching from the sidelines, could barely keep track of their movements. "That Chinese warrior is actually faster than Wade. Unfortunately, his strength is too weak to pose a threat to Wade," Bowen observed, his understanding of the battle's dynamics keen despite his lesser strength compared to the two fighters. From the exchanges, it was clear Wade held the advantage in power. However, Li Yang's strengths were twofold. Firstly, his speed was such that Wade couldn't catch him if he decided to flee, securing him a position of invincibility. Secondly, his defense was formidable, as he withstood Wade's attacks that sent chills down Bowen's spine only to stagger a few steps and recover quickly. After more than 20 rounds, the two finally disengaged from their intense melee. Li Yong calmly rubbed his chest. Although he had taken several punches, the primordial battle armor had absorbed 90 of the impact, leaving only a numbing sensation. Wade, breathing heavily and massaging his fist, looked at Li Yong with astonishment. "Kid, is that armor you're wearing a heaven-tier battle armor?" At this question, Bowen and his men widened their eyes in disbelief. A heaven-tier battle armor on Blue Star was a rare treasure, capable of inciting a global scramble among the strongest. Since the opening of the Stargate, most acquired armors were of the yellow tier, not as strong in defense as SS tier armor, but useful as an inner layer beneath an SS tier suit. The key value of cosmic armor lies in its ability to weaken impact. Yellow tier can reduce impact by 90, and Mystic tier by 99, although each has a limit to what it can withstand before being damaged. The armor of cultivators is categorized by defense levels. Ordinary armor reduces an attack to 1% of its original power, Earth-grade armor diminishes it to 1,000th, and heaven-grade armor reduces it to 1/10th. An attack of 10,000 tons would only exert a force of 1 ton on heaven-grade armor. Wade furrowed his brow, deep in thought. As a peak primordial energy level fighter, a casual punch from him carried a force of 50 million tons. Now, as a peak star-level warrior, his punch could make the Far East Island sink. Yet, strangely, Li Yong could effortlessly withstand his attacks. After much contemplation, the only explanation was that Li Yong was wearing heaven-grade armor. Your punches are too soft. Li Yong smirked with a hint of mockery. Through this confrontation, he had gauged his limits able to withstand a full-force strike from a galaxy-level fighter. Cultivators below the galaxy level, unless they were extraordinary talents who had mastered domains, couldn't break through his defense. Unfortunately, not on Blue Star, nor in the entire galaxy, could a star-level fighter master domains. Such geniuses would have long been recruited by major cosmic forces. Wade gritted his teeth, unable to refute despite his unwillingness. Whether physical or mental attacks, he couldn't shake Li Yong in the slightest. As for higher-level soul attacks, those required mastery of basic laws to cultivate, which was beyond his reach. You're ruthless. Wade spat out before turning away. Bowen saw this and didn't dare linger, quickly retreating with his men from the pit, fearing Li Yong might pursue them. Li Yong descended to the pit's bottom but did not chase after them. In his view, Blue Star was ultimately dominated by beasts and still needed human experts for protection. If he hadn't already obtained the ice crystal fruits, he might have considered eliminating Bowen, the 8th-level star spirit master. But now, it was unnecessary. With a flicker, he left the pit, continuing to search for and compete for ice crystal fruits. He returned to the safety zone in Russia only by nightfall. By then, the gaze of other nations' experts had shifted from fear to respect. Such is the status of the strong. Back at the aircraft, the 4 War Kings did not land on Ice Island, but took another aircraft to escort Yushan and others out of West Asia. This was mainly because Li Yong had made too many enemies, and showing up would result in being besieged. Nevertheless, Li Yong had the richest harvest out of about 50 discovered ice crystal fruits. He secured 37, far surpassing America's top fighter, John Wade, who obtained 6. The remaining 7 were divided between the experts from India and Europe. As for the host, Russia, they ended up with nothing and were left to maintain order in the safety zone, which was rather lamentable. Sitting cross-legged on the aircraft's cushion, Li Yong waved his hand to bring out his spoils. The ice crystal fruits piled up like a small mountain, exuding a chilling aura. He gazed intently at these fruits, contemplating whether consuming them could elevate his spirit master cultivation to a higher realm. The ice crystal fruit lived up to its name, emanating a chilling aura. Its entire body was a deep blue, crystal clear and translucent. As Li Yong held it in his hand, a piercing coldness penetrated through his primordial god battle armor, reaching deep into his soul. This was the unique effect of the exotic fruit, known for enhancing spiritual mental power. He immediately activated his mental power, and the devouring force in his palms swiftly absorbed all the mental energy contained in the fruit. In an instant, the primordial core in his mind trembled violently, and a powerful surge of mental energy radiated outward from him. An even more astonishing transformation occurred within the primordial core. Countless cracks appeared, and dazzling light burst forth from them. This was a sign of a breakthrough. The unit of power known as Starlight, which only a star-level spiritual mentalist could possess, was about to be born. The mental energy materialized into a brilliant light that enveloped his entire body, then quickly retracted, condensing at the edge of the primordial core into a radiant starlight, orbiting it like a natural star. I finally broke through. Li Yong rejoiced inwardly. He summoned his mental power again, and his natural element thunder manifested. This was the most domineering element in the laws of space, perfectly aligning with the nature of his mental power. The arcs of electricity transformed into more formidable black lightning. With a thought, 108 shadow blades soared into the air. In an instant, the crackling sound of arcing electricity echoed throughout the cabin, and the powerful mental energy shockwave began to warp the cabin's fixtures. These devices, made from SS-grade materials and originally designed to integrate with the Qian-Kuan Smart Fighter, were now struggling to withstand this force. The amplification of mental power by 200 times was indeed terrifying. Li Yong mused. If I were to face John Wade again now, his defenses would surely be shredded by my instant hell shadow killing array. In their last encounter, neither could break through the other's defenses. Li Yong, due to insufficient power, and Wade unable to penetrate his 9-turn dark gold body. But now things were different. Having reached the star level, he could harness natural elements, and his elevated mental power made the instant hell shadow killing array capable of easily tearing through SS-grade combat suits. Lolita, how much more mental power do I need to activate the second form of the shadow blades? Li Yong eagerly inquired. The heavenly grade mental weapon had 4 forms, with the instant hell shadow killing array being only the first. Lolita's figure appeared, and she lightly tapped the wall, projecting a video. Ordinary spiritual mentalists need to reach the galaxy level to activate the second form, but with your 200 times genetic enhancement, you only need to condense 100 starlights to master the flowing shadow lightning slash. In the video, a warrior clad in black armor flawlessly demonstrated the second form of the shadow blades. Countless bolts of lightning erupted, dividing the shadow blades into 360 paths, each capable of slaying a peak star-level strongman. This move would allow its user to roam the universe unchallenged, capable of defeating stronger opponents. With this move, I will be invincible on Blue Star. Li Yang's eyes gleamed with determination. Lolita gently tapped her chin with her slender fingers, a sharp glint in her eyes. Claiming that Blue Star is unbeatable might be premature. According to the information I have, the creator of the Blade River secret manual, the Blade River King, has already reached the galactic level. Even if you've mastered the flowing shadow lightning slash, your chances against his peak swordsmanship aren't great. Galactic level? Liang frowned slightly. Didn't you say it was rare for native planets to produce galactic-level warriors? With her hands on her hips, Lolita explained patiently. The life-bearing planets in the universe are as numerous as grains of sand on a beach. Even on ordinary planets, it's rare to find a galactic-level warrior among hundreds of billions of martial artists. Blue Star, as an undeveloped native planet, having a few hundred-star-level beings due to the influence of the 5 Stargates is already incredible. Without the Stargates, it might take tens of thousands of years to see the first star-level warrior. But this is just a matter of probability, she added. Just like the vast universe occasionally produces a few super-strong individuals. Liang stopped dwelling on this issue and focused on consuming the ice crystal fruits. With each one he swallowed, another star light appeared around his original core, eventually accumulating 37. His mental power surged, allowing him to easily crush star-level warriors with a simple gesture. According to the rank classification, the advancement of star level is calculated by doubling the number of star lights. 1 corresponds to first rank, 2 to second rank, 4 to third rank, and so on. 37 star lights brought him to the 6th rank of star level. When warriors break through, their genes double, which is the advantage of rank capping. Unfortunately, mental power cannot be capped, as Lolita mentioned. This is a concern only for eternal warriors. Liang pulled up his battle power panel and carefully examined his stats. Inheritor, Liang. Warrior, original energy level 9th rank peak. Star base amplification, 200 times. Mental power, star level 6th rank, 37 star lights. Original core amplification, 200 times. Law, unity of heaven and man realm. Battle power index, 120,000. As he contemplated his imminent breakthrough to 1,000,000 battle power, the detector delivered the latest news. Deva, the top warrior from India, had arrived at the ice island, killed 3 Russian star-level warriors, and obtained 3 ice crystal fruits. He allied with the American warrior John Wade, discovered 12 ice crystal fruits underground, but then betrayed the alliance and severely injured John. Worse, a mysterious long vine had suddenly appeared underground, already consuming several star-level warriors. Mysterious vine? What on earth is that? Liang immediately contacted Lolita upon seeing this unfamiliar entity. It's a plant life form. Lolita's voice carried a hint of laziness. I just threw it out not long ago, didn't expect it to stir up such a commotion. You threw it. Liang's eyes flickered with surprise as he asked. Yes, it's a test for you after your breakthrough. If you can subdue the vine, it's yours. Lolita explained. As Liang's power increased, the difficulty of the trials in the inheritance space also escalated. Among the 3 key tests at his current energy level, he had only passed one, and now he was already facing tasks at the star level. Subdue the vine? Is it some kind of treasure? Liang inquired further. Lolita's tone carried a hint of pride. Of course, it's a plant life that even cosmic powerhouses covet. It can transform into armor for defense and entangle enemies. This life form, named the star-eating vine, can devour stars and extinguish suns once it reaches a high level. Devour stars and extinguish suns. A fiery excitement ignited in Li Yang's heart. No wonder those outside couldn't handle the vine. Since it's a test, he dared not delay and immediately left the warship. At that moment, the skies above the ice island were filled with numerous star-level powerhouses. Information from the Stargate in Europa indicated that this star-eating vine possessed genes comparable to high-level bloodlines, making it nearly invincible among its peers. There were very few on Blue Star who could subdue it. Perhaps only Knife River King had the strength. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the vine wreaked havoc on the ice island. The 2 envoys of Knife River King had already notified the world's strongest, but until he arrived, the others could only be spectators. Well, now we're all just side characters. Those ice crystal fruits are nothing compared to this vine, Bowen said in a low voice, echoing the sentiments of everyone present. Each person longed to obtain this vine that could dominate Blue Star, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. Those who had acquired ice crystal fruits were considered lucky, at least better off than the unlucky ones who perished because of the vine. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed, and a young man clad in blood armor stood steadily atop the vine. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. What powerful mental strength! Who is this? Looks like someone from Huaxiao. Huh, another fool trying to subdue the vine. I bet he won't last 3 seconds. Fool, that's Liang, the newly emerged superpower who matched the 4th strongest, Wade, just yesterday. Upon realizing this was the legendary Lucky One with heavenly armor, a glimmer of greed appeared in their eyes. Some began to anticipate the battle, but most hoped to see Li Yong and the Vine both suffer, so they could benefit from it. What a show! They're just waiting for both sides to weaken each other so they can reap the benefits, someone remarked, seeing through their thoughts. This vine primarily binds, then strangles. Even with heavenly armor, getting entangled is extremely dangerous. Still too young, daring to fight the vine to the death in front of so many people. With a loud boom, before the crowd finished discussing, Li Yong was already engaged in an intense battle with the vine. A terrifying force unleashed a storm filled with thunder as the battle erupted. Under everyone's gaze, 6 enormous vines thrashed wildly in the air. Each vine was as thick as a train, extending hundreds of meters in length, with a diameter of 3 meters. Despite their massive size, these vines moved with surprising agility. Li Yong attempted to subdue the vines, but things were not looking good. Even with the psychic suppression of the Shun Yu Shadow Kill formation, he only managed to leave slight marks on the surface of the star-eating vines. He quickly realized he needed a different strategy. In a flash, he dove underground, clearly intending to tackle the problem at its root. This move left the onlookers stunned. He's courting death, someone muttered in disbelief. Doesn't he know that underground is the star-eating vines' territory? These creatures earned their name because they can devour anything, even solid ice. Below ground, their speed and power become even more formidable. Deva, the strongest warrior from Inven, arrived later and was furious upon hearing the news. He had repeatedly failed to tame the vines, sustaining injuries that forced him back to safety to recover. Now, just as he had regained his strength, he learned that Li Yong had gone underground, and he stomped his foot in frustration. In contrast, John Wade, who had also just recovered, remained unusually calm. He sneered at Deva, saying, "Fool, have you forgotten that Li Yong is a psychic practitioner?" Before he finished speaking, a tremendous rumble echoed from below. The ice surface rose into a kilometer-high hill, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, forming a bottomless crater. The terrifying tremor caused the entire 1,000-mile ice island to begin fracturing, with countless beams of light erupting from the depths. After a long while, the commotion finally subsided. The onlookers were torn between fearing Li Yong had perished below, missing their chance to collect gear, and worrying he might have actually tamed the vines. "It's impossible," someone asserted. Even John Wade, with his comparable power, failed. How could he succeed? Yet, deep underground, despite his original divine armor being shattered and his core energy depleted, Li Yong had successfully subdued the star-eating vines. "Your defense is indeed remarkable, stronger than my 9 revolutions dark gold body," he remarked to the now submissive vines. "But your soul was too weak." Using the second level of the Phantom Heart Soul technique, he finally conquered this formidable foe. With the blood recognition ceremony completed, the enormous vines shrank to human height and, under Li Yang's control, underwent an astonishing transformation. The green vines turned blood red, intertwining into a brand new suit of armor. This was no ordinary acquisition. The star-eating vines possessed the same cultivation level as humans, stellar level 7. Its defense was comparable to top-tier Huang-grade armor, and its attack power reached the galactic level, capable of crushing opponents of the same rank. "Li Yong, your current resources are insufficient to cultivate the star-eating vine," Lolita's voice echoed. "Its true potential will only be realized once you venture into the universe." Li Yong understood this well. On the resource board Blue Star, there was nothing but the Stargate. Cultivating the star-eating vine required a massive investment, which even the most privileged prodigies or the wealthiest warriors found hard to afford. Although the star-eating vine's combat power was comparable to a human warrior with genes 100 times stronger at the same level, the resources needed to elevate its realm could train thousands of warriors of the same level. At this moment, Li Yong struggled to advance his own realm, let alone cultivate the star-eating vine. Fortunately, he had a variety of attack methods, so there was no rush. His physical defense was on par with the star-eating vine, and together they reached the defensive level of a Xian-grade battle armor. If he had a Xian-grade armor, his defense would be even more formidable. However, he had no Xian-grade armor, let alone the legendary Tian-grade armor, relying solely on his 9 revolutions dark gold body. After breaking through to the star level, Li Yong faced numerous tasks. Mastering the 9 revolutions dark gold body, cultivating the star-eating vine, nurturing the starry behemoth in twilight, and gathering more starlight, while his vital energy needed to condense 200 stars. The resources on Blue Star could no longer keep up with his needs. "Lolita, are there any ice crystal fruits left on the island?" Li Yong asked. "Not a single one," Lolita replied. The star-eating vine's detection abilities exceeded expectations. It consumed hundreds of ice crystal fruits on the island at star level 1, advancing directly to star level 7. If there were more fruits, you might not be its match. Li Yong felt a pang of regret. If he had used those ice crystal fruits, his mental power could have reached star level 8, significantly enhancing his combat power with the Shadow Blade's second form. However, in the long run, The star-eating vine's value was indeed greater, and its market price was comparable to the shadow blade. Although there are no wild ones left, you could take them from others. Lolita suddenly suggested. This usually cute intelligent being displayed a ruthlessness that even Li Yong found impressive. Perhaps this was the law of the universe survival of the fittest, where the strong prevail. Suddenly, a magnificent beam of light pierced through the ice, shooting skyward. The people outside stared in awe at the sky. Li Yong swept the scene with a thought, suppressing the crowd with a single hand, his voice icy. Hand over your ice crystal fruits, or face destruction. His powerful mental force swept through everyone's hearts like a blade defiance meant death. This sense of oppression was something only King Daoha had previously caused. Everyone was shocked by the surge in Li Yang's strength. Just yesterday, his mental power was far from this level. John Wade's face was grim, struggling to breathe under the pressure of this mental force, let alone resist. The crowd had hoped John Wade and Daivaha would lead the resistance. But unexpectedly, Daivaha, known for his treachery and willingness to betray allies, was the first to submit. Respected Mr. Li Yong, I am willing to offer my ice crystal fruits to you. He directly took out 7 crystal-clear ice fruits and respectfully handed them to Li Yong. Seeing this, John Wade followed suit without hesitation, offering his own ice fruits. With 2 of the world's top 10 elites having submitted, the others dared not slack off and quickly produced their treasures. Li Yong raised his hand, and dozens of ice fruits radiating cold air gathered into his palm like shooting stars. After careful scanning by Lolita, it was confirmed that everyone had indeed handed over all their fruits, with no one daring to play tricks. Li Yong was also well aware that if anyone dared to hide anything, he wouldn't hesitate to make an example out of them. Since everyone is cooperating, there will be no issues, Li Yong said calmly, looking around. After all, we need everyone's strength to fight the monsters. Although we come from different countries, we are all guardians of Earth now. As long as no one provokes me, I won't kill without reason. After speaking, Li Yong didn't linger in the joy of victory. He immediately boarded a pre-prepared Qian Kun-class intelligent fighter jet and left the West Asia ice field that same day, heading straight for the southern gate. Other elites remained on the icy island, naively thinking Li Yong had left them with a chance to compete. However, after 7 days of searching without finding a single fruit, they gradually departed. Upon returning to the southern gate, Li Yong immediately consumed all the ice fruits. His mental power instantly broke through to 142 starlight, reaching the requirement to perform the second form of the shadow blade. In the training room, he continuously practiced the flowing shadow lightning strike. As his proficiency increased, he increasingly realized the terrifying nature of this technique. Being able to master a skill that should belong to the peak of the galactic level as an 8th rank stellar level is the advantage of a superior gene. There's 1 week left until the Stargate opens, Li Yong thought, standing by the window and gazing at the wilderness outside the southern gate. Should I go to the Delta? He couldn't find any other way to improve himself now. To enhance his vitality, he needed to consume monster blood and flesh. But the monsters around the southern gate were almost gone, and continuing the hunt would lead to military layoffs. To find monsters, he would have to go to the Bermuda Triangle area, where beast kings are everywhere. However, hunting in the sea is much less efficient than on land. Don't dwell on it, Lolita suddenly spoke up. I have a task for you these days. You still have 2 assessments left at the original energy level. Since your mental power has reached the stellar level, why not complete them as a warrior? What are the rewards? Li Yong raised an eyebrow. He didn't lack secret techniques now. Resources were what he needed most. I'll give you a virtual account. Lolita blinked. A virtual universe account? Yes, Lolita nodded with a smile. Your mental power has reached the stellar level. It's time to register for a cosmic citizen ID. Ding! With the system notification sound, Li Yang's gaze fell on the options that appeared before him. Without hesitation, he chose Prison Dragon Continent. Recently, aside from his daily training, he had been systematically learning about cosmic knowledge, the most crucial of which was the virtual Universia pinnacle of human technological achievement. This system, capable of simulating reality with complete accuracy, allows users to log in anytime, anywhere, and for the strong, even a mere thought can connect them. However, given Li Yang's current strength, he still needed to fully concentrate to log in. The moment he confirmed his choice, everything went dark. A sensation of weightlessness hit him, and he began to fall. 7 or 8 seconds later, his body gradually regained its senses, and a sliver of light pierced through the darkness. As the light faded, a magnificent continent unfolded before him. A ring of cities sprawled across the continent's center, surrounded by endless wilderness. At the core stood Star Ring City, the imperial capital of the Prison Dragon Empire Dragon Emperor City. Li Yong appeared at the city gate, looking up at the massive dragon head sculpture above the entrance, holding his breath in awe. Everything around him was so real, it was astonishing. The passing pedestrians were diverse in form. Some had 2 horns, others were covered in scales, and some had beast heads on human bodies, yet they all retained basic humanoid features. So this is the universe in all its forms. Liang looked around. Despite having received an overview of the universe from Lolita, seeing it firsthand left him utterly amazed. Lights flickered continuously under the city gate as most people entered directly, with only a few newcomers like Liang pausing to take it all in. While he was absorbed in the marvels of the virtual universe, Lolita's voice echoed in his mind. Stop staring and go register as a first-class citizen. This reminder brought Liang back to his primary goal, becoming a legal citizen within the human domain of the universe. Citizenship was categorized into three classes based on one's place of origin. The Milky Way akin to rural areas, the Celestial Maiden Star system akin to townships, and the Prison Dragon sector akin to a metropolis. Although Liang was a native, with the anonymous account provided by Lolita, he could directly register his status in Dragon Emperor City. At the registration window, Liang spoke in the universal language. Hello, I'd like to register as a first-class citizen. The blue-skinned, purple-eyed girl inside swiftly printed out a registration form and gestured for him to provide a fingerprint for a genetic sample. When the test result displayed species, human, 200X gene, the girl's expression changed abruptly, her eyes showing respect and a hint of fear. Such a genetic level indicated that Liang had a high potential to become a star-level powerhouse. She was just a teller at a window. Even though she was a member of the Yulong Empire, she was merely a minor figure at the 9th rank of the star level. If she could reach the galaxy level in her lifetime, it would be considered an achievement. Mr. Li, please sign here. The girl with purple eyes behind the counter handed over the document respectfully. Liang took the document and scribbled his name in a fluid motion, completing the process in less than a minute. He turned to look around and saw tens of thousands of windows lined up densely beside the city gate, each with a long queue in front. At this scale, the number of first-class citizens registering in the virtual universe each day probably exceeded 100 million, and the number in the original universe might be even larger. Mr. Li, registering as a first-class citizen requires a payment of 1 Yulong coin. The girl with purple eyes handed over the receipt with both hands, her eyes showing a hint of flattery. In her view, the man in front of her was likely a young master from a prominent family, just logging into the virtual universe to register his identity. The tip from someone with such strong genes could equate to several months of her salary. Pop. Liang took a square jade stone from his pocket and pushed it in front of her. He silently complained, Lolita, you're too stingy, giving me just one. The virtual universe was no different from the original universe, and he wanted to have fun in the city, but unfortunately, all he had was this one universal currency, a cosmic crystal. Are you sure you want to settle with this cosmic crystal? The girl with purple eyes widened her eyes, swallowing in disbelief. Liang nodded calmly. Besides this, he indeed had no other choice. All right, please wait a moment. The girl with purple eyes carefully took the cosmic crystal, checked its serial number to confirm it was a genuine piece issued by Deep Space Bank, and began to give change. In the virtual universe, this was equivalent to all the savings in Li Yang's bank account. Tap, tap, tap. The girl with purple eyes quickly tapped on the console, soon counting out 9,999 Yulong coins and placing them in front of Liang. To her, 9 Yulong coins were equivalent to a month's salary, and meeting such a generous customer today was indeed lucky. Moments later, Liang left the window with his first-class citizen identity information and successfully entered the Dragon Emperor City, which spanned over 1 billion miles. In this magnificent city that covered 1/10 of the Yulong continent, the streets were bustling with people, and occasionally, ships flew by at low altitudes. One cosmic crystal can actually be exchanged for 10,000 Yulong coins. Liang finally understood the exchange rate. Lolita, if you give me a few more cosmic crystals, I could buy a small apartment in the city. 10,000 Yulong coins were equivalent to 1 billion coins in the Tian New Star region, which made him quite tempted. What is this small amount of money? Lolita said proudly, holding onto Liang's arm. She began to list the treasures Liang had already acquired, rare items in the Inheritor's space, the high-level psychic weapon Shadow Ninja, and the world ring worth over 1 billion cosmic crystals. Any of these could easily be sold for tens of millions of cosmic crystals. If you want to obtain more treasures, or even cash, you must pass the tests. Lolita continued. You've already registered as a first-class citizen, so it's time for the trials to begin. Liang focused his gaze as he arrived in front of a towering building. A sign hanging at the entrance read, Cosmic Judgment Arena. He recalled the 4 major superpowers of humanity: the Virtual Universe Company, the Cosmic Judgment Arena, the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, and the Cosmic Deep Space Bank, representing technology, force, military, and finance, respectively. Lolita added, registering as a first-class citizen counts as completing one trial. Now there's only one left. Earning a 1-star elite title at the Cosmic Judgment Arena. She explained the threshold for a first-class citizen, a gene level about 5 times the norm. Liang, with his 200 times gene level, easily obtained first-class citizenship. Those with insufficient genes could only register as second-class citizens in the Heavenly Maiden Nation, while those even worse off could only try their luck in Galaxy City. Even third-class citizens in Galaxy City were considered free from slavery in the universe and wouldn't be casually treated as slaves. In contrast, indigenous people without status, if discovered by a cosmic exploration team, could see their entire planet's population reduced to slavery. Don't underestimate the one-star elite of the Judgment Arena, Lolita continued. If you earn the elite title and reach the star level, you can join the neighboring mercenary alliance to become a cosmic mercenary. That means you can have a decent living in the universe, or even live in luxury. Liang pondered. The star level was just above the poverty line, but to live in luxury, one had to reach the galaxy level. To live in luxury at the star level, one must be comparable to the galaxy level, which requires mastering the unity of heaven and man and having genes over 10 times the norm. He looked up at the Cosmic Judgment Arena. This was the headquarters in the Yulong Star District, grand in scale. With his current blood and original energy level, he couldn't enter. Dragon Emperor City had 16 Cosmic Judgment Arenas, and he could only go to a branch. Although the difficulty of obtaining a one-star elite title was the same, the target audience was different. The headquarters was frequented by Star Ocean and Star Cloud level powerhouses, while the branches catered to those below the Star Ocean level. Liang entered the branch, first confirming his identity information, and then bought a ticket. The Judgment Arena was essentially a massive gladiatorial arena. He didn't rush to sign up for the competition, but decided to watch a few matches between Cosmic Warriors first. The host's enthusiastic voice echoed throughout the arena. In this match, we have Silco from the Pavarosa race versus Sean Shield from the Roman race. With this announcement, millions of spectators erupted in excitement, eagerly anticipating the intense battle to come. In the virtual universe, a life-and-death battle is being broadcast. On the battle stage, two 9th-level Star Warriors are engaged in a fierce duel. Their genetic levels are around 15 times, and both have reached the unity of heaven and man in their understanding of the laws. Liang watched the battle intently. Although these two fighters could be considered geniuses, in the grand scheme of the universe, they were merely at the level of one-star elites. The pace of the fight was astonishingly fast, and within just a minute, the balance of victory began to tip. Hilco is going to lose, Liang murmured, frowning slightly. Hilco on the stage suddenly exposed a flaw, seemingly about to suffer a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a carefully laid trap. The two warriors engaged in a thrilling back and forth, creating false openings to lure each other into attacking. However, Hilco's initial gambit was excessively risky. His opponent, Dunsan, was known for his strong defense, and this strategy of trading blows was not advantageous. Ultimately, Hilco paid with his life. After witnessing this heart-pounding battle, Liang got up and left the stands. Seeing this, Lolita comforted him. Besides life-and-death battles, the Judgment Arena offers many modes without life-threatening risks to earn a one-star elite title. I know, Liang nodded, heading straight for the Judgment Hall. He wasn't afraid of death, but rather tired of the feeling of struggling for survival at the bottom. In this cold universe, every level was a stage for brutal survival of the fittest. Simulated duels, the Sky Tower, and custom challenges are the mainstream in the Judgment Arena. Compared to the millions of life-and-death battles held daily, these modes have amassed trillions of engagements in the entire Prison Dragonstar district. And this is just the data from one division in the Celestial Maiden Star region, with thousands of similar regions across the Prison Dragon Empire. Liang spent 10 Prison Dragon coins to rent a simulated combat room, where he could simulate battles against original energy and star-level opponents. After connecting to the system, Lolita reminded him, the assessment only allows the use of a warrior's strength. Since this is an original energy level assessment, your spiritual master level has reached the star level. Understood, Liang acknowledged. Lolita continued, obtaining a one-star title is simple. You just need to consecutively defeat 3 original energy level 9th tier warriors and 3 original energy level 9th tier spiritual masters. The combat power of these 6 opponents will all be set around 30,000. 30,000. Liang pondered as he looked towards the simulated battlefield. Of course, this combat power is just the basic level. A power level of 1,000 is the foundation for the first tier of primal energy, while 10,000 is the base for the 9th tier. Those with slightly stronger genes and mastery of true essence at the 9th tier can reach a combat power of around 20,000. 30,000 is a critical threshold, and reaching it qualifies one as a minor elite. To earn a one-star elite title in the Judgment Arena, one must defeat 6 opponents of the same tier, each with a combat power of 30,000, in a single day. Li Yang's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he spoke in a low voice. Let's begin. Beep, beep. Lolita selected a random opponent. The first adversary appeared before Li Yanga Bladeling Warrior, 9th tier of primal energy, with a combat power of 30,000. A countdown appeared in front of Li Yang. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. Both struck simultaneously. Li Yang didn't use any secret techniques to amplify his strength, relying solely on his physical prowess and mastery of unity with nature. The opponent's speed and attacks were unique, but their genetic and law comprehension were too weak. Li Yong swiftly found an opening and struck with a hand chop. Blood splattered as the bladeling warrior was cleaved in two, falling into a bloody heap. Next, Li Yong continued without pause. The second opponent was a psychic, also with a combat power of 30,000. Though more challenging than a warrior, the disparity in strength was too great, and Li Yong closed in instantly. Once within reach, the psychic's defeat was inevitable. The third and fourth opponents fell in succession. For the last two, Li Yong grew impatient and allowed Lolita to join the fray. In this simulated space, he set the rules. With a swift motion, both opponents were down simultaneously. Is the elite title really this simple? Li Yong thought, arms crossed and head held high, finding it easier than expected. He had initially worried about needing to enter the virtual universe, but it turned out to be effortless. The Judgment Arena promptly awarded him a medal. Li Yong clicked to confirm, and the medal appeared on the chest of his silver robe. Even when he donned the Star-Eating Vine's war armor, the medal remained visible. Hiding it required just a click. Lolita, I've completed the final challenge of the primal energy level. What's the reward? It's the virtual universe account you're using now. Li Yang's face darkened, thinking, what kind of reward is that? But considering how trivial the test was, he wasn't too concerned about the reward. Let me finish, Lolita said, hands on hips, explaining. The virtual account you're using has 3 levels of access set by my master. Each time you unlock one, you receive a cash reward from the Universe Deep Space Bank, up to 1 trillion universe crystals. 1 trillion universe crystals. Li Yong swallowed hard, unable to fathom the number of zeros following 1 trillion. He dared not convert it to Yulong coins. 1 universe crystal exchanged for 10,000 Yulong coins, or 100 million celestial maiden coins. The monthly value of an ordinary 9th-tier star-level being wasn't even 10 Yulong coins. The average lifespan of a star-level powerhouse is 1,000 years, and in that time, they might only earn 10 cosmic crystals. This figure made Li Yang's heart skip a beat, realizing the weight of the cash reward before him. Lolita, what kind of trials are we talking about? Li Yong asked eagerly. Lolita smiled slightly and slowly revealed the 3 trials: mercenary assessment, life and death battle, and the special elite title. Except for the special elite title, the other 2 must be completed in the original universe. Li Yang's expression immediately became serious. Each of these 3 trials was filled with deadly danger. The first was the mercenary assessment. Out of 10 participants, only 3 could pass and become cosmic mercenaries, while the other 7 would perish. This was the simplest stage, clearly designed to test him through experience. The second trial, the life and death battle, was even more brutal. This wasn't an ordinary life and death battle. It required achieving 10 consecutive victories in the Judgment Arena. With each victory, the difficulty doubled. Later on, even 5-star elites might be sent to challenge him. But the most difficult was the third trial, the special elite title. This was the only trial that could be completed in the virtual universe, and although it posed no life-threatening risk, it was the most prestigious title. Li Yong carefully calculated the value of the title. In the Tian New Star region, there are hundreds of billions of 1-star elites, a few million 2-star elites, only a few thousand 3-star elites, a mere few dozen 4-star elites, and 5-star elites are extremely rare. As for the special elite, there wasn't a single one in the entire star region. I'll fill that gap. Li Yong clenched his fist, full of confidence. With his blood energy reaching 10 stars, a genetic advantage 200 times that of ordinary warriors, and mastery of the unity of heaven and man at the original energy level, he was virtually invincible at that stage. Lolita quickly calculated the fastest path to becoming a special elite. To achieve the special elite title, you need to complete 1,467 battles. This includes 428 simulated battles, 679 custom battles, and the remaining battles will take place within the Sky Tower. Over 1,000 battles to screen for a special elite. This number wasn't exaggerated. Once he obtained this title, he could join a major force and enjoy unlimited resource supplies, such as an endless supply of ice crystal fruits and the freedom to drink microlite. Of course, the prerequisite was to leave Blue Star. At that moment, an external message interrupted his thoughts. It was an urgent notice from Lu Jianhua. Someone was forcefully breaching the Stargate. Li Yong immediately exited the virtual universe, his consciousness returning to the original universe. Boom. Outside the southern heavenly gate, a thunderous disturbance echoed through the skies, audible from thousands of miles away. The heavens and earth changed color, and all fell silent. Several figures swiftly darted out from the southern heavenly gate, heading straight for the Stargate. Leading them was Lu Xinyu, top figure in the military. His face was as stern as iron. As a soldier stationed at the southern heavenly gate for many years, he appeared cultured and refined, but harbored a beast within. If not for his duties, his prowess would rank far higher than 17th in the world. Commander Lu, what's the situation at the monitoring station? The signal is jammed. We can't reach Jiang Tianjin. Lu Jinhua's brow furrowed as he glanced at Li Yong beside him. his expression easing slightly. This psychic master, who had single-handedly battled the top 100 in the West Asian ice plains and collected over 100 ice crystal fruits, had surely grown stronger in recent times. Liang, no matter what enemy we encounter later, don't act recklessly. I've already notified the two masters of Kunlun. I understand. The two flew side by side, reaching speeds 10 times the speed of Sound Lu Jinhua's limit, yet far from Li Yang's full potential. Commander, let me scout ahead. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Yang's figure flashed, space trembled, and air currents exploded. In an instant, he was dozens of miles ahead of Lu Jinhua. Lu Jinhua was secretly astonished. This speed, reaching 10 kilometers per second, equivalent to 30 times the speed of sound. Perhaps, in the future, the Chinese military would no longer need to rely on the two Kunlun masters. Li Yang propelled himself with his core, his psychic power transforming into a surging force, soaring into the sky on shadow blades. Lolita, can you reach Jiang Tianjin? The signal is physically blocked. There's nothing I can do, Lolita said helplessly with a shrug. Only 10 minutes had passed since someone forcibly broke into the Stargate. Fortunately, the defense system of the Stargate restricted area was robust. Even a peak stellar-level powerhouse would need half an hour to break through. Last time, when the werewolves forced entry, it took half a day before the two Kunlun masters arrived to enter the Stargate. Thinking of his second uncle, Li Yang sighed softly. In a few days, when the Stargate opens, he could go in to search for him. Buzz. A familiar, powerful wave emanated from within the restricted area. The Yat tribe. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, the aura reminding him of past events. He then thought of the plight of the Far East people. After being wanted by China, they were expelled from various base cities, either wandering the wilderness or attempting to rebuild on the Far East Island, only to be incinerated by the fiery breath of Futu Mountain's flame dragon. One would have thought such devastation would draw out the Far East Holy Master, yet the old man never showed himself. Li Yang was preoccupied with the matter of the Atlantean genes and was now racing at full speed towards the scene. He was certain that the forced entry into the Stargate was related to the Eastern Sacred Master. Slicing through layers of space, he charged directly into the restricted Stargate area. Overhead, a dense electric current formed a defensive net, designed to effectively slow down any intruder. However, for someone as skilled as Lolita, this defense was merely a formality. She easily dismantled the barrier, causing the electric net in the sky to vanish instantly. In the distance, the intense waves of battle could be felt, making Li Yang's heart tighten. Hold on, I'm almost there. He pushed his speed to the limit of 12 kilometers per second. Soon, he spotted the two battling figures, a middle-aged man in a silver robe, with a face as cold as jade, fiercely fighting against Jiang Tianjin from the monitoring station. Jiang Tianjin was already battered and bruised, his energy clearly waning, with his combat strength plummeting from an initial 60,000 to about 35,000. It's you? The silver-robed man noticed Li Yang, a flicker of wild joy in his eyes. My luck's not bad. I can snag a cosmic battle armor before entering the Stargate. Jiang Tianjin, seeing Li Yang's arrival, felt a sense of relief but quickly warned. Be careful, this guy's genes are exceptionally strong. His vigor might not match mine, but his strength is several times greater. Li Yang remained unafraid. His scanner showed the opponent was at the 6th stage of the stellar level, with a combat power of 80,000, which was merely average among his peers in the universe, not considered elite. You know I have cosmic battle armor, so there must be someone else behind you. Li Yang cautiously surveyed the surroundings, convinced that more than one 6th-stage stellar-level individual would dare to break into the China Stargate. The silver-robed man sneered. Huh, even if it's just me, I can come and go from your China Stargate as I please. Big talk, but your strength is lacking. Li Yang struck like lightning, a red vine tearing through the air. The vine rapidly expanded 100-fold, transforming into a massive entity several meters wide and 1,000 meters long, with its head opening into a gaping maw, lunging at the silver-robed man. The man's face twisted in panic, unable to evade in time. At that critical moment, a sound like the heavy breath of an ancient nightmare emerged from the ground. It's a star-eating vine. Kid, you're in luck. A mysterious figure burst from the ground, catching the terrifying vine with one hand. Li Yang quickly retracted the vine, though it was only at the 3rd stage of the stellar level. Its combat power reached 100,000, several times stronger than a human of the same level. Yet, compared to the higher bloodline Atlantean warriors, it was still inferior. It seems I was right. You're the Atlantean warrior behind the Eastern Sacred Master, aren't you? Li Yang scrutinized the newly appeared mysterious figure. The opponent wore a black and white battle armor, stood over 2 meters tall, and had a robust physique. Completely encased in the armor, his appearance was obscured. With his identity revealed, the armored figure no longer concealed himself. The helmet of his armor retracted slowly into his skin, revealing his true face. The face was gaunt, with features not much different from a human's, except the skin was deep blue and the eyes glimmered with a faint golden light. The aura of this Atlan warrior was intimidating, and the power detector couldn't accurately gauge his level, but it showed a combat strength exceeding 150,000. Be careful, Atlan warriors grow stronger the longer they fight. His actual combat power is at least over 200,000. Loretta's warning echoed in Li Yang's ear. Li Yang calculated silently. His own combat strength was also 200,000, and if he used the second tier of Shadow Blade, he could reach an even higher level. His previous worries seemed somewhat unnecessary. I'm curious, Li Yang said. Why would an Atlan like you come to Blue Star and try to force your way through the Stargate? What are you after? The Atlan warrior sneered coldly. You can't stop me from entering the Stargate, nor do you have the right to know. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the aura of both men erupted suddenly, colliding like two bolts of lightning. The shockwaves from their close combat were ferocious, forcing the Holy Lord of the Extreme East and Jiang Tianjin to retreat swiftly to barely avoid the impact, which could have felled a celestial-level warrior. Such strong genes. The Atlan warrior flexed his wrist, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The punch he had landed on Li Yang had caused a recoil that made his knuckles tingle. It wasn't just the defense that was astonishing, the genetic suppression was even more shocking. He had thought that augmenting the Holy Lord of the Extreme East to 50 times the genetic capacity was the limit for Blue Star. Yet Li Yang's genes exceeded 100 times, even surpassing his own. Who are you really? The Atlan warrior began to doubt Li Yang's origins. Could he also be from the depths of the universe? After all, Blue Star humans rarely surpass 10 times genetic capacity, even at the starry sky level, usually only exceeding 10 times through tier advancement. Li Yang stood proudly in the air, his battle armor gleaming, and declared, Me? I'm a Huaxia. Before his words faded, Li Yang's mental power surged like a tide. 360 shadow blades appeared out of thin air, humming in the air. Shadow lightning slash. Li Yang shouted, his aura flaring brilliantly. The shadow blades transformed into streams of light, charging straight at the Atlan warrior. With this move, his combat strength directly broke through 300,000, enough to dominate among celestial-level warriors. However, the Atlan warrior showed no fear, nor even a hint of surprise. I admit your genes are strong, but your power is too weak. He spread his hands, choosing to take the fierce attack heat in. The electric light streaked across the Atlan warrior, producing only a dull thud, leaving a shallow scratch on his armor. 90% of the impact was diminished, and he easily withstood the remaining 10%. Impossible. Li Yang's expression froze, shocked. The previous readings showed the opponent's combat strength at only 150,000, and even considering the Atlan warrior's trait of growing stronger in battle, he hadn't anticipated such an outcome. At that moment, Li Yang realized he might have underestimated his opponent's strength. Even if the opponent has a combat power of 200,000 now, there's no way they can withstand the flowing shadow lightning slash. Li Yang looked at the scene before him in disbelief. With her extensive knowledge, Lolita quickly analyzed, this guy must be a galactic level, or even a star ocean level powerhouse. However, he's now depleted of energy and blood, with only his formidable physical body left to withstand attacks. Hearing this explanation, Li Yang felt somewhat reassured. Yet, the Eterian strongman did not linger in battle and swiftly retreated towards the Stargate with the Eastern Holy Master. Seeing this, Li Yang suddenly realized the reason they weren't going all out was due to their lack of stamina, making prolonged combat impossible. However, their still powerful body, combined with the armor's weakening effect, made them unafraid of the attacks from a stellar-level warrior. Trying to enter the Stargate? Not so easy. Li Yang immediately changed his tactics. Since direct attacks were ineffective, he unleashed the star-eating vine to interfere. 6 vines shot out, continually entangling the Eterian strongman's movements. Although they couldn't completely stop their advance, they significantly slowed them down. In the distance, Jiang Tianjin had already reported the battle situation to Lu Zhenhua. Li Yang's attacks were completely ineffective, and it seemed that no strongman on Blue Star could handle this situation. You can't stop me, kid, the Eterian strongman said coldly. If you anger me, Blue Star will be doomed. This was no idle threat. Once he entered the Stargate and regained even half of his strength, he could destroy the entire Blue Star. His ambitions were even greater to dominate all 5 Stargates, making years of patience worthwhile. Seeing the opponent about to reach the Stargate, Li Yang anxiously turned to Lolita for help. Is there any way to stop him? If he gains the Cosmic Warrior's legacy inside the Stargate, Blue Star will face catastrophe. Lolita keenly noticed the Eastern Holy Master and reminded, Li Yang, kill the Eastern Holy Master. He must be important to the Eterian strongman, otherwise he wouldn't keep him by his side. Hearing this, Li Yang's eyes sharpened. Regardless of his purpose, the crime of betraying Blue Star and leading cosmic invaders to the Huaxia Stargate was enough to leave the Eastern Holy Master with no place to hide. The Eastern Holy Master sneered, Big talk. Let's see you try and stop us. Without another word, Li Yang drew the God-slaying blade. As the blade was unsheathed, The 10 stars formed from his billion blood essence whirled madly. He unleashed the 6th level of Blade River Immortal Blade Light, combined with the state of unity between heaven and man, delivering the ultimate strike of an original energy level warrior. The blade light flashed, and a chill filled the air. The Etherean strongman wanted to intervene, but as he turned, a roaring blade river suddenly appeared across the sky. No, the Etherean strongman exclaimed in shock. The world suddenly changed color, and everyone felt an overwhelming heaviness in their bodies, even the Etherean strongman, whose movements noticeably slowed. This is a domain? Domain. Li Yang's shock was evident. First, there was the terrifying river of blades, and now the legendary domain. Everything was beyond belief. Impossible, Lolita exclaimed, losing her usual composure. How can someone at the mere star level comprehend a domain? How could such a prodigy emerge from a remote galaxy in the Milky Way? It was the first time Li Yang had seen the always calm Lolita so agitated. He quickly understood Lolita's astonishment. In countless life and death battles in the judgment arenas, even the strongest at the peak of the star level had not grasped a domain. Mastering a domain meant being unrivaled among star levels. Reflecting on how he, despite the Titan Throne's support and the Star Beast's feedback, had no clue about domains, Li Yang couldn't help but sigh. Boom. The river exploded. Countless blades surged like a torrent, targeting the Yate tribe warrior. The Eastern Holy Lord, left unprotected, was instantly beheaded by Li Yang's blade, his eyes wide with unwillingness at the moment of death. The Yate warrior wasn't spared either. A blade of the river neatly severed an arm, blue blood gushing out. His face twisted with rage, he stared intently at the source of the blades. A figure walked along the river of blades, exuding a fierce aura and a stern expression. It was none other than the Blade River King, whose deep gaze pierced through the Yate warrior. Did you really think China was devoid of heroes? The Blade River King said coldly. A domain. You've actually mastered a domain, the Yate warrior blurted out in shock. My Tulu trained for 1,000 years, possessing a 100-fold genetic advantage, yet not even at the 9th tier of the galaxy level could he grasp a domain. How could you, a mere star level, achieve this? Genetics aren't everything. The path of laws is humanity's true strength. Before the Blade River King's words had even faded, he swung his blade again. The blade, enhanced by the domain, was even sharper. Tulu dared not confront it directly, attempting to maneuver with speed, only to find there was no escape from the equally swift blade. If that's the case, then you all shall perish. Tulu sneered, pulling out a purple crystal, instantly causing the surrounding space to ripple. Li Yang, run. That's an energy purple crystal, 1,000 times more powerful than your planet's nuclear bombs. Lolita's warning rang out. Li Yang's expression changed upon hearing this, and he immediately distanced himself from Tulu with Shadow Blade. The Blade River King also noticed the crystal's threat, a flash of reluctance in his eyes, but he had no choice but to retreat. Boom. As the crystal shattered, its core unleashed a force equivalent to 10,050 megaton nuclear bombs, with heat surpassing the sun. The land vaporized instantly, forming a 1,000-kilometer-wide crater. The clouds evaporated, revealing a stark white sky. There was no smoke in this explosion, only pure destructive power. Even outside the core blast zone, the shockwave alone left Li Yang's body covered in cracks. He knew that had he been at the core, his body would have been completely melted. The power of this purple crystal was enough to shatter any yellow-grade armor, and even lower-tier Earth-grade armor would struggle to survive. Li Yang finally grasped the terrifying power of the cosmic warriors. He no longer underestimated them and felt grateful for Lolita's timely warning. The T-800 amethyst crystal before him had, with a single strike, reduced everything within a 1,000-mile radius to ruins, displaying a destructive force surpassing even that of a galactic-level warrior. A shiver ran down Li Yang's spine as he imagined the devastation a more advanced T-1000 might cause, potentially wiping out life within 10,000 miles. Suddenly, a domain flashed and vanished quickly. Dao Wang sighed. He still managed to enter the Stargate. Li Yang stepped forward immediately, respectfully introducing himself. Junior Li Yang, greetings to Senior Dao Wang. He was filled with admiration, as the very sword technique he practiced was created by Dao Wang, the world's foremost expert in mastering domains. Dao Wang smiled approvingly. I watched your battle video from the recent fight at the West Asia icefield. Your sword technique is impressive. Li Yang responded humbly, though he was overjoyed inside. Receiving such recognition from a prominent figure was an immense honor. As they conversed, Lu Jianhua and others hurried over. Seeing Li Yang and Jiang Tianjin safe, and with Dao Wang present, Lu Jianhua finally felt at ease. He bowed slightly to Dao Wang and then inquired about the earlier events. Jiang Tianjin tactfully stepped forward, recounting the details of the incident, including the attack on the monitoring station by the Eastern Saint Lord. When Lu Jianhua heard that the Eastern Saint Lord had been slain by Li Yang, his expression shifted from concern to a relieved smile. Everyone's attention then turned to Dao Wang. waiting for him to reveal the whereabouts of the cosmic being. Dao Wang said gravely. He has entered the Stargate. This news hit Lu Jinhua like a sledgehammer. A weakened galactic-level 9th-tier warrior entering the Stargate, with the potential to regain his strength, posed a catastrophic threat to Blue Star. Even more daunting was the fact that this warrior, named Tulu, belonged to the Atlantean race with 100-fold genetic power, presenting a significant challenge even for Dao Wang, who had mastered domains. A flash of killing intent crossed Dao Wang's eyes as he declared decisively, "We must enter the Stargate and eliminate him in advance." Lu Jinhua was taken aback. You're planning to go to the Stargate yourself? The demonic kiln of the maritime delta harbors galactic-level beasts. Without you here, the human-based cities might struggle to fend off the sea monsters. Everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. However, amidst the tense atmosphere, a resolute voice rang out, "I'll go." Li Yong stood atop the ruins, his gaze sharp and fixed on the distant Stargate. His tone was resolute, as if he had prepared for everything. The task of pursuing the powerful Atlan warrior, not a Lu, lay before him. Globally, only Dao Wang and the two masters of Kunlun were capable of taking on this challenge. Li Yang's combat strength was second only to these three. Lu Jinhua furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of concern in his voice. "Are you confident? Perhaps you should guard the mountains in place of the Kunlun master." Before he could finish, Li Yang decisively shook his head and interrupted. "There's no need for that. Nada Lu is already severely injured. I am confident I can handle him." He clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Whether for the sake of Guang, his second uncle, or the pursuit of Nada Lu, entering the Stargate had become inevitable. Seeing Li Yang's determination, Lu Jinhua said no more. He pondered silently, realizing that this young man, only 18, had already climbed to the top 5 in the global combat rankings, with the potential to surpass even himself and become the military's foremost warrior. Who could predict the future? As more personnel arrived at the ruins, reconstruction efforts began in earnest. The monitoring station needed rebuilding, and the defense system had to be re-established. Lu Jinhua personally went to oversee the operations, while Li Yang followed Dao Wang to the peak of a mountain. Standing side by side, they gazed at the Stargate. Dao Wang broke the silence with a smile. "Though this is our first meeting, your swordsmanship feels remarkably familiar to me." Li Yang was moved, recalling the earth-shattering strike he had witnessed earlier. He respectfully asked, "Senior, that strike you delivered earlier, it must have surpassed the 9th level of Dao, right?" Dao Wang stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. "You have a keen eye? That strike did indeed exceed the 9th level of Dao, with a power amplification of 200 times. 200 times. Li Yang was astonished. His current strength at the 4th level of 10 heavens was only a 200-fold increase. This confirmed Lolita's assertion. The upper limit of Dao was no less than that of 10 heavens. Dao Wang turned to Li Yang and asked, "Your close combat training also focuses on swordsmanship, correct?" Li Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Although he was renowned for his mental power and robust physique, he had never neglected his sword training. However, due to accumulating genetic potential, his blood force remained at its original level. Otherwise, he would have already reached the 9th level of Dao. Dao Wang advised earnestly. "Remember, swordsmanship should not be confined to the amplification of power. The key lies in the principles." I've recently been reviewing pre-evolution era master manuals, and there's a saying I'd like to share with you. "A sword is like a bowl of water." With that, Dao Wang slowly ascended into the sky and continued. "I hope this saying helps you break through in terms of principles. Once you achieve a breakthrough in principles, your swordsmanship will naturally follow." As soon as he finished speaking, Dao Wang's figure vanished into the air. He was gone, but the words he left behind lingered in Li Yang's mind, leaving him restless for a long time. A knife is like a bowl of water? This enigmatic metaphor echoed in his thoughts. 3 days later, on the morning of October 1st, the day finally arrived for the Stargate to open. After finishing a call with his sister, Li Yang donned a meticulously sewn black animal skin robe and left the inspection office with determined steps. Outside the main entrance, all personnel lined up in 2 neat rows, just as they had when welcoming him. "Director, as the Stargate opens, we wish you great success and a new beginning," Dai Yuxing and Jiang Wuchen said in unison, their eyes filled with reluctance. With Li Yang at the helm, they had always prided themselves on their achievements. His strength allowed them to sweep through restricted zones at the Southern Gate and assert dominance over superpowers in West Asia. But now, Li Yang had resigned as the head of the inspection office and was about to embark on his journey to the Stargate. "Take care, everyone." Li Yang ascended into the air, waving goodbye to the assembled crowd, and then flew towards the Southern Gate's 18th heaven. Below the command building, 5 teams stood ready to depart, representatives from Huaxia, Newfound, Europa, America, and Russia. This time, those entering the Stargate were not original energy-level powerhouses, but stellar-level ones. Among them were Li Yang's acquaintances, Daiwaha, the top powerhouse of Newfound, John Wade, America's leading powerhouse, Zadlov, the 11th ranked global superpower from Russia, and Bowen, the EU's foremost mentalist. As Liang approached, everyone instinctively bowed their heads. He surveyed them, his tone calm, yet authoritative. No need to be so tense. I'm personally leading you into the Stargate this time. I trust one don't need to repeat the rules. Seeing no one respond, he nodded in satisfaction. Good. Everyone board the aircraft immediately. We depart in 3 minutes to enter the Stargate. The 5 major countries had dispatched about 20 people, 4 from each nation. Even the host, Huaxiao, did not send any extra. The main objective of entering the Stargate was for Liang to hunt down the formidable Atlan, leaving no chance for him to recover his vitality. In peak condition, an Atlan at the 9th tier of the galactic level could sweep the globe. This information was known only to a few high-ranking officials in Huaxiao, and was kept confidential to avoid causing panic. Lu Jianhua and an elder beside him watched Liang with solemn eyes. Liang, it's all up to you this time. Generally, the burden of Huaxiao and even Blue Star rests on your shoulders. Liang nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing more. He turned, donned his black robe, and the armor formed by the Star Eater vine enveloped him as he stepped towards the aircraft. With a soft click, the aircraft's cabin door closed. It slowly ascended, heading towards the wilderness zone, and eventually vanished into the horizon. Attention everyone. We're about to traverse the Stargate wormhole, the captain's voice echoed inside the cabin. Once through the wormhole, everyone will be scattered and arrive at random locations. Buzz. As the fighter jet traversed the wormhole, time and space seemed to freeze. Liang, leading his first expedition through the Stargate, couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. The other team members, long accustomed to such journeys, remained calm and composed. Suddenly, a dull thud shook the cabin. Everything went black for a moment, and when Liang opened his eyes again, the team had been randomly scattered. Some were trapped in swamps, others suspended in midair, and a few found themselves underground. Liang was fortunate enough to land atop a towering tree. Regaining his balance, he activated his scanner to assess the surroundings. The data revealed excellent air quality, a temperature of 17°C, and that it was daytime with 172 hours until nightfall. The massive time difference left Liang in awe. Gazing across the dense forest, Liang was struck by the breathtaking view. It was like a mythical paradise, with bright sunshine and stunning scenery. The only oddity was that the plants appeared to be magnified 100-fold. Liang couldn't help but wonder if he had shrunk or if this world was inherently gigantic. Jumping down from the tree, Liang stood beside a massive boulder. Despite his height of 1.85 meters, he barely reached the top of a nearby wild grass. He quickly summoned a shadow blade to levitate a few meters above the ground. Using the map provided by Lu Guani, Liang deduced that he was in the southeastern region of the Stargate, within the Star Forest. An approximate map of the Stargate and his current coordinates appeared in his left eye. He was in the southeast corner, with the nearest landmark being a vast river stretching millions of miles. His destination, the Well of Gathering Glimmers, was southwest near the Sacred Mountain, at least 300,000 miles away. Liang contemplated his mission: find the glimmer, locate his second uncle, and hunt down Tulu. He quickly realized these objectives might overlap. Tulu needed the glimmer to restore his vitality, and his uncle, being an Atlantean, was highly sensitive to it. Finding the glimmer could lead him to both. As Liang began to plan his route, the treetops ahead suddenly shook violently. He cautiously leaned against a large tree, his gaze fixed intently forward. With a rustling sound, a black object as thick as a bamboo pole descended from the sky, standing upright before Liang. He looked up sharply to see a colossal spider, towering 100 meters high, staring down at him. The bamboo pole was one of the spider's legs. His scanner indicated it was a star-level peak demon beast with a combat power of 100,000. Liang was taken aback, surprised to encounter such a formidable opponent so soon after entering the Stargate. He was relieved that this was no longer one of the partially evolved mutant beasts from Blue Star, but a true demon beast. As Liang pondered his next move, the spider beast also noticed him. Its bamboo-like legs suddenly swung down towards him, the sharp tip glinting menacingly. Liang knew that if it struck, he would likely be impaled. He swiftly retreated, grateful that the attack speed wasn't too fast. Even an ordinary primordial energy-level warrior could easily dodge such an attack. Liang thought to himself that if this weren't the case, primordial energy-level warriors entering this place wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. Although they possess immense combat power, their movements are far too slow and clumsy. Liang raised his hand, and several arcs of electricity shot out like serpents, directly targeting the massive beast spider. To his surprise, this spider, which the detector indicated had a combat power of 100,000, had such weak defenses, as if that combat power was merely an illusion. The shadow blade he controlled effortlessly sliced open the spider's abdomen, causing a cascade of white spider eggs to spill out from the opening. Liang reacted swiftly and dodged just in time to avoid being hit by the sudden egg rain. "Time for a feast," he said with a slight smile of anticipation. Then, With a few swift moves, Liang commanded the Shadow Blade to completely eliminate the spider. Looking at the fallen spider carcass, Liang couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. This beast was nothing special, not even as formidable as the monsters on Blue Star. With a combat power of 100,000, it should have been a dominant force in a restricted zone on Blue Star. Yet here, inside the Stargate, I defeated it so easily. Devour, Liang commanded, spreading his hands wide. A powerful devouring force instantly consumed the entire beast. Although its combat power was not as advertised, the spider's vitality was incredibly abundant. After successfully devouring it, a system notification sounded in Li Yang's mind. Increased by 0.2 starlight. Current primordial energy level 9th tier, vitality 11.2 starlight. It increased so much. Li Yang was taken aback. 0.2 starlight is equivalent to 20 million calories of vitality. The most I ever gained on Blue Star was from that Sky Fox, which only added 10 million calories of vitality. I didn't expect the beasts inside the Stargate to boost vitality so significantly. This discovery sparked a desire in him to actively hunt more beasts. At that moment, Lolita's voice echoed in his mind. Don't make a fuss. This spider is a beast with intelligence comparable to humans, but it's naturally not aggressive. If it weren't carrying spider eggs, it might not have attacked humans at all. She continued to explain, don't underestimate the beasts here. It's likely that when this place was first established by a powerful being, they brought in many beast slaves. Now that the being has fallen, these beasts harbor great resentment towards humans. They were captured as pets by the being who opened this Stargate. After the being's demise, this place became unclaimed. These beast pets, marked with slave imprints, are bound to the Stargate for life. Their hatred for humans is understandable. Liang, intrigued, asked, Lolita, do you think there are galaxy-level beasts here? He calculated in his mind. A 9th tier starlight beast adds 0.2 starlight vitality. A galaxy-level beast could add several starlights. As a warrior, I could quickly accumulate up to 200 starlights. Lolita examined the surroundings and, after a moment of hesitation, replied, this artificially created small world seems resource-rich, but it has a drawback for both humans and beasts living here, the limit of comprehension. In the outside world, you comprehend cosmic laws, but here, only world laws, which are basic. Comprehending these makes it hard to break through to galaxy level. She paused, then added, but it's not certain. This Stargate world has only existed for about 10,000 years. Perhaps the being who created it brought in some galaxy level or even Starsea level beasts. Starsea level? Liang took a deep breath, thinking to himself, Starsea level is out of the question. Encountering one would be disastrous. He hoped only to encounter some non-aggressive and weak galaxy level beasts. Lolita finally suggested, you could try your luck along the connecting river, searching for beasts as you travel. The river roared with a majestic ferocity, surpassing the grandeur of any river on Blue Star. Liang had been flying with Shadow Blade for about 40 hours and finally arrived at the connective river, which spans the entire Stargate world. His gaze turned towards the distant end of the river where the connective mountain stood. According to the cosmic language on the map, this treacherous place, second only to the Holy Mountain, was once the retreat of a powerful Star Realm practitioner. Unfortunately, this practitioner failed in his attempt to reach the Eternal Realm and perished here. Lolita, how far are we from the connective mountain? Liang asked. About 40,000 kilometers. Flying along the river is mostly safe, so you can increase your speed. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately accelerated. This river held great significance for him. The legendary Knife River King was the only person who had ever set foot on Connective Mountain and there comprehended the power of the domain. Under the Knife River King's guidance, Liang had gained a preliminary understanding of domains, a special energy field formed by the elements of heaven and earth, requiring the integration of true intent, harmony with nature, and the 9-layer domain to master fully. In the vast universe, typically only Star Sea level practitioners can master domains. If a Star River level practitioner masters a domain, they are considered a prodigious talent. A Star level practitioner mastering it would be an extraordinary genius, capable of shaking several galaxies. With steady cultivation, they could inevitably reach the Nebula level. Along the way, Liang had slain many peak Star level beasts, reaping significant rewards. However, he also encountered a dangerous situation. At a river fork, a one-eyed stone giant with Star River peak combat power suddenly appeared. Fortunately, the giant seemed to be guarding something and did not pursue him. Liang had Lolita record the coordinates of this unmarked location on the map. It could very well be a secret relic left by a powerful predecessor. Since entering the virtual universe, Liang had gained a new perspective on wealth. Items that were rare in the outside world, such as glimmers, ice crystal fruits, and origin fruits, could be purchased in bulk here. With enough cosmic crystals, one could even leap to become a Star River level practitioner. Unfortunately, his current wealth was far from sufficient. Stargate World was the perfect place for him to accumulate wealth. And at this moment, there were others with the same ambition as him. Beneath the rushing river, a squad of titans was struggling to make their way. Their unique lavender skin appeared and disappeared in the water, led by the burly General Newfound. General, now that we've reached the desolate sky realm, why are we still advancing underwater? A young purple-skinned girl in the squad couldn't help but ask. Newfound turned his head, his gleaming white teeth flashing in the dim water, his voice laced with disdain. If you want to die, go ahead and fly over. A bunch of fools who think they can underestimate the cosmic beings. He continued upstream, glancing down at the map on a metal plate. His heart stirred. The well of primal energy leading to the Titan realm was just ahead. Once they harnessed the power of the Well of Glimmer, the Elder Palace would surely fall. Suddenly, the river churned violently. The group looked up warily as a figure in a black robe sped across the sky above. General Newfound's expression shifted dramatically, but before he could react, the squad had already revealed their presence, readying themselves for battle. Fools. Exposing your cards before even seeing the Anemone wonder you lost in the Titan realm. Newfound scolded. With a thunderous roar, the black-robed figure halted above the river, facing the Titan squad below. As the divided waters slowly converged, the figure suddenly raised a hand, using powerful psychic energy to part the waters once more. This display of power left the Titan squad deeply unsettled. After a silent standoff, the black-robed figure simply left. Newfound breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The clan's heritage is indeed true. We Titans are a high-ranking cosmic race. Even the cosmic beings dare not easily confront us. General, that person wasn't speaking the universal cosmic language, the purple-skinned girl noted, and his life force felt weaker than mine. Newfound glared at her. What do you know? The human races have countless languages, just like we have Titan language. He's a psychic practitioner, so naturally his psychic power is strong while his life force is weak. We Titans have strong life force, but no psychic practitioners. We have no idea how terrifying they are. They're our nemesis. No sooner had he spoken than the river behind them suddenly surged, and a massive maw descended from above. What bad luck, that toad from upstream actually showed up downstream. Lolita lamented. Liang, however, remained calm. According to the map, that's a peak-level galaxy-class demon beast, usually found upstream. But what puzzles me more is why there are purple-skinned Titan beings inside the Stargate. Lolita, what was up with those Titans just now? Liang asked with a furrowed brow as he flew swiftly. As one of the powerful individuals from Blue Star who ventured into the Stargate, he had never come across any mention of the Titans in any records, let alone encounter a Titan warrior in person. I'm not really sure, Lolita replied, spreading her small hands with a helpless expression. But I did understand what they said. They called you a cosmic being. Liang analyzed this information as he fled. The Titans referring to him as a cosmic being suggested they were likely natives of the Stargate world. However, over the decades, countless powerful individuals from various countries had explored the Stargate, and aside from places of legacy, the Titans had never been discovered. They mostly encountered rapidly reproducing demon clans, or the immortal mechanical clans suited for guarding gates. Due to the Titans' inherited memory traits, they couldn't be easily domesticated and seemed to lack any advantage. Finding that emitting a faint glow is the priority, Liang sighed internally. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of that powerful toad, he could have captured the Titans for detailed questioning. Although the toad was slightly slower, its strength was formidable, necessitating a temporary retreat. Liang, Lolita suddenly spoke up. I've detected the presence of that Tulu in the western forest, not far from you. Liang's eyes narrowed as he immediately changed direction. Keep going forward. The target is 120 miles away in the mountains, Lolita added. But be cautious. There are mantis bee swarms there. Although each has a combat power of only about 10,000, their large numbers make it hard to escape once surrounded. These swarms aren't considered true demon clans, but if they reach a scale of 100 billion, their power is considerable. For Liang, this was a rare source of supplies. He decided to deal with the mantis bees first before seeking out the Tulu. The oxygen concentration in the forest was more than 100 times that of Blue Star, and the vegetation was denser. Even ordinary shrubs were larger than Blue Star's giant trees. Liang moved cautiously through them, wary of alarming the many beasts marked on the map. Since encountering the unexpectedly powerful toad, he had been skeptical of the map's accuracy, relying instead on Lolita's guidance. Soon, the surrounding vegetation began to shake violently, and the buzzing of bees was maddening. Liang slowed his pace to a minimum, his left eye's detector constantly sounding alarms. The queen bee has left the hive, Lolita exclaimed excitedly. Here's our chance. Sneak underground, take the hive to lure the mantis bees away, and then slip into the mountains. Got it, Liang responded and moved into action. The shadow blade circled above his head, and he burrowed underground like a tunneling machine. With Lolita's precise guidance, he quickly navigated 100 meters below the surface, avoiding many unnecessary detours. Liang stood high above, pondering his direction with a grim expression. To the east. No, it's to the west. Where the mountains are, he muttered to himself, then suddenly realized. No, I need to go to the hive first. The hive is to the east. Half an hour later, he cautiously peered out, observing a towering tree with a diameter of over 100 meters. Hanging from the trunk was a massive beehive, spanning 2 to 3 kilometers in diameter, resembling a giant pine needle ball. Several mantis bees, each nearly a meter tall, were patrolling, their wings flapping and dislodging human-sized withered leaves. The patrolling mantis bees gazed indifferently at the hive, as the surface riddled with holes occasionally revealed the tiny heads of the young inside. At that moment, an arc of electricity flashed by, instantly slicing one of the patrolling mantis bees in half. The frightened young ones retreated into the nest, while the surrounding adult mantis bees perished in an instant. Wow, what a feast! Li Yong grinned menacingly, immediately unleashing 360 shadow blades to slice the hive. The mantis bee larvae fell like raindrops, and he devoured them all. The pale golden honey glowed faintly, and he absorbed it as well, storing the remaining hive fragments in his world ring. That's about enough. The queen bee will arrive in 15 seconds, Lolita reminded him. Just one last piece. Li Yong seized the final opportunity, quickly packing up the remaining honey before diving into a pre-dug tree hole. The tunnel led to the mountain pass, and his plan not only lured away the mantis bee swarm, but also successfully destroyed their nest. By consuming just the larvae and some honey, he increased by 2 stars. If he could consume all the honey, he'd gain at least 20 to 30 stars, bringing him closer to his goal of 200 stars. Breaking through the surface, Li Yong reached the forest's edge at the mountain's boundary, where the bee swarm had previously occupied. To his surprise, he discovered brown blood stains on the ground. Exuding a powerful aurate was the blood left by Tulu. No wonder even the queen bee left the nest, as this blood was also a delicacy for the mantis bees. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, a Titan squad retreated into the forest in disarray. No wonder that cosmic being ran so fast. He had already detected that galactic beast. General Newfound scoffed. I always said, cosmic beings are cunning. They have detectors that can sense movement for hundreds of miles. Our technology is too outdated. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from afar. What's that? A moment later, a group of purple-skinned creatures with heads full of lumps emerged clumsily from the jungle. Leading them was a young purple-skinned girl, rubbing the bumps on her head while cursing through gritted teeth. Those damn mantis bees. I wish I could strangle each and every one of them. General Newfound appeared calm and composed, saying in a deep voice, just a bunch of flies, ignore them. Finding Tonglian Mountain, once we enter the mountain range, is our priority. The Titan tribe, relying on their formidable physical strength, carved a bloody path through the raging swarm. The squad's full lineup was now visible, 7 members in total. The leader, General Newfound, had reached the second tier of the galaxy level, with robust vitality. The remaining 6 were all at the peak of the star level. The strength of this team far surpassed those so-called cosmic beings they spoke of. Meanwhile, in a valley carpeted with yellowing leaves, Li Yong moved like lightning. Suddenly, he stopped with a frown. Why did the trail suddenly vanish? According to Lolita's guidance, the trail of Tulu disappeared in this area. The terrain here was open, with no place to hide, so it couldn't have vanished into thin air. However, since the opponent was a cosmic being and a powerful Atlantean warrior, they might possess some secret technique to conceal their presence. Lolita sighed. This area isn't large. If you use your mental power to search thoroughly, half a day should be enough to cover the entire canyon. That's all we can do. Li Yong slowed down and began a meticulous search. Meanwhile, he consumed the honey he had just seized. The rich, sweet honey was filled with vitality. Each piece he consumed caused his vitality to soar. Soon, he devoured all the honey, pushing his vitality to an astonishing 4.8 billion stars. He was not far from his goal of 20 billion stars. If he could find the injured Tulu and consume him, his vitality might reach its maximum. By then, breaking through to the star level, his genes would multiply by 400 times. I found it. There's a bunker underground. Li Yang's heart leaped with joy, and without a second thought, he dove into the ground. Shadow blades shattered the crust and rocks, reaching a depth of 1,000 meters underground. In this subterranean rock layer, Tulu's presence and a faint scent of blood permeated the air. Li Yong moved swiftly, with Shadow Blade vigilantly scanning the surroundings, heading towards the strongest concentration of the presence. In the dim darkness ahead, a black arm floated, its severed end neat, clearly belonging to Tulu. Li Yong furrowed his brow. There was no sign of Tulu. Only this arm, where had he gone? Never mind, I'll devour it first. Li Yong extended his hand, and the black arm flew towards him. It trembled slightly in his grasp before being completely absorbed. I can feel the power, endless power. His eyes widened as he clenched his fist, shouting fiercely. His vitality surged, not only reaching tens of billions, but, with the burst of power, his combat ability continued to soar, having integrated the Atlantean genes. The final detector flashed with a blinding light, its numbers frozen at an astonishing combat power of 280,983,280. A hint of pride flickered in Liang's eyes, and this was without using any secret techniques for amplification. He calculated silently that if he employed the 10 caverns technique along with the strongest slash of Blade River, his combat power would surely soar to around 400,000. His psychic power was also formidable. The flowing shadow lightning slash could unleash a terrifying combat power of approximately 300,000. Among the stellar-level warriors, apart from the Blade River King, who had mastered the domain, Liang had no rivals. He wasn't even afraid of galaxy-level warriors. Liang, those titans are coming after us. Lolita's urgent voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Liang let out a grim laugh, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Perfect timing. I was just worried about not being able to break through the 9 turns dark gold body. Before he finished speaking, he shot out from the earth's crust like an arrow. With a loud boom, Liang burst out from the ground, hovering in midair, looking down at the pursuing titans. General Newfound stood at the forefront of the group. His eyes showed caution, and his voice carried a hint of probing. We don't wish to be your enemies, Cosmic Man. The detector emitted a crisp beep, displaying the combat power index of the opponent. Titan race, second-tier galaxy level, combat power index 180,000. Liang laughed inwardly, too weak. A second-tier galaxy level with only 180,000 combat power. He could easily wipe out such titans with a wave of his hand, but he wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, he crossed his arms and coldly asked, "Where are you from?" "Titan Realm." General Newfound blurted out. "Titan Realm." Liang's expression changed slightly, but inside he was even more intrigued. He pretended to be angry and scolded. "How dare you deceive me? This place is no Titan realm. It's just an internal world created by a starry sky realm powerhouse." Before he finished, Liang's psychic power materialized into a pair of giant hands, directly gripping General Newfound. The other titans scattered, preparing to surround Liang. "Ridiculous," Liang sneered, exerting a little force, causing Newfound to cry out in pain. I didn't lie to you. Beneath the wild heaven realm is the Titan realm. You must have heard of the Wild Wanderer." Newfound spoke with difficulty, his voice filled with pain. Liang didn't choose to believe him right away. Instead, he continued to apply pressure with a blank expression. The sound of bones cracking echoed, terrifying the surrounding Titan warriors into not daring to act rashly. Only when Newfound's eyes were about to burst did Liang withdraw his psychic power. In fact, when the opponent mentioned the Wild Wanderer, he had already believed them. Even when these people called him Cosmic Man, he suspected that these titans might be from some remote corner of the Stargate. But he hadn't expected there to be a hidden world within another world here. Lolita was already beginning to imagine the joy of victory in her mind. If the Titan realm was full of titans, even if there were only 100 or 80,000, and Liang devoured them all, the 9 turns dark gold body could at least be upgraded to the 5th turn. By then, even sea-level warriors would be unable to break through his physical body. The premise was to first investigate the strength levels of the Titan realm's warriors. If they were all ordinary stellar levels, their value wouldn't be high. But if galaxy levels were common and sea-level warriors were everywhere, then it would be very promising. Vitality, endless vitality. Liang couldn't help but swallow, his expression softening a bit. General Newfound was now supporting himself with one hand on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing Liang's attitude soften, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Seeing this, Liang continued his questioning. His questions focused mainly on the Titan realm rather than the Wild Heaven realm. These people had clearly just entered the Wild Heaven realm, like Liang, navigating by map. His primary concern was the location of the Titan realm's entrance. Connect River, near the Trident Mountain, Newfound answered with difficulty. Upon hearing this name, Liang instantly recalled the stone guardian that emerged from the riverbed. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.